From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
1-2. Swinging. That one is golf to left field. Benintendi turns, watches, out of here. A solo home run for Josh Young. And the Rangers take a 2-0 lead here in Chicago.
And that is how we start a Tolo Tuesday on your home of Rangers baseball. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy with you. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And it's still a blast furnace out there.
Oh, yeah.
Paying attention to the ERCOT warnings yesterday.
Oh, really? There were warnings.
There were warnings. But, you know, I was just looking at the two lines. How far away are we from the danger zone of the electricity going out? I had like a quick power surge late Sunday night. I'm leaving on vacation on Thursday morning, and the whole house just flashed real quick and came back on. Everything came back on except for the TV in the living room. Now, this TV is about to go anyway. The Roku on it for some reason isn't working. You can just tell. It's starting to flicker. It's starting to go. It's thinking about it. And I have our nanny babysitting Ollie.
Oh, live in, huh?
How about that?
Not a live in. I'm paying her to live in for a week. I wish she lived in 24/7, but can't rely on grandma. So have to go ahead and get the nanny there. And I have this humongous problem of not having a TV in the living room for her husband, and Ollie. So I'm sitting there. I'm trying to reset everything. The TV is mounted on the wall by Tolo Tavares. T. Crosby, getting ready to give you a lot of work here coming up soon. And I can't get to anything in the back. I can only access it from the sides.
Yeah.
So my other TV in the bedroom is kind of the master control one, but I can get back there. I can unplug and replug for 15 seconds, and I can do all this to the cable box, and I can access it, and I can't do it with the main living room TV. And then I finally just went and reset like every damn switch on the breaker board, and it came back on. So I think I'm good for the week, but I am new TV shopping
All right.
as we speak. So if you have any great hints, but that led me to it being hot and the power surge in ERCOT.
Hot.
It was my living room
We're
TV.
preheating, too. We're not even there yet.
It's the humidity that they're
humidity was
saying is going to break at some point.
Yeah, it's
Because I think it's feeling like
13.
114 out there.
It was hot yesterday. It is very, very warm out.
And you look defeated walking in today. I can tell by your walk.
Yeah, well, we're packing. So yesterday was, yesterday I got done with the work and started taking stuff off the walls. So I had to unscrew a lot of stuff out of the walls. Now it's like, you got to patch these things at some point. So I'm going to go to Home Depot. I get some spackle, some patch. She's like, we'll just do a baking soda. We'll go online, find a hack. And I'm like, I'm just going to go buy the stuff. It's like $6. I'm just going to go buy the spackle. I'll buy some paint. Talk to maintenance. Maybe you should go flirt with maintenance.
Yeah.
And see if they can give you some free paint.
Does that work?
If you're a girl.
Yeah.
If I were to do it. I mean, it might work
Well,
too. You never know.
it
You never
could,
know. There's no way of knowing.
Put on the Twin Peaks outfit. Go flirt.
Boy, she put that out for me the other day. I got photos, man. The photos for days.
Oh.
Yeah.
How often do you guys do this? I thought she did this like months and months ago.
Well, that was the other day.
Okay.
We talked about that. We the story where people say the other day, they really mean any time in the last 2 years.
Okay.
That's really, I think that's your window. But yeah, and then we moved it into the kitchen. But then you got to figure out what you need for still another week and a half versus what you could pack now. And then you get the paper. You know that paper, the packing paper?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a nightmare.
She should have to do all the packing, and then you help her move and transport it.
I don't know that that's how a relationship really works. I guess.
I'm not going to be packing up. I know that moving to our house. She's going to be responsible because you're very organized, I guess, with that stuff. So it would drive her crazy with me, like, putting the stuff in the boxes.
Uh-huh.
But no, like, she packs up everything in the boxes, gets organized, and then I'm responsible for getting it there. That's the way our relationship works.
Are you actually
Now I'm going to pay someone to get it there.
Yeah. See, that's not really, you're not really doing anything.
Well, I mean,
So now you're on lunch duty.
it's the question in life.
Yeah.
Would you rather do the manual labor or the financial labor? I mean, it's the belt question.
Yeah.
It's the belt household question.
Belt. Oh. Now, a real man would say both.
Okay.
That was what you do.
Yeah.
You
A
do
smart
both.
man would say,
Well,
swipe. Here.
Hey.
Smart man like me just don't get in a relationship.
Yeah, just stay.
There you
go. You're the smartest.
Don't have to worry about it.
Your toughest decision is do you want gochujang or not?
Well, good reference.
Yes. Well, I had it last night with my salmon. Threw it on there. I was like, I want some stuff on this.
Okay.
Something else on the salmon.
Good reference.
Yeah.
But yeah, I could see you walking in the garage today. You look defeated.
Oh, it's a nightmare.
You look
It's a
beaten.
nightmare. And then it never
Are
ends.
you 50% through?
Oh, we did 8 boxes yesterday. I don't even think we made a dent. Because we got a lot of the kitchen done. But the kitchen is like, choosing it apart. It's the small stuff.
Yeah.
That's the easy stuff. You got a half dozen plates. You got bowls. You got glasses. That's the easy stuff. Now it's like, let's get into the closet. I'm going to let her handle the closet. It's her stuff. I'm going to let her handle the closet.
Yeah.
I'm never going to put any of those clothes on.
Well.
Some of the underwear, maybe. But I'm going to let her handle the closet and the dressers. But I think there's a lot more stuff.
So then you're going to get movers for the bigger stuff.
As far as I know, we're talking about movers. Her dad's got a trailer. So we may just use the trailer. And she's an
this is
elevator.
sounding all in, baby.
Oh, I know.
This is sounding like everything's going to be with y'all's hands.
Yeah, we got a dolly, a couple dolly, got an appliance dolly and a regular dolly. So and an elevator.
That's huge.
Yeah, now.
Nothing worse than helping someone move, and you got to go up and down the steps.
It's 80 yards from the apartment, at least.
What?
Oh, it's at least 80 yards.
80 yards?
Oh, yeah, it's like around. You got to make like 2 turns, and it's up a hill.
Oh, man.
It's got like ramps.
As long as you all don't argue during it.
No, we haven't argued yet.
That's the victory, because the patience can wear thin. The directions, you're not doing it right. Well, I don't even have to really be here doing it. Da, da, da. All the feelings ramp up during this.
I did a box yesterday of like all the plates, and then I got done with the box. I went and sat down, and she goes, "Oh,
yep. Oh, it's rest time.
Oh,
what do you need?
I said, "All right, one box at a time. We got time here. One box. What?
Yeah.
We're sitting here. Just want to,
What are you playing the NBA Finals in Denver? You need a little oxygen mask. Need a little tank.
Walking pneumonia. Don't know what this is yet.
You should just pull out your asthma pipe and take a big huff.
I did take a rip of that yesterday. I did take a rip of that
right in front of her. Like,
Yeah, I can't. Asthma.
Yeah, that's
Can't
right.
do that.
With that cough.
Oh, the cough.
With that cough.
This
too.
cough will get me at anything.
That's
I
right.
don't have to shake anybody's hand right now. I'm gonna go.
Is that the drop that Bobby can't stand?
Yes.
All right, we are live on the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. The Rangers do get the win yesterday against the Chicago White Sox. Josh Young had 3 hits. Jonah Heim was clutch. And Spores, take a bow, Josh Spores. That was tremendous. Getting out of trouble. Will Smith got himself in some trouble in the 9th. Chicago had 2 opportunities with the go-ahead or tying run at the plate against Spores and against Will Smith, but the Rangers bullpen gets out of it, and they're going to bed up 5 games in the American League West. Houston got trounced again. They got beat down by the New York Mets.
Man, Houston's not gonna come back here. Like I'm looking.
Whoa!
They've got too many injuries to their starting staff. Rock the Baby and Urquidy are both out. Montero stinks. I don't think they've got it, man.
Woo!
I just don't think they've got it right now. Certainly not right now. They're pitching outside of Christian and Framber. And Hunter Brown a little bit, just ain't there. And they're 2 of their big guns are done. So I don't know, man. Like it doesn't look like the Astros are. I think the Angels are more the threat right now. Just looking at this.
And they get Verlander tonight, so have fun with that.
And the Angels get the Dodgers. So the Dodgers need a bounce back series after their whole debacle, their PR debacle that took place in LA. So they're going to be playing a little Cali series. Dodgers at the Angels. So maybe LA can give us a little bit of help. But the Rangers get the win. Man, Chicago's tough to watch.
Man, they got some linebackers in that lineup, though, man. Holy cow. Robert and Eloy are just units. Good gosh.
We got NBA news all over the place. Isaiah Thomas may have been responsible for backstabbing Chris Paul. Draymond Green looks to be available. We got a Zion report. We're getting closer to the NBA draft with the Mavs on Thursday. And did Messi absolutely sell out for his Saudi Arabia deal? It's a Tolo Tuesday with Post Malone tickets to hook you up with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a Tolo Tuesday here on your home of the
world is in some hot water. Can I say that with my chest? That Lionel Messi is the most famous athlete in the world.
Instagram says so by like 100 million. But yeah, he is the most famous athlete, I would believe. And
You
he's
think
got
right now, is he the most famous sports name even over Mike? Or is Ronaldo second?
it's tough. It's tough to gauge
For the world.
Yeah, it's tough to gauge Jordan's. Like, how many people know Jordan for just the sneakers today in other countries that may not have, that may be young, that may be Peyton's age, never saw him play? I would guess most people still know who he is, but
Because Messi's fame is about to go up even more after this Miami deal.
Oh yeah, I think so. He's probably peaked outside the U.S., but inside the U.S. he's about to gain 300 million new fans.
Yeah.
But there's a contract that he has with the Saudi Arabian Tourism Authority. Okay, I didn't know they had a tourism authority, but I guess they do. This is a deal that earns him up to $25 million. It's $2 million for a social media post, $2 million per promotional visit, up to $25 million. Now, he cannot tarnish the image of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So he's going to do a couple of commercials, and he's going to get a couple of all-expense paid trips for him and his family to Saudi Arabia. And he's expected to share images of those trips marked with a Saudi-approved hashtag to his online following of, literally like everybody in the U.S. and then like another half of the U.S. population follows him on Instagram. That's how many people he has following him. So and it's over a 3-year time.
What a brilliant move by the Saudis. They're like, we're going to pay the most popular athlete in the world to hype us up.
Yeah.
And promote us and improve our image. We're going to pay him $25 million over 3 years. And they just bought Messi's endorsement of their country.
Right. And, nothing they can do to tarnish the image is what the deal says. And people are already like, so this is how much it takes to help launder a country's reputation.
Yeah, he's being called a sellout.
He sold his right to free speech. This is different than, I think this is different than like the golfers, because golfers aren't promoting a country. They're just playing for the country. They're working for it.
Right.
This is like actively like promoting.
Yes.
You're basically a commercial endorser for the country. So it's a little bit different.
This is a good one.
Yeah, that's tough.
This is a good one. I already know your answer. I already know what you would say you would do. But when you're Messi and you have the amount of money he has, is this really worth it? Will this hurt him big time? What type of dent will this make on his popularity or public image?
It's a good question.
I mean, not that can be answered, but that is the question.
Yeah, that is the question.
That's what if I was him and his advisors and his team, I'd be like, how much damage is it going to do? Or it doesn't matter what damage. I'm going to have $25 million for sending out a couple of tweets, and we're getting free trips as well.
Yeah, I wonder, like, if you get to that status, are you like, look, somebody out there doesn't like me already. You're not going to please everybody. You just do what you want to do and do what makes you happy, and maybe that's what it is. It's tough, though. It's like, because this is different than just, I think this is different than just going to play for Live or.
This is worse.
Yeah, this is definitely worse. There's
quote unquote worse.
Right. This would be if you have a moral dilemma inside you. This may be it.
Yeah. I do have to admit, and he is usually annoying and a know-it-all, but Bryson DeChambeau and the Live approach towards the Saudis is in my mind, the back of my mind. I would have to say, okay, give me the last 30 years of what they've been doing. Are we still holding, how much of the past are we still holding against them? What are the atrocities? What are the recent acts? What is the current reputation? What are they really doing? If they haven't done, anything major, again, I'm speaking broad generalities, if I feel like we need to move forward, that's my pitch, because that's what DeChambeau said. He's like, are we ever going to talk to anyone that has done harm to us, like ever again? We're just never going to do business with that country again. You're never going to have a friend from that part of the world. You're never going to relate to anyone. You're never going to communicate with anyone. That would seem like a closed-minded approach. That was the Live approach. They're like, don't be closed-minded. Let's interact with the world. And that's what I'd do if I was Messi. Give me the homework. Give me the 30-year recent history, because I can use that to try to get over what happened way back when.
Yeah, and look, I mean, I don't know what it's like and how people in other countries view Saudi Arabia. Like the U.S. views them one way, obviously. I don't know how they view it in other countries. I have no idea. Like, do they view it with the same disdain that many do? Do they just say, hey, look, they're just a crummy country? Because if you're talking about from a 9/11 standpoint, like if you grew up in Spain, they didn't do that to your country. Like,
Right.
There are people who invade other countries that I don't even think about.
Right.
I don't even think about because it didn't affect me personally.
Oh,
So,
Ukrainians hate Russians more than we do, you'd think.
I would think so. Right. And it's just a little bit different. And I don't know if he has the same viewpoint on that. Maybe he does. I don't know.
All right, I was trying to figure out within myself why I didn't love the U.S. Open that much, and I think you came up with a major reason why, and it came down to energy level and environment.
What energy level?
Yeah.
That's the question. So, for example, at Oak Hill a month ago, they played the PGA Championship. There were 225,000 people. For the U.S. Open here, they only sold 20,000 tickets a day. That's it, 9,000 general admission. So the people on the course, not the ones in the hospitality tents. They sold about 12,000 of those in the hospitality tents. You didn't see those people. They were sitting in those giant grandstands that by the first of the 18th hole. The 9,000 general admission seats were just the people walking on the golf course. And they kept saying, where's the fans? Where's the crowd? The USGA, because of the LA Country Club, because of the local restrictions, couldn't sell and didn't want to sell all that many seats. They basically called it the Corporate Open. And it was not exciting. It had a very dull look at this. The crowd at this looked like a member guest.
So they didn't want a crowd out there.
I don't know if they didn't want a crowd or if the LA Country Club was like, hey, the city is not allowing us to have this many people here.
We got a fire department ordinance. We're packing in an elevator.
Yeah.
Still got COVID there.
Yeah. Oh,
Wow.
Could be.
It was just very, very bad. It felt like a practice round.
Yeah.
There was a bigger crowd at Augusta for the practice round when I went
It was
a
dead.
couple years ago.
Yes.
And I hope even the players didn't like it. They're like, this is disappointing. There was no energy. 23,000 tickets for sale. Only 14 of those were hospitality. 9,000 for general admission. It just didn't have the atmosphere. So, they sold a fraction of the tickets that they sold for the PGA Championship. Just a fraction. Terrible.
You knew that something was up when it came to the death of Ray Lewis's son. Last week we told you he passed away, and police reports saying it's a suspected overdose. So he played college football. He was 28 years old. He transferred to Coastal Carolina in 2015, but the news came out, and police are saying the evidence and witness accounts show this incident to be a tragic accident. A person was in the home attempting CPR on Lewis Jr. When an officer arrived, they were advised by a second person that Lewis needed the opioid overdose antidote,
Narcan.
naloxone, which the officer administered during Narcan. I don't know what any of those terms mean, but obviously it was not good, and the life-saving attempts were unsuccessful. They took him to the hospital, and he was pronounced dead of a suspected overdose. So that is the medical news coming in on Ray Lewis's son.
Man, it's terrible. I'm reading about. So Narcan is like it's part of the process for overturning an overdose. So if you have like a fentanyl overdose, I think they give you Narcan. There's talk about they're going to start selling this over the counter. They've recently approved for this to prevent stuff like this. Now that's going to be bad because now it's like, I'll just overdose.
Yeah,
I'll just give myself some Narcan.
Oh, TikTok trend. Let's just do it.
There we go.
Yeah. A TikTok reverse.
I've got a friend that's a nurse, and she was saying that a lot of the times people die of overdoses, it's because they're scared to call the cops.
Yeah.
And they don't, and because if they call us and they call the hospital or whatever, the 911, we can administer this stuff, and a lot of times they'll survive.
He has been tied to the Mavericks a lot this offseason. Are you ready to go out and get Draymond Green? The latest on Zion not being on the Pelicans come Thursday night for the draft, and it sounds like Michael Jordan's enemy stabbed someone else in the back. Tolo Tuesday headlines with Sean and RJ next.
secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ooh, I am basketball drunk in the off season. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for waking up with us on your home of the Cowboys. And we'll get back to the Rangers with mayo and lettuce on hot dogs at 6:20, according to one of your Ranger surprises this season. But let's get to all the news and the rumors, which a lot of people think is better and juicier than the actual season. Mark Stein. So after the one thing we didn't comment on yesterday, because we were talking about the compensation and where's Phoenix in the West and what were the Wizards doing. One thing we did not comment on, and we should have, was the impact on the Mavericks and Kyrie. Because Mark Stein is basically saying the Mavs right now are the only confirmed bidder for Kyrie once free agency begins at the end of the month. Quote, league sources say these developments, the Suns trade, have reinforced the notion that the Mavs appear to be the only confirmed bidder for Kyrie's services as the opening bell of NBA free agency draws near. So remember, Phoenix was put out there with Houston as a Kyrie possibility. Well, this gets the Suns out of there. That clears Phoenix in the Kyrie race. So maybe it's down to Texas with us in the armpit. So the Suns are out.
Oh, it seems the Suns are out. Yeah, no doubt. Unless they make some crazy moves, and I don't even know that would even work. So yeah, the Suns are out. It's are the Lakers in? Is some other team in that could be a wild card that we don't know about? Who knows? But right now, Mavs or Houston.
Deal with it, Bobby. Accept it. Love it. Like it.
Well, and we know we can't get a sign and trade with Houston because we already figured out, Kyrie costs their entire roster. And so we already can't get anything done there. So, Kyrie's here. So what's next? The idea being that, now here's the other thing we got to look at is that Mark Cuban needs to make sure he doesn't do like he's done in the past with some of these deals and bid against himself and drive up the price on his own without any other market.
Oh, that's a very tough, delicate balance, especially with this dude. Mm-hmm. You don't want to bid against yourself, but you don't want to piss him off.
Right.
Because as soon as, and Bobby, you said this with Bradley Beal, he would control where he goes. That's what happens in the NBA. As soon as he decides, I'm out, they get out.
They get out, yes.
He'll take it to the ultimate. He'll take it to the end of the earth, the end of the flat earth. He'll take it to the ends.
Fall right off the edge.
To jump ship.
Yeah, he will. And the thing is,
it's almost, in my opinion, worth overbidding a little.
Well, you got to ask, you also got to bid against the Harden factor in Houston. Where would they both go? Would they team up again? Would they team up again? Because that was all the report, right? That he wants to go back to Houston. Who knows? That's one thing to look at, but
yeah, if you want Kyrie here, you are rooting for Harden to go to the Rockets and not stay in Philly.
Which the latest report, Zach Lowe.
Not that. Sorry, real quick. Not that. I don't know what their financial situation is. Again, none of their players make any money, so maybe they are aiming for both. But
yeah, that would make sense for them, right? Because it wouldn't make sense just to get Harden.
Well, is Harden just going to be your number two? Is he going to be your shooting guard? You kind of got two scoring ball handlers.
Yeah, you do.
So they're not your ideal 1-2 backcourt.
No, goodness, who has everybody said? I was going to say who have people most consistently compared Luka to?
Harden.
And did Luka and Kyrie work out? Not necessarily. Offensively, it did. The statistics said, the analytics said, the efficiency said they were really good offensively. They were just a bad basketball team overall. But James Harden yesterday, the report was, I saw Zach Lowe had it, and there were people chattering that he's expected to re-sign in Philly now. And so it's sort of trending that way, which is great because apparently he's the whole reason they fired their head coach and everything else that they did. And so James Harden back in Philly at least leaves the door open a little bit. But right now what I'm looking at is, okay, how are you going to go get me Zion then? Or how are you going to go get me something else? Because it sounds like Kyrie's here. And while you don't want to necessarily put yourself in a bad spot by underpaying him and causing difficulties for yourself with Kyrie, if you bid against yourself on a 5-year deal when you inevitably know, as we've all talked about, it's going to go bad at some point in the 5 years. He will not see the end of that contract. He'll get traded because he'll get upset.
Yes.
So you got to make sure that in the process of bidding against yourself, you don't create a contract that's even more difficult to move and a guy who's already going to be tough to move because it's the 4th time he's blown up on someone.
And you don't want to burn money because you have an immediate. Who's got less of a window to win with when it comes to Kyrie and DeGrom? Like, you have to capitalize on that window. So if you burn money, you don't have enough for other role players and building depth around the roster. You probably got 2 years max with Kyrie before he pulls his usual crap.
Well, if that, yeah. I mean, so his window's very, very small, but his window it's like, let's just say that he is on his best behavior for the rest of his career, and that Jake DeGrom is healthy for the rest of his career, because they're both not young. Does a pitcher hold up longer than an NBA player at the superstar level?
Not that pitcher.
Well, yes. So just take injuries away and take Kyrie's mentals away.
Okay.
Right.
So pretend. In other words, pretend I'm a billionaire.
Pretend neither of these guys are exactly who they are. Okay.
Yes. Perfect world Kyrie and perfect world DeGrom.
I don't know. So you can't just assume that. I can assume, let's say he doesn't get hurt again, DeGrom, but I don't know if he's going to be able to pitch as well when he comes back after this last. So right. I don't know what kind of pitcher he is. I do know what kind of basketball player Kyrie is, and Kyrie is 5 years younger.
Which one do you have more faith in, that DeGrom gets hurt another time, or Kyrie pulls his usual?
I have. There is. Well, there's a 100% chance of both happening. Okay, so at least when Kyrie pulls his usual, there's still a chance that he decides he wakes up that day and plays. When DeGrom gets hurt, he can't just wake up and decide to pitch that day. So I'll say Kyrie.
Okay.
Yeah, Kyrie.
Yep. More faith in Kyrie screwing up, or
no, more faith in Kyrie.
More faith in Kyrie.
I have more faith in Kyrie playing consistently, but I also feel like it's more of a certainty that Kyrie will have something come up that will cause him to miss stuff at sometimes.
There's no doubt that Jake's much, much better at what he does than Kyrie is. When healthy.
Yes.
When healthy.
All right. Draymond Green declined his $27 million player option yesterday morning, and he will enter unrestricted free agency. It was expected Draymond would opt out, and now he can walk with the Warriors as well as explore sign and trade possibilities at the age of 33.
Man, I hope
I was with you last night when I was reading this in your email.
Oh, baby. Now he is going to, I hope he leaves. He's officially a free agent. I hope he goes somewhere so we can see for ourselves what he really is, which is Dorian Finney-Smith on a better team. I hope we see that.
And a little bit more out of shape.
And a little, I'm half joking on that, but like he's a step up from a bench warmer, man. Like he's a defensive guy in a wrong era. He's Dale Davis.
Whoa.
Without the biceps.
Damn.
He's just a guy, dude. He is just a guy. I hope he leaves. I hope he is a good glue guy. I'll give him that. Jordan Poole disagrees, but he's a good glue guy. But I hope he leaves, and we know where he's going. He's in France with LeBron right now.
Is he?
Yeah, they're in Paris together. Bucket hats on bucket hats.
Rich Paul, same agent.
Same state, California. He's gonna go. He's gonna drive right down south. He's gonna go to the Lakers, I think.
Is he at an age where he can say, well, you want to judge me at 33?
Yeah, I do.
33, 34? You want to judge me? Look at what that wasn't my prime. He may be in a position to just straight up take a money deal versus needing to win. He doesn't need to win anymore, right?
No, he doesn't need to win anymore. But 33 isn't old.
Draymond Green's probably going to the Hall of Fame.
Oh, yeah.
He is. Okay.
So's Dale Davis.
No, he's not. So I've changed my tune on Draymond a little bit depending on what team. Like for the Mavericks, he would be perfect, in my opinion. Draymond, yes, defensively, but the intensity, the toughness, he is a horrible, embarrassing scorer, but he can help run your offense. He makes lightning quick decisions. He is an excellent passer, and he can kind of be like your, Luke Longley your advanced Luke Longley in terms of getting the ball, high post, pass around, cutters, all those things. Is he overrated? Absolutely. Is it best for him to leave the Warriors? Hell no. You better not go and expose yourself. You've had this protection with a cover-up for your entire career. But if you want it to just be about money, if you really think you're that great, which I'm sure he does, then you go to a mediocre situation, try to elevate them. But apparently he thought that he deserved the max. Yahoo Sports reported Draymond may be a little bit ticked off with the Warriors because he believed he deserved the maximum years ago that would have paid him $164 over 5. Career averages, Bobby, of 9, 7, and 5. Triple single, as Charles Barkley famously labeled him.
Dallas is a better basketball team with Draymond Green. Just like salary stripped away, financial considerations stripped away. If you put Draymond Green on this basketball team, they're better. And I mean, I know
they were better with Dorian Finney-Smith.
Yeah, look, I mean, he's 30. He's going to be 33 next year. I still think, like you say, Sean, he's a good passer. He's somebody who is a high IQ basketball player. He'll rebound. He'll play good defense. That's all great stuff. But when you talk about potentially locking in for 5 years at $32 million a year or whatever it is, that's a big ask.
We immediately become the most hated team in the league from an officiating standpoint. The most hated, and it's not even close.
Marcus Morris is upset too. We should just go acquire Marcus Morris, pair him with Draymond Green. We can really be the most hated team.
All right, Choppy, you can pick. Chris Paul backstabbed the Zion report. He will not be on the Pelicans come Thursday night, or Ja Morant.
Let's go with Ja Morant.
Okay, Tim McMahon said during the Hoops Collective podcast, which I've been falling asleep to every day for the nap, the Hoops Collective podcast. I went from the GM Shuffle to Brian Windhorst and Tim McMahon. Brian, can you speak up a little bit? I can't hear you. Then I got to turn up the Alexa. Then loud-ass Tim bumps in. He comes in, and then it messes up my nap and my sleep. So yesterday, Tim McMahon said, I have heard indirectly that Ja and people close to him, formerly close to him, have this feeling that the NBA is out to get him. The media is out to get him. And I'm just saying, are you damn stupid? Why? Do you not think the NBA desperately wants this ridiculously entertaining young American superstar to succeed? Ja being awesome and fun as hell to watch is great for the league. They desperately want him on the court, but I have heard he thinks and his people think the league is out to get him. Oh, man, this is a bad sign.
Oh, yeah.
For the Grizzlies.
Oh, yeah.
Really bad.
He has not learned, no accountability.
No.
I did nothing wrong.
None.
Nothing wrong.
Memphis Gen Z.
Go look at some of the other punishments that the other leagues have thrown out there. He has it easy. Adam Silver is a player's guy. He ain't going to suspend somebody for a whole year like that. Maybe strike 3 he might. Maybe he might then. But, when dudes miss 20 games anyway, just for rest, missing 25 ain't the end of the world. It ain't the end of the world, man.
No.
The gun wasn't mine.
David Stern would have gotten him more.
Yeah.
He would have gotten him more. Here's what, JJ Redick and everyone else who's like, oh, it's not illegal to own a gun. You have to abide by your company's image. You have to represent your company in a way that they see fit. Get it through your head, JJ. Get it through your head, Ja. You have to represent them. It's a personal conduct clause. You are an employee of ours. You wear our label. And we don't want you giving young kids the impression that they should just be going around flashing guns. You can have it for protection, Second Amendment rights, all that stuff. It's not that hard to figure out. It's just people don't want rules applied to them, and people don't have accountability. This is scary that this is coming out after the second suspension, that he still feels like a victim. How long do you think it's going to take to set in for him possibly to say, man, Well,
he didn't think he did anything wrong. That's the thing. If he doesn't think he did anything wrong, then it won't set in. And from his standpoint, I did nothing illegal. I had a toy gun. From his standpoint,
I was lighting candles.
He did nothing wrong. That's what he, from his standpoint. And look, in a vacuum, having a gun in your vehicle is not illegal.
Right.
My buddy's got guns. He'll send me a video of him just driving around. He's got his rifle just on his lap, driving around like in the country. Like, that's not illegal.
Does it make him feel tough?
No, I don't think so. He's just doing it as a joke.
No.
But like, it's not illegal, but it's also like if you're an NBA superstar, it's not the image the league wants to project.
Plenty of stuff that's not illegal that if we said it on these airwaves, we'd lose our jobs. Like, I mean, and that, because it's the company has set certain standards and says, this is what you can do, or this is what's allowed. You can't, reflect poorly on us. He is the number one seed on dumbass athletes right now, John Morant is. This feels very, in a different way, obviously, because Johnny's stuff where it was dealing with different problems, but it feels very Johnny Manziel-like in terms of just the spiral and the refusal to accept any responsibility.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what he does next. I can't wait to see the stupidity that he does next. Not harming himself or anything, but does he post? I want to know the odds on him posting another video.
Oh!
Or a picture. I want to know the odds of a third incident happening in the offseason or something else. Because now people are going to go digging in their archives on their phones to be like, did I ever have him? Why was I ever hanging out?
Yeah.
Was there ever something? And we're going to get a Tunsil situation.
Hey, TMZ, I got something for you.
Exactly. Exactly. And it won't matter whether it's current or not.
Yep.
It'll blow up. And I can't wait to see what's next because I have nothing but faith that he'll be a dumbass again. 877-881-1053 to hit us up here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. The Rangers get the win, but they get a humongous hot dog loss as well. We'll update it on the home of the Rangers. And why is the armpit, a former Cowboy, taking shots at Dak Prescott? Next. But first, let me hook.
state-of-the-art weight loss, that's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
1-1. Jonah swings, shoots one through the right side into right field, a base hit. 1 run scores. Garcia rounds third. He comes so the throw is up the line. Garcia scores standing up. A 2-run single for Jonah Heim, and the Rangers get some cushion as their lead improves to 5-2.
Clutch 2-out hit, and Jonah Heim leads all catchers in runs batted in on the season. He's got 51. Josh Young with 3 hits almost beheaded a pitcher, and Spores and the fresh pitch end up closing it out. The Rangers get the 5-2 win in Chicago right here on your home for Rangers baseball. What was that stat they just showed on TV?
So the White Sox had a lefty start yesterday, more of an opener really than anything. That was the first start by a left-handed pitcher in 191 straight games. So that's a year and a month.
What?
Yeah.
How is that possible?
I mean, they don't have any lefties in their starting rotation.
Well, thanks, Sean.
It's pretty simple.
Appreciate that.
They don't have any.
Thanks, Magic.
Yeah, thanks, Magic.
No, it's just, I don't have an answer for the question. It's just they don't have any lefties. We've seen teams just go basically, all one side. We've seen that. But every now and then you would have an injury. You'd call somebody up for a spot start, and that would eliminate the streak. And they obviously haven't had that. Or the guys they've had do spot starts have been right-handed pitchers. It's crazy.
Bobby, is there a way you can research that?
I'm looking for it now. I'm trying to figure out why this is the case.
Where
would you find that?
How common it is, or what the longest consecutive streak has been, either with righties or lefties in the bigs. Because if you go into a season and you're like, yeah, we don't have any lefties in the rotation, I would think people would think that that's a problem. I would think that people would think that that is an issue. We thought that the Rangers bullpen was an issue, and man, Josh Spores, that was freaking incredible what he did. That was nasty. That was filthy. So Grandal and Berger were up with the Rangers up 3-1, and Spores strikes out Grandal, has the nasty stuff to get out of a situation. I'm sorry, the score wasn't 3-1. Spores was down in the count 3-1 with the bases loaded, and he got out of it. And then Will Smith, that's the first 2 on with no outs, and he gets out of that as well. So there was some danger for the Rangers bullpen, but Spores has been a stud. GM Chris Young was on yesterday with the G-Bag Nation, and he was asked about the current state of the pen.
Yeah, a little bit. And, we hit a rough patch there in early May for about 3 weeks with the bullpen. It felt like everybody got cold at once, and the group has come out of it very, very well. For the past few weeks, they've thrown the ball great, and we do not win yesterday's game without our bullpen. The job that John King did coming in and keeping that game where it was and allowing our offense the chance to come back and score, and then Grant Anderson continuing it, Leclerc. These guys did a tremendous job, and it's a team effort, it's a team game, and our bullpen picked us up yesterday. Our starting pitching has been so solid. John Gray's been phenomenal. He was coming off a little bit of a blister, didn't have the normal routine and work over the last 10 days while he nursed the blister. It showed he wasn't as sharp as normal, but this is what good teams do. They pick each other up. The offense picked us up, the bullpen picked us up, and we won the game, won the series because of it. And it was really great to see, and like I said, I think it's momentum building, and hopefully we'll see that tonight in Chicago.
And you did see it last night. You also saw Andrew Heaney go 5 2/3, gave up 5 hits, 2 earned, no walks, 6 strikeouts. They did have the back-to-back homers when they got back in the game. So the Rangers win Game 2 tonight, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch to try to keep it going right here on the Fan. They're up 5 games in the West, and the Astros got smoked by the New York Mets 11-1 last night, which we will always take. But something pretty disturbing was flashed on the TV. They're doing these player profiles on Bally, and Leody Taveras had his come up. Favorite dance music? Merengue, RJ Choppy.
And do the cha-cha.
Favorite city?
Be a star, Tony.
Very fitting, Chicago. And And then they asked him, well, since you're in Chicago, what are the hot dog toppings? And he replied with mayonnaise and lettuce.
Straight to jail.
I've never seen that combo.
Lettuce I can deal with.
You've had lettuce on a hot dog?
Sure. Oh, yeah.
I've never seen it, never heard of it.
Nope.
I've seen, like shredded lettuce things. Yeah.
Chicago dogs, I think, have lettuce, or maybe they're just tomatoes and like peppers. But
they got pickles.
Never seen lettuce on a Chicago dog either. You got
Yeah, I don't think I
you
have.
got peppers, you got tomatoes,
Onions.
you got a pickle, you got
Ugh.
onions, you got some mustard. Excellent, like Chicago dogs. Feels very refreshing, like you're eating a salad.
They look gross.
Well,
Chicago dog?
Yeah.
They
It's
look
like
gross.
a food
They're not.
processor vomited
Yeah,
on a hot dog.
It does. It's a lot of crap that's just thrown on there, but it actually tastes quite refreshing. So that's good. That's a good way to put it. And hot dogs are not refreshing at all.
yeah,
But that is. This is weird because mayo.
relish.
Yeah, I like to bottle up the person that made relish and just shoot them. I don't like relish.
Wow.
I
Very
don't-
aggressive.
Yeah, very
Jaw.
aggressive. Very aggressive. But I don't get the mayo on a hot dog. That is grounds for being DFA'd, if you ask me. You can't have somebody with weird food habits like
Some
that.
of the Tolos on Facebook, LeVar Parrish, does he mean hamburger? Landon with a Gavin Dawson shot at me. That's like putting PB&J on wings. Well done. Caleb, trade him. Kevin, don't sleep on mayo on hot dogs. Brendan, if it's not mustard only or chili and cheese, forget sleeping. I'm snoring on it. Mayo on anything is a no-no from Don. Ryan Deason agrees. Let's see. If you haven't had those Latino dogs with mayo and other trimmings, you're missing out. Don't sleep, Sharif. Mayo is a thing. It's good AF. Chopped cabbage is being thrown on here. Maybe he thought it was a bologna sandwich. Mayo, yes. Lettuce, no. So there you go. Those are some of the Facebook responses.
I don't get it. I don't. A lot of people are saying on the Trek.com text line too. Mayo delicious on a dog. Mayo always goes on a hot dog. Mayo on a chili dog is fire.
Look,
Mayonnaise
to me, you
is pretty good.
To me, you can justify mayo on almost anything. People marinate their, turkeys. They smoke turkeys with mayo slathered on
Oh,
it
no.
underneath. You could justify it. I mean, it's not going to be bad on anything, but the line is drawn for mayonnaise with people.
Can you justify this much mayo on a hot dog?
Oh, God, I was through my mouth.
So this is the image that's on Wikipedia because I was just Googling like mayo on a hot dog to see if this is a common thing. So have you ever heard of a completo?
No.
So this is called a completo, and it's something that's popular in apparently Chile, and so it's ingredients such as chopped tomatoes, avocados, mayonnaise, sauerkraut, salsa, pepper, and green sauce.
You messy.
And so I don't know. I guess if this is eaten in Latin American countries, and he's from the Dominican, he's from Dominican Republic, so I guess he could. Maybe it's eaten there.
Could be a culture thing.
So having you even eat a Chicago dog, Bobby, would be torture.
I would get sick.
No, you wouldn't. You'd be fine.
I would.
What things?
get sick.
What things on there could you leave?
Could
you
the
leave
hot dog.
The hot dog for sure.
The pickle,
Nope.
onions,
Sure.
mustard,
Yep.
relish,
Nope.
the tomato slices.
Nope.
They're very big slices. I don't know if I
They're
like
giant.
that. No tomato slices.
No.
What do you eat in your salads?
Usually it's lettuce, onions. Maybe I'll put like black beans in there or something like that.
Cucumbers,
Cucumbers and croutons.
Cheese.
dressing.
No, I don't put cheese in salads.
No cheese.
No.
No eggs?
Ranch. No eggs in salad either. no.
Mushrooms.
No. Oh my gosh. What is wrong?
So
with
you just don't like
do nothing.
tomatoes.
You like nothing.
I don't like tomatoes. I don't like pickles. I am probably pretty close to Hagee in terms of
Yeah.
pickiness.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
All right. What's up with this little comparison that got put out there? Noah Brown, who spent 6 seasons here playing with Dak Prescott. How many seasons was it, Jerry? He was asked about C.J. Stroud. Does C.J. Stroud, man, this media, they really are evil. They knew what they were doing. Does C.J. Stroud match or even exceed Dak Prescott in Houston? They're both great quarterbacks, great arm talent, Noah said. That's a great class to be in. I think he has all the potential to live up to that, maybe even surpass it. So, I'm rooting for C.J., and I'm willing to have his back on anything. So there is the headline. CJ Stroud can be just as good, if not better, than number 4.
What would it be? His 5th year? 6th?
I find this to be very offensive.
Of course you do.
That it's a story because CJ Stroud absolutely has the capacity to be better than Dak. Like he's a top 3 pick.
Second overall versus the 4th rounder.
There were people talking about how he could have been the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. Like I think if CJ Stroud's, and other people would probably disagree, but if CJ Stroud's career, like his ability gets to be where Dak's ability is when Dak's at his best, like that's what you'd spend a top 10 pick on at quarterback, is that kind of production at quarterback. And so I don't think that that's an awful comparison at all. Now I will give the Houston media a little break in that asking this question last week, he had said that the leadership traits were very similar to Dak, he felt like. And so I'm guessing somebody came back and asked him, hey, you talked about the leadership last week. What about them as players? And so I would guess that's why Noah Brown talked about it. But I don't think this is an offensive thing. If you're going to tell me, hey, CJ Stroud isn't capable of reaching Dak's potential, then I'd be like, why did you draft him at the top of the first round then?
Right. And there's there's a threshold, when you draft somebody, it's, what would you consider a success, a hit at the position?
Right.
Is Jay Cutler a hit?
No.
He started for 10 years. Is Cam Newton a hit? He only had 9 years with his original team, and only 2 of those he had a positive EPA CPOE. Was that a hit? A lot of people would say yes. He won the MVP, went to a Super Bowl. Some would say no. Like, if I'm drafted a quarterback number 1, do I want 2 contracts out of him? What's my goal? What's my litmus? Or my threshold, I should say.
What was happening yesterday on this radio station? Lucius and Zach comparing hot dogs, brought us Ping with pants around his ankles, and Bobby Belt making more women clean. The audio of all of it next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing.
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
I don't know what was in the air. Well, humidity, I guess that's having an effect on this radio station as a whole, as Monday audio was just being posted everywhere here from 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt with you. And I guess, Bobby, we'll start with your video that I did not understand of liquid and soda or water all over your floor. I didn't get it. You clearly, I texted in the group chat, I said, you got your prescription filled because you are on one. You are on one for the past 12 hours of bam, audio and intros and da-da-da. And a lot of it is good. A lot of us benefit from it, all the extra hard work. But, man, I can tell that the pills are in.
Yeah. So I got it over the weekend.
Well,
I had yesterday, Laura, the youngest, kept bugging me for a Zevia because we just bought new Zevias. It's the soda friendly sodas that we have. And she keeps asking for them, and we had bought a 12 pack, but I hadn't put them in the fridge. I was like, I'm sending my prep email. I'm getting stuff ready. You got to wait. I'll put one up there for you later. And she came up and asked me again. I was like, all right, go. I will put one in the freezer for 20 minutes so it'll be cold. Give me a sec. So I go into the kitchen, and it's not like, one of the great evolutions in the 12 pack was the pop the top and you can just peel back, and then it becomes its own dispenser almost to be able to reach it.
Mm-hmm.
So the Zevia packs didn't have that. You just have to open the back end of the cube. And when I did that, one of the sodas fell, and
So you did it.
yes, I did it. One of the sodas fell and sprayed everywhere. And so as I let go of the box and reached down and pick it up, that jostled the remaining ones, and 3 more rolled out and fell and went pop, 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 and then started spraying the entire
What?
and it emptied 4 cans of soda on the kitchen. There was like puddles. It took about 4 or 5 towels to wipe everything up. And it looked like a murder scene. There was spatter on the walls and on the refrigerator. Kristen was like, one of her tennis shoes was at the end of the kitchen. And she's like, it's soaking wet. Like, I can't. She's like, I'm going to have to wash this or maybe get rid of it. And so.
Wow.
And
I've never heard of that. Like 4 cans
All at
combusting
once?
all at once.
Yep. And so, I knew she was on her way home, and I was like, she will freak out if she sees this. And so I was in the middle of cleaning it up when she got home.
So you did housework
Daddy
and
does
work.
work and you just do housework.
That's right.
Okay, but you posted a follow-up of your daughter cleaning it.
No, that was not my daughter. That was Kristen.
Oh.
This is Kristen right here.
Oh.
Because Peyton had said.
Was that pre or post cereal?
That was actually I posted the cereal thing a couple hours late, to be honest. I just wanted to make sure that I caught you guys up on that.
Couple hours. You posted like 7 o'clock, so
I know.
we're talking 5 now.
5. That's what he's been doing. 4 or 5 p.m.
It was
cereal.
4 yesterday when you texted me, and it took like 15 minutes for me to get back to you. That's why. Anyway, so Peyton was Peyton had replied to the video and was like, "Looks like a big mess your wife is gonna have to clean up." And so I saw that as
such a demeaning thing to do. He took a picture of her on the ground cleaning up the soda.
I had wiped it. I had wiped all of it up. I basically, it's like you talked about with the packing, Sean, where I was doing it and she came in and she was like, move. She's like, she's like, you're just going to wipe it. She's like, you can't just wipe this up and make it dry. You need to wipe it off. And so she was like down there wiping stuff off, and I got Peyton's text. I was like, oh,
Daddy does work and you just do housework.
That's right, Mommy. You do housework. And so I took a picture of it and put it in there. But that's what happened. I had a bunch of exploding soda cans.
Okay, so that explains that. I didn't hear this, but I don't know whether it needs explanation. Zach Wolchuk and Lucius discussing things.
Yeah.
On what, you want to set it up?
I was gonna just give the context a little bit for you if you needed it.
Well, I mean, you interrupted, so go ahead.
So, because he said, I don't know if I need to set this up. So I was trying to make sure we did. They were talking about this research of men who sit down to pee. I think we actually referenced this article a couple weeks ago. I sent it to Eric because I knew Eric would want to do that for Restroom Revelations. So they were talking about men who sit down to pee and a survey, and that's when Zach started divulging a little much.
So what would you guys have signed up on this? If they polled you, would you be an every time sit down peer, a most time, a sometime, a rarely, a don't know, or a never?
Never.
Never. I'd
be a never.
I would say a sometime because I've got the 2 and 1ing situation.
Well, okay, if you're just saying
those get awkward too, though.
No, trust me.
Sometimes I gotta lift my. Oh, nice.
Well, I'm not as blessed, Lucius, in that area.
That's what you call it.
I'm Jewish.
So you get turned down.
So we didn't get the gene. But
no.
You know, if you don't aim, if you don't aim, it's going through the crevice. Damn it!
Oh no,
it's quite an admission there from Zachary.
Okay, so my questions here have to do with Zach. I thought that he was is this in the offensive category? Like, if you had said this to Zach, where does he stand on the Jewish jokes?
Oh, I think he's good.
Now, clearly this is a case of he can say it, but where does he stand on getting offended over the Jewish jokes?
Good question. I have not.
Bobby knows.
I have not tested I'll test him in Oxford.
I'm Jewish.
No. So, for instance, yesterday,
what joke you gonna test him with, Choppy?
I mean,
don't answer it.
I'll say it to him.
Don't answer.
Like, I texted him yesterday. I was like, "Hey, why didn't you confront Holland for being a bigot on Wednesday since he was wearing Yeezys?" And he thought that was funny.
Okay.
And so he can joke around with it. But
he did get worked up over something.
We were drinking over at the pool, and I don't even remember what the joke was. We made some reference, and he leaned. I thought he was serious. He was like, "It's not funny." And then later on, he's like, "I was messing with you. I thought you were."
Was it a broadest kidding?
No, it was a legitimate. I think just leaning into the joke. When Eric interviewed Zach's girl that same night I did, Eric's question for her, which Zach thought was the funniest one, was he said on y'all's first date, did he come over and wear his yarmulke?
He likes to fart in bed.
Yeah, she does. And so but he's pretty good with him. I mean, right there, he very clearly was. As he said, I'm not blessed. We didn't get the gene.
Okay. Feel bad for his pants because if he says he doesn't aim right, it goes through the crevice, which means all over the pants.
Yep.
I thought he meant the crevice of like the toilet.
Yeah. So through between the gap between the seat and the bowl.
Okay.
Flying
Mind
through.
the gap.
Ooh.
Mind the gap.
Yeah. Okay. And then the other urination discussion. Would you like to set this up as well?
Sure, I can.
Go.
This is Broadus then had discussed. I have never seen this in public, but I guess Brian has. And so Brian took this research and really wanted to drill down on a specific type of urinal participant.
Give me the 13. You got the 13th country?
Yeah, so the country that's doing the least
Give me the
amount
last,
of seeded peeing is going to be Singapore.
Okay, Singapore is also the one that pulls their pants completely to the ground while they're standing at the urinal. That's that.
Those are the dots being connected
Oh,
there?
absolutely, yes.
I would find that interesting if there is a culture.
Have you ever wandered in
Yes.
and seen that?
Yeah, 100%. Yep.
That right there
Yeah, it's
is
always
not
a drunken
that is
thing or a
not-
child.
No, that's not somebody from here.
Grown ass man too
That
has
is
seen it. Seen it on a grown ass
insane.
man.
Yeah, exactly.
Rocking khakis at Target. I was like,
Yes.
damn, look at this fool.
Yeah,
And
the man's got the pants at the ankles.
Really freaks
and
you out.
standing there, like with his shirt kind of halfway up while doing it.
You're seeing a lot more than you bargained for.
Yeah.
This is always the bad one. Now, I've never noticed.
I've never seen this.
I've seen it with a 4-year-old.
Yeah,
a 4-year-old.
with kids,
That's it.
not with adults.
I saw it with an adult, but the adult was clearly not did not have all their mental faculties about them. So I've seen it there, and it's like, okay, whatever. But I don't think I've ever seen it just walking into a store at Target, like Lucius said.
Yeah.
But there are people out there, I'm sure.
PP, I'm Pepe. Have you seen it?
Oh, what did you do? PP Pepe? That's a nickname we do not need to say on this.
But I've never seen this is easily though. This is a bet payoff.
Oh my God! Is this what y'all were talking about on the text?
Yes.
This is the next bet payoff.
You got to do it here, though.
No,
You can't take it outside.
You have to do it
you want
at
that
a fan event in front of all the Tolos.
You trust them?
What?
You trust them to not take a picture? I mean, because that'll
That's
ruin your
the
life.
point.
No, that's the point. You would get a
You
picture
want
to this.
that.
Probably
Yeah.
a tremendous.
But you've got to
violation.
do it though. Pants all the way down, and you've got to put your arms on your head, surrender Cobra style, and you got to stick it out and just. No hands.
When in doubt, stick
you
it
gotta do
out.
it Waka Flocka style. No
Wow.
hands.
The next bet payoff to pee with the pants down at the ankle.
That's it.
Like a 4-year-old. Have you ever seen? I've never seen this.
I've seen it at Lifetime, but that's because people already walk around naked, so they just go to the restroom.
On Lifetime?
In Lifetime, like the locker room.
Oh.
Yeah, he goes.
Oh,
by the way,
I was
Lifetime
like,
Fitness. Yeah.
I was like, oh, the National Geographic? Like Naked and Afraid. You've seen it there?
Yeah.
man, you better shave your butt before you go to that fan event. Whoever loses that bet. Of course, Peyton goes to Lifetime. Holy cow.
What does that mean?
We were looking into a membership. It's a gym.
Yeah.
Guess how much it costs a month for two?
$80.
$260 a month for
You
the two of us.
got to get the family plan.
That is the family plan. It's two of us.
No, it's like they cap you out at 4, and then anything over is like just added.
Oh well, yeah, just get 4 people.
Wow, $260.
I'm paying $9 a month now.
Is it packed in there?
I mean, I've had the membership for a couple years, but yeah, it's usually pretty packed.
That wasn't my highlight of G-Bag. It was the shirt that Broadus' father was wearing for the annual Broadus family photo. Did you see this?
I did not see this.
Go look at it. Go look at his Twitter account. Carter did a phenomenal job.
Oh, I did see that.
Of being like a TNT producer. So it's Broadus, his great son Bennett, and then Brian's father sitting in the chair with his Dallas Cowboys shirt. And I didn't want to say anything, but Chia Follow did. They got this poor man looking so freaking disheveled. This shirt is 4 times too big, and his left hand is not sticking out of the shirt. I thought he was possibly missing some fingers.
Is he missing a hand?
He's not missing a hand. I listened to G-Bag yesterday, and Carter threw in the middle of the discussion on the fan cam a Captain Hook on there.
Oh, no.
And he's got the Captain Hook on there, but man, Broadus making his pops look real sloppy and oversized. There it is. There's the shirt.
Yep.
So I was like, damn, did something happen to his left hand? Does he need to cover his skin? Does he have some type of sun ailment? I don't know, but damn, bro, pull his sleeve up, Brian. My Lord.
Poor guy.
He looks like me going to my brother's wedding.
That's right. Well, that's what I was laughing at the most. And then Carter just started putting different things on the left sleeve as it's up on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. There it is.
And that chair, he can't be comfortable in that chair. That's not a relaxing chair.
No.
It's a very uncomfortable chair.
So that was just that's not even everything that happened on the radio station. Bassick was getting irritated at Corey for not paying off my Ja Morant bet. But we just got a lot more to get to here with a Tolo Tuesday, including a Post Malone ticket giveaway. The Mavs are not going to keep their pick Thursday, so just forget about scouting players. That, according to one insider, and Chris Paul got stabbed in the back by Isaiah Thomas Sr. Headlines to get you ready for your day next.
But let's get you over.
our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Woo, the NBA rumors are juicy. Time for headlines on a Tolo Tuesday, and we're going to hook you up with Post Malone tickets during the Expressway at 7:20. We're going to be commercial-free here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. Mark Stein right now says you can count out the Phoenix Suns, obviously, for Kyrie Irving, and right now it appears like it's a one-horse race. It's the Dallas Mavericks. Now, there was that Houston rumor we brought up a few weeks ago, but the Suns eliminate themselves after trading for Bradley Beal. So if you want Kyrie back on the Mavericks, we are in the driver's seat.
Driver's seat, baby. Let's get him back. Now, there's going to be other competition, I'm sure, that creeps up, that pops up out of nowhere. Kyrie you cannot predict anything he does.
Nope.
Anything he does. You can't predict it. So, we'll see what he winds up doing. But, yeah, it's good news. Considering where everybody is and where everything could have been, this time a couple of weeks ago, where Kyrie was going to go.
Meanwhile, Bleacher Report's Jake Fisher, who violently rejected Peyton's request to come on, went on Kevin Gray's podcast instead, and KG asked him, what are the Mavs going to do with pick 10 on Thursday?
As we sit here today, a few days away from the NBA draft, what do you believe the Mavericks are going to do based on what we know now, the information that we have, and what they're trying to do with this pick and the amount of different things that they could do with it? What is your feeling telling you right now?
Yeah, they're going to trade it. If Dallas is picking at 10, I will be absolutely floored. I don't know if it's just going to be for a straight, we're trading 10 for this player, if they're moving down, if there's a little other, shuffling with it, but they're going to trade this pick. I think there's just so much opportunity for movement. They're at a pretty prime position, I think, in order to get something of value back, whether it is something like that Atlanta thing or something with Utah, what have you. So I would take it to the bank that Dallas is going to move this selection.
Take it to the bank. It's getting moved.
All right, so that means they're not going to move the selection. They're going to keep the pick, and they're going to draft somebody at 10.
Jake Fisher has had some misses.
He's over for the Mavericks.
Misses? What do you mean? He called Goran Dragic ending up with the Mavericks. He called Jalen Brunson re-signing with the Mavericks. He called last summer saying the Mavs had no interest in trading for Kyrie Irving.
Now, all that is true, but we should not also come off as bitter that we couldn't get him and he went on with KG. It was a good job by KG getting him on, and he got a good soundbite out of him as well. But, yes, we are bitter and petty. No doubt about it. As we are with every other NBA insider. I hope the NBA folds. So all these insiders.
I mean, I would love that.
Yeah, you would. So all these insiders have no more work. No more work for the insiders who are very, very rude. But
very rude.
Not keeping the
Very
pick. That was the goal. That was the goal when they tanked at the end of the season. Get 10 in order to trade it for some immediate Luka and Kyrie help.
That was the goal, right? And that's we don't know though what the value of the pick is in terms of a player. Like, what kind of player can you get back for number 10? Or what kind of player can you draft at number 10? Those are the questions that we got to ask. The NBA is going to tell you what 10 is worth. Is 10 worth more this year in a better draft than in other years, or is it worth the same? That's just the question that's got to be asked.
All right, speaking of Suns fallout, Chris Paul, I guess he had that Michael Strahan, Good Morning America appearance already planned, but he talked to the New York Times, said he was surprised by the trade. He had to find out the news in a text message from his son, and then Chris implied that Isaiah Thomas, Michael Jordan's longtime nemesis, who is good friends with the Suns' new owner, that Isaiah was involved in the decision-making process, and Chris Paul mentioned it a few times. Multiple times. He said, Matt and Isaiah, I guess, just wanted to go in a different direction. So here's old Zeke. Maybe up to something behind the scenes, but the Suns owner, another person taking some NBA advice apparently from Isaiah Thomas.
First of all, how many organizations is Isaiah Thomas going to ruin?
Right.
All right, that's the first one. And the second one is, would any of us put it past Isaiah Thomas? Any of us?
Yeah, like, why would he do this?
Right. Because he doesn't want Chris Paul to leapfrog him in the all-time point guard discussion. And getting a ring may not do it, but in some people's mind it might. He's already been forgotten about. He's already irrelevant. Michael Jordan made him that way by leaving him off the dream team and all that stuff, or the freezing him out of the All-Star game, or all that. So I think this is just ego. This is ego, Isaiah Thomas. Let's find a way to ship Chris Paul somewhere else. That's all this is. Because there was, he has ruined organization to organization.
We've ruined the whole CBA. The New York Knicks, there was sexual harassment stories. Was he with Toronto? Did he have a Raptors tie?
Something to do with it.
He was with the Knicks, and wasn't he with the Pacers at one point too?
So Isaiah Thomas was trending all day long for what he apparently did with the Chris Paul trade. So that's where we stand on that. All right, there is a report that it's not really a report. Bill Simmons is
the GOAT
saying Zion is not going to be on the Pelicans come Thursday night. He is not going to be on that team. Bobby Marks, though, from ESPN, consistent guest of the G-Bag Nation, also says no to Peyton or doesn't respond. He says he'd be hesitant to trade Zion even with all this drama.
Yeah, I'm not ready to kind of walk away from Zion Williamson, even if it's for the number 2 or number 3 pick here. I know we can talk about the games played, which is only 114 games, but when he is healthy, he is one of those players that you can build a franchise around here. And I'm willing to give it another year here, Greeny. And the contract doesn't scare me at all because it's such laden with whether it be games played or injury protection or weight clauses in here that if he does get hurt again, it's not like you're stuck with, $180 million plus of this salary here. So for me, even if 2 or 3 does become available at the end of the week, I'm still hesitant to move off him.
All right, so you got to ask yourself, if you're the Pelicans, what's going to make me better? Zion reaching his potential or the number 2 or number 3 pick? And what's more likely to happen?
Right.
And you don't know that one either. Zion can actually play in the league. You know that.
Look, here's the things. Bobby Marks can't answer these questions. None of us can except for the Pelicans. Is Zion Williamson a jerk? Is Zion Williamson lazy? Is Zion Williamson completely entitled? Does Zion show you the effort and the work ethic to be great? They should have the answers to many of those questions. Do you think Zion Williamson is a quitter? Did he leave his team to hang out to dry at the end of that run last year? I think he did. Is Zion a dummy? Does he have a consistent history? Is he eventually going to get in trouble like he's doing with one of these women? There's going to be 10 or 15 more. They should have all those answers about his character. And if over half of those answers are yes, you need to trade him. Get off of the contract and go try to reset it with Scoot Henderson, who Brian Windhorst said it is extraordinary the amount of love the Pelicans are telling people about Scoot Henderson. So much so that Windhorst is wondering if it's a misdirection. Yeah. That it's so out there that they're in love with Scoot, who they would draft if they pulled off a Zion deal. But look, there may be maybe no Zion deal because Charlotte doesn't want Zion. They apparently want Brandon Ingram. So that's where we stand with that. Fascinating.
I would still, if the price was right, I'd still welcome him here in Dallas. I'd take the gamble on him here in Dallas.
Stop saying that.
I would.
It's like irritating that you're saying that because
why?
There is no price that we can offer. That's like me saying, "Oh, that Ferrari down there. Yeah, if it was $10, I'll drive it. Yeah, I'd take the Ferrari if it was $15 deal." Yeah, we take Zion because you have to give up nothing.
Well,
give me the trade.
I don't know what the trade would be.
Exactly. You don't know what the trade
Here's the thing.
Because there is no trade.
Well, no, because what you're looking at is you want to talk about damaged goods. The only risk that you would have here still, obviously, is the fact that you take Luka's conditioning and you take Kyrie's off-the-court drama and you put them together, and now you get Zion Williamson. And so there's drama involved there, and people have shown if there's drama, teams want out of it. If there's drama and there's issues staying healthy, and if you've got the 10th pick and you can help give them something to package to get up and get Scoot Henderson.
I mean, look, that's fair.
Give me a deal. Fine, I'm in. Because we know that the Mavs have a ceiling probably with Luka and Kyrie. So we need something to put them over the top. But what we have is not equivalent to the number 2 pick in the draft.
No, it's not. And
That's
look,
the cost that has been out there.
You know, guys, as they mature, let's just say a lot of those things are true about Zion. As they get older, a lot of people will shed some of those bad habits.
Hopefully weight, too.
Some of the weight. Now, that may be hard. That may be the hardest thing to shed as you get older. But some people get, their work ethic improves. Their sense of urgency within their career improves. A lot of those things can happen. And that's just the question. Like, if you're the Pelicans, Zion could be a star. He could play at the highest level or one of the highest levels of this league.
Yes.
Is it worth it to wait?
Rangers, game 1 against the White Sox yesterday right here on the Fan.
And a swing and a line drive out into left center field. Bat falls for the base hit. It gets by Benintendi and goes all the way to the wall. Young sees that, hits the bag hard at third. He's being waved home. He'll score without a throw. Adolis is at second with an RBI double, and the Rangers lead 1-0.
5-2 win over the White Sox. Astros lose 11-1. It's a 5-game lead in the American League West for the good guys.
Yeah, and Haney had a really nice start. Outside of about a 3-pitch sequence.
I still thought that first home run was foul. I was like, is that fair?
It was close. The second one, there was no doubt.
My Lord.
That was a missile.
Bomb.
They've got some big guys, that team, man. But there is no team that has disappointed more with their names and their stars. Robert, Jimenez. I mean, these guys are big, big names.
Robert is a disappointment.
Clint Frazier was a big prospect. Benintendi was a good player and just a little bit older. They've got nobody is disappointed like the White Sox have.
Will Smith ran into trouble, got himself in trouble, but got out of it. Sandler tweeted last 15 games, 16 innings pitched, 9 for 9 with save opportunities, a 2.25 ERA, a .63 WHIP, batting average against is 130, on base percentage is 175, OPS is 416. So the fresh pitch combining with Josh Spores last night to close it out for the Rangers, and RJ Choppy is getting ready for some of this today.
1-2. Got one to hit. He puts it into left field. Corona did not get a good jump, but he's winding in, and he will score. RBI for Bennett Lee. It's 3-2 Wake Forest.
That was the call on ESPN from our guy Carl Ravitch. I think he got the teams right this time.
He got the teams right. How about that? But so Wake Forest cover by beats LSU 3-2. They advance. Tennessee beats Stanford 6-4. LSU, Tennessee tonight. Cannot wait. Go Vols.
Now, were you yesterday texting about Tennessee, Peyton? Being completely impressed?
You were texting about the
guy that missed the outfield, the outfielder that missed the fly ball because he didn't have his sunglasses on his head.
I thought you were just saying it's boys amongst kids, men amongst boys.
that's the Jello shot challenge.
Oh, that's for the Jello shots.
Yeah, that's the Jello shot challenge where LSU is running away with this thing. So the record was set by Ole Miss last year, 18,777. That was over like a 10-day period. LSU has already beat it. These are men amongst boys. LSU has 21,000 Jello shots. 21,000. The next highest is Wake Forest at 5.
Let's focus. 5,000. 5,000.
Yeah.
Let's focus on the D-line in today's Love the Star on your home of America's team. My favorite segment of the week, Ask Reddit, and a Post Malone ticket giveaway during the Expressway. We're commercial free right after this.
It's time for the hard-hitting analysis you won't find anywhere else. Here's Bobby Belt.
10, 5, victory! Cowboys win!
This is Love of the Star.
Thank you, voiceover guy. I'm going to do the whole segment like this, and Sean loves it.
Fix it if you don't like it. Come up with
there we go.
The rule for this show is if you don't like it, fix it. Otherwise, stop bitching.
Fix it, Felix. Okay, we are doing roster inventory. We are done with the offensive side of the ball. We touched on everything over these last 3 days with the offense. So now we jump over to the defensive side and the defensive line. And this is going to be a little muddied as it has been the last couple of years. It doesn't defensive line feel like the position every year that we get to camp where it's like they're going to keep 10 and they have 13 guys that they like.
It is totally muddy where I'm like, okay, maybe they should go out and get this name and that, but I forget about a Dorrance Armstrong. I forget about a Sam Williams. Like I always forget about Fowler. There's a lot of like forgettable guys when you're thinking of big names, but production last year with their sack totals.
Yeah.
The defensive sack totals.
So,
and you got to include, are we including Micah Parsons in the D-line discussion?
So I think that's the thing is that I think when we're counting defensive linemen up, if I say they're going to carry 8 defensive linemen, which would be low, they've carried on the low end over the last decade, they've carried 8. On the high end, they've carried 11.
I can't do radio next to this guy. It's like you sound like a hog. These noises that you are making.
Sorry, man. I got some snot.
Non-stop.
It's getting better, though.
You should just keep the mic on. It's getting worse. It's getting much
breaking
worse.
Breaking up.
Keep the mic on for these pig noises that you're making.
No, man. The problem is I'm swallowing so much snot right now, Bobby. I'm getting sick. I'm getting nauseous. I think it's nauseated, actually. I don't think you actually get nauseous. You get nauseated.
Yeah, nauseous is not a word.
Nauseous is a word, but it's the cause of nausea.
No one's dying.
Nauseous isn't a word.
It's a word. It's not that you don't
say I'm nauseous is not correct.
I'm nauseated.
Really?
You're not nauseous. Yeah, it's incorrect.
You're telling me that's not so that
I don't think it's even a word, Chop.
Nauseous?
Nausea is
nauseated is what you get. You get nauseated.
Nausea is a word. Nauseous is not. I don't believe.
I think nauseous is the cause of nausea.
Dictionary.com has nauseous up here.
Yeah, it's a word.
The smell was nauseous, a rancid odor that makes him nauseous.
Oh.
You're an idiot. Yeah. How could you not know that?
Nauseous is not. No, that's what I'm saying. I wasn't even sure if it was a word. It's definitely not correct to say I'm nauseous.
I'm nauseated. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I'm just saying. Anyway,
I mean, you didn't win that debate.
I win everything.
You said it's not a word.
Apology accepted, Sean. So when you look at the defensive line, they keep between 8 and 11, somewhere like that. 11 is usually the very high end when they can't cut anything else. 8 is when they're trying to trim things. I would guess they're going to finish around 9. Just looking at what the roster makeup looks like right now, and you got to remember you got to include Micah in it, like not in the defensive line numbers, but when you're counting it up, look, if they're carrying 8 defensive linemen, they're really carrying 9 because you've got Micah, or they're carrying 10 because they've got Micah and he's going to be involved in that. So as it stands right now, they have 14 defensive linemen. And so they would need to cut probably about 5. Some of these are going to be really easy. So right off the bat in the defensive end group, the undrafted free agents, Tyrus Wheat from Mississippi State, Darrell Johnson from Liberty, I think they're cut. I think they like Darrell Johnson a lot from Liberty. I just think that he's going to end up on practice squad. They like as a hybrid player, the linebacker, edge rusher type of player that Mike is. They like Isaiah Land from Florida A&M. Another guy that's probably going to get released just because they've got a numbers game here. Isaac Alarcon, sorry.
But he likes cake.
I know he does. And look, they're trying to flip him from offensive line to defensive line. Maybe he's on the practice squad, whatever. But the Cowboys can't have their cake and eat it too.
Wow.
Thank you. All right.
Otherwise, they'd be nauseous.
Exactly. So don't do that. That sounds like you can't start your car every time you laugh.
Go to the doctor today again. And they're going to look at me like, there's nothing we can do for you. That's what they're going to tell me. That's what they're going to tell me. The same thing they told me last week. Well, we can't do anything for a cough.
I thought they gave you a steroid.
And it obviously worked. Maybe they gave me the
next day or two. You told me the next day, you're like, oh, this is.
I felt great.
180.
I felt great.
180 improvement.
I figured that the snot, the whatever's in my lungs, it's not even my lungs. Your lungs are clear. So it's got to be like in my throat, my chest. I don't know what it is.
It's probably because Sarah's burning up your lungs, making you walk 80 yards per trip moving out of the apartment.
There, take that amoxicillin.
You've had this the whole time?
What is that?
I mean, it's only like a half a run of amoxicillin, though. It's antibiotics.
Okay.
Let's see the date on this.
It was last month. It was from last month.
There you go.
All right, so that leaves 4 defensive ends that after you've cut Darrell Johnson, Tyrus Wheat, Isaac Alarcon, that leaves Dorrance Armstrong, Dante Fowler, DeMarcus Lawrence, Sam Williams. Sounds about right? That sounds like the defensive end group. You look at
I was just looking at Chopper to see how he's going to get out of taking this pill. He's going to ultimately reject it.
I don't think he should take it. I was more
I'm not taking
throwing it to him for the
else's Mox.
aesthetic.
Although this is
a Mox. Nobody calls
it.
It's
a good milligram. I'll probably just go get my own. Hopefully.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Hopefully, so we don't have to hear your, 93 Accord struggling to start. Okay, so on the interior of the defensive line,
give me those names one more time.
On the defensive end group, if you're going to carry 9 players total, roughly, you're probably at end carrying Dorrance Armstrong, Dante Fowler, DeMarcus Lawrence, Sam Williams. I don't think we believe any of those are cut guys.
They're all in.
So they're all in. Where it gets a little trickier is you have between defensive tackles and guys who play end and tackle or hybrids. You have 7 players left, and you're going to need to make 2 cuts. And they're not totally easy, I don't think. So here are the defensive tackles you have on the roster. Tell me if anybody stands out as, yep, that guy's cut for sure. Quentin Bohanna, Neville Gallimore, Jonathan Hankins, Osa Odigizua, Mozzie Smith.
Well, Osa, Hankins, and Mozzie are safe.
Right.
So if I have to cut 2 of those.
And then you've got the hybrids.
Okay.
Junior Fehoko, who they took in the 4th round. Dan Quinn is very excited about. He's going to play end tackle. Yeah. And then Chauncey Golston, who they think very highly of, 3rd round pick from a couple of years ago. I don't think either one of those guys are gone.
Okay, so then Bohanna and Gallimore.
And at that point, you're either looking at you need to carry more than 9, or you're going to have to cut 2 guys that you've invested in the last couple of years. Gallimore specifically might be an easy cut. So last year, it depends on how he looks. He came into the offseason program looking in shape. Last year, he came into camp 20 pounds overweight, and they were not happy with him. Because of the amount of play time he's had, I can't remember the specific provision in the CBA, but we've mentioned it here on the air, that if he makes the 53-man roster, Gallimore is due an extra $1.5 million that they will have to pay out. So that's $1.5 million in more cap allocation, which is not a ton, but still, do the Cowboys say, do we want to write you a $1.5 million check with all the troubles we've had with you when we're already making it? It's been tough to cut guys. I think they like his potential. I think they like him in the locker room. They just want some of his work habits to be better. And Bohanna's a 6th round pick from a couple years ago, but it was somebody who they really wanted to kind of take the mantle and fill up that space. It's somebody that I think they had graded higher than the 6th round when they took him. It's just these have been 2 very disappointing defensive tackles. It's part of the reason why you felt like you had to draft Mozzie Smith is because of that.
And what have they, their investment level in D tackle has been what?
I mean, when you look at it,
mediocre. Like they went and tried to get Dantari Poe, the old offseason of Dantari Poe and Gerald McCoy.
Mm-hmm.
And then what other draft capital / signings?
So I think they have in recent years tried to.
Let's go down these guys.
Okay, so you've got Osa Odigizua, who they picked in the 3rd round.
3rd.
You've got Neville Gallimore, who was picked in the 3rd round.
3rd.
Tristan Hill, who was picked in the 2nd.
Yes.
And somebody that they picked over the safeties. Bohanna was a 6th. I don't know that we would necessarily count that as a big investment. No. Obviously, Mozzie Smith.
Yes.
Junior Fehoko is somebody that they want to play inside and outside.
So basically what they've done is they traded for Hankins and they've invested a couple 3rds. So when we have an feeling about the D tackles, there's a reason why. They have not placed a high emphasis on it. When they trade for Hankins and we all go crazy, it's because they haven't shown a love for D tackle or an importance on it. And when they go and draft Mozzie Smith in round 1, we all, flip out because this is something they don't do. So they've tried to go, in my opinion, on the cheap like this, not necessarily as cheap as safety, but they've tried to go on the cheap with defensive tackle and, you get what you can pay for, right?
When you consider Golston is a guy who plays tackle as well, and in fact, they tried to get to play primarily tackle last year. That means that in the last 5 drafts, they've invested 5 top 85 picks in defensive tackle. I mean, that's a significant investment.
That's a lot.
It is.
And so, and I mean, that's not even including Junior Fehoko, who is their top of their first 4th round pick this year, who's going to kind of do the same thing. So for a position that there's only 2 of them, and a lot of times you're rotating those guys out, and maybe there's only one of them on there because you kick an end inside to rush from tackle, that feels like a lot of investment. That's been a spot where they've been a little disappointing.
I think people feel that if they don't draft it in the first round, they're not really invested in it.
First 2 rounds.
But like, I mean, really the third, I mean, even a 3rd round pick, that's a high investment.
Top 100 pick, I think, needs to be a starter. So if you're a 3rd round, I get 4th rounder. If it, I mean, even still, I think ideally you would want a 4th rounder to be one of those guys. But I at least can understand it a little bit if you end out not getting starter production. They're just rotational. I think a 3rd rounder needs to be a starter. The fact that you drafted 2, and Odigizua, I think, has been a good player. And I think that they believe this is going to be a good year for him. When you look at the free agent market, you know, if they wanted to go get a camp body, which they've done some of that in recent years, they'll get to camp, they'll look at the position, and they'll go sign somebody. So they did that with Malik Hooker at safety a couple years ago. So we're doing our roster inventory, looking at the defensive line here today. And so when you look at free agents available, if they wanted to go out there, here are some of the names. Tell me if these sound familiar to you guys. Shelby Harris. Michael Brockers.
How old is he?
Michael Brockers is 32. Michael Brockers, I think, would like to be here. Michael Brockers, I know his plan eventually one day is he wants to, like, open businesses in Frisco. So he wants to be in this area. I know that. Chris Wormley, Ndamukong Suh, Linval Joseph, Justin Ellis, Carl Davis. I mean, it's not a lot.
I feel good about D tackle now
because of
Mozzie. Like I feel good about the position. You know, you're cutting 2 guys here in right now, Gallimore and Bohanna, but Hankins and Mozzie in the middle. I feel good about that.
So if this is the defensive line grouping, they carry 9 guys, 10 if you include Micah Parsons. The defensive line grouping would be Dorrance Armstrong, Dante Fowler, DeMarcus Lawrence, Sam Williams, Jonathan Hankins, Oso Odigizua, Mozzie Smith, Junior Fehoko, and Chauncey Golston. We feel good?
I like that.
I think that's solid. That's a lot of investment, too, because I think Hankins was a first-round pick. When you look at Hankins as a first-round pick, that means everybody except Dorrance Armstrong and Junior Fehoko, who were 4th-round picks, that means everybody on your defensive line was originally a top 100 pick.
I mean, look, that's definitely investment. There's no way you could say they didn't invest in it. Now, even if they didn't draft those guys themselves, there's no way you could say they didn't invest in that.
Yep. So that's the defensive line. We'll touch on linebackers tomorrow.
All right, let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on. Many of you back out on the roadways. Congrats to the diehards yesterday who won this, but we got it again and throughout the rest of the week.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Post Malone. The music superstar is coming back home to the Metroplex to rock out Dos Equis Pavilion on August 5th. Get information now at livenation.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, we're going to get you an update on all the different draft rumors. Who does Vegas think the Mavs are taking at number 10? I have the answer for you at 8 o'clock right here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. But it's Tuesday. It's Expressway. That means Ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
Thank you, Sean. We are doing Ask Reddit, and so we need your participation on the truckwreck.com fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. All the folks lurking in the Twitch, lurking in the YouTube, you guys be sure to comment here. We'll shout you out some of your answers. So these are some of the questions going viral on Reddit over the past week, and we're going to answer some of them. And we're going to start off with RJ Choppy.
All right.
RJ.
Bobby.
You get $10,000. Maybe this should have led off with Peyton, but he's answering calls right now. You get $10,000 if you make a girl reject you on a date in under a minute.
Oh.
What do you do?
So we're already on the date.
Yeah, you show up for the date and you've got to get her to reject you in under a minute.
Oh, be rude to the server. Easy.
That's
oh my God! If you're rude to the server,
that's a soft answer.
That is the easiest turnoff for a girl is to be rude to a server.
Give the real answer, Chop.
Dude,
Like, you
be
look
rude to her.
You look bigger than your picture.
I mean,
that's the answer.
There's
okay.
way more of a chance that ends. This is $10K on the line. You have to guarantee in less than a minute that it ends. There's a chance it continues and she waits for the second interaction with the server. I know all women say that. Everyone says that. But
okay, so you
$10K.
want her to get up and leave, not just.
If you want $10,000.
Okay, because I was thinking just ruin the date. Like there's no chance.
No, under a minute. You have under a
gotta
minute.
get her to walk out.
Well, I'm giving you $10,000 if you can end the date in under a minute.
Oh yeah, I mean there's
the server. That's
easy.
soft.
When you I mean you either say like Bobby said, you look bigger than your picture, or when you say hi to her, you just grab her butt.
Well, that's assault.
Well,
I don't know.
You asked me to end the date here. We didn't say we were doing everything legal.
Does that post it?
You said end the date.
Is that 10,000 going to cover your bail? I don't know. And that's just what I have to. I think it's easy. It's just you say something like that, like you're bigger than your picture. This is kind of disappointing, or something like that.
Do you think that would end it faster than Broadus's clip of the from the urinals?
Oh, just pull your pants out and pee? What, just pull your pants out and pee right there on the floor in front of her?
Yeah.
I mean, look, if you pee on her foot, then I think that ends the date pretty quick.
But a minute. You know, that may take, she may be stunned. You really, you got to
you might get bladder shy. It might be hard to do it in a minute yourself.
I actually think saying that to her would end it versus the Broadus drop trowel.
Tyler Dement on the YouTube.
Don't get too gross.
It's not that bad, but it's gross to me. You got to pick your nose, examine it, then eat it. I'm not doing that for $10,000.
I am.
Oh, I would for $10,000.
Oh, gosh.
Bobby,
I would-
$10,000
for $10,000.
Your
That's
armpits look like Yoo-hoo.
That's like
you're talking to us about being gross.
So what? That's what? 20 trips to the bar for me? Is it just in order to eat one booger? On the Twitch, Swaggy Booties start talking politics. Arcadia address her looks, Chop. So
Politics, you got a 50-50 chance.
You do. Politics. You know, and it's been suggested, is that, see, 940 just said it on the text. You just say, hey, why don't we go back to my place? Like, you lead with that. Let's go back to my place. Let's skip there. Let's do. Because then, if it's a no and she walks out, you get $10,000. If it's a yes, it's like, all right, well, I lost $10,000, but we cut through everything.
Right.
That's probably the answer.
That's a tremendous win-win. Or you can be like Peyton and sit down and say, just to get it out in the open, you're paying.
Yeah.
I would just say that at the very
separate checks until we're official.
I live with my mom.
And dad.
I live with my mom. No, I think that could last longer. Oh yeah, we're just gonna run down Peyton's life.
Yeah.
I insult my boss in post-show meeting.
I did not.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, you did.
That was not on him. That was not to him though. That was.
I thought about that all day yesterday.
Yeah.
That he said that.
Let's tell people what he said.
Yeah, so he won $75 at WinStar or whatever he mentioned yesterday, and we were joking about it with him at the end of the meeting. He said something to Gavin about more than I make doing Love of the Star.
Yeah.
But Gavin doesn't make that amount. That's not him. That was someone else.
That was Isabella.
Yeah, that was Isabella who makes that.
What if you
amount.
just sat down with like your arm like tied real tight, like you got the Broadus's dad's sleeve on this arm, and then you sit down with this pulled up, and it's like
wrapped,
like
tight rolled,
like a needle.
Oh gosh!
Oh my god, like a rubber band.
You just walk up,
rubber band. Yeah,
fake track marks on there. My gosh.
Oh, that's dark.
All
right. Next one here. And again, you guys can weigh in here during Ask Reddit on the truckwreck.com fan text, the YouTube, or the Twitch. Sean, what's the most insane thing you've put your body through?
Insane thing.
Yeah, did you ever try to like pick up something that's too big for your hands or something?
I think after college, I'm trying to remember the exact time frame. I tried a cabbage soup diet.
What in the Aaron Rodgers is that?
What?
It was some fad or something.
What was the
It's like
bathroom like for you?
But it's cabbage like emanating from your pores. It was disgusting.
Oh,
it's awful. You know, cabbage stinks.
Oh yeah.
Cabbage is like really good for you, and you're trying to eat cabbage every day, and that was my body didn't shut down or anything like that, but the smell in the just
Ew, that's disgusting.
Yeah, there you go. Top that.
Cabbage.
That's pretty gross. You know, doing the all cabbage diet, there was a story a couple years ago. I would have never known this. When you asked how did his body react, there was a guy who ate nothing but black licorice, I guess, for 2 weeks or something like that. Something about the amount of potassium in there or something like that. His heart just stopped in 2 weeks from eating that much black licorice. Yeah, dropped dead. It just like
what?
Killed his heart. It gave him heart failure in 2 weeks.
He had a potassium overload?
It was something like that. It caused him to have way too much potassium in his system, and it made his heart stop.
Oh my God.
And you did it for something that doesn't even taste good.
I mean, yeah, you want to eat black licorice for 2 weeks straight, then you deserve to drop. I'm not gonna feel bad for you. You want to be dumb.
The worst thing I've put my body through, other than Super Bowl, was probably, it's probably one of these nights where when we went to Denver, and I know I referenced that recently, just the amount I drank that night. I once did like a whole bottle of Crown and a whole 18-pack of Bud Light Lime in one night, and I was very close, I think, to the ER that night. That was not good.
20th birthday. Tried to do shot for a year. So tried to do 20 shots of Sky vodka. I made it to 17, and I was down.
Were you allowed to spread them out, or were you supposed to just do it consecutively?
Well, no, they weren't consecutive.
Okay.
It was that night. So whenever we started, like 7 o'clock or whatever, by about 10, I was down for the night.
Pay.
So this was in college. I believe this was my senior year at
Kimchi
UNT.
diet?
No, this was one Friday night. I said, you know what? I'm going to go super hard at the bars. And so when I pre-gamed with some friends, I said, I'm going to go shot, beer, back and forth, because I was going to get messed up super quick.
Mm-hmm.
And I barely made it to the bar. Got kicked out of the bar, actually. I was too drunk.
Some of the answers on the truckwreck.com fan text. 214 says U.S. Marine Corps boot camp. My body still hasn't recovered. 682, 3-day drunk. 817, 6-day fast, only water and black coffee. 682, Chiafalo, watch out. Getting my vasectomy reversed.
Oh,
reversed.
Reversed. Yeah, there's got to be some marathons, some Carter Freemans in here, some triathlon, some fasting, some Aaron Rodgers. There's got to be some of that in here. Some real answers on there.
All right, next one here. Peyton, you can answer this one since you are the eligible bachelor out here looking for a lady friend.
Mm-hmm.
So be completely honest. What makes a girl go from a 10 out of 10 to instantly a 1 out of 10?
Ooh.
Hygiene is something I think of first, being dirty. And not the good kind of dirty, RJ.
Like what? You have a real life example?
Messy car. If I walk in your car and there's a Chick-fil-A, if there's Chick-fil-A sauce packets on the ground, empty water bottles, empty Gatorade things, ketchup packets, if it's happened before. I've walked in and I've sat down and my feet start crumbling on all these papers. Disgusting.
What a high bar.
Yeah.
No, you got to clean that up. That's dirty.
Ooh.
And it's pathetic.
Oh,
whoa!
Wow!
He said edit.
Whoa!
Jeez.
It's pathetic.
My God.
So you're a neat freak? Clean?
Not a neat freak,
9
but
out of 10.
like
if I looked in your car right now, I wouldn't see any problems.
Nothing. You would see a car charger on the ground, maybe a jacket, but that's it.
Your bedroom,
Spotless.
neat and tidy. Spotless.
Bed's not made. I don't make the bed.
Okay.
But everything else.
The butler does that.
Made.
Yeah.
All right, Chop.
I can't. I don't know that anything would make them drop that much right away. The only thing I could think of is someone who tries to is one of these pushes their thoughts on you immediately.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I had a political date.
Yeah, a political date would go south.
I was
real
like, I don't even mind. I don't care that you feel this way. What I'm offended by is that you're bringing it up in our first discussion. Like, you're going so hard.
Yeah.
And you're really opinionated. I'm like, I don't care about what you think. I didn't ask you, and I don't care. Shut up. That. I was just like, get me away from this lunatic. You don't have the presence of mind to be neutral, or at least do it on the third date.
Yeah.
You just want to sit down and
Right
go
away.
right away. That was 10 out of 10 to 1 out of 10. I think she might have been a listener too.
I've had this happen before where somebody did make this jump instantly. Smoking. If a girl smokes, it drops it for me.
I was trying to think of dip, but I've never seen a girl just be, like
oh, yeah, I've seen that.
right
I've
to the
seen that.
bottle.
Yeah, I've seen that. But
Like so you've been sitting there and you've seen a hot girl take out a chew and drop it right in the lip?
Not like Red Man. She was doing pouches. I've seen a girl do pouches.
Okay.
The dip pouches.
Some of the answers here on the Twitch, we've got.
But is that spitting it out?
Yeah, you still spit it out. Yeah, it's the same thing.
Oh,
it's
man.
just you don't get
So she had like her dip bottle?
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah.
And that didn't.
Oh, I wasn't on a date with her. It was just like in a friends group.
Okay.
Yeah, it was definitely. I thought it was like there was part of me that was like it's kind of hot.
Yeah, and by the way, on the smoking thing, it's not like my sister smokes or whatever, but it's not one of those things where it's
Are you not attracted to your sister?
No, well, it's like I said sister, not stepsister. It's one of those things where like you can't. It's not like I can't be around them. It's just my attraction level's gone for them if they're smoking.
I mean, if she like sat there and farted, like
that'll do it. If you were to,
if she like lift her leg like Choppy, I'd be done. I mean, see you later.
Yeah, I'm out on
that. That would end in less than a minute.
Okay with
yeah.
915, an overly high pitched voice.
Oh, that's a good one.
Okay, so this is definitely one for me. When a girl is a pick me.
What's that mean?
A pick me is like the aggressively looking for approval and like pick me, like the girl trying to stand out and gain the approval of the guys.
Yeah.
We've already talked about
that's an
her.
irritant.
We've already talked
We've
about
already
her?
talked about one of them today.
On air?
No, off air.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's
the ultimate.
That's the picture.
That's the picture,
bro. That is the picture in the dictionary. Twolo Vader, the girl who says everything with the upward inflection.
Yeah.
So like this and like that. Yeah, that is the little Valley girl thing is annoying.
The social scene person, uptown girl, where they're looking around like the whole time, left, right. Sounds about white.
Gotta snap everything.
Gotta snap everything.
God,
Checking the phone. I'm like, just get up and leave. It's like I'm on a date with Sandler.
469. If a girl drinks beer like a man and outdrinks me, I think it's kind of cool when you got a girl who can outdrink you. That doesn't bug me.
Nothing wrong with that.
All right, next one here. Who's an idiot that gets treated like a genius? And I've got the answer for this right away. Bill Barnwell.
Whoa.
Or just in general, Bill Barnwell, Sam Monson at PFF. I think everybody recognizes Orlovsky's an idiot. Otherwise, I would have thrown him in here. Nobody thinks he's a genius.
Kyle
but
Yeoman.
one of the Reddit answers that I thought was really great. We were scrolling through. We were talking about this during the break, Sean and I, and somebody nailed it. Chop. Gary V. Gary
Who's that?
Vaynerchuk. The I don't remember what business he got famous for. He's one of you've seen his clips on social media, I'm sure.
Gary V?
Gary Vaynerchuk, or he's shortened it to Gary V.
I don't know if I've seen
But he is one of these like self-help improvement bros. So he's one of these like, I wake up at 3 a.m. every day. You know why I do that? Blah, blah. Like by the time you're waking up, I've already had 6 business. This guy. You ever seen
gosh, his titles are crushing it.
Yeah.
Crush it.
My answer to this is easy. It's any billionaire. It's any celebrity. It's anyone because
any billionaire.
Like people assume that billionaires are just they know everything about everything.
Right.
They know a lot about the little thing that they do. But like I don't care.
Yeah, I made that mistake with Cuban for a long time. I'm just like everything Mark Cuban comments on, he's intellectually a genius about it.
You know what he's a genius about? Profiting off an idea from the 90s. That's what he's a genius. No, I'm serious. That's what he's a genius about. Gwyneth Paltrow is not some parenting genius because she's a celebrity. You put a microphone in front of a celebrity, and everybody's like, "Oh my God!" Well, they said it, so it has to be true.
You think Elon's a genius?
At some things, at building a car,
Isn't that a savant then? If you have like an area where you're a genius?
Yeah, I don't care about Elon Musk's thoughts on politics. I don't think he's a political genius. I don't care about his thoughts on sports. He's not a genius at everything.
There's a lot of there's a lot of Mark Cuban on the fan text. 682 LeBron, 972 Joaquin Phoenix.
What about Barkley?
I don't think anyone think. Rephrase the question or repeat it.
The
please.
question is, who's an idiot that gets treated like a genius?
I don't think anyone thinks Barkley's a genius.
They think he's funny.
They think he's entertaining
and things like that. So
someone thinks is a genius.
Let's see here. What else were some of these? 864, Jared Sandler. A lot of Bobby Belt coming in on the fan text.
What about Kanye?
Kanye's a good answer. Like, I think that people
To me, it's artists like that.
Artists,
like
yeah.
they give these answers that I just don't understand, and I'm like, man, are they smart or am I just an idiot?
Like Kanye may be a genius at like music, but like
I mean, he may be a genius with some other things. He also acts like a psycho.
Right. Just because you could do one thing great doesn't mean you could do everything great, and that's I think where you lose it.
We're getting some submissions for Kanye.
What about Bill Gates?
You know, there's a lot of people who on the opposite side of that will say Steve Jobs, where they'll say Jobs was like a marketer. He was not some computer genius. That was Wozniak that really got Apple going. And so that one makes some sense. Let's see here. What do we have on the Twitch? Gordon Ramsay from Arcadia. Aren't you a Gordon Ramsay guy?
A genius?
Yeah.
I don't think anyone thinks he's a genius.
We're getting some Dave Ramsey, Joe Rogan. Okay, I can't read that one probably.
A lot of politics.
Yeah, so that's that. That's Ask Reddit.
All right, there it is. Ask Reddit every single Tolo Tuesday with a Post Malone ticket giveaway. We'll have another one tomorrow during Sean and RJ. Okay, we have some reports that are going to affect the Dallas Mavericks. What is going on with DeAndre Ayton? What is going on with Dame Lillard? And what does Vegas think about the Mavs' chances after the Bradley Beal trade? Let's update it. Days away from the NBA draft, you're going to hear from the NBA insiders, including Shams, on Dame, Ayton, and the West with the Dallas Mavericks after this.
DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for waking up with us, turning it on, leaving it on. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt with you. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back, and we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. NBA draft is Thursday night. Mavs right now have the 10th pick overall. There are many who think they will not keep the pick, with rumors of different deals out there. Vegas has the odds that you can bet on from Bet Online on the 10th overall selection. Would anyone like to guess who the financial experts think we're taking?
Taylor Hendricks.
That's what I was going to say.
Nope. Taylor Hendricks is third. Who is that, by the way?
He's a guy who couldn't even get his college team to the NCAA tournament.
Chill out. Power forward. Central Florida. He's no.
Did he get to the NCAA tournament?
No, he didn't.
Did they have a winning record?
What do you want him to do? It's Central Florida.
You know what I want him to do? How about if the guy's worth the 10th pick, you would think he would drag his team in Conference USA or whatever to the NCAA tournament.
Let's go with Grady Dick.
Grady Dick is the favorite.
The Dick pick is where it should be.
3-1. 3-1, and Derek Lively, the second, is second at 7-2.
So the options are Grady Dick, a guy who couldn't get his team to the NCAA tournament, or a guy who in 2 NCAA tournament games scored 4 points.
Well, I mean, it's a good thing that we judge all future success in the NBA based off of the tournament, because that's why, Khalid El Amin and Scooney Penn were these superstars at the NBA draft.
It has nothing to do with that. It's just the point is, like, Derek Lively scored 5 points a game at Duke.
I get it. Yeah, you don't want Hashim Thabit. I get it, but also, as you said, it's 10.
And this is why you did not want to tank.
I mean, it's a major reason why. I mean, what are the chances that you're going to get a great player at 10? This is who you're dealing with.
But their intent
was to trade it.
Yeah, is they want to trade it.
Okay, I mean, then now what are you going to trade it for? Like, that's the other thing. What can you get for it?
Can it Capella? Get your big man.
If I can get Capella and move down 5 spots, basically, and not just have to give up all the draft capital, then I'm all over that. I'll take that.
I would take Capella for 5 spots, for sure. Yeah, no doubt.
Okay, the Bradley Beal effect. Before the trade in Vegas, the Phoenix Suns were 9-1 to win it all. They're currently 13-2. All right, plus 650. They're tied with Milwaukee for third. So Bradley Beal's points per game, the over/under for this upcoming season with Phoenix is 21.5. Total games played between the injured Beal, Durant, and Booker. Between the three of them.
Total games played.
This past season, they combined for 150. And 2 years ago, they combined for 163.
44.5.
No.
I have no idea.
Total, three of them.
Oh, the third. I thought we're doing like
154.5.
Okay. The amazing thing is that the three of them are combining to miss an entire season. That's insane.
That's 51. That's 51 games for the three of them in an 82-game season. But they're being projected to miss 30 games.
Yeah. That's added up. That's a full
ton.
season. It's more than a season.
Yeah.
John Morant could come back from suspension and play more games than that.
Yes, he could.
Will Chris Paul play a game for the Wizards?
He will not dribble a basketball.
Nope.
Nope is minus 275, the favorite. His next team, if not the Wizards.
Lakers.
It is the Lakers. Then the Clippers. Then the 76ers. Then the Pelicans. Then the Spurs. What do you think the odds are, Ralph, for Wembanyama going 1?
Minus 10,000.
No. More.
Minus 100,000.
Minus 20,000.
Okay.
So the fact that you can even bet this, what would okay, let's just say that what amount of money would we have to have in the account it's 1 to 200. So what would I have to bet on an absolute sure thing lock? I'm actually surprised it's on the board.
So if you bet,
this is a lock. So what money amount will we have to lay down here to make a good amount?
I mean,
1 to 200.
2 commas. If you bet $100,000, you win $500, right? Isn't that what it is? So
it's free money.
I mean, yeah, it's free money, but
How many people have 100? But what's the point of even having this on the board?
Just to generate some action from it, I guess. Just on the off chance that, like, they'll take a $500 loss on the off chance that he's not picked number one.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean,
if you had $5 million in your bank account, would you
Was
bet,
it 25 grand?
Would you put down like $2 million?
Okay, so $2 million. That's
10,000.
$10,000. I mean, no. If I'm the casino, though, like, I'm taking that bet. I'll take a bet. I'll take a $20,000 risk.
Yeah.
To get $5 million.
So that's the odds of Victor. Second overall pick is who?
Let's go Scoot.
Scoot Henderson.
Scoot Henderson, yes. Third overall pick is
Brandon Miller?
It's
Jaw
still,
Jr.
Well, it's still Scoot. Who?
Jaw Jr.
Who's that?
Brandon Miller.
A Jaw Jr. No, it's still Scoot. Favorite to be the third overall pick with Brandon Miller after that. Fourth overall, Aaron Thompson. Fifth overall, Cam Whitmore.
Oh.
What?
That's who I was dying for to fall to them at 10. There was talk he could be at 10 like 2 months ago, and he's just continued to rise up the board.
Okay, so right now Vegas has Grady Dick as a Dallas Maverick, but we're still not expecting them to stay in there and pick. But you are going to have to go ahead and get the right deal. How desperate are the Mavericks to get the win now help with an NBA player that you actually know versus keeping it and the unknown? You know, like, yeah, it's not a lot of loss to trade for Clint Capella and still have 15. But what if it's for someone else and you just lose the pick entirely? You got to make sure you get the right player and the right fit back to go along with Luka and Kyrie.
And Capella's not a bad player at all. But it's just like, did you tank your entire your entire last couple of games
right
to sell out for Clint Capella?
Right.
Like, is that's what we tanked over?
Capella or nothing. I mean, what? You tanked in order to not lose a play-in game so you could add something. I don't think that's bad.
No, I understand that, but like, we had two play-in teams reach the conference finals.
No, if you would have told me that they were tanking and the return is Clint Capella, I would have destroyed that. But in this scenario, it's Capella and 15.
Right.
It's a draft pick included. Okay, so what about the other players? What about DeAndre Ayton? They got to deal him, right? They got to get some depth. Everyone thought DeAndre Ayton was going to end up on the Mavericks. Let's work out a Kyrie sign-and trade. Here's Shams Charania on with McAfee yesterday.
A lot of weapons for sure, and DeAndre Ayton will be your fourth best player on this team, and we'll see if he's going to be there. I do think one thing, Pat, that has happened since this trade is Phoenix has been getting a lot of calls on DeAndre Ayton in the last 12 to 18 hours. Teams seeing if now DeAndre Ayton is a little bit more attainable. So we'll see if he's going to be back on the team or not next year. But as of right now, I do think Devin Booker is going to play a lot of time at point guard.
Devin Booker's going to be the point guard. Okay, we were talking with Basky about this yesterday, and he's like, well, they were saying Booker was more effective at point than Chris Paul towards the end of the season. But how are you going to fill out your roster right now? And what about Dame? This is the real intrigue to me. Windhorse says they're getting a lot of calls to trade out at number 3. Damian Lillard, Miami Heat, Zion, going to Portland, giving Dame some help. Dame is the sweetheart of the NBA. I think everyone's rooting for him to be put in a real situation after there was another story yesterday that he actually wants to stay, right?
Yeah, and this was from Shams.
Oh, okay.
On the Pat McAfee show, asked about Dame.
I mean, listen, if Damian Lillard got out of Portland and if there was a trade to be had, there's destinations, no question, Miami would be at the top of them, just like it was for Brad Beal. Their team, we saw what happened in the finals. I do think they believe they're one major piece away. And so from everything I've heard, Damian Lillard would be at the top of their list if he becomes available. That's the question. But right now, it's really up to Portland. It's Damian Lillard has really left it up to Portland. He wants to be there. He wants that team to get better. So they have the number 3 pick in the draft. They have the number, I think, 23rd pick in the draft. They have Anthony Simons. What can you go get in the marketplace to make this team better? And if nothing comes about, then I do think Damian Lillard will have to look very hard at his future in Portland. But if they do make the team better between now and Thursday and on Thursday night, then I think you'll see Damian Lillard be there. So as much as I think people want to
Ball's in your court.
I think it's really on Portland.
Look, Dame doesn't want to go anywhere. He's letting them make the decision. But, and here's the thing. How is he going to know on Thursday to make the team better? He has no idea. He has no idea what these players are going to turn out to be. He has no idea. Now, if they go and trade for Zion tomorrow, then you might be able to know. But whoever gets Dame, man, if Miami gets Dame, I am loving Miami because hang on,
Oh, your Apple Watch?
Dame time. That's what it told me.
877-881-1053 is the chartwreck.com text line. So I think we got all the rumors. Draymond Green opts out of his $27 million deal. Bill Simmons says Zion will not be on the Pelicans. Chris Paul thinks that Isaiah Thomas, Sr., backstabbed him. By the way, Mike Dunleavy Jr. is the new GM in Golden State, taking over for Bob Myers. And Mark Stein says Phoenix has eliminated themselves from the Kyrie sweepstakes, and it's the Mavs in the driver's seat right now, unless the Rockets somehow come back around. So that's where we stand with all the different rumors.
Yay. Run it back, baby.
Wow, well, you're more excited for Clint Capella than Kyrie Irving.
No, look, here's the thing, Sean. I would trade for Zion is what I would do. I would go make a move for Zion. Oh, I almost drew you off sides. It was very close. I saw
Sign and trade Kyrie for Zion.
No, but look, Kyrie is great, but he's a good player, and the offense clearly clicked. It was efficient when they were on the floor together. But this is also, I know we were just talking about, like, what were you tanking for? What was in the name of? If you add Capella in the 15th pick, another young player that can contribute in some sort of way, that does make them better. That does improve their chances. And when we talk about how uncertain the West seems to be right now, especially with where Memphis is at and what they're doing with Ja, then take that risk.
Meanwhile, Choppy would like to take a moment to celebrate a recent retirement in the NBA, and I did not have this on my bingo card. You would like to pay homage to Sweet Lou Williams.
Sweet Lou. Lemon Pepper Lou. I am posting this because Lemon Pepper Lou is far bigger than an NBA basketball player. He doesn't matter, but everyone knows him. My kids know him. Do you know what my kids know him as? Lemon Pepper Lou.
Really?
Yes. They don't know why, thank God.
Okay.
But he made a strip club more famous for its wings than it is for its girls. And that's saying something because this is apparently, and this is like the most famous strip club in America.
Magic City?
Yes.
So reset how this all happened?
So Lou Williams, and if you go on their website, I have, he's got the Lou Williams special.
On Magic City site?
Yeah, you can buy his lemon pepper order. It's like 50 wings, 100 wings. You can buy it. When I went to visit my sister, who lives in Atlanta, North Atlanta, straight out North Atlanta, I had the Uber driver drive by there and pick me up an order.
Really?
Ordered takeout. I ordered takeout. Apparently, their takeout is amazing because they're like, yeah, we get so many people ordering our wings. Takeout. They got Magic City Kitchen. They got their own kitchen website.
Did you try the wings?
Fantastic.
Really?
Fantastic.
Fantastic. Lived up to the hype?
Lived up to the hype, man. Wow. Fantastic. They deliver. Wow. Oh.
Are they breaded or no?
These were like it's like a rub. It was like yeah. they were slightly breaded, but it wasn't like overdone.
Oh man,
with the bread, I thought they were fantastic.
Fantastic.
Oh,
so there it is, Lou Williams,
tremendous,
one of the greatest six men. Is he the all-time leading six-man scorer?
He might be. He won Six Man of the Year 3 times. So I would think it's him or Jamal Crawford probably.
Cheers, Lemon Pepper Lou.
877-881-1053 is the chartwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. What do you think is the Rangers' biggest strength? What's their biggest strength? And one of Choppy's favorite TV shows is getting screwed with again. That's next right here on The Fan.
Well, let's get some hair on top of your head. You've been losing your hair late teens, early 20s. Maybe you
And Frankel, life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
1-2. Swinging. That one is golf to left field. Benintendi turns, watches, out of here. A solo home run for Josh Young, and the Rangers take a 2-0 lead here in Chicago.
Kid's a freaking stud.
Yeah, he is. Yes, he is.
3 more hits, almost beheaded a White Sox reliever.
Yeah.
Man,
Graveman
had to gather himself, gather the foreigners as he was on the field, almost getting beheaded, but he ended up staying in the game. And the Rangers get the win thanks to Andrew Heaney, the bullpen, and some timely hitting from Jonah Heim as well. They beat the White Sox in the opener in Chicago 5-2 on this radio station. Game 2 tonight here on The Fan. 6:30 pregame. First pitch, 7 o'clock. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt with you. So ESPN came out with each contender's biggest strength. Each playoff contender's biggest strength. Would you like to guess what it is, RJ, for the Rangers?
I'm going to say offense.
Okay. A little more specific, their biggest strength was hitting with runners in scoring position. When we reeled off those categories, the Rays lead the AL in. We didn't mention runs scored. That's because the Rangers lead the way. I think Bassett gave a stat yesterday that the Rangers and the Jays had the same amount of hits on the year, but the Rangers had scored like over 100 more runs.
Yeah, that's a I love that they're doing it, but I hate the stat because that's one of those things that's like very, very random. Like they're
you mean not sustainable?
Yes, like you're gonna eventually teams that are hit like so. There was a stat that came out. David Schoenfeld, who joined us, was it last week?
Yeah. Yep.
Said like their runners in scoring position, they're like bat like 340. Only one team over the last 70 years has done that. So that tells you that it's not sustainable because this is not the best 1 through 9 lineup we've seen in the last 70 years.
Right.
Right. So it would tell you that, they're doing something that they can't really duplicate over the course of a season. Now, if they do, we're talking about historic.
Well, they're doing something only 4 teams in the divisional era have ever done. They're averaging over 6 runs a game.
Right.
It was done by the 99 Indians. Then it was the Indians. The 96 Mariners. Brett Boone tomorrow here on the show. 2000 White Sox and the 94 Cleveland Indians. So those Indians lineups, 94 and 99, Seattle and Chicago, and then the Rangers are trying to be team number 5.
Yeah, so like that, you're talking a very, very, so much of a rarity. So like that's one of those things like, oh, okay, I'd rather them say something else because I do think that's like limiting what their offense has been. But when you have the same amount of hits as another team and you've scored 100 more runs, that's like, okay, that's pretty eye-popping.
And they lead the majors in batting average and ranking in the top 10 in home runs. So the batting average with runners in scoring position, I'm going to guess what it is.
312.
315. Good guess. Seager's at 486. Jonah's at 421. Simeon's at 420. Jankowski 344. And Adelise 338. Can they keep it up? From ESPN, extremely unlikely. The only team in the divisional era to hit better than 315 with runners in scoring position is the 2013 Cardinals. They hit 330. Next on the list, the 2000 Rockies and 07 Tigers. Few others are above 300, so it's doable, but regression is likely. The Rangers have one player higher than 425, as well as another 2 hovering around that mark since 69.
Well,
only
nice.
12 players have done that over an entire season. So that's the Rangers' biggest strength as a contender. 76% chance of making the postseason right now. I'll give you the other contenders just to kind of give you an idea of the landscape. Tampa Bay's playoff chances, 99.3. Their biggest strength is offensive depth. Atlanta's playoff chances, 99.1. Their biggest strength is their power. Dodgers, which we need some help from the Dodgers to beat down the Angels starting tonight. Dodgers, 85% chance of making the playoffs. Their biggest strength, star players. Minnesota, 74% chance of making the postseason.
Their division stinks.
Their biggest strength is starting rotation. Arizona, Benny. Oh my goodness, I saw the stat yesterday. The Diamondbacks still have not been shut out this year.
They're tremendous, man.
They're the only team in baseball. How long do teams go? Have they gone in the past without being shut out? How long into a season? Arizona's the only team left. There were 2 teams up until the other day, I believe. They got a 73% chance. Their biggest strength is just listed as Corbin Carroll.
And
then,
for sure.
Then you got your tier 2 teams. Yankees' biggest strength, bullpen. Toronto's defense. The Astros, 58% chance of making the playoffs. Top of the rotation is biggest strength. The Giants, mix and match offense. Baltimore, dynamic bullpen duo. Padres, run prevention. Brewers, defense. And that's it.
All right. I'm looking for like
good piece from Schoenfeld.
It really is. And I'm looking for like Corey Seager's like career runners in scoring position. You see he was 485 with runners in scoring position. Career, all I can find is with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. He's 313, which is still amazing. That is an amazing number. But that's just with 2 outs. So I just wonder, like, is that gonna continue? Their offense is better though than just what they do with runners in scoring position. What they do with runners in scoring position is tremendous. And I think that part of the reason why they've been so good is that there is an element of contact to this team. There are some teams out there where, going into a playoff game, of the 27 outs, 15 of them are strikeouts.
Yeah.
Okay, and those are the teams that don't advance enough because they get runners on third and they don't get them over and they don't get them in.
Runners in scoring position for his career, Corey Seager is batting .325 for his entire career. His OPS is .970.
Great. That's still fantastic.
It's an absurd number.
Yeah, and then what he's doing this year is even above that.
We mentioned the Braves. We got some cold-bloodedness from Atlanta.
Dude, y'all, come on now. Charlie Culberson, former Ranger, just spent the last 2 years here, was supposed to catch the first pitch on Sunday from his dad for Father's Day.
Mm-hmm.
All right. 4 hours before the game, he was DFA'd by the Braves, designated for assignment. 4 hours before the game, when his dad was going to throw the first pitch to him. Because Sean Murphy, I guess, got hurt or something. So Michael Harris's dad, who happened to be in attendance, filled in. Michael Harris hit one like 450. Hit an absolute rocket. But this is just cold-blooded. Like, play a day short. Play the game a player short for crying out loud.
That's the way baseball goes.
That's awful.
Show business, not show friendship.
That show me what your true colors are right there. That's what that was.
Wasn't anybody else? There literally wasn't another person you could have done something with other than the guy that like 4 hours, like Happy Father's Day. You're not actually going to get to have this cool moment with your dad.
Oh, man. Cold-blooded from the Braves. RJ is not happy that one of his favorite TV shows getting messed with again.
I just wish one time, the creator and the star of Yellowstone could actually figure this out. They are planning. Kevin Costner right now is embroiled in this wicked, vicious divorce going on. Season 5, the finale of season 5, it was 2-part season 5, is supposed to start in November and wrap up the Western series, the legendary Western series from Taylor Sheridan. However, the writer's strike, could push it back, but Kevin Costner may not be available at all to film. He does not anticipate being on location for the rest of 2023. And that was at one point they thought of like a negotiating play. No, this is not a bluff. And we don't know, is Taylor Sheridan going to say, screw it, I'm just going to kill off John Dutton off screen before the end of season 5? Well, I got to tell you, that might make people a little upset. And I don't know what they're going to do. This continues to get screwed with. Nothing good can happen without people screwing it up. You want something good in life that gets screwed up? Just involve people. People screw things up better than ever before. Better than anyone else. I don't know what's going to happen. This new sequel series starring Matthew McConaughey is supposed to start filming in December. Well, okay. Let's go. Need my show. Got to finish this one up. How are you going to have a sequel when the current one's still going on?
Does this affect you whatsoever?
I started trying to watch one episode of it, and it just I couldn't.
I agree.
I couldn't get pulled in.
Too much toxic masculinity for you?
Yeah, that was pretty much it. No, it was just I was watching it and I was going, this is like the lives of an area where I would never want to visit or live.
You have no desire to go to Montana?
Zero.
Oh, wow.
Zero.
Looks gorgeous. Gorgeous.
I mean, there's lots of gorgeous areas.
Yeah, he prefers Arkansas.
Yeah, there's lots of gorgeous areas that still have like, humanity around them, and it's not just like 10 people for every 20 miles.
Pepe, you in on Yellowstone?
No, haven't seen 1 second of it. Don't think I will.
Why?
I just
you hear that
I'm behind. I'm behind in it already, so like I feel like
you got time to catch up, trust me.
Oh, that's right. All right, 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line.
You're only like 40 episodes behind.
Yeah, that's too many. That's like 38 too many.
What is the latest thing that you've binged or that you're glued to right now?
Lost. I saw Lost about 12 years ago. Binge that. Me and the family.
Wait a sec. So you don't want to catch up on Yellowstone, but you're watching Lost.
Well, no. I watched it 12 years ago. Like
that was the last show you watched?
Yeah, unless Squid Games counts.
Oh my god.
What's going on? I'm lost.
So you have not gotten into a show in 12 years?
No. I mean,
You're a liar.
The Office, I watched. Friends, but like that was like off and on. That wasn't like just watch it all the way through.
Name some of the biggest shows in the past 5 years.
In the last 5 years, Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones.
You never watched Game of Thrones?
No, never got into it.
No Breaking Bad.
Last of Us.
Ted Lasso?
No.
Mandalorian.
Ooh, good one.
Blacklist. Nothing.
No.
None of those.
Orange is the New Black? No.
Nothing? How?
Stranger Things.
I don't know if I've ever heard someone say I haven't
Stranger
got.
Things. Ozarks. Nothing.
Nothing, man.
How is it if someone hasn't got? Wait a second.
What
I'm
do you
stopping
watch?
this down. Sports.
Is that
Yeah,
all
I'm
you
a
do?
sports guy. I've gotten into the ESPN 30 for 30s. You know, I told you all about that.
Anytime that you are sitting down with a friend group or anyone, it's like, hey, what shows are you watching? And I've never heard someone say I haven't watched one in 12 years.
That's
I haven't gotten into
unbelievable.
I haven't gotten into anything. No appointment television a week outside of a game. No, this is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday night.
Yeah, because it's like I can't just watch one episode. Then like that's it. I have to like just sit there and
You watch a couple a day. I mean, you can catch up on
I'm amazed.
Like I watched Game of Thrones. I watched the all game. Like when
Lost.
when season 8 started, or whatever it was, the last season. I was like, all right, I want to. It was such a huge event. I wanted to watch the finale with everybody else. So I caught up. Like you could catch up, watch 2 a day.
All right, I'll ask you this: when was the last time you watched a TV series alone, without someone else?
All the time.
All the time.
Really?
Almost most of my TV watching is like if I'm gonna binge a series, because your significant
That's the
other doesn't
enjoyable
always
time.
like
They
it.
don't ruin it.
They don't always like it either.
I literally have never met anyone like Peyton.
I know.
Period.
Good.
And we thought
I mean,
you were.
I don't know that it's good, Peyton.
We thought you were off the reserve. Does this one stat confirm the absurdity of putting Mike McCarthy on the hot seat? That's next and Below the Belt. the great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out my belt.
we're not. Just how disrespectful is it
Very.
that the Bills aren't letting Stephon Diggs call plays? More on that in a second. First, we're gonna defend Mike McCarthy.
Yeah.
Yeah, your favorite segment of the week. So this is a list that Choppy and I had actually talked about this off the air last Wednesday while you were out, Sean.
That must have been a great topic.
It was. It was. In fact, we saved it for when you'd return, but then we hadn't done it yet, so I was doing it now. NFL head coaches on shaky ground entering the 2023 season. It's just a list, 8 hot seat coaching candidates to watch from CBS. And here are the 8 that they have on their list. And then I'm going to jump into the absurdity of when you compare the names. But here are just some of the names on the list. Brandon Staley from the Chargers.
Deserves.
Year 3. Make or break. You've got to show what you can do with Justin Herbert and how you can put that team together. Kevin Stefanski with the Browns.
Deserved on time there. First full season with Watson. Yeah, I'll say deserved.
I think like if Watson hadn't played at all last season, maybe not, but they got a few games in to try and work some things out. So probably fair.
And that team is talented.
Ron Rivera from the Commanders entering year 4.
They should have just gotten rid of him when they got rid of Snyder. Cleaned house. He's so antiquated. He's such a dinosaur. Whoever's responsible for the quarterback stuff there, the Chase Young game that they're playing. Now he hasn't had a quarterback. They missed on Wentz, but yeah, it's time.
My issue with that is he hasn't had a quarterback yet, so like I can't judge him.
Next name, Josh McDaniels from the Raiders. Only entering year 2.
No, that's too early.
I don't know though, because he is
a jerk though, and like he already like they had the quarterback they pay, they bring another one in. It's like, you basically have control of this roster. And what have you done with it?
You ran off the face of the franchise too. Like if you're going to come in and make waves, he did the same thing in.
Oh my God, the face.
I'm just saying, he did the same thing in Denver. He stirred stuff up. He pushed Jay Cutler out the door, and it's like if you're not getting the results quick enough, you better be seeing some sort of return if you're going to come in and rattle the cages like that.
Yeah, I'm not firing him for getting rid of the sob story that is Derek Carr. There's nothing but tears every other day. The Hallmark card.
Todd Bowles from the Buccaneers entering his second season. That also too soon for you?
Yes.
Okay.
With Baker Mayfield or Kyle Trask?
Dennis Allen with the Saints, also entering his second year.
Too early.
Too soon.
And then
who's their quarterback?
Derek Carr.
Derek Carr.
Yeah. The sob story.
Yeah. First year? No.
And then Arthur Smith from the Falcons.
By the way,
who Ross Tucker would say is maybe the greatest coach of all time.
By the way, I'm not saying that any of these people should be. I'm not saying they won't be. I'm saying they shouldn't be. No, I think Arthur Smith has done a nice job. I agree with Ross.
Yeah, he's fine.
At 14 and 20 in 2 years?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Again, give me the quarterbacks.
And then finally,
give me the quarterbacks.
Desmond Ritter.
It's Desmond Ritter and
Marcus
Mariota. And
14 and 20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, maybe don't pick Kyle Pitts 4th overall. Maybe use your draft resources better.
Is
that
he
kind
in
of
charge
falls
of
on.
the draft?
He's got a hand in it. And then finally, Mike McCarthy.
It's disgusting.
From the Cowboys.
So look, this on paper looks like a troll job, but it's true.
Yeah, he is on the hot seat.
He is on the hot seat. If they lose again in the first round, now they didn't lose in the first round last year, but if they get knocked down in the first round this year, and they don't have crazy circumstances, Dak hurt, blah blah blah, he's probably gone.
Yeah, it's
that's not crazy.
The issue is that McCarthy, unlike the other guys, like he's gonna make the playoffs. Like we know that. It's pretty much outside of an injury. Now, if there's an injury to Dak, then I think all bets are off. But like outside of an injury, it's a small chance that they miss the postseason altogether.
Yeah, we gotta make it as a wild card.
So yeah, right. So he'll be judged on the rounds of the postseason.
Yes.
So when you look at the names on this list and you just run through not their career winning percentage, some of these guys are on their second job, whatever.
And they already, by the way, have their in-house replacement.
Yes. You look at the winning percentages of these coaches and just kind of cycle through it. Arthur Smith, 41%. Dennis Allen, 41%. Josh McDaniels, 35%. Ron Rivera, 45. Todd Bowles, 47. Kevin Stefanski, 52. Brandon Staley, 55. Mike McCarthy, 60% winning percentage while he's been in Dallas. Yeah. Mike McCarthy won a playoff game, won a division title. I believe he definitely has as many playoff wins as the other 7 combined with their current teams.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't, but I'm just saying, does this...
We have the talent here, and we have the expectation here.
We do, and that's why it's...
The only other team on that list, I'd have to fly through it again, who have our similar expectations, is the Chargers.
Yes.
And they may not even have as much hype. All the rest of these teams, I mean, the Raiders aren't very good. The Commanders aren't good. The Bucks are terrible. The Saints aren't great. We have a good team, so the expectations come with it.
The Chargers' issue is their
division.
They have no chance at a home game in the playoffs. Like they're gonna be on the road. They have
Even
no
if
chance
they got a home game, it'd be a
it's
visiting
road game.
team.
Yeah. So like they're gonna be like that's the problem with the Chargers, that they're gonna be for the foreseeable future a wild card team every year because of Mahomes, just every year. So like they'll probably be they're gonna play some tough division winner every single year.
Yeah, and there's such that high expectation just in terms of what they've invested. They went and got more weapons. Like Staley is there to provide stability to the defense, brought in the offensive coaching staff to kind of help Herbert.
Kellen gonna save Staley's job.
He, maybe. Or maybe he's gonna take it.
Maybe he's gonna take it.
Maybe he's gonna show himself to be he's gonna Jason Garrett to his Wade Phillips. Maybe that'll be what happens to him. But when you look over the last 38 games that McCarthy has played, and look, he absolutely is on the hot seat. I'm not the biggest fan of him, but my question is does it show that maybe he shouldn't be, the fact that he does not look similar to anybody else on this list?
No.
He looks completely different. The last 38 games, he's 27-11. It's 71% winning percentage.
Although this is a question for Choppy in overreacting to playoffs. So where do you draw the line that McCarthy should be replaced if they lose first round? If they lose 30-17 in the first round, when should Mike be feeling it or be kicked to the curb?
The reality or my personal thought?
Your personal thought.
I mean, look.
And they go.
What's the record?
They go 10-7.
That's a disappointment.
11-6. 11-6 first round exit.
I mean, you got to think it's probably a road game against the Panthers too, with how the seeding matches up, right? 5 versus 4, like that would make it even worse.
Yeah, right. Or New Orleans or Atlanta. It's probably the NFC South.
Yeah.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, that'd be disappointing. That's tough. Like obviously, opponent comes into play, all that stuff. But like to me, it'd be really, really hard for me to take a coach who would have won 35 games over 3 years and fire him. Like that's not a coach that is disappointed. That's if they score 17 points in the playoffs, if you fire Mike McCarthy, you're firing him because you're scapegoating him for the quarterback. That's it. If you score if you score 17 points in the playoffs, that's on the QB.
What did they score in their last 2 San Fran games?
12 and 17. Yeah.
So if you score 17 and 12.
Balled against the Bucks. They did ball out against the Bucks.
But if you and why? Because Dak was as good as any QB has ever played a playoff game.
Probably the best game he's ever played, period.
So if you score 17 and 12 in your last 3 playoff losses, I'm putting that on the quarterback, not on the coach.
All right, so that's just the list there from CBS. I don't think it's incorrect to have him on there. That's not a problem to me. I just look at it and go, he definitely doesn't have the same resume as the other guys on this list. Stephon Diggs, who obviously had that mystery last week as to what was going on.
Names real quick, just looking at the other teams. Saleh might be on a hot seat. McDermott might be on an undercover hot seat as well. I mean, the heat is around Buffalo right now. So those are just a couple of different names to throw out there.
Well, and McDermott obviously butting heads with Diggs last week.
If Green Bay has a disastrous season, I could see. I wouldn't be shocked if they fired him after all the winning he's done. What's his name? LaFleur?
Yeah,
LaFleur.
Matt LaFleur.
Vrabel?
Yeah.
I
mean, they it seemed like they made their statement though when they fired the GM late last season.
Yeah.
That they said you're responsible for some of the issues we've had. So Stephon Diggs last week, when was he allowed to be excused? Wasn't he? Did he even leave? Was he still there? It was this bizarre thing that normally you get some chatter coming out within the next day or so of what was really going on. Took a little bit, but we might finally have the answer. As Pro Football Talk was writing about, for most of last week, there were no reports regarding the source of Diggs' obvious displeasure. On Sunday, though, Ben Volen of the Boston Globe filled the void with this nugget regarding the situation. Diggs' frustration is with his role in the offense and his voice in play calling, per a league source close to the Bills locker room. What receiver is calling plays in the NFL?
I don't know.
Oh, Lord.
I mean, you can't. Has a receiver ever sat there and just started calling out the mic? I don't think I've seen that before. I've never seen a receiver call plays. I see the quarterbacks call plays.
This guy sounds like an undercover lunatic. And I take you back to that dumbass Paul Allen in Minnesota, the voice of the Vikings. I love his Adrian Peterson call, but he tried to come on here and ignore Stephon Diggs fighting with the Vikings and Kirk Cousins or whoever that was. And then, bam, he got traded. Don't look at any stats. Tell me where Buffalo is in terms of passing attempts.
Third.
I would say 7th.
They're 14th.
Interesting.
It's very interesting.
Well,
I was pretty shocked. I know what you're going to say. They were leading. So
Right.
Rushing attempts.
Yep.
And then maybe the case.
And also,
Weather. Second in points scored. Okay, so this is a high octane.
Yeah.
This isn't some underachieving offense. They scored 28 points a game, only second to Kansas City. And here's Stephon Diggs mad about play calling. He was throwing that fit when they were losing that playoff game. Maybe it's just stemming from that.
I think that's totally possible. And look, he finished 4th in the NFL last year in receptions. I don't know how much more he wants the ball. And then last note here, because
Stephon Diggs was never talked about with this regard before the past 2 seasons. Like, he's mentioned in the best receiver conversation, and a lot of that has to do, of course, with his skills, but you're playing with a freaking stud. What are you talking about?
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I mean, I think his targets, he even finished higher. He had like 160 targets to him. They threw it to him basically 10 times a game.
I hope he gets doubled nonstop. I hope Gabe Davis and others eat. Who's the tight end they stole from us, which we'll get to, Dawson Knox.
Yes.
I hope Dawson Knox has 300 catches and Diggs gets nothing.
Or they've got Dawson Knox, and then they've got the one they took from Utah.
Kincaid?
Dalton Kincaid. Yeah,
my bad.
Now, Patriots' Jack Jones was arrested at the airport on weapons charges. He could face, I guess he had 2 guns in his possession. He now faces potentially 2 to 5 years of jail time if he's convicted.
Saw 30 years yesterday.
It can be 30? Up that high? Well,
yeah.
Geez. What's funny about this is that people were pulling out the receipts. Jack Jones on Twitter about a month ago tweeting at John Morant, "You dumb. You letting social media and your pride ruin your real money. Put them guns down and run that money up. Make one of your homies sign up for security or concealed carry if you feel like you need it that bad. But you're the breadwinner. You got to start acting like it." So from the Hypocrite File, Jack Jones.
Below the belt, every single day at this time here on your home of America's Team with Sean and RJ. Apparently, we are turning into a music station. Big news this morning here at 105.3 The Fan, and Corey Majors is just issuing a very arrogant dare to all the Tolos.
Oh, no.
Audio next.
Let's get that carpet clean with Zero Res. Your carpet is disgusting. How do I know that? Because you haven't had it clean in a long time. Carpet's the same, man. It gets dirty over time. It gets matted down, worn out. It looks old, looks ratty.
From our fan studios secured by DFWSecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. It's a Tolo Tuesday on what is, for now, I guess, 105.3 The Fan. Thanks to all the Tolos who have been letting us know this morning. Apparently, our HD signal is out of whack and playing a lot of tricks on people. It started off with Lonnie saying, I got 105.3 The Magic from San Antonio. I got Gabe and Drew saying top 40, our top 40 station.
This was their last song they played, by the way.
Who?
105.3 and Magic or San Antonio, wherever.
Oh, really? You're monitoring it?
Yeah.
Oh. Did they shut down their station 15 years ago? Why were they playing Poker Face?
KSMG. Cord says it's probably a better listen. Your mom's a better listen, Cord. So there you go. Apparently it got screwed up with the signal. So our apologies for that. I'm assuming it's going to deal with all the clouds out there and the weather. So hopefully it gets cleared up. But thank you for your patience. And we have let the bosses know.
Until then, listen to the regular signal. If you're having trouble with the HD, switch over to the regular. You should be okay.
Okay. Yesterday, a lot of crazy things were being said on these airwaves. You had Wolchuk and Lucius comparing hot dogs. You had Brian Broaddus explaining his father's oversized cowboy shirt. Also, peeing with the pants around the ankles. And then you had my boy, Mike Bassick, challenging Corey Majors because of our Ja Morant bet. In case you missed it, I bet Corey over under 16.5 games that Ja Morant would be suspended. I knew it would be over. He took the under. Ja got suspended for 25. That news came out as young Joey Erickson was in studio for his last day, and he had not paid off his fantasy football punishment. Now, to be fair, we never gave a punishment or said what it would be. But young Joey, like a champ, said, I will go ahead and take on Corey's punishment. So I smashed the old sweaty cupcake right in his face before his final shift. But that was not good enough for Mikey B yesterday with Corey on KMC.
The 682. I think Corey is the wanker of the weekend because he's not going to honor that cupcake payoff.
And now you
I just kind of stumbled into a bet. Yes.
And now you need a cupcake in the face.
No, I don't, because there was new information.
What?
Adam Silver said there's been new
That's
information.
why the bet was made when it was made.
No, there was new information after the bet was made.
If you won't take a cupcake in the face, what will you take in the face to pay off this bet?
Sweet mother, it is 11:30.
Nothing, Mike. It's never going to happen. It's not going to happen.
That's not fair.
Why is it not fair?
You lost your bet. You got to pay your debt. What if you don't know it's going to happen and somebody sneaks up behind you like Carter and he cupcakes you?
I don't like the way that sounds.
He cupcaked you
from behind.
First off,
it's an HR violation.
Nobody
and
at this station has the balls to try and pull something like that off, Mike. Do you understand?
We all have balls at this station.
Do you understand?
Exclusively people with
balls.
balls.
It's fight or flight situation.
Okay, so I thought he had said, listeners, no one has the balls to do that. So he said no one in the building. So I have to retract that. But that was KMC yesterday.
Okay.
Now, to be fair, in the technical court of law, I got to give Corey a pass. Would I have done it? It was a Friday. Go ahead. Take your punishment. Instead of trying to find all your choppy loopholes. Oh, it was a fake gun. It was a candle gun. It shouldn't count. Blee, 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 blah, blah, blah. But I did say Joey could take it for him. So technically, in the court of fan law, I got to give Corey a pass.
And not punish him?
Joey took Corey's punishment.
I don't know that you could Joey had his own punishment.
I think I get to choose. I won the bet.
I think I know what you should do as a punishment.
Okay.
You should make him pop that zit that you have on the side of your face.
Me?
Yes. Holy cow! That thing is blinking at me all show. Jeez. That thing.
You've been kind of an a-hole today. You've been a jerk today, so that's fitting for the final hour. I haven't
been a jerk at all.
Yeah, you're moody because you're moving in 100-degre temperatures and you're taking it out on us.
Moody.
You want to be a little bit of a jackass? So fine.
No, that should be a bet. That's what you should do. You should make him pop that.
Mike really wants to see this, it sounds like. I don't know. Do you think that's is that more he just wants to see justice, or do you think it's like he has some building, is there building inner show tension that it's like, I really want to see Corey
I don't know,
get his?
because Corey does a tremendous job of trolling. I mean, he's an expert troll, and I think, you know, you can't always tell if it's 100%. So I think it's getting under Mike's skin a little bit, which I do appreciate. Tim McMahon came out and said that John Morant and his crew, they think that the NBA is out to get them. The media is out to get them. And he's like, why would they be out to get you? They don't want a young American superstar to succeed. Job being awesome and fun is great for the league. They desperately want him on the court. So it doesn't appear as if John Morant has learned or is going to take any accountability.
It does not appear as that he has learned at all. He's wanting to. Now, look, he could not agree with the punishment and think it was too harsh. He can absolutely do that. And that, I don't think, is him not taking accountability. He doesn't agree with the punishment. This is not that. This is, him not even thinking that he did literally anything wrong. This is having someone skirting all the blame for yourself.
This is pretty consistent with him, right? Like, the gun wasn't mine. I shouldn't have done this shouldn't happen to me. The media is out to get me, which I think is hilarious.
The second gun was fake.
Literally the only media that has gotten you in trouble is your social media accounts, where you keep posting videos of you doing dumb stuff. By the way, I think the context matters whenever we're talking about.
I wish he was in a real market like New York to really catch the heat.
Oh my gosh.
And he thinks this is bad? Are you kidding me?
Like he again, in the real world, did he do anything necessarily wrong? Like flashing the gun? No. His social media is the problem. His ability, his judgment of putting it online is the issue. The NBA is not punishing him because he did something wrong by having the weapon or having a fake gun. What they did was they're like, all right, we're not gonna have one of our athletes brandish a gun or, give the perception that you're brandishing a gun by it being fake. The perception still remains that the intent was, hey, this is real, boys and girls.
It's just like people like John JJ Redick. I'm surprised that JJ Mr. Dookie is too dumb to understand representing a company. Do it at ESPN if you think that he's not. If we're over punishing him, do it at ESPN and see what Bristol does to you, because you think it's not a big deal. But I was like, is JJ trying to angle for a job here with his name in coaching searches? So. That's Ja Morant. I was trying to think of an example of something where I was in the wrong. I'm totally wrong, no doubt, but I would never own it.
Dak, probably. That's the first one that springs to mind for me. You know what this reminds me of, though? In terms of, we talk about, Chop, when you say he's done nothing wrong by having the gun, not in a vacuum, but the context matters of when you look at the issue he had with the accusations about beating up that kid on the court, the accusations of pointing a gun at the Pacers bus and everything else. When you couple it with that, and then you're holding a gun on Instagram and doing what you're doing, that is the equivalent to me of, here's a player who got in trouble for drunk driving. Right? Let's say Henry Ruggs gets out of jail. Henry Ruggs is back in the league. Henry Ruggs cannot go on Instagram with a video of him drinking a beer. He can't do it ever again. You can't be seen doing that.
Right.
And so even though that's completely legal for him to do, the context of who he is and what he'd gotten in trouble for previously, you can't do it.
He is coming across as entitled, spoiled, and really having a bunch of dummies around him. I don't know what the circumstances are. As someone said, maybe Ja's the bad influence on them. Ja's dad, are they telling him, son, own it. You screwed up. Are his buddies saying, hey, man, it was a bad look? It sounds like they're all saying, man, you're getting screwed, man. They're out to get you. And I can't wait to see what's next. I can't wait to see the next screw up, as long as nobody gets hurt. All right, Choppy, you can pick between Messi and Saudi Arabia or betting on the Special Olympics.
Oh, my God. Let's try that one.
Okay, you want to pick that one?
Yeah, let's try that
Did
one.
it make Bobby? That made you uncomfortable, Bobby?
Just in the statement on its own is pretty uncomfortable, but let's hear it.
So a site that I reference all the time that sends me the gambling odds, Bet Online, they're getting destroyed for offering betting lines on the Special Olympics. Bet Online is, you can bet on the Special Olympics. First ever time. Now, my first question is, does this, I'm trying to think of a way to phrase this.
Be careful.
Does this show that, like, the Special Olympics should be taken, does this add credibility? Like, hey, you're just like every other major event like that. We can bet on all the others. So why would we not bet on this? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, like in order.
It's like it's giving them more respect. They can bet on track and field, basketball, cycling, powerlifting, soccer, and swimming. But, of course, people on Twitter are not happy. So that's what I was thinking. I was like, does this legitimize the Special Olympics?
Normalize, maybe.
No, yes, I'm sorry. Normalize.
Yeah, like where it's something where it's like in order to, like when you're talking about these people just going like, hey, this is just something that they deal with or whatever specific issue they have.
Yeah.
They're still just like you.
Right.
You're saying, does it not put it on that same level of just like everybody else?
Yeah, I would come back to you and say, why can't I bet on the regular Olympics but not the Special Olympics? And that normalizes the Special Olympics more.
It does. It does. I wonder, though, like, how does the Special Olympics feel about this? Like, is the Special Olympics, are they,
I would feel better as a Special Olympics competitor.
I mean,
I'd be like, we're being treated just like every other sport.
Yes, they are.
Right?
Uh-huh.
Am I seeing that totally wrong?
No.
Yeah, I don't think you're seeing it. I don't know much about, like, the Special Olympics. Like, is it more of a participation? Is it more about,
No, they're handing
winning?
out.
I know they hand out trophies and medals and stuff like that, but, like, I don't know. I mean, how competitive is it?
Is it more effed up to bet on the Special Olympics or Little League World Series? Which one's slimier?
Oh, gosh.
Choppy, you're the gambler. Which one would you feel worse about entering that parlay?
I would feel worse about Little League World Series, probably.
You would feel worse betting on the Little League World Series?
I think so.
Because of the Danny Almonte factor? You don't know that it's on the up and up?
No, they're kids. Like
Special Olympics, the ones that might be fixed. Weren't we finding out that people were faking things?
Yes, we did find that out.
One-way ticket to hell.
Yeah, we did.
Faking to try to win the Special Olympics.
Correct. They were
Like
faking
a South Park episode.
some kind of a disability.
Shakey's Pizza.
It was very disgusting. I would still. I think I would bet you start betting on kids. I don't know. I can't do that.
Okay, so just wanted to bring that up. See, it wasn't as bad as you thought.
No, like I said, just in a vacuum.
Would you
the statement
place
sounded-
a bet on that?
I mean, if I knew it was a guaranteed winner,
Yeah,
you got a tip? You got it in for me? I'm going to try to make free money.
Not if you're a winner, man. There you go.
Yeah, but look, if people are going to get sick satisfaction out of, here's a reason to watch. Let's go ahead and bet on this. We have no knowledge about it. We don't know anything. Let's go ahead and just watch and get a laugh. So that's where the internet is outraged. All right. We have some leftovers here on Sean and RJ to get to on DFW Sports Station. All the NFL, RJ thinks this is the joke of the offseason. We update every first-round pick made in this NFL draft. An update on Mozzie Smith and all the other studs that the Cowboys could have had next on The Fan.
Fan segment brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
1-1. Jonas swings, shoots one through the right side, into right field, a base hit. 1 run scores. Garcia rounds third. He comes so. The throw is up the line. Garcia scores standing up. A 2-run single for Jonah Heim, and the Rangers get some cushion as their lead improves to 5-2.
Sandman with the call last night right here on your home for Rangers baseball. My gosh, they're playing nothing but 7 o'clock games. What are these guys doing, having to work 5 days a week on the other shows?
What a struggle.
Game 2 tonight. After they won the opener 5-2, they got a 5-game lead in the American League West. And earlier in the show, RJ Choppy buried the Houston Astros.
Yes. Buried. You just look at it. There's just too many injuries for them to overcome. Garcia, rock the baby, gone. McCullers, gone. Urquidy, when's he coming back? You see Jordan's gone for 4 weeks. You've got so many injuries on that team, and their bullpen has not nearly been the bullpen that they've had over the last couple of years. Presley's the only one that's really having the same kind of year. Montero stinks when he's healthy. It's just there's so many factors that this is just not the same team. And as Sandler's pointed out, like their farm system is not capable of making trades for top. All their good farm players are up at the bigs. Now, they've done a great job of getting guys and developing players and bringing them up. They've done a great job. But they don't have anybody ready necessarily to come up and really do anything right now. So could they make a trade for someone? I mean, they would have to give a volume at that point.
Tonight, it's going to be Evaldi back on the mound. The last 2 starts have not been Nathan-esque. 6 1/3, 4 earned. That was against Tampa. And then he went 7 innings, 3 earned against the Angels. Did have 9 strikeouts. I guess just when I see 3 earned, I'm like, that's un-Evaldi, but 7 innings, 3 earned.
I mean, those are good lineups, though, right? You know, the Angels lineup has got 2 guys in the middle that are tremendous, and then I've got, of course, the Rays lineup has been one of the better ones in the sport this year. So those are good lineups.
Is Chris Young concerned with John Gray after that post-blister start and the fantastic run that Gray has been on? Going to need him as a DeGrom replacement.
No, John came out of it well. His fingers felt fine. It was just, I think he was frustrated with his command and control. But that's what happens when you get out of the routine, you get out of the normal work that you go through, from in between starts. You just lose the feel. And it took him a couple innings to get the feel, and it didn't quite come. At that point, we had dug ourselves a hole. Boach felt the best option was John King to keep that game close, and he was right, and the bullpen did a terrific job. But no worries about John moving forward.
All right, so there it is on your home of the Rangers. We're also your home of the Cowboys, and ESPN used all of their insiders to get a report on the first-round picks.
Oh, good.
Solidified the selection, second-guessing, major doubt. Let's start off with Mozzie Smith at 26 from Todd Archer. How he has fared so far. And a lot of this writing and recap was done for guys up front. The Cowboys, they said the same thing. Not having a lot of physical contact in the 11-on-11s, the mini camps. So making any judgment on Smith is difficult. But what the offseason work allowed him to do was learn what the coaches will want from him technically. And they have said he has picked everything up fast. He has a willing mentor in Jonathan Hankins. And Zach Martin said, quote, "You can tell on tape for a big man, he bends extremely well and obviously very strong. Everyone knows that. He's going to be a great addition to our team. We should have some good battles in training camp." So that is the update. What?
I'm getting joy out of thinking in my head when that assignment came into Todd Archer's email that he had to write that and how he reacted to it.
Yeah.
I was probably like, what the hell do you want me to say? Like, they haven't put pads on.
Every year, and this is the dead period, right? This is the classic quintessential dead period article, post mini camps, 5 weeks for training camp, yada, yada, yada. This is that article, right? Where they gotta fill content. And this is the Homer article of the year. Like, what a fluff piece it is. And it's funny to read because you read it and then you remember this 6 months from now, how everyone today loves their pick. They all do. They love their pick. Oh, what great work ethic. Oh, he's such a great film study guy. So that's what you say. So about the guys on the offensive and defensive line or the running backs, right? Guys who need actual pads on to show what they can do. They can't really say anything. So they've got to talk about, the stuff that they know. And they're only going to say good things. And then the quarterbacks. I mean, every quarterback's got great ball placement. Anthony Richardson couldn't figure out an offense in college. But all of a sudden, he's picking it up so fast. It's amazing.
I know a lot of this is going to be positive, but I did feel a little jealousy looking at Dalton Kincaid right above us. With all the Kincaid tight end talk, he ended up in Buffalo. Here's what they're saying. Von Miller, unprompted, during mandatory minicamp said, "This Dalton Kincaid kid is insane." That's the quote from Von. Josh Allen has referred to him as a very bright kid. So far, so good. He's put in solid work during the offseason. There have been moments when Allen has taken a moment to discuss a route with him. Seems to be off to a strong start, with the Bills hoping he has a big role. Training camp will tell more, but Von Miller so far is really, really impressed. Bobby, is there a particular name throughout the rest of the round or in the NFC East that you'd like to check in on?
Let's see how much they're just losing their minds over Jalen Carter with Philadelphia.
Oh, okay. So,
since that was the one everybody was panicked about.
Okay.
It was, oh my gosh, he's such a stud. And all of his questions are going to be about his work habits anyway.
All right, here you go. How he's fared so far. There were no overt signs during the OTA sessions open to the media that Carter, who couldn't finish position drills at his pro day, was struggling with his conditioning. No overt signs. One of the most gifted players in the draft class. He has a fluidity to his motion that is rare for a defensive tackle. Sirianni said, "I think you just see their athletic ability. You see the athletic ability and the drill work. Nolan Smith, fellow Georgia first rounder. You're seeing the things we saw obviously on tape of what they will do well and the power, their athletic ability, their personalities." It sounded like they just took the draft, the draft profile.
Right.
Nothing really truly new, except for he doesn't appear to be totally out of shape.
No.
That's such a glowing endorsement of your number 9 overall pick. Is I guess he doesn't look that fat. I'm gonna try that when I get home today. I'm gonna say, Kristen, I guess you don't look that out of shit. I'm just gonna see if that goes well.
But even remember the Jack Campbell pick was like, what? That was like the worst pick of the first round. Or the biggest reach or whatever. But even that one's like, oh, he's growing daily. Oh, he's just every day he's growing. All these are like that.
I will say this. I'm starting to think I may be wrong on Bryce Young because it's glowing out of there. Their veterans are just raving. DJ Shark, everyone is here for him. We believe he can take us to some really high places. Like it sounds like the Panthers are talking like Bryce Young is legit, and there are certain people picking Carolina to win that division now.
He had a really good pocket presence in college. His poise was there. When he gets out, when he's flushed outside the pocket, everything looks like it's in slow motion for him. Like his decision making was exceptional. The questions about his size, about his arm, you can make those, and they weren't going to go away. But to me, the important part of the quarterback position is decision making, and that seemed to be always there.
Noah Brown, who's in Houston, said that C.J. Stroud can be as good or better than Dak Prescott. After playing with Dak over the past 6 years, their beat reporter says C.J.'s ball placement has stood out throughout the spring, and his passes have rarely been off target. So there you go, Bobby. Already as good or better than Dak.
Yeah, look, I'll tell you, same thing out there at those OTA practices. Dak was perfect. Every throw was incredible. Look, here's the thing. C.J. Stroud was the number 2 pick in the draft. For a long time, people thought he was going to be the number 1 pick in the draft. So, yeah, I would hope that you would take somebody, or if I'm a Texans fan, I would hope if I took somebody that high that I'd be getting a quarterback who could be as good or better than Dak. That's the goal when you pick those guys. So, absolutely. He's got a ton of talent. We'll see if he can put it together.
Anthony Richardson, they're saying, yeah, It's a fair assessment. Consistency is going to be an issue, but one of their linebackers said it's crazy. Everything in walkthrough, it's like, okay, when he's in there, you've just got to be aware. It's a whole other element to an offense that you don't necessarily have to think about with more of a traditional quarterback.
Did we get Barry Sanders comparisons out of Atlanta?
Oh, here we go.
There you go.
Robinson has been exactly as Atlanta anticipated, and Brian Broaddus said. No, they didn't rate the Broaddus part. The Falcons have shown they'll use him as a running back and a receiver all over the formation. Were there questions from pundits about how the Falcons use this pick? Yes. When Arthur Smith was asked whether the traits they saw in him have translated to the league, he made his answer very clear. We do not have buyer's remorse, if that's what you're asking. An example, Robinson was the last player off the field signing autographs and then getting extra work on the jugs machine. So that's the Longhorn report out of Hotlanta.
Shows that, he's going to be a stud because he stayed after to sign autographs. What a great endorsement of the guy. That's wonderful.
What about your boy Dan Campbell with, is it Jameer?
Jameer Gibbs.
Jameer Gibbs. Without pads, Dan Campbell refers to the offseason as a pajama party.
That's what it is, right?
But Gibbs' speed and pass catching ability have already been on display. Goff said he can catch it and he can run it. He's excited about him. Some other NFL notes, real quick. DeAndre Hopkins and Dalvin Cook, are they planning a little gathering? Dalvin's like, yeah, it'd be fantastic to meet up with D-Hop, who apparently is still at the Patriots facility, and you didn't seem too impressed with Russell Wilson's videos.
No, I didn't, because, that's what he's like. This is showing you what he wants you to see, right? That's all this is. He's posting these videos of him working out. Remember that?
He does look leaner. He did lose weight.
He's the best.
Remember that that workout fad like 20 years ago where you were doing the speed skating thing on the slide back and forth?
Oh, yeah. A lot of the NFL players still do that.
So he's doing that. He's got a hashtag restoration season, SZN. Oh, it's so annoying. But get ready to hate it.
He's the worst.
Yes, he is.
He's the worst.
He's the worst. I assume, who I assume is working out all the time is NFL players. I don't need to see videos proving to me that you work out. I assume as a professional athlete in the off season that you're working out.
Yeah, but they all do it.
They all do it. You're absolutely right.
But I mean, this is also the guy who, what was it when they were flying to London? They were like, Russell Wilson just kept having to do knee highs down the aisle.
He's just showing everybody they stay in limber. That's how you can spot a phony.
He's the biggest eye roll in sports. It's not close.
Absolutely.
Which would you rather have on your team? A Ja Morant problem child or just a cringe fest Russell Wilson?
Russell Wilson.
Would you?
Yeah.
Are we taking the talent or just the actions?
Right.
Talent. Factor the talent in there.
Oh,
Damn it.
Because you have the
Russ is done.
You have the no accountability Ja.
Russ is cooked.
You have the cringy Russ. There's also the guy who thinks he's the smartest guy in every room. Right? That's another one you don't want on your team. But if anybody tells you, he's gonna show you these videos of okay, wow, impressed, you're working out. You're supposed to. You're in the NFL.
Let's crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece next. Maybe a cupcake is waiting for Corey. All right, it is now time for Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece with Kevin Hagman, Mikey Bassick, and Corey Majors. Good morning. What is up?
Bruce Bochy at 12:20 today, gentlemen. So we talked with the Rangers manager just in time for them to get out of that slump, man. That was awesome.
You got to ask him if he would ever do mayo and lettuce on a hot dog like Leody Taveras said yesterday.
Is it the lettuce that bothers you the most?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean,
Some people put mayo on their hot dog, right?
I feel like you wouldn't notice it that much. Like, I'm a mayo fan though.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to the lettuce. You like Chicago? I know you don't. Chicago dogs, Mike. Pickle.
I'm not crazy
relish.
about all of that stuff on a hot dog.
A lot of stuff.
My favorite hot dog is probably
Sucking on chili
homemade sauerkraut
dogs.
and mustard.
Say it again.
Sauerkraut and mustard is probably, but it has to be a good sauerkraut. You just get it out of the can and throw it on there. No, like it has to be like a good sauerkraut.
You like mayonnaise?
No.
How about that much mayonnaise? Would you eat that much mayonnaise on a hot dog?
That is a lot of
This is a lot of mayo, man.
That feels like a
on
mayonnaise.
No way you
dog.
could do that. What's the best mayo? Because I've tried
Dukes.
Dukes and I don't like it.
Really?
I'll take No. Never tried it. Hellman's any day.
You love eating Hellman's?
Miracle Whip?
Okay, hang on. Did anybody hear of Dukes prior to like 5 years ago
No.
in the bowl game?
No.
I blame
I'm
Matt
not.
Pittman, Meat Church. But yeah, what would you eat of all the things on a Chicago dog? What would you actually eat of the toppings on it?
None.
Zero?
Yeah.
You would have a pickle?
Hot dog is delicious by itself.
No, but just separate of a hot dog.
Yeah.
Would
no.
you eat a pickle?
No.
Raw onion,
No.
Mustard.
No.
Okay.
tomato slice.
No.
Have him rank those in what he would. If you
Onion's
had
the
to eat.
worst. I think onion is the
What?
worst
Onion ring?
food on
Base
planet
for
Earth.
everything you ever eat that's tasty.
Onion rings?
No.
You don't, but you don't view onion rings as the same as raw onion.
I think that's probably true because you have that fried element, right?
It's
Okay.
the mental. It's onion. If he didn't
When
know,
was the last
he would
time
be
you
fine.
tried it?
Tried an additional onion because I realize
Like
like
our
things
onion
are
ring.
cooked in onion. I mean like additional onion.
Right. Does your wife cook?
Yeah.
What is it very difficult
She
for her?
is. I think it made her sad, but she said once she was like, "Oh yeah, like I probably put too much." I don't remember if she said flavor or spices.
I put too much flavor.
She said I put too much on it, and I was like, "Yeah, I don't need that."
So were you honest with her about your
Of
taste
course.
while you were dating?
Of course.
Or you just sprung it on her?
No, I was honest with her about everything.
Okay.
So, like, don't your taste buds change like every so often? Like, you start to like different foods as you age.
If you're willing to try it again.
But I don't understand.
Kevin
If you
doesn't
like what
change.
you like, why would you
Right,
need
but
to
I'm
change
saying
What if you
that?
like
Taste
something
buds
more?
change.
I'm scared. I was scared to death of sushi in 2000. So one of my buddies, we're in Arizona Fall League. He's like, let's go to this sushi place in Scottsdale. And I'm like, oh God, I can't believe I'm going to eat raw fish. I was like, I'll try it, but I'm not for this. There's no way I'm going to like it. There's kind of the Texan pride in me. Like I eat meat. I don't eat raw fish.
Okay.
And then I had it and I was like, it was all right. And then the next day I found myself going, you know what? I want to go back to that sushi place.
Yeah.
And so now I like most sushis, not all sushi.
Like no kids like tomato slices when
No,
they're young.
I
Brussels
wouldn't.
sprouts.
No.
Oysters.
My kids are weird, dude.
Laura eats whole tomatoes.
Noah does. Noah likes tomatoes.
Really?
Yeah.
My kids are real weird.
Wow.
They're and bougie. They're bougie.
Like, I hated
How-
guacamole. Hated it.
Right.
Until about 5-6 years ago. And now I love it.
How else are your kids bougie?
Sushi. Anytime, what do you guys want for dinner? Sushi.
Oh,
Yeah. Or they
rich
always
palate.
Yeah, they want to go to some high end place all the time.
Plano.
Like, you can't do that, dude. No.
Plano.
No. I'm not on the Sharif.
You should have
bankroll
raised
right
them
now.
in East Dallas like you. As I was driving my kid to Bishop Lynch this morning for driver's ed, and there was a crazy old man in the middle of the street spitting and yelling at all of the cars as they drove by.
What was he saying?
Just a crazy old man. I don't know. My window is rolled down. We're going about 40 miles an hour on Ferguson.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you're just like, this old man is so mad. He's like throwing fists in the
That's
air.
Uncle T.
And then as I drove by, he spit at
What?
the
Do you
car.
know who
That's
that
Uncle T. Did he have his red hat on?
No, it looked like a veteran's hat,
Yeah.
kind of.
Okay, yeah. That's Uncle T.
Shut up,
I've known him for
Corey.
years, dude.
Yeah, you don't.
That dude's been
Uncle
around
T.
that area spitting for a long time.
Really? What else is coming up?
Oh man, this is a question I've been asking myself because I don't know if I am or not. Are you appreciating this Rangers season appropriately? And you can decide what's appropriate. We'll discuss that right out of the gate. We'll discuss what is the appropriate way to do it because we're sitting here talking in spring training. We were having guests on, and we weren't thinking that Leody Taveras, when we talked to him, he did mention that he liked merengue dancing when he was talking with us. So that was when I saw your tweet yesterday, I was like, but we didn't think he'd be playing this high level again, like this. Nate Lowe, we didn't know that he would be doing what he's doing. All these things are happening, and it's really good. And the appreciation of it, though, I think is what I want to know from Rangers fans.
I was curious for you guys as well. At 11:20, what is your current confidence level in your air conditioning?
Oh no, is something wrong with yours?
No, it's just
ERCOT.
No, your personal air conditioning system.
I saw a post on Facebook, and a dude had. I'm sorry, Kevin. I'm not Catholic. What is that candle? It's the candle with Jesus on it.
The jaw candle.
That is not a candle I have frequently used either.
Okay, I don't know if it's like the candle, like "Please Stay Alive" or whatever. but
my AC confidence is a 10 out of 10. I have a guy, fantastic.
Nice.
And if it goes out that night, I know in the next morning it'll get fixed. So
I feel like that candle you're talking about might be called a prayer candle.
Okay.
Just because, like, if you go to like a Catholic church and you just go there to pray, I think you might maybe light a candle for each prayer that you have.
That is one thing. This one looked a little different, but
Okay.
I think the concept is essentially the same.
So back to the Rangers thing, my appreciation is waning a little bit because of one thing. It feels like the games are like dragging back out longer again.
What was
feels
the game
like
time
that.
yesterday?
Last night was like 3. It was 3 because I'm looking at the clock and I'm like, I got spoiled.
Yeah, it was 2:47.
Oh, it's 2:20.
And I thought it was still great. I did the pre and post, and I
Well, you're
can't.
getting paid a lot of money for
True.
that.
I can't believe though when I get home at 11 to 11:15. Usually I would get home at 11:45 to midnight for 7 o'clock road games, and I'm just like, I still am so happy when I get home at closer to 11 o'clock.
It doesn't
than
feel
midnight.
like last week or two. It's like gotten longer again.
It has a little bit,
Yeah.
but at least it's still not 3+ hours.
Oh, yeah.
Think about it. We're about to start college football season where they're 5.5 hour games
it's
where they
awful.
start at 11. I think that some of them end at 5 p.m. and then you go right into the night game and you're just like, how in the world did a football game last this long?
It's so bad. I mean, now, thankfully they changed the rules.
That's right.
All right, amongst all these NBA headlines, which is what I'm most excited for right now, pick one or what interests you the most. Mark Stein is saying, obviously Phoenix has taken themselves out. It is Dallas in the driver's seat for Kyrie. We had that Houston rumor a couple weeks back. Bill Simmons says Zion will not be on the Pelicans come Thursday night.
I'd trade for him.
That's not happening. Chris Paul, shut up. Chris Paul thinks Isaiah Thomas stabbed him in the back, getting him out of Phoenix. He's friends with the Suns' owner. Draymond Green declines the player option, $27 million. And it sounds like Dame Lillard is willing to stay in Portland, according to Shams. Which one jumps off there?
I'm really interested in the Zion one because what in the world does that compensation look like? Like when you say the driver's seat for Kyrie, it's really odd that it doesn't feel like that. It feels like nobody else wants him.
Right.
And so you get him.
Mm-hmm.
But for Zion, look, he's got a ton of talent, but you can't look at any of that and be like, well, he'll definitely be good to go for us. So I'm curious what that trade would look like.
Number 2. That's what it sounds like, although they're saying Charlotte doesn't want Zion
Yeah, they
back.
want Ingram,
They want
right?
Brandon Ingram back.
Imagine that.
We were asking, who do you think you get more out of moving forward here between Kyrie and DeGrom? All reasons, everything.
Kyrie.
Everything included.
Yeah,
I think Kyrie. I mean, DeGrom's not going to play until 2025, so I'm going to say Kyrie.
Not even that.
50 by then.
Like when DeGrom's hurt, he can't play.
Yeah.
If Kyrie might wake up one day and be like, yeah, I want to play today. So at least you're going to get something out of him.
Yeah, that's a great question.
It's tough.
And what did Jake get this year? Was it 6 starts?
Yeah, and 2 of them he had to leave early because of injury
But
concern.
DeGrom will be here in 4 years. I don't think Kyrie will be.
Oh, 100%. But
So you got to factor that in.
What is the recovery from a second TJ.
It's not the best. And that's why, like, DeGrom is untradeable, right? So that is, you do have DeGrom for the 5-year period. And even if, let's just say, the Rangers, because this is a now team. This is not a young team. This is a team that has to win somewhat now. Because there will be, if Evaldi gets a little bit older, John Gray, DeGrom maybe doesn't come back the same that he was or that you're hoping for. Now you're going back to, all right, can possibly Jack Ryder, Kumar Rocker, Brock Porter, all of these guys.
Skeens, speak into existence.
I would like that to happen,
They're
but
drafting a
it's
high
a
school
weird, it's awesome for the Rangers. But let's just say you're in somewhat, okay, in 2027, you're kind of like, well, let's maybe get rid of a few veterans to kind of try to make another run in 2029. You're not going to be able to get rid of DeGrom. I mean, like, too bad. So.
What did you vote?
Kyrie scares me to death, but he is going to be here this upcoming season. I don't even know if we get to January and he goes, I'm done with this.
Right. Okay.
Way to
By the way,
take
game
us out
times
on a sad
have
note.
gotten longer, Sean.
What?
Game times have gotten longer.
They have? By how much?
It was like 2:30 for the first couple months. The Rangers over the last like 10 games are averaging 2:45, and that's taking the 12-inning game out of it.
Time to crack.
I wonder why. Have there more pitching changes lately, or
we got lax on the clock.
Injuries, arguing with umpires.
Was it the Angels that felt like Red Sox Yankees?
Oh my God!
I don't know this, but hitting always gets better the hotter it gets. So, hitting always picks up in June, July, August. So maybe there's more base runners, which means more base runners, more pitching changes. So
and the clock goes up.
Yeah.
All right, we're back tomorrow morning with another Post Malone ticket giveaway and the latest on the NBA draft. Can the Rangers make it 2 for 2 tonight? It's the KMC Masterpiece. Next on The Fan.
KNCMasterpiece.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got me, Kevin Hagel, and Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and Reginald Atatula is the crew today. Our question right out the gate: are you appreciating the Rangers season appropriately? Now, Corey, I feel like my answer was yes, but what led you to this question?
It's just more along the lines of trying to gauge the average Rangers fan out there right now, because when we have bad baseball, it's just like, oh my gosh, it's so bad. I want to ignore it completely. And whenever we're having this kind of thing going on, how invested are you in what's going on? Like, how invested are you in what the Rangers are doing? Are you living and dying with this? I don't think you should at each game. Like, each game, if you're living it, and Mike, I do this with the regular season.
You only die once.
Okay, yeah, that's true. But even with the NBA in the regular season, like, it's living and dying with each game is very difficult for me. Now, if there's a stretch of games, that's where I'm like, okay, that's something that I have a little bit of concern about. This, for instance, is something that came to mind for me. Lance Lynn. Did you see what happened with him the other day, Mike?
Struck out 16.
Struck out 16, Kevin, in a 5-1 loss.
Oh, he still has a 6 ERA.
Yeah, that was a really good game for him. Like, that's exceptional. And they lost 5-1. And yeah, he has a 6.75 and 14 starts.
Holy moly.
And that's the feeling is with this Rangers team, if there's a 16 strikeout game, I feel like what's going to happen is this Rangers team's going to win.
Right.
They're going to produce the runs. I can't imagine being in the White Sox place right now. I really can't. And that's why I'm appreciating what the Rangers are doing, because I can't imagine being a team that we're going to feel like it's going to be a lull for 2 months. And that's like the Rangers lull was a week and a half. And bam, they're right back into it.
It'd have to be a lot of injuries to your starting rotation, right?
Yes.
That could derail you. If you look at right now the Houston Astros, they've lost 2 of their starting pitchers for the year, McCullers and Garcia. So that's one of the reasons they're struggling so much. Obviously, they have other guys that aren't performing up to expectations. I don't think there's a Ranger that's not performing up to or exceeding expectations, and that's why I'm so appreciative of this season. For a while now, I'm lucky enough to get to do pre and post game on television for the Rangers.
Does it have a different energy right now on that?
100%. A lot of the times for the last 5 years, you would get to the 5th or 6th inning and already know they're going to lose. And you just go, all right, how am I going to spin this? Or what are we going to say? How quick can we get this post game kind of rolling?
Yeah.
And because you're just like, what am I supposed to talk about? They got 2 hits. They didn't score any runs, and they gave up 7. Where am I supposed to talk about the positives? Or I'm supposed to, man, this young guy right now is really playing well. There wasn't any young guys playing well. There wasn't any guys like having great years. And so you're just like, we're stuck.
And then in pregame, you're trying not to destroy your own credibility by hyping up something that might not happen.
Right. You're like, hey, man, if this guy can give us 5 innings and 3 runs or less, it gives you a chance, based off of his performances this last month. And so this has just been so awesome to watch a team play so hard, play so focused, have talented players, have 6 to 8 guys we're talking about potentially making the all-star team.
Yeah.
Like, this is amazing to me, and it just feels so. There's been times. Last night, I'll give you an example. I haven't done this in a long time with the Rangers. I'd say 2016 was the last time I verbally said something, going, "Oh gosh, I can't believe I'm that engaged in this." When Josh Young missed the ground ball last night in the 9th inning, and then it hit Corey Seager's glove and bounced away. Mm-hmm. I think that Luis Robert was going to be safe at second once it got past Josh Young, but he would have thrown it to second just to see if he got out the force out. When Josh Young missed it and it popped out of Corey Seager's hand, I go, no! I'm like, wow, I'm that into
Connected,
the Rangers winning and losing games now. It used to be like, if that happened, like, I don't care. Like, just get the game over with, And now it's like, no, I'm super engaged in this and loving watching a team play the right way, play hard, play aggressive, play with talent, figure out ways to win games. And when they lose, you feel like they're going to win tomorrow.
Yeah, the And here's another thing, Kevin, is, I would show up to the game the other night. Mike's doing his pregame. He's smiling. Mark McLemore's on the phone laughing. I feel like Mark McLemore probably would have been on the phone yelling at somebody. And Mike would have been like, don't talk to me. But Mike was even kind of giving – it was a fun grin that I got from Mike the other night. It just seemed that even the whole stadium, though, has a different buzz about it right now. But this is a good text. I like this. From the 817, I'm so grateful for Texas this year. I didn't pay much attention after 2011 because the team was so bad. And that's the feeling that I think we've all had. Kevin, we did post game right here on the station.
Well, that person did miss about 5 years of good baseball.
Yeah, there were a couple years, yeah. But when we did post game here, it was like, what else can we talk about sometimes? Yeah. Like, can we go ahead and skip this part a little quickly and move on? And if you didn't get the full value out of the 2010, 2011 seasons, and you're like, man, I missed that part. This is the best baseball the Rangers have played since then.
Every one of those post-game shows felt like the extra innings vamp that announcers do, because we're like, hey, what did you think about that fan out there? What was that?
Yes.
That outfit was crazy. Just because, like you said, it was a beatdown because it was every single night. It was pretty much the same.
It was, just remember this, and this was last year at times. You'd have Colby Allard pitching the first game of a series, Spencer Howard pitching game 2 of the series.
Yeah.
And then you would have a reliever starting game 3 of the series because you needed an opener because you didn't believe the starter could face the top 3 hitters twice in a game.
Yeah.
And you're just like, oh my God. Or there was the year where you had 5 Tommy John surgeries starting in your rotation. Some of those guys have recovered and have had good careers after that, but you're like, wait, I don't think it's a good idea to have all 5 guys coming off of Tommy John surgery in one rotation right now. And that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You're just like, man, this is tough.
More than anything, I think there just wasn't really anything to root for.
Sure.
Like that you were trying to grasp to straws on even hitters. You're like, but Joey Gallo's hot this month. And then, you're like, that's not going to last. And this thing, you just feel like there's 1 through 9 in the batting order. You're like, I can root for any of these dudes.
I know that Tampa has an awesome lineup, but I feel like this is the best lineup in baseball because and maybe it's just because I know the players better, but when you get down to last night, you have Duran batting .313, batting 7th, Mitch Garver, who has popped 20-plus home runs, when he's healthy for a season, batting 8th, and Leody Taveras batting .301, I think it is right now, coming into the game batting .302. It's like, this doesn't get much better than this.
You squeezed your rookie into the 3-hole. You squeezed your rookie third baseman into the 3-hole, man. That's how good he's hitting right now.
This feels like, this is tough to say. I understand. This feels like when you're like, my God, Mike Napoli, David Murphy, and Mitch Moreland are at the bottom of your lineup?
Which I remember before the season started, we talked about, hey, the top 4 could look solid compared to the rest of the league. And then the questions were, hey, what do you do after that? And we were kind of like, hey, don't worry about that. It's not going to be great. But the Dallas Morning News and Evan Grant catching up with us as he put out an article about the Rangers' ability to win the major awards. And here's the thing. I just wanted to run down the 4 big major awards.
Gotcha.
And just think about how crazy this is. All right, MVP. Now, it feels as though it is Shohei Ohtani's award to lose at this point. But you also have viable candidates in Marcus Semien and Corey Seager. Like, I get that Shohei Ohtani is a heavy favorite, but you have those 2 in the mix. Cy Young, Nathan Eovaldi is one of the top candidates. Josh Young, he's probably the leading candidate for Rookie of the Year. And Bruce Bochy is probably the leading candidate for Manager of the Year. So if you go down there, you have an excellent shot, a good shot, and a fair shot at the 4 major awards in the American League. That's crazy.
And then add to the thing that we're pushing pretty hard. We started pushing this yesterday, trying to get Josh Young into the All-Star game, but also trying to get everybody else.
You can vote 5 more times today.
I just got my email from the Rangers that said, thanks for voting. Enjoy 25% off tickets to Detroit and Tampa Bay series. Use this code.
The Tampa series?
Yeah, wow. They sent me a link that I can buy tickets. And by the way, tickets are going fast. I don't know if you're seeing this.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday tickets are one of the hottest items in the Metroplex for the rest of the year.
Especially and like when you look at a series like Houston coming up, you're like, well, good luck.
But just by voting, I got a 25% off just for voting yesterday for some tickets to some good series there too. And so like that's awesome. But again, those guys, we're probably going to see a handful of them in the All-Star game, and that's what you're pushing. That's another thing. Whenever we felt like we were voting for All-Stars before, it was like we just want one. Let's try to get the whole damn team in there. It's kind of like that fun thing that Rangers fans should and could be doing right now.
And what I'm learning from this is I think people are appropriately appreciating, especially at this spot in the season, how well things are going. From the 817, I'm very invested. For them to go through a slump and then put together a 3-game winning streak shows what kind of team they are. And they were like, they're better than a lot of teams when they're struggling.
Yeah.
And then
that's the cool part.
Yeah, absolutely. From the 806, I was at the game on Saturday. It was a blast. I live in Little Elm and I've gone to 10 games already this year, which is more than the last 3 years combined.
Yeah, this is, if you get to go out to the Globe, you're going to have fun. There's an energy. There's going to be a game every once in a while when the Braves won 12-0. That's a tough one that by the 5th, 6th inning, you're kind of like, dang it, like this isn't very exciting because your team's not doing anything. But 75%, I'm low on that number, 85% of the time, the Rangers are going to give you a good show. They might not win in the end, but man, they're going to give you a good show. And because there's so many Ranger fans out there, and I'll give credit to this Metroplex because there's a lot of people who have moved in from the country because we are a very great place to live when it comes to taxes, when it comes to home values, when it comes to jobs, right? This is one of the best places to live in the United States of America. So you do get a lot of fans from other teams because they've moved from places that they don't want to live. St. Louis, for example, like people didn't travel from St. Louis. They just live here now.
Yeah.
Obviously, California. There's a lot of people that have moved because their company has moved from California to Texas. So there's not a lot of Angel fans, but I was like, gosh, the Angels, how are they having this many fans? But I think a lot of people have moved there to here. And so the environment has been just really fun going to these games at the Globe.
Every time I look at the pace the Rangers are at, it's super fun. Right now, they're on pace to go 101-61, which would be 5 games better than the best record in Rangers history.
Is that good?
Yes, that is very good.
Okay.
Now,
so.
if I would have told you at the beginning of the season, the Rangers are going to win 90 games, don't you feel like the vast majority of people are like, holy crap, that's amazing?
Yeah, I even think Bruce Bochy would say, holy crap, that's amazing. Like I'm very hopeful. I believe in this team. That's our goal, is to win 90 games because 90 games gets you into the playoffs. And so, yes. And that would be, at this point, playing less than what you've played so far.
And because right now they're on pace to go 101-61. But even that, if you think that's unsustainable, which I get, that would be pretty incredible. This looks like a team that can win 95 games.
Yeah.
And that puts you among the best of the best in the regular season. Now, I know a lot of people's perceptions will be changed by the playoffs, but if you just tell me we're going to go 95-67 rolling into the playoffs, well, holy crap, that's amazing. And you mentioned the show aspect of this team. I know the show doesn't only have to mean offense, but there are 10 players in Major League Baseball that have 50 or more RBIs. 10 total. Rangers have 3 of them.
In your face.
Yeah, in your face, Shohei.
Yeah. What's he doing?
Yeah.
How many RBIs does he have?
He's probably going to win the MVP.
How many RBIs does he have, though?
I do not
But how
know.
long can he do that?
Yeah. Not as many as our 3.
Yeah.
Wasn't he second last year and first for MVP the year before?
And I think the other thing,
I bet he's. What about 5 years from now?
Mike, I think the other thing to add to this and question is, because I don't know the answer to this.
I do.
There is a lot of people have been saying since the beginning of the season, just wait till the Rangers start to let you down. We know that the Texas Heat for a long time, it is brutal for
Mike
pitching.
Maddox talked about it with G-Bag when he did an interview with him. I think it was last week.
Yes.
And he talked about how they'd have to say this is our home field advantage.
Right, just to mentally change that.
Right.
But this year, now that you have a good team in the stadium, I do wonder how much it's going to affect all of July and August. as they're making this push where they're not getting drained just by walking out onto the field. I'm very interested to see if they're playing even better ball by the end of the year because they were able to coast through air conditioning. So Kevin, at 11:20, we have a lot of confidence in the Rangers air conditioning.
And Kevin, I have two answers to that question.
What's the question?
What's the question?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, as the NBA turns, all the news that's fit to print, or say 2 days before the draft. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
105.3 The Fan is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss. That's Soda. It's brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen, and Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. For everybody that has been asking, Derek Holland's surgery, as it feels like most sports surgeries that get reported on, it went well.
Nice.
No complications.
Nice. I called him last night. I said, "Do you still have your arm?"
What did he say?
Yes.
Which arm was he holding his phone with? Or did he just go
Assume
speaker?
right arm, because he has a big brace on his left arm. Which I'm like,
this?
you're pretty weak, man. Take it off.
Oh my gosh.
You got it fixed. It's fixed.
It's not going to get any worse
That's not
now.
how surgery
Oh,
works.
ask Des Bryant.
Yeah, it's only going to get better from
I feel
here.
like after a surgery happened, Des is like, I'm healed. And they're like, you have a rehab process to go through. And he said, screw that. Let's see how that happens. And at 29, his career ended. And you're like, you might have wanted to rehab those injuries you had.
Holy moly. Okay. Well, and by the way, he will be on the show tomorrow.
Oh, wow.
He insisted that he was good to go, and he will be on the show all day tomorrow.
Wait, Corey, if his hands are indeed stuck in like a field goal position, will you get like a paper football and shoot him through?
Absolutely. I might bring up a football and kick it over his head. That would be even more fun. Odds on Mike, though, saying all those things right now that he just said to Derek tomorrow also.
They're 100%.
Okay. All right.
100%. Because remember, when we first found out about Derek's injury and he has to have Tommy John, in the text, Mike said, "Why did you do that?" That's an actual text that he said
Valid question.
right after we found that
I think so
out.
too. He hurt his body.
Why would you do that?
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
You're supposed to know yourself.
All right.
Be the ball.
We're a couple days away from the NBA draft. Now, it's not just the draft that is the interesting part, like the players who will get selected. It's how much activity and player movement we see around the draft that I think has a lot of people interested. I did want to ask y'all this question super quick, though, about the draft is, we heard the news that Charlotte was bringing back in Brandon Miller and Scoot Henderson, and they were even going to meet with Jordan, even though Jordan's on his way out, having sold. You get to pick.
I did see that he still has a minority stake.
Okay.
But he's not
Exactly.
He's not going to make any more decisions, but he still owns a little piece of the pie.
You get to pick. Who would you select? Like, I understand the logic of taking Brandon Miller, especially considering the point guard situation you already have rolling there.
Right.
But who do you pick?
Scoot Henderson.
That's who I picked.
I think his talent is tremendous. I will say he has the combination of Kyrie Irving with the basketball, dancing with it, creating his own shot. And I believe he has the vision of a Chris Paul. Now, I know Chris Paul we've seen as an older man now who's getting moved around, but Chris Paul was a great point guard when he was in his prime.
By the way, supposedly the Grizzlies are not interested in Chris Paul. I know there was some thought that like
to be the adult in the room.
Yeah, that's probably true.
I mean, also you're missing your starting guard for 25 games, but also like an adult in the room would be nice.
You know what? I think you're probably right, Reggie. I was just thinking about it from the perspective of to spell your otherwise missing star player, but to be the adult in the room is probably a pretty valuable skill set for that franchise as well.
I don't know if I'm going to be right about this or not. I do think that Scoot Henderson will be a top 5 guard in the NBA in his prime. That'll take him 3 years. His first 3 years, you're going to see improvement and getting better, but I believe by his 4th year in the NBA, he will be a guy competing for all NBA teams. I'm not saying first team in his 4th year. Like, that's the amazing thing about Luka is what he's been able to accomplish 4 out of his 5 years. Besides his rookie years, he's first team all NBA. I do think I do think that Scoot Henderson will make an all NBA team early on enough in his career that he gets super maxed. After his 4 years. And I don't know, I do like Brandon Miller a lot, but I don't know if he's going to be like a top 5 wing in the NBA by his 3rd or 4th year. We're talking about in his prime. This is one of the best wings in the NBA. I think he's going to be really good, and I think he can make a few all-star teams. And I think that's good. That's a good player. I lean to Scoot Henderson being super special.
I don't want to bog down the conversation, but real quick on that point, because you were talking about Scoot being like maybe a top 5 point guard. Do you view him as a player that could be a best player on a championship team? Because I don't know about that. And for that reason, I look at him and Brandon Miller and I go, can you replace the size and like the value that you get in like a 6'7" wing player that also has a shot already?
I hear your point, because I think you make a great point on this. It is very tough to be under 6'5" and be considered a championship leader. It's tough.
Who's
now,
like 6'2"?
Yeah, 6'2", 6'3". And you look at Curry. Curry obviously beats that, right? At 6'3", he has 4 championships, and you can look at him and go, well, recently somebody has done it. But if you look at, too, especially the point that Reggie's making, most of the greatest players in the NBA that lead your team to championships are 6'6" to 6'10". I get, Jokic has, recently done it, but before that it was Shaq was the last person who's been like a big guy to lead a team to a championship. So you look at most guys and you go, gosh, that if you're under 6'5", it's very tough. I guess in 06 you could.
6'10".
Giannis is 7, 6'11",
Yeah,
7.
Okay. And those are,
but
freaks.
He's a wing, right?
Those are freaks.
He's a wing, so it does seem, to Reggie's point, right? If I'm hearing you right, Reggie, point guards and super big guys that are kind of considered 5s are tougher to lead teams to championships in the game today.
No, I mean, when you look at Brandon Miller, and I shorted him, I call him 6'7", he's 6'9", and then also like a 6'2" guy without a shot, I think is what not to say that I think he's going to be bad in any ways, but I'm wondering the value of that position and how good he is compared to the value of the position for Scoot Henderson and where he projects and what he is right now.
Now, we got this question in, and I like answering questions that are meant to like, hey, I'm trying to help and I'm seriously asking. What if the Mavericks trade the 10th pick and a couple players, maybe a second rounder to get Scoot? So there's a few different issues there. Is they don't have second round picks. Players that you would probably trade, I guess, if you went super young. But the price right now for the second pick is like Zion or Brandon Ingram plus. So, just to give you an idea. But I thought that was an honest question. And they were like, hey, I want to figure this out.
I do think it's very tough if you're just an NFL draft guy to then jump into the NBA draft and this is how I want to do a trade to move up.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay. Like, I'll give you a realistic thing to maybe get to 2, and I still think they say no. You go number 10 pick, 2026 first round pick, 2028 if you can even trade that first round pick. So you go number 10, 2026, 2028, both unprotected or maybe at best top 3 protected picks.
Who was the other pick we traded for Kyrie? Was it 27 or 29?
I think it's 29.
29.
Okay.
And then
so you wouldn't be able to trade 28.
Yeah, so I think you can only trade like 26. And then because 24 right now is owed to the New York Knicks. Yeah. So you go 10th pick, 2026, totally unprotected first round pick, Jaden Hardy, Josh Green.
Yeah.
And they probably still say no.
Which team out there is going to be interested in KP? I'm by no means suggesting he comes here.
Mavericks?
No. I'm just asking. If you looked at, I was reading an article on The Ringer.
Mike just gave me a death stare.
And really, I mean, he can't handle it.
You can always go home.
Could you imagine his stats if they do go to the Jalen Rose model of its total points, not points per game?
Yeah, it would not. But I will point out last year was really great for him. He was top 5 in points per closeout, so like late in the game, and then points per post up. He was number 1 ahead of Jokic in the NBA. And so he had a really good year. Do you think he's going to be on the move as we're trying to figure out exactly what the Wizards are doing?
100%.
Yeah, based on what I'm hearing about Washington, even like Reggie had a really great breakdown yesterday on Washington. Him and Mike did, and it just sounds like they want to get rid of everything and just completely rebuild. Which
the problem is, it's probably going to have to be a sign and trade.
Sure.
Because most likely you don't, with his injury history, if you're his agent, think about his agent, and I know it's his brother. Do you want to be in a last year contract with that body? He's healthy right now.
Yeah.
You opt out of 1 year, $36 million, I think is what he is owed. You opt out of that, and now Washington is working with a sign and trade situation. So you can't really trade him in the next 48 hours unless he opts into his contract. Because, like, wait, we just traded for a dude who just opted out of us trading a first-round pick and, let's say, a decent prospect. You don't have to trade a lot, but so he's really not tradable until he makes up his decision on his one-year option.
Do you think it's more likely that the Blazers pull off a trade with the third pick and whatever for another big name player, or that they would trade Dame? Because that seems to have lost a lot of steam, because I know there was a time when it's like, hey, maybe Miami could figure it out and they could mortgage the rest of their future that they haven't already to make it happen. Do you think that's more likely, or do you think it's more likely that Portland deals off the third pick to get more ammunition for Dame right now?
No, I think they just take the third pick and then stay in purgatory for the rest of Damian Lillard's career, and Damian Lillard's okay with that. I mean, let's be honest, Damian...
He's very loyal to
It's
Portland.
great that he is.
Yeah.
It's great that he's loyal, but in that loyalty, you really don't have to do much.
You just play your game. You look good to the community. The community's happy with you.
They love you. You love it here. I know you wish we could win more, but
what are you gonna do?
Whatever.
Although all the things that we hear seem to, like, if you would, logically try and figure out where they come from, you would point back to Damian Lillard's camp on the, well, maybe if something happens, Dame would be willing to. So, like, that portion of it is really annoying. I'm tired of having the will they, won't they.
Yeah.
And that makes it so much more difficult because, like, we've been in the place where it has made sense for them to part ways before, and they haven't. So I can't really make a logical conclusion on what I think is going to happen. I just have to sit and wait. But, I mean, if I was operating logically, I would say Damian Lillard to the Miami Heat makes the most sense.
Okay, and in case you were curious, Miami has first-round picks in 23, 28, and 30, with pick swaps in 24, 27, and 29. So I don't know if you look at some combination of that. I don't know if you throw in Jovic. I don't know if you throw in Hero. I'm not entirely sure how that deal is constructed, but if you're looking for that. And then we mentioned it yesterday. Bill Simmons said Zion will be on the move. Do you believe that to be the case? And is there a particular spot you've heard that you're like, that's interesting?
I think that they're going to run into total disappointment with the offers they get.
Okay.
And they're going to be like, we're not doing that. We're not doing that for him. And you're like, well, guess what? He's fat. He's out of shape. He has off the court issues, it looks like now. We're not sure about his motivation in his future. His contract is long. It's not a shorter contract. So I just think a lot of teams, they'll be like, yeah, we'll take Zion. And then they're going to get the offer, go, no. Remember, he's a top 10 player when he's healthy. So you're telling me I'm going to get maybe a top 10 player for 20 games out of 82, and then he's going to eat himself out of the league, possibly at 27 years old?
Everything you traded for KP, do you regret?
Do I regret? I wish they could have got more for KP.
Okay. No, traded to get KP.
Oh, I regret. Yes, that's a horrible trade from the Mavs.
So, like, what would you shave off of that? Because that's what they would probably be expecting for Zion, would be something even better than that.
What would I shave off of that? Honestly, I'd be like, you get one first-round pick?
Yeah.
I would hate to give up all of those. I wouldn't give up all of those expiring contracts to take on Tim Hardaway Jr.
Yeah.
So I'd be like, look, here, you get a first. You get the 9th overall pick from a year and a half ago. You get an expiring deal, if I'm remembering right, in DeAndre Jordan. And we will take on, I forget the other dude we took on. We had one other player in that trade besides Tim Hardaway Jr.
I do not remember that.
We'll take on Porzingis and
Bullock? No, he was later.
Yeah.
Yeah. So even still, like, that sounds disappointing. Like, even to that point, like, if I'm a team that's like, man, this number 1 overall pick, that sounds like a disappointing trade-off.
Yeah, because last thing, 3.5 years later, we get the worst contract in the NBA and a really nice backup point guard combo guard.
It was Courtney Lee and Trey Burke.
Thank you, Courtney Lee.
Trey Burke.
And then one more bit of news for you.
Those words, yeah.
I was trying to combine news and notes.
New Orleans news? NOLA news?
I missed news.
Is Adrian Wojnarowski is saying that the thought across the league is that Draymond and Rich Paul will get a re-signing done with the Warriors.
Ooh,
so
second apron.
3 to 4 years. Keep an eye out for that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, It's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
Think about this question, and I'll give you the answer next. What do you think hitters bat after they've seen 5 or more pitches? Next.
Coming up in the next G.
2 of their series tonight in Chicago. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Chris Blake, and me. Our coverage of tonight's game begins at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's their way of tipping their hat for those on a tough road but haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Passer.
All right. So we get a lot of research done over at Bally's. They have a lot of research people that they pay websites, and they get awesome information quickly that I don't think we can get as easily if you're just a fan, unless you're paying websites for special information. And I found this to be interesting. I'm watching the Ranger game yesterday, and early on in the game, I'm thinking about when you have a long at bat. So when you make that pitcher right, if you've ever played baseball before or you like baseball, if you don't like baseball, you're going to learn something here. They will tell you the longer the at bat, the better you're going to be at hitting because of this. The more times you see that speed, the better you're going to gauge it. The more times you see that break, the better you're going to know the spin and the break of it and the depth of the break, and you're going to have a better chance of hitting it. It makes sense, right?
Sure.
I mean,
That does
anything
make
in life, the more you see something, especially at a high rate of speed, the less speed it looks like to you because you're just starting your eyes are getting used to that. And obviously, major league hitters have the best hand-eye coordination of any humans. Like, they do have,
Yes.
I know that we can talk about football being more athletic or basketball being more athletic, but the best hand-eye coordination you can possibly have is hitting a 95-mile-an-hour moving ball that you're not sure if it's going to go left, right, or down.
Yeah.
And sometimes it breaks in multiple ways. So their hand-eye coordination is amazing. So I had my buddy here, Patrick, who works for Bally's, look this up.
Is he like a researcher for Bally's?
He's actually producer, but
okay.
he has he can get information. He might be listening right now. He told us, and I told him, I said, man, I'm going to do this for a segment because I found these stats amazing. If you see 5 or more pitches in an at bat, guess what your batting average is this year in the major leagues?
Is this Rangers included then?
All major league team, every
294.
If you see a 5 pitch or more at bat, what is your batting average?
288.
I love your guesses, and I thought the same thing, that it would definitely be over 250. How about this?
Oh,
no. 192.
Oh my God.
That doesn't make any sense at all. You talk about things that don't. This is where I do think analytics come in, right? So if you have a long at bat, your batting average, 5 or more pitches in the major leagues, and last year it was about the same number. It has not changed at all really this year. I think maybe last year might have been like 190.
Yeah.
And there's more baseball to play, but it goes to show you that on average, if you see 5 or more pitches in an at bat, you're going to bat under 200 if you make contact. Now, your on base percentage, very different. 349 for your on base because you are drawing walks in those situations.
Okay.
But if you make contact on a 2-2 or 3-2 pitch,
that's crazy.
You stink. Okay, because I guess you don't have to make contact because you can strike out. If you swing the bat, you stink. And so last night, as we were getting to the 6th or 7th inning and I had this information, I'm like, well, he's screwed. He's at 3-2. You know, now let's go to 3-2.
Unless you get a walk, then you're back in.
So how about this? On a 3-2 count this year, the league batting average is 191. If you swing on 3 and 2, it is a 191 batting average. Your on base percentage is 457.
Oh my!
So there are a zillion walks that are happening on 3-2 counts. Last night.
Don't swing the bat, Corey.
Don't just stand there.
Spores threw an unbelievable 3-2 bases loaded breaking ball below the zone. Now, I'm going to ask Bruce Bochy this, and I know they're not going to do this. Why would you ever swing at 3 and 2? If you bat 191, if you swing at this pitch, you're going to get on base 19% of the time. If you swing,
yeah,
you're going to get on base 19% of the time. If you take the pitch, now I know this doesn't go into all of the situations here. You have a 457 on base percentage. So you have approximately, it doesn't work out perfectly, but if you don't swing every time, I think you'll get on base over 30% of the time.
But I mean, it's not predictive though, right? Like, because we have to understand that if it's recognized that you're not going to swing
100%,
then the pitcher's like, I'm going to attack the zone.
And I said, I'm glad you said it, because I said if I know the hitter's not swinging, I believe I can throw a strike 80% of the time. 4 out of 5 times, if I know he's not swinging, I will execute a fastball on the plate for a strike. There'll be 1 out of 5 that I don't. And that might be honestly low. I was a control guy, so it might be more 9 out of 10 that I could throw a strike if I knew the hitter wasn't swinging.
Mike, can I ask you something real quick before you move on?
Yeah.
In that vein, like as a pitcher, how quickly can you pick up on tendencies of a batter? Because that's something I wonder. Like, because the idea of if you don't swing, will it take a game? Will it take a series? Or will it take, just a few pitches before we go, oh, I know what you're doing here?
The best pitchers, that just don't have unbelievable stuff, they can tell in a heartbeat. Greg Maddux could tell after 1 or 2 pitches what you were trying to do. He'd be like, I don't even care what the player's name is or their stats. He would say what's their size, where are their hands located. It's really the mental ABCs of pitching. Greg Maddux is in that quite a bit because he's a genius. Sure. He literally is probably the smartest pitcher in the history of baseball, and it's not even close. Because like Roger Clemens has very similar stats. But Roger Clemens' stuff was amazing.
Yeah.
Greg Maddux was pitching around 90 miles an hour for most of his career with unbelievable movement and could just manipulate the hitter into thinking one thing and then doing something to screw him up. Now, I got the other 2 counts that you're at pitch 5. On 2 and 2, if you swing the bat, you're batting 174. Now, your on base is 179 because you can't draw a walk on 2-2. You can get hit by a pitch. So the way you can get on base there is hit by pitch, which is rare. If you have a 3-1 count and you swing the bat and put the ball in play, you are batting 359. On 3 and 1 on base percentage, guess your 3 and 1 on base percentage.
I feel like it's got to be in like 400.
On base percentage for 3-1.
Remember, it's 457 for 3 and 2.
I know. I feel like this is a trick, though, so I'm scaling down.
I'm going to say it's 311.
It is 721.
Oh, my God.
If you get in a 3-1 count, you have a great chance of making it to first base. You have a 72% chance of making it to first base on average if you get to a 3-1 count. There are 3 players, and only 3 players, that see 5+ pitches and have a batting average over 300. Can you believe this? Only 3 players in all of Major League Baseball, if they see 5+ pitches, which you would think that's a great at bat. We praise seeing 5 or more pitches as a good at bat because obviously your on base percentage is 349. Your batting average is 192. Luis Arraez is batting 323 in 5+ pitches or more. That's the best in Major League Baseball. Kyle Tucker is batting 316 on 5 or more pitches, and he's hurt right now, but Riley Green, number 3 overall pick, I believe, in his draft class for the Detroit Tigers center fielder, he's batting 307. Those are the only hitters in all of Major League Baseball, including your Texas Rangers, that bat over 300 in seeing 5 or more pitches.
Short at bats, baby.
Is this the most amazing thing ever?
That is pretty wild.
I would have never guessed when you see 5 or more pitches, you're a 192 hitter. So now when you're watching an at bat and you see a 2-2 or 3-2 count, you might as well just say, this guy's totally screwed.
It seems like Seager swings at first pitches a lot.
He does swing a lot
at a very high rate. And I do wonder if there's an advantage to swinging early in these situations now. That's wild.
Can you imagine if a team like Oakland, you'd have to your point, Reggie, you'd have to disguise this because I don't know how quick they'd figure this out. That if you said, here's what we're going to try. Every time we get to 3-2, do not swing. And let's just see.
Yeah.
Let's just
No, I
see
get
for
it.
a week how many times we draw a walk by them believing, because we swung on 3-1, because we have a 72% chance of getting on base on 3-1. On 2-2, you might need to swing to foul the pitch off, because we can't draw a walk on 2-2. It has to be we took a ball for ball 3, and now we will take every time on 3-2 to see if we get on base more than swinging the bat because we feel like it's a strike or we see it's a strike. So now when you're watching a major league game or watching the Rangers tonight, just think about if all of these hitters didn't swing on 3-2, what would the result be?
That is pretty amazing. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, you kind of mentioned his name right there. Could this astonishing sports mark actually be reached this season? Plus, more from the NBA draft. Plus, NHL power rankings. It's a sports hodgepodge. It's next right here on The Fan.
studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I have a mix of things that interest me right here. We can move further into or away from any of them, but I wanted to start with, you mentioned Luis Arias is
5 for 5 yesterday,
and now he's hitting 400.
Yo.
Now,
is that good?
Yes.
That's Teddy Williams.
That is, which you might be able
Yeah, you can
to.
whisper in his ear and hope that he
How many
retains it.
people know that Ted Williams' head is frozen at the cryogenics place?
Where's the cryogenics place?
I don't know. Let's ask
I wonder
Tom
if it still
Cruise.
is, because his son died and there was a big controversy in his family with his kids on if they should cryogenically freeze his head. But let's just say it still is. Can you take that head out and keep it cryogenically frozen, but have like a Ted Williams day?
Just like carry it around. So that you got a cryogenic fish bowl, if you will.
Yeah.
And you're running around holding it up over your head like a Super Bowl trophy or something.
Chances it gets dropped, because we've seen trophies get dropped.
There's a decent shot. Wouldn't you be more careful with Ted Williams' head though than the Super Bowl trophy?
Who's the player? The player with the
asked.
best hands. Who's the player you trust the most?
Nolan Arenado?
Arenado. Yeah, you let Arenado do this. Yeah, he's the one that you're like, all right, you're the only one that can hold it though. Or the Stanley Cup guy with the white gloves. Like you let him.
What do you think the skin looks like?
Oh
on
my
cryogenically
God. I
frozen?
swear this was not really the point of this conversation.
Well, he batted 406.
He
I thought we were
did.
talking about 400 hitters. I thought, well, the last guy to do it was Ted Williams, and we got to talk about his head. I thought that was the topic
Do
here.
you think 400 hitters
Did you really?
skin in cryogenics last longer because they hit 400?
I don't know.
Yeah.
No,
I-
it's no. The answer is no.
Is his skin blue?
Is it cryogenic? Is that a color?
Is it like Mr. Freeze on
Okay.
Batman?
I have to admit, poor prep by me. I was not ready for these follow-up questions.
I'm going to go look
I
up
will
more
do
about this.
Kevin,
the research.
you need to chill.
I seriously almost said the F word. I really, really did.
Thank you, Reggie.
All right, let's get. I mean, whoever started this topic on Ted Williams' head, I don't know.
push
but
forward
let's
here.
let's
So for
fast forward.
We're all looking for who did this.
So for Rise, I know it's really early in the season, Mike, and I'm not saying because he's at 400 now. I'm not like it's
Right.
going to happen.
Right.
But I saw some really interesting facts via the USA Today that were, I thought, really cool. 1994, Tony Gwynn.
Yeah.
At this point, because remember, he had 394 before the strike.
Thanks a lot, owners.
Yeah, he was hitting 386 with 98 hits through his first 67 games. Arise,
That's good.
yes, it is. But Arise right now, 400 with 102 hits. So he has more hits and a better batting average, and that is super impressive to me. Let's go to 5-hit games. Arise has 3 5-hit games this month. The most ever for a season was terrible person Ty Cobb in 1922 with 4. So in 1 month, Arise is 1 5-hit game off of the record that is actually shared by Ty Cobb, Stan Musial, Tony Gwynn, and Ichiro. So that's elite company right there.
Yeah. I think what's amazing too in this is Luis Ariz was able to escape the new way of hitting, because I've talked to hitting coaches, professional hitting coaches. I've talked to professional managers, affiliated managers. And what I mean by that is they are hired by different organizations to be the AA manager or the AAA hitting coach. And you're not allowed to teach hitting the way Luis Ariz hits. And that is a line drive, use the whole field swing. Don't worry about power.
Do you view that as an Ichiro-esque in
Somewhat.
any way?
Tony Gwynn, Rod Carew, Wade Boggs, all of these guys. They would say, if we drafted Tony Gwynn, if the Padres drafted Tony Gwynn out of San Diego State, like they did a long time ago, they would not allow Tony Gwynn to hit like Tony Gwynn. They'd say, you can't hit that way. You're never going to make the major leagues hitting that way. Wade Boggs, you're never going to hit them. You're never going to make the Boston Red Sox hitting that way. Rod Carew, you're never going to make the Minnesota Twins hitting that way. You have to change your swing or we will never elevate you to the major leagues. I've been told that. That's not my opinion. I've been told that by, I would say, at least 5 professional hitting coaches or managers in the minor leagues. They would not allow the players to hit that way. And Luis Arraez is hitting very Rod Carew-like, very Tony Gwynn-like.
Here's evidence for that. He has 15 doubles this year, as well as 15 strikeouts. He has 102 hits and 35 swinging strikes.
Yeah.
So for every time he swings and misses the ball, he has 3 hits. But here are the 2 most impressive numbers that are also sad for other teams. Luis Arraez leads Major League Baseball with 102 hits. The team that traded him, the Twins, their leading player, Carlos Correa, has 51 hits. Half as many hits as Arraez does by himself. They're the only team in Major League Baseball without a 60-hit player so far this year.
He wasn't this player in Minnesota, though, right?
I mean,
he was good. He was a batting average guy.
Yes.
But guess what?
Yes.
Most teams hate batting average
Yes.
guys. They're like, if you're not going to pop 20 home runs, we don't care. In fact, my son asked me this question. This was a few weeks ago when he was at 400 before, and now he's got back up to there. He said, what would you rather be? Would you rather bat 400 with 10 home runs and 90 RBIs, or bat 250 with 40 home runs and 120 RBIs? So you've 4 times your home runs.
Sure.
You have knocked in 30 more guys, but you dropped your batting average by 150 points. And I said, every general manager will take 250 with 40 home runs and 120 RBIs over the guy who batted 400 with 90 RBIs and 10 home runs.
My thing with him, and in particular, is in addition to being a hitter with not an excessive amount of power, I think he's at a 4.0282 in home run
he's
world.
He's not a power hitter.
He doesn't steal bases either. And that, I don't think that has anything to do with like this is not trying to discount all like what he's doing right now. That's spectacular. He might be the guy that could do it, that could become a guy that eventually has his head frozen also.
That is not really the point.
But the stolen base is part of it, Kevin. That's so what threat is he?
Would you not bat 400? The real question here, to stop your great point, is would you not bat 400 if it meant that if you bat 400, we have to cryogenically freeze your head when you die?
I knew what your question was going to be as soon as you go, hold on.
We want to keep these 400 hitters' heads just in case.
And I don't want that to, that's not my thing.
Can we cupcake your cryogenically frozen
Nobody
head?
can do that.
Okay. So a couple things.
Can I give Minnesota just a little bit? Now, that was just a fun question.
Yes.
We're having fun here. I want to give them a little bit of credit for Minnesota trading Luis Arraez. First of all, I'm forgetting the trade now off the top of my head, but they got a nice player for it. But they had Royce Lewis, the number 1 overall pick, who needed to get on the field. And this was a way, if they moved Luis Arraez, it would be a way to get him on the field. And then they did have Jorge Polanco on the team. After signing Carlos Correa, they just looked at it and they said, we kind of have to move one of these guys.
So a couple more notes for you, and then I have a question for you. I realize he is in a different league now, but just out of curiosity, Shohei keeps up his exact same pace, and Arraez hits 400. You still going Shohei MVP?
Yeah,
I think so. Now, this shouldn't matter, but it does. And this is why the Rangers are up for more all-star ballots than they usually are. Team success has a little bit to do with it. Yeah. So if Miami...
Let's say he was on the Rangers. Like, he was on a good team, though.
Yeah. Right now, I still lean towards Shohei because if he's going to lead the American League in strikeouts and home runs...
And RBIs, maybe.
Yeah. Like, I have to get... And I get it because this would be batting 400 is somewhat more rare than hitting 62 home runs.
Yeah.
Now, I get it.
Yeah.
There was the steroid era that kind of ruined that a little bit. But when you go back to Barry Bonds, Mark McGwire, Sammy Sosa, we saw 60 home runs in our lifetime. We might not credit it, but it did happen. 400 barely anybody was alive today that saw a 400 batting average.
Since 1930 is the highest, is the last time I think we saw it.
Right. And so.
And it was 401 by Bill Terry.
Oh, it wasn't. It was
Ted Williams.
Ted Williams. 41. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that missed that one.
So that's
41. And he hit
406.
406 that year. He also had 37 home runs and 120 RBIs that year.
Well, the great story of that is they asked if he'd like to sit out the last day because I think he was right at 400. And he said, no, I'm going to play the doubleheader, and actually rose his batting average. So it was a big deal to keep it. He could have kept it. And he said, no, I'm playing, and actually had such a great day that it went higher.
I want to pivot back to the NBA draft, but I got one more note for you. Luis Arias has 102 hits this year. Hits by Yankees players not named Aaron Judge, 96. So every player on the Yankees not named Aaron Judge has a combined 96 hits.
That's not good.
Which is
But
less
they're still over
than
500.
Arias does by himself. That's crazy.
What's crazier, that or us starting to talk about a cryogenically frozen head during that segment?
You know, it's probably the first one because I should have expected
there's
the
a
second
family
one.
pack too on a napkin where they all said, hey, we're going to all have our heads frozen. His son, one of his, Joe Henry, got his head frozen and is with his dad because his dad said they wanted the whole family to be together at one point again. So Kevin, like, there's multiple people in that family that their heads are going to be frozen there together.
How
What are you
much
going to do
does
about
that
that?
cost?
I
Can't
don't
be
know
cheap.
why you looked right at me. I have no idea.
You're the money guy. You know things.
Yeah, I feel like you would be the person who would be like, you know what? I think I might cryogenically freeze my head because I think I can come back even better.
Okay, that is a
About
good point.
$28,000.
Huh, that's actually cheaper than I would have guessed.
If we ever get the technology, which we won't, but if we ever get the technology to bring Ted Williams back to life and we put his head back on a body, is he going to be like, hey, dummies, my eyes aren't good anymore. You froze me at 80-something years old. I didn't get frozen at 25 years old. We're pretty screwed here.
Ted Williams will be
places,
kicked out of the league within a week. Like that Ted Williams comes back, he will be out of Major League Baseball within a week.
See.
Whole body, $150,000 for whole body
per year
cryo preservation. No, just
forever. You just pay $150,000.
Yeah. Neuropreservation is cheaper. That's about $90,000.
To
That's just your brain.
cryogenic freezing.
Will we?
No. Well, actually, we might in the next
I
segment.
guarantee we will.
So I got a list of players, and I'm curious. I'll give you like groups of three.
right.
Who do you think are most likely to get traded by or Thursday night during the draft?
All right.
OG,
Percentage?
Yeah, like just tell me who you think is the most likely.
All right.
OG Anunoby, DeAndre Ayton, and John Collins.
Most likely, I will go with DeAndre Ayton because they've shown the aggressiveness that we saw at the trade deadline with Durant. Immediately after the NBA Finals happened, they showed the aggressiveness to go get Bradley Beal. So I think Phoenix is moving and shaking, even though there's reports that they're not getting good offers for Ayton and they're not going to trade him for the offers they're getting. They've at least shown the ability to want to move quickly. Atlanta hasn't shown any ability to want to really move quickly on this.
Yeah.
Now they might. And then I don't think, from what I read about OG Anunoby, all the teams that are excited about him have hung up the phone going, we're not trading that for him.
Yeah.
We like him. We want him. We'll give you a good package. OG Anunoby is not a top 10 player in the league, and it sounds like Toronto's asking for the talent evaluation of a top 10 player in the league.
To that end, the thing that I don't know if everybody thought about this, but I know that myself and some other people thought, the Miami making like the deep run, being the team that they were, has emboldened teams like Chicago and the Raptors, because apparently the Raptors believe that they're not far from being a championship team because they feel like they are not far off from the Miami Heat. And I think that that is in some ways factoring into the OG Anunoby thing, because they refuse to decide to like tear it down or anything. I guess they think that they can keep chasing some level of achievement. And so they're going to try and tax, as opposed to if you're trying to get out of this and maybe get a little more reasonable with your ask.
Okay, interesting. My next group of players, and this kind of hits one of the teams we were just talking about, Zach LaVine, Kyle Lowry, Chris Paul. Supposedly, they're talking with the Clippers about Chris Paul. Out of that group, Who do you think most likely to get moved?
I lean towards Chris Paul.
I think I'm there too.
Dude, that's a lot of money. You're taking on $30 million of a player that, to me, is a 20 to 25 minute seventh man. And a great one. I'm talking about Chris Paul is going to help you win a championship. He needs to be about your second guy off the bench for 20 to 25 minutes. If he's playing well and the matchup is right, he can play the last 3 to 5 minutes of games. But I would not count on him being one of my closing players in games because of his lack of ability at this point. So I lean to him. The other one, Kyle Lowry.
Yep, and Zach LaVine.
I think they're asking a crap ton for Zach LaVine.
Yeah, much like the Anunoby situation.
Lowry's interesting because, like, do you look at him in the same vein as Chris Paul where you're like, man, I really want him to be able to mentor or even talk with these other guys too? Do you like, because he's won it, he's won a championship. He's been on a team that's done that. Paul hasn't. But Chris Paul's, the pedigree player. He was that guy. I
worry about Chris Paul wanting to take on that role. I think Kyle Lowry is willing to do that. I'm not 100% sure, but I think Kyle Lowry, in Miami, his role has changed throughout his short time there.
More kid-like.
I think Chris Paul blaming Isaiah Thomas right now, and I already feel like if you're putting Chris Paul on a contending team and you're not playing him 32 minutes in the last 4 to 5 minutes of games, I think Chris Paul can be an issue.
I had one more specific player. Does Bam Adebayo to Portland do anything for you? Because we've talked about the idea that maybe Portland doesn't want to trade their number 3 pick, but supposedly Yahoo is saying that there's a group of players that they would consider, and one of them is Adebayo, and supposedly they're getting ready to give their offer to Miami for that. That's what Jake Fisher reported this morning.
Yeah, that's extremely interesting. If Dame is still that kind of player. But I think, having that kind of player down near the bucket for Dame to be able to shoot his 700-foot three-pointers.
Last question. Reggie, has Jake Fisher gotten things right? I know he puts out a lot of stuff, but I don't feel like we go to, man, Jake Fisher hit that one. Who would have known Jake Fisher 2 weeks ago had that one? I feel like he throws out some pretty strong take/rumors that possibly are going to happen, and they don't seem to pan out.
Yeah, that's kind of the sense that I have. But I think also sometimes like the NBA landscape is tough to nail down, and it is a little bit of lion season. Like I feel like if you look at it, who are the news breakers that you trust to get this right? Because I can only really come to like two in a possible that I feel like if they say something, I feel exactly. Those are the 3 that come to mind where I go, I feel pretty strong about when they give me something that it is going to come to pass.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I'm really excited to see how this segment goes. How concerned are you currently with your air conditioning system? We'll do that next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is also brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's Soda, and is brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. And Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
1-2. Got one to hit. He puts it into left field. Corona did not get a good jump, but he's winding in, and he will score. RBI for Bennett Lee. It's 3-2 Wake Forest.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. In just
In
a
your
minute,
face, Brian Broaddus.
we're going to talk about how concerned are you currently with your air conditioning system. However, I run into a bit of a conundrum because I was going to pivot off of that College World Series highlight to an amazing stat about the College World Series. However,
you have more amazing stats.
I have acquired this stat from the USA Today, and I have been led to believe in the break that perhaps this is not a noteworthy publication anymore.
Moments ago,
Or
Kevin,
trustworthy publication.
Kevin informed us that Aaron Judge had I don't know what he said about Aaron Judge, but he said that the rest of the Yankees, aside from Aaron Judge, had 96 hits. And I was like,
we're thinking, wait, they've played 70 games at least, right? They're at 70 games. They're averaging Aaron Judge out of the lineup. They're averaging less than 2 hits a game.
So I went to look, and the Yankees this year have 549 hits, which means
Aaron Judge is killing it, man.
he's gonna beat Ohtani for MVP because he already has over 400 hits.
Like
in his 600 at bats this year, he's going to have 1,600 hits.
Okay, I just wanted you to see this USA Today article. It's a real article, and it's really long, and it came out this morning.
It's super long. Yes, it says June 20th.
All right. All of these things are laid out like a normal thing.
Yep.
And then, what is point number 6?
From Stanzo on Twitter, Luis Ariz hits this season 102. And hits by Yankees not named Judge, 96. Wow. Now, that was June 19th.
Okay. That tweet came out last night.
Who is this person?
Okay.
Stanzo.
So I have researched this
There's
in
no
the break.
such thing as a stanzo.
So Stanzo
Isn't that like a part of a song?
Or I think it's a shout out to George Costanza, maybe, because they are a Yankees fan. I looked at the tweet. I followed down the tweet. This person was joking with their tweet, but USA Today, and
Picked
I guess
it up.
me, did not pick up the joking nature of this because so many people are like, I know the stats aren't real, but it feels real.
Yeah.
And so
There's a
I
very
got
real
suckered
feeling.
by USA Today. So I'm going to tell you this.
Okay.
You can decide for yourself if you want to believe this is factually accurate about the College World Series. Currently,
Is it on? Did you get this from USA
it is
Today?
from USA Today.
We'll have to
So
Was it from a tweet or was it from
Fake
like the
news.
it's from a whole lot of tweets, including an account, CWS Jello Shot Challenge on Twitter, which has more than 35,000 follows.
This is from Rocco's, right?
It is the official
Rocco's Modern Life.
CWS Jello Shot Challenge Twitter account. Is LSU is destroying everybody at that.
David Hellman is the reason why.
I could see that.
Is this place in Omaha?
Yes, Rocco's Pizza in Omaha is LSU has already sold 21,435 Jello shots, or have been sold to LSU fans because they have a leaderboard up there. The next highest
LSU people drink
is Wake Forest at 5,500.
From what I understand, and I think I talked to Josh Smith about this off the air in spring training. They sell out every SEC baseball game, and they still have good crowds on Tuesdays on their non-conference games. So it is one of the most attended. They have the best attendance, I'll say.
Yeah.
In college baseball by far. They blow everybody out of the water for kind of attendance, I believe, for a season. So that means they have a lot of people probably traveling to Omaha.
And the positive thing about this is proceeds from every shot sold go to food banks for all 8 different teams and their respective food banks. and Heartland Food Bank. And that's from their Twitter account, not the USA Today, since I have now learned not a trustworthy source.
Speaking of, are we ready to move into the air conditioner talk, Kevin?
Yes.
All right, I just saw this from ERCOT. Do you guys like her? Have y'all ever heard of ERCOT before?
I feel like usually it's bad news when they're like, hey, it's hot, so be careful.
Oh, are we in a heat like
ERCOT has issued a voluntary conservation notice for today from 4 to 8 due to extreme heat and forecasted record demand. Texans are asked to voluntarily
there it is.
Reduce electric use if safe to do so. ERCOT is not in emergency operations, though. That being said, Kevin, the demand right now is at 66,401 megawatts. Our committed capacity is 79,120.
Sounds like we got extra.
I'm concerned about this. Here's what I want to know about how that ERCOT meeting goes on a usual basis. Hey, if temperature patterns stay about the same, we got 10,000 gigawatts or what? Yeah, megawatts to spare. Does nobody
He turned into Back to the Future?
Does nobody sit in that meeting and
Like
be
our
like,
president.
question, what if
it gets hotter?
It gets hotter a couple weeks in a row. Well, that's not what the pattern says. Right.
But
So-
if it did,
Does this make our president saying we should get more electric cars wrong because we're out of electricity and we shouldn't be filling up our Teslas with electricity? Like if you have a Tesla, are you like, I shouldn't charge my Tesla. I should just walk everywhere because we are now out of
in
electricity.
the excessive heat warning. That's right.
During excessive heat, you can't drive Teslas. You should drive gas cars.
Sure. Yeah.
I guess that oddly makes a little
Here's a good idea, Mike.
Right?
Everybody
Gas
should
is
have
good
one,
when it's hot.
Everybody should have one of each so that they can. So whenever it gets hot, you
Is that
can
gonna
drive
help?
the gas car. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So we need
Everybody
more
should.
vehicles on the road?
Well, no, Kevin, you have one in your garage at all times. The other one you're driving.
I'm personally just going to take the Uber helicopter.
Uber helicopter is the
So
way
you
to
should
go.
get a hybrid car so you know when to use gas. Right now, use as much gas as possible.
I don't totally know if
And
that
use
was the message.
Well, they're saying don't use electricity, but I still have to do something.
What if you have solar panels to offset it, Mike?
Oh, this is a
I
good
tell you
question.
what, they keep coming to my house and asking for my electric bill. You know what? I'm way too busy for this. Just give me a hell of a deal. They won't do it.
Just offer me a
What
great deal.
constitutes a hell of a
Instead
deal?
asking me for my bill.
Yeah, say I don't have to pay for it anymore. Just say we'll do it for free.
From the 806.
I'll say yes.
ERCOT turned the thermometer down in their offices. So like that is a good question. Like
Wait,
right
do
now,
you say turn it down or turn it up?
hold on, what do I say in the house? Go turn the AC down. Yeah. Go turn the AC down.
But
turn
you'd be
turn
in
the
theory
heat up.
turning the AC.
I turn the heat up and the AC down.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think my electric thing when I got home, did it intentionally. Thermostat.
There it is. He did it.
That's the word.
Thermostat. Is I got home and I was like, golly, it's a little warm in this house. It was 74.
Oh my gosh.
And I was like, we haven't set it at 74 in a while. We're usually at like 73 downstairs, 71 at night upstairs to kind of, the bedrooms are upstairs to kind of get a little bit cooler when we sleep. And I think they're intentionally screwing with my thermostat.
I did have that thought when my home warranty company was like, come get a free inspection on your cooling system. And I thought, that sounds nice, but I feel like they're going to be like, ooh, bad news.
I feel like it's my bill.
Yeah.
You're charging me more for using electricity. It's my decision if I want to pay more money or not.
Yeah, I think that's a good point on that.
But if we're out of electricity, then we shouldn't be promoting we should do all electric.
I don't know, man. Maybe we should just walk. Maybe everybody should walk, Mike.
Doesn't that seem
But then you're going to have a
worse?
heat stroke.
Yeah, it's really hot.
Then the hospitals are going to be overrun and they got to use electricity.
a lot of electricity.
Yeah.
So the only solution is gas. That's
Cancel
the
work.
one.
That's what it sounds like. Cancel work. Everybody stay home.
I think that Reggie has a point. Now, Kevin, the original question
gonna start
here
right now.
was
I'm gonna
how
lead.
much do you trust your air conditioner? And I've been in this situation before
I thought my air conditioner was broke last night.
where
I was
my
like,
air
hey,
conditioner
why
was
is this not cold?
failing me. And whenever I found out how much it was going to cost, they were like, hey, it's going to be about $7,000 to replace this AC. And I was like, oh, that's a tough price to pay right there. And then the guy that was installing it that day, He comes in, he's like, oh, no, that guy was wrong. It's 14. And I ended up finding out the company was trying to screw me over. Like, they were one of those companies like, oh, you're in an emergency and it's 104 degrees outside? Let's go ahead and jack the price up on you.
He's in Plano.
I did happen to talk to them about some things, and eventually they were like, oh, crap, let's just honor the price that we suggested to you at first. Sounds like that other guy got fired. And then they were like, if we'd have known you were on the fan, we'd have just given you the thing for free. And I was like, that's not how that works, for one.
Can I know the name of that company?
Nope. No, actually, I'll never give you the name of that company.
That was a test.
Yeah.
That's Plugola.
But that was, and so like it was the worst 3 days of my I had to move to my mom's, the whole family had to go, the dog had to go and everything because it was hot, dude. So like right now, I don't know this air conditioner that we have in the new house. It seems to run well and it's tall. All right. So I feel pretty comfortable that it's going to make it. But man, fingers crossed on this sucker because that's a terrifying thing in Texas during the summer.
When we were trying to sell our old house, nobody was there for a little bit of time. And we weren't overlooking it every day.
Sure.
And then we got there like a couple days later just to make sure everything's okay. And hey, some dummies stole the air conditioning unit outside because they saw a for sale sign. So is that a pretty common thing around this time? Is that air conditioning units get stolen?
Oh, man.
I guess that
like if the house is for sale and thieves go and look and they're like, hey, nobody's living here. Let's go take the AC units. And then do they sell them back to ERCOT or whatever that person's name is?
They probably just install it in somebody else's house or something, steal the copper out of it and, use the copper.
See, and it sucks because you only find out about these problems during the summer because I never test out my AC in February and be like,
oh, it can happen in the wintertime. We've had our unit go out, our heating unit.
Oh, yeah.
And when you have a Tempur-Pedic bed, it turns into a rock.
Oh, no.
Because it's based off of temperature. And you get in the bed, you're like, oh my God, this bed is frozen.
Oh, crap.
So, yeah, I love Tempur-Pedic way more than Sleep Number. Thanks a lot, Derek Holland. Oh, my gosh. You really screwed over my back pretty good.
He'll be here tomorrow
if
you want to take that up.
Yeah, I'll be like, how's your arm?
That might be a good moral
Shake
compass.
his hand tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll be like, how's your arm doing?
Jeez.
It's still on. It was a successful surgery. That's what I asked. Hey, is your arm still on?
Yeah,
and it was. They didn't cut it off in the middle of surgery.
That's good.
So it's a success.
I feel like we would have heard of that. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, the overblown storylines of the NFL offseason. None of these are from the USA Today. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
It's former big.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. It's time to get back in the saddle and back on the road with Classic Chevrolet. Enjoy one-time offers on new Silverado, Trax, Equinox, Malibu, and more. It's their way of tipping their hat for those on a tough road, but those that haven't stopped driving. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
How have the Yankees won 39 games this year with only 95 hits?
You know, Simeon's already got 60 or 84 hits, so he's almost has as many hits
as the whole Yankees besides Aaron Judge.
Hey, I was misinformed. Thank you very much.
I'm not blaming you,
USA
Kevin.
Today.
I am.
That's fair. All right. I'm really fascinated by this story because Patriots cornerback Jack Jones today pleaded not guilty to weapons charges in an East Boston municipal court.
Why do you sound so excited about that?
Here's the reason why this is fascinating. All right. I get maybe this was not your intention, but here, and also how the justice system works is you're like, oh yeah, not guilty. Here's the situation as it stands. Jones was ticketed on a flight to Los Angeles when he was arrested on Friday at the TSA checkpoint after 2 loaded guns were found in his luggage at Logan International Airport. He was charged with 2 counts of possession of a concealed weapon in a secure area of the airport, possession of ammunition without a firearm identification card, unlawful possession of a firearm, and carrying a loaded firearm and a large capacity device. His attorney said, quote, all Mr. Jones wants to do is play football. He doesn't want to be a distraction at all. He had no intention of bringing any guns onto an airport that day. Okay. Into the airport that day.
Somebody snuck it into his bag.
That's a bold statement. And
I didn't say it. I'm asking.
No. From the attorney.
Oh, okay.
And wouldn't you be less of a distraction if you did plead guilty or like negotiate a deal to pay a fine or get probation or whatever the case might be? But he's like, no, not guilty. But I don't want to be a distraction.
But he is a distraction.
But his attorney said he didn't mean to do that.
Well, sometimes you don't mean to be a distraction.
Sure.
But it does happen.
I don't know how helpful that legal argument always is. Hey, he didn't mean to do
I wasn't
that.
trying to.
Or she.
It's like when your kid, like one kid's crying, you're like, why is they crying? Well, I wasn't trying to hurt them. But you did hurt them. So what did you do?
Yeah.
Well, so what are you taking responsibility for? That's the big thing, is what are you going to take responsibility for? Kevin, have you seen his...
That's convenient coming from you, Corey.
Oh! You're getting cupcaked.
No, I'm not. Not until...
What are you taking responsibility for,
I'm taking
Corey?
responsibility for making a bet whenever we understood what the circumstances were. Then the circumstances changed.
What changed?
All right, let me ask you this.
Oh my
let me
God.
ask you this. New evidence, Mike. Let's say this. I bet on a Super Bowl, and now the site changes. Are they going to change this? Are they going to make a change now that they've moved it to freaking Florida where there could be a tsunami? They should. All right, listen here, though. More important. Let's stop talking about that John Morant bet.
The AFC and the NFC championship games are decided. Both teams have won. We know who the Super Bowl contestants are. Instead of playing the game in New Orleans, and let's just say the Saints aren't in this Super Bowl, they move it to Jacksonville.
Gross.
And Jacksonville is not in the Super Bowl either, the Jaguars. That didn't change anything. They're not going to change the line of the game.
They should retake bets on
They're
everything.
going to be like,
at that point.
still the same game. We just had to move it.
I'm
still not even sure what the new information was on the
Nobody
John
knows
Morant
yet. They
thing.
haven't revealed it.
I think that's his contention, is once we find out the new... I'm not sure
Then I'll be more
how
likely to
that's gonna
accept
work.
it. That being said, let's forget about John Morant here. Did y'all see what Jack Jones
So when they
tweeted
come
to
out
John
with the new
Morant?
information, you'll accept the cupcake?
We'll see. We'll discuss.
What did Jack Jones tweet to John Morant?
On May 13th,
Oh, God.
John Morant, dumb. You letting social media and your pride ruin your real money. Put them guns down and run that money up. Make one of your homies sign up for security or concealed carry if you feel like you need it that bad. But you, the breadwinner, you got to start acting like it.
Jack, what are we doing?
I mean, he didn't put his on social media, so.
Yeah.
Well, but he took them to the airport.
He ain't mean to, though.
That
Yeah.
is if you believe that. Okay, Reggie, how often do you believe attorneys? What percentage of the time when an attorney speaks do you believe it?
If I hired
Oh,
one
wow.
right now, for my
This sounds like a
cupcake case,
this sounds like an Aggie joke or something. When a lawyer speaks, what was your question?
How many light bulbs do they hold?
What was your question, Reggie?
What percentage of the time when a lawyer speaks do you believe they're telling the truth?
A lawyer, or a lawyer.
Have you been drinking some of those Jello shots? What is happening?
Is it lawyer? Because it law? Is it lawyer? Why do we say
lawyer?
It's law. Lawyer. We should say lawyer.
I believe him 50% of the time.
Okay.
That's my answer. I'm
you know
sticking
what?
to it. I had another answer, but I scratched it out.
I believe half of what I see and none of what I hear.
Wow. Bars.
I don't feel like that is how that.
That's what Tony Soprano taught me.
All right, let's go over a few other things in the football spectrum. Dalvin Cook.
You good?
I am. Mike is staring at me now. Dalvin Cook is super excited about the possibility of teaming up with DeAndre Hopkins. He talked about that yesterday on the Adam Schefter podcast. He said, if we end up on the same roster, that would be something for the epic for the NFL. Would it? Do you think Dalvin Cook and DeAndre Hopkins on the same team would be epic in 2023?
I mean, it'd be good. It's nice to have both of those players. They're explosive players. They can play well. I'm more interested in the idea of
the Chiefs.
Cook waiting to see what DeAndre Hopkins does for maybe like his own contract value. How much does it affect his contract value if DeAndre Hopkins signs for, I don't know, $8 million somewhere? Does that mean that Cook is worth more or no?
I don't necessarily think I think that.
But them two together, I kind of like. If they went to Kansas City, that would be very intriguing. Like Andy Reid knows how to use a running back.
Kansas City doesn't have enough money, I found out.
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah.
Now,
It'd have to be Hopkins would have to take like a 1 year really small deal, and I don't think he's going to do that.
NFL.com put out their overblown storylines for the season and ones that deserve more attention. On the overblown list, Eagles losing both of their coordinators. Do you think that story has been blown out of proportion, or do you think that is going to be problematic for the Eagles?
Wasn't it problematic for them after they made it and won the Super Bowl with Nick Foles? Didn't they lose a lot of coaches and it kind of
came back to bite them?
Yeah, now obviously what bit them the most was Carson Wentz wasn't good at football anymore.
Yeah, that was the tough part.
But I do think when you lose major assistants off of your coaching staff, I think it can really affect you.
Yeah, and because then it's either you're implementing something completely new and different, or you just didn't have the same touch somebody else had.
Which, full circle, Barry Switzer was losing some of the coaches that was carried over from Jimmy Johnson, and then he carried a gun on.
Yes, I knew that was the final direction we were going with that.
And won a Super Bowl.
He just forgot he had a gun.
What about the 49ers quarterback situation? Do you think that has been over-discussed, or do you think, no, that's been discussed an appropriate amount?
I think it's discussed properly, but we just won't know until we get to mid-July if Brock Purdy's ready to quarterback or not.
That's my only reason for over discussing. Once we know more, then I can discuss it at the appropriate length. Right now, it's just a bunch of speculation.
Cowboys play call.
Bunch of speculation still.
Do you think overblown
until we start seeing some results from it and what the game actually, if the game looks different from him?
I'm going to be in the minority on this. I do think losing Kellen Moore is going to hurt this team. I think he was good. I don't want to say he was great.
Yeah.
I think he was good. I think he can become great. I think that is in a weird way, as much as I think this team can make it to the Super Bowl, I'm contradicting myself a little bit that I think there's going to be at times, gosh, I wish we had a little bit more of Kellen Moore's creativity.
Okay.
That's a possibility. I mean, the creativity part of it, I think for me, the fact that this coach knows what a championship quarterback is supposed to play like. I mean, look at this history of the guys that he's worked with. And that's where I get, I think he needs to take that next step up. There are things that Kellen just didn't know. And because who are the coaches that Kellen was working with? Linehan and Garrett, a lot of guys that were former backup quarterbacks or whatever. Mike McCarthy knows what a championship quarterback is supposed to play like. Can he get Dak to play like that?
Couple more quick notes for you. CBS is supposedly considered the favorite to land J.J. Watt for TV roles, but he's only looking to pick up the gig part-time. So don't
part-time actor?
Yeah. Part-time
lover.
Analyst.
Oh, okay. You said TV roles. I was like, this is going to be awesome.
Yes, for CBS in a football
New
capacity.
Girl's not on anymore.
And then also the NFL has unveiled gambling prevention efforts and mandatory rookie training. So one thing they are working on with all of the suspensions and issues they've had is in rookie training, talking about gambling and the lack of allowed gambling is going to be a big part of their program, which is at least good.
Two things about that, just very fast. One, but also have they talked about not giving your money to strippers, right? Is that something they're?
I'll have to look into
Or
that.
go ahead and do that. You know, just make sure that you're giving them you budget it. You know, you budget yourself appropriately, and also a fall guy. Have they talked about having a fall guy?
Probably. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, realigning the NFL divisions. Would this be good for who and really, really bad for who else? We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
and studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, I saw an interesting article from Rich Palinelli from Inside the Star. And I'm not saying any of this would happen, but I just think it's fun to kick around. Is eventually expansion's going to hit the NFL again. And there's been discussions of an all-European NFL division, and I'm curious how that would shake things up.
I'll bet you a lot of money there isn't.
Ever?
Yeah.
Interesting.
I don't. It doesn't make sense. The travel. It just.
So you think no NFL European team ever?
No.
But continually doing what they're doing.
Yes, go over to Europe, have Jacksonville play in Europe for a game, have 4 to 8 European games to promote the sport, to get them more into it. But having a team that plays in Europe, or even having 4 teams that play in Europe, I don't think will ever happen, because there's no way they can ultimately compete because of the horrible travel they would have to go through.
So just create an NFL Europe, Kevin.
I mean,
having a team in Mexico makes way more sense. Having a team in Canada makes way more sense. But when you start throwing a team or teams over in Europe and saying you have to come over to the United States on 8 different trips, or even if we're going to have you come over on a trip and play 3 road games in a row and then go back home and play 4 home games in a row, but send you on these month-long trips to try to even help out your schedule. But now you're not at your facility. You don't have all your training stuff there that you've set up. So think about the Dallas Cowboys. If they had to go over to Europe for a month to play 4 games in Europe, and they could never practice at Frisco, they could never have all the stuff they have at the Star. They don't have all their equipment for rehab and everything to get you ready for the next game. They're having to use equipment over in Europe and get used to that for a whole month. You'd be like, that really screwed over the Cowboys' schedule, didn't it?
And I think that's one of the arguments for the European division, because you would then eliminate like 3 of your home games every single year, because you just play another European team. So each team would only have 5 opponents as opposed to 8 or 9 every single year. But I hear what you're saying.
Right. So you'd have 6 road games in Europe, and then you would have approximately 8 or 9.
Sure.
And then you'd go on the road. But what do you do when the New York Giants, Dallas Cowboys, Washington, and Philadelphia have Europe on their schedule?
Do you
think go over for 2, so you just go over for 2 straight games?
Sure.
So you're dealing with 2 weeks over there.
I hear the logistical difficulties. I'm not disputing that at all. I just wonder, it feels like the NFL has been trying to push this more. So I understand all of the logistical nightmares that you're bringing up.
Extend the season, add more bye weeks. So now the season starts in like July. But you're adding more bye weeks too, so everybody has more time to travel.
If I can just tell you real quick, I do think when they expand out to game 18, you're going to see a second bye. I honestly thought you were going to get that this go around. And so the crux of this article is kind of about travel and how, I know this will sound like Homer-ish, but the team that gets put out the most is probably the Cowboys. Because the discussion is Miami has to travel a lot and Seattle has to travel a lot. That is somewhat inherent by its nature of being on the opposite far ends of the United States, whereas the Cowboys are right in the middle. So I wanted to throw...
But doesn't it feel like Seattle I guess if they're playing the rest of the rest of the league, they're playing LA, like it feels like most of their stuff is NFL West.
Exactly. But anytime they have to go play even, Chicago or the Titans,
that's some travel.
Like, good Lord, that's a long trip. So this construction was put together with not even worrying about your true rivals, but just focusing on geography.
Travel. Okay.
All right. So I can run through this, and then I wanted to see, who do you think maybe this would be helpful for in the modern NFL?
I've looked at this, Kevin.
Okay.
Cowboys are winning the division every year.
That's kind of what I think too.
And maybe the Super Bowl.
So it starts like this. In the NFC, which you now have the NFC Pacific, which includes the Chargers, Rams, 49ers, and Seahawks. My immediate thought here is that it's great that Justin Herbert would escape Patrick Mahomes. You know what I'm saying? Like, by no means would any of this go into action right now. But if it did, I think you'd be pretty stoked.
Yeah, but
to
you
escape
immediately
that.
jump into the San Francisco 49ers constantly being on your keister.
That is true. I wonder if you're like, I will take that trade-off to move away from Mahomes. Now, clearly...
Is this NFC or AFC?
NFC.
NFC. So they moved into the NFC?
Yep.
And the Chargers and Rams get two combo home games?
That's true.
Per year.
That is
Unless
true.
they even play in the playoffs and they get another one.
Do you think owners care about being in the AFC or NFC? Because I do think they care about that a lot.
Ooh, tell me why.
Because of the history. Like, I
Okay.
don't think the Cowboys would ever be like, we're not an AFC team. We're not
Okay.
or they would almost look at it as AFL, or Pittsburgh would look at it and go, we're never going to be an NFC team. And I know they were an NFL team, but like, I just think that I think that there's a lot of history of AFL, NFL, AFC, NFC. And I just think a lot of teams are like, there's an identity there. I think there's just like the identity of, I get Houston Astros moved into the American League,
Yeah.
but don't you feel like the Rangers have a pretty big identity as being an American League team? I know I'm changing leagues, but I do feel like there is a lot of identity in your conference when it comes to NFL and MLB. I don't think there's not as much, but I do think there is a little bit in the NBA.
Okay. I think I actually disagree with you there.
I knew you would.
Okay.
It makes all the sense
No,
in
no,
the
no,
world.
no, no. Your point is actually excellently thought out. I guess
what he just said.
Especially now that baseball is moving towards your like kind of homogenized rules. I don't feel like it really makes that much difference
I agree
anymore.
with that.
There was a time when the rules were different. I was like, oh yeah, this is AL baseball.
With the
But
1800s.
moving away from that, if the Cowboys moved to the AFC, but now all of a sudden they were with the Texans and like whatever the closest teams are that you can imagine, I really don't think I would care that much, but I might be in the vast minority.
So if we didn't play the NFC East teams every year, you'd be perfectly fine with that? Like, if we didn't get Washington or Philly...
But
you're ready to.
But that's a different question,
All
right? Because I would care about that. I care way more about the rivalries than I do that we're the NFC. Like, let's say tomorrow, your division is now the AFC East. It's the exact same. Yeah. But I honestly don't think I would care. But like I said, I might be in the very minority.
I agree with you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
In our lifetime, Seattle has flipped from AFC to NFC. That's the only team in our lifetime, right, that has flipped? I know that more teams obviously flipped when, like my father who's 70, I understand there's more teams there that have obviously flipped because there was at one point just the AFL as their own league.
Which team did you say?
Seattle.
Okay.
They used to be in the AFC.
Yeah.
And now they're in the NFC, but I'm just looking at standings and I'm like, I think that's the only team through expansion, because when you look at the expansion, Carolina Panthers, you look at, I'm trying to think, the expansion, Houston Texans.
So it's
Jacksonville Jaguars.
Is the only team in history to switch.
And so clearly that would be shaken up here. And you know what? You might be onto something, Mike. People might be like, no. But I just want to give you an example for the Cowboys now. Their divisional opponents, and this part would sting a lot, to your point, Corey, are Philly, Washington, and New York. Your new division, the Southwest Division, would be the Arizona Cardinals, Houston Texans, and Las Vegas Raiders.
Let's do it.
So to Corey's point,
I'm in.
I do feel like, at least in the short term, you feel pretty damn good about your division, and then your travel schedule is easier to handle.
But Jerry would hate that,
for
wouldn't
sure.
he?
Yeah,
For sure.
I'm actually not even joking. I'm in 100% for the future of that, and the reason being, and yes, Jerry would hate that because he doesn't get to New York. He doesn't have that mecca there.
Remember Tex Schramm, one of the reasons when they went into the NFL is they were like, we love it that our TV market. They went into Dallas. They were worried because Dallas, little small town back then, and they're like, oh my God, our TV games are going to be New York, Philadelphia, and Washington, D.C. Now also St. Louis with the Cardinals. But like, this is amazing that the teams that we play the most are going to be the predominant huge media markets.
Yeah. The that definitely is a huge factor there. But for me, okay, we've had these rivalries for how many years are we in the NFL now?
Sure.
Okay, that's great.
63.
So we have a new era of these fake rivalries. We'll create new ones. We like football anyway. We'll be fine. Like everybody they might be up in arms about it because they don't like change. But then after 20, 30 years, everybody will be like, oh man, this is our rivalry.
It'll take a while to get used to, because if the Cowboys were to make the Super Bowl and they were playing the Philadelphia Eagles in the Super Bowl, it'd be a huge rivalry. But it'd be cooler. It'd be really crazy. It would be really weird, because you're like, this just doesn't seem. You'd have obviously Super Bowl matchups that you'd never seen before, but they'd probably played each other 14 times in the playoffs.
You are on to something, because in this scenario, Philadelphia has been moved to the AFC Atlantic, along with the Baltimore Ravens, Pittsburgh Steelers, and Washington Commanders. So that is epically fascinating in and of itself. Now, the Great Lakes division is the new NFC North. That remains the same with the Vikings, Lions, Packers, and Bears, because they're like, hey, we got all of you packed in pretty tight here. Let's not mess with this. I wanted to throw out the two divisions that I think could be the toughest. We already brought up one, and Reggie brought up the point of the NFC Pacific would be the Chargers, Rams, 49ers, and Seahawks. And then the other one that I thought sounded pretty tough is the AFC Northeast, which is now the Bills, Patriots, Giants, and Jets. The Bills have been really good. The Giants are coming up in the world, and obviously the Jets have huge expectations.
Yeah.
The Patriots, I guess, would be your worst team. Kind of like the AFC East now.
I didn't read this article. I know we're running out of time. I know this from Major League Baseball. When they expand, and they will, it'll probably be Montreal and Nashville will be the cities that get the two new teams. Probably. Okay. What are if they're expanding, they want to expand 4 teams immediately? Like they want to add 4 teams in 1 year? Because that's a lot to add. Or are they just adding 2 teams in 1 year?
That would be.
But 4 makes sense, right?
That would be your European division.
So you think they would rather add 4 European teams than like San Antonio? Obviously, Jerry needs to die, and I'm not saying he needs to die, but like I don't know.
For it to get approved,
like because San Antonio is going to pack 80,000 people. They love having their own football team. You just have Jerry fighting, till the death.
He thinks it would siphon off Cowboys fans,
right? But I just wonder, in this, they do not have NFL. They do not have American cities. They only have European cities.
That is the idea, to jump ahead, because you think it's much more likely that you'd be looking at Mexico City and
Toronto.
And places like that to get the franchise.
Yeah.
Fascinating conversation right there. And you had a look on your face. What are you upset about?
Josh Young's down like 30,000 votes now, Kevin. We got to figure out how to get this.
The new votes are
929,590 to 879,096. So we got some work to do.
But he's still second?
He's still second.
Yeah, that's the good news.
How far? Do you have third pulled up by chance? Or I'm just asking.
This isn't good.
Somebody's catching.
Rafael Devers is behind him at 444,000.
That's
plenty.
That's a lot.
Okay, so we're doing good there.
Because you just need to make it to the top
Jonah
2
Heim's off by like 2,000.
when voting ends on Thursday to move into the finals round to still keep alive the idea of being a starter. Hey, Jonah Heim's above 50 RBIs now. I damn sure hope people are voting for him.
And there's no Rangers outfielders.
Adolis?
Adolis deserves it. He's about 36,000 behind George Springer.
Man,
Toronto's
destroyed. They have a whole country voting for them. So like we got to work. We got to do some work.
We got to get the Expos back so they can vote for other players.
Or give them that NFL team, and maybe they'll be busy. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on 105 Through the Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Yes, of course.
It's happening next, all the way until
Fancy Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, brought to you by Louisiana Hot Sauce. It is Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Well, when y'all are on a winning streak, it's always going well. I got to ask, I heard that the last trip was, at least at one point, 80s themed. What can you tell us anything about your 80s themed outfit and how that came together?
Well, I had a hard time trying to find something, to be honest. I did order a shirt, a chain, to participate. I didn't want to be that guy, who didn't take part in the 80s theme deal that the players' wives had put together. So anyway, I wore a shirt with a bunch of flames coming off it, and I had my gold chain. So I was pretty simple, but I did see some good outfits. Of course, a couple of them were me, because that was kind of my time in the 80s. So they had some fun with that. But you know what? It just made for a good evening. Tough flight though. We had 40 minutes sitting on the plane with no air conditioning, so it's good that we were able to have some laughs.
Oh my gosh, 40 minutes on a plane with no AC. How did that? Did you find out what happened? Did you get to the bottom of that?
Well, I think the plane had to get up 10,000 feet or something before they could turn on the AC. I had never heard of that, but so anyway, it was smoking hot. So there was actually some players back in the back taking shirts off and everything. It just took a little long, I guess, to get the bags on with it being a family trip, having the wives on this trip. And so it was a different plane than we normally take, a little bigger plane. Actually, it was the Patriots plane that they used. Now, I don't know if they still use it. I was kidding. They probably used it in their first championship because it was the first year it started flying was 84. But no, it wasn't a bad plane or anything. It just had a little age to it.
So, Boch, I love what you're saying here, and it's fun.
Plane, Mike. Don't worry.
Yeah. But when it comes to you talking about obviously the heat, no air conditioning on the plane, I was talking to another team, and they were saying, what's going to be interesting is coming up now. It's getting hotter around the United States of America. You guys obviously play in an indoor facility here, so you don't have to worry about this. But they're kind of talking about, man, those East Coast trips in July and August, and the pitcher has to pitch at a pace when the humidity's so high and they're sweating a whole bunch. Have you thought about it all, what the pitch clock could possibly do to pitchers' kind of endurance during July and August in outdoor games?
Yeah, you have to be aware of it. The pitcher does. So we have to take advantage of the timeout if needed. You don't get a lot of them. You may have to use it, step off when you normally wouldn't use it. Maybe a trip to the mound a little bit more often. I mean, those are limited anyway. So anything to help them out. So I'll say this. We played here, it's not July or August yet, but it was perfect here last night, man. Nice cool weather, nice breeze. So we've been fortunate. We have not had to deal with the heat. And, of course, with our ballpark, you can't have it nicer, believe me. But we may get some heat in New York. I'll be honest, I haven't even checked, so I don't know what it's like there. But you know what? I'm not really worried about it because Miami, you have the dome there. We don't go to Atlanta. Boston may be a little warm. So I think we're pretty lucky as far as the schedule, not having to deal with a lot of the places that can get extremely hot.
Boch, I'm kind of curious from June 7th to, at least I guess, last Friday, there was kind of a weird, for this season at least, it looked kind of different with a few more losses than we were used to this year. And I was kind of curious from your side, what's the most difficult part of navigating a lull like that in a season and, trying to limit it from being too long of a lull?
Right. I think the most important thing that we all can do, and especially me, is show up to the park and be the same. I don't know how many times I've said this, but it's going to happen. I don't care how good you are. You look at all these teams. Tampa. I mean, they went in Oakland, lost 2 games. They lost 2 in San Diego. They had the best record in baseball. And you go, well, how does Oakland beat them? But it was a bit of a lull. We lost some that we felt we could have won. We had some bad luck in some games. I'll go back to that one Angels game in extra innings. I mean, what else can you do? They hit the ball hard, and we just couldn't get a runner in. With in extra innings there. So just be the same. The ups and downs, they will beat you up in this game if you let it. It's the same with a personal hitting slump or a reliever. You just got to be able to, the old term, the old cliche, wash it off. It's what you have to do. You don't have a choice in our game. So I was proud of our guys in the way they did handle it. Now I'll say this: we got on a great run, and especially with hitting with runners in scoring position. We were not going to hit whatever we were hitting with runners in scoring position all year. It just doesn't happen. So we did get a little spoiled there. We did run in some really good pitchers, a lot of number one. So it's all about keeping your head and realize, hey, there's a lot of baseball, and you can't get caught up in a week of maybe tough games.
I know it's a short sample size, but last 4 games, the bullpen, 16 innings pitched, 0.56 ERA and a 172 batting average against. I was hoping you could give us some insight into what you've seen from the bullpen in the last 4 games. And then you just used a phrase, do you also have to wash off your successes then so you don't get caught up in that?
Yeah, I think you do. I think you had the old term, stay humble here. This game will grab you if you don't. But I'm excited about what the bullpen's doing. I really am. I just love, how they have ramped, their pitching up as far as throwing strikes, quality strikes. You can see how their confidence has grown. They want to be out there. It's been on a good run right now, and it's so important that these guys pick it up the way they have, because you play so many close games. I know we were scoring a lot of runs, but it's going to happen where you're going to have to win a lot of these tight ball games. And I think with the job that Sporzie's doing, I mean, he's really nailing it. But this young kid Anderson, Jose Leclerc's picked it up. Berg, look what John King did. All of them. I mean, I'm excited about where they're at and how they're performing, because they're such a big part of our success. If we're going to have it, if we're going to go where we want to go, that bullpen has to come through for us, and right now they're doing it.
Boch, Heaney had a really nice bounce back appearance last night. He's at 72 1/3 innings. Last year he pitched 72 2/3 innings. I'm wondering how you see the rest of his season playing out. Do you believe, hey, every 5th day, as long as he's ready, he's taking the ball, or do you maybe have to back off of the total numbers of innings pitched throughout the season?
Yeah, you're right. Good question. It's something we have talked about. We'll keep an eye on him. His workload. I think you look at the depth of our starting pitching. And I'll bring up Bradford. Otto's getting close. We do have some guys that can pick up a start if we think we need to back them off a little bit and give them some time, an extra start, or even put them on the IL, something like that. To limit their innings is monitor their work. So it is a discussion it's already happened, and something we have to be aware of.
We have been pushing the Josh Young as an all-star campaign really hard. I know you have bigger concerns probably than who makes the all-star team, but do you also take a sense of pride in, hey, they represent me, they represent our franchise, our organization when guys make the all-star team?
I do. It's it's great to hear the talk about players in our team that could be heading to the all-star game, as they should be. You look at Josh Young, what he's done. Nothing would make me happier for him, or prouder for him. But we have quite a few guys that could be heading there. I wish it wasn't in Seattle, to be honest. That's a lot of travel. But as far as being in the game, no question. It'd be awesome to see a few Rangers there at the All-Star game. You look at what they're doing; it would be well earned, and so I'm certainly pulling for them, and I hope our fans, looking forward to not just seeing them, but helping them get there by voting for them.
How big of a deal did you think it was for Josh Young to see his name written third on the lineup card?
Yeah, you know what? I think he was kind of excited about it. It took him back to his Red Raider days, so I think he was comfortable there. And well, he certainly looked comfortable, didn't he? Goes out there and gets a base hit, scores around the first inning, hits a home run, and so I, said I may do this against lefties, but right now I'm gonna run that out there again tonight. I'd just like the balance of it. I'd like, having, a left-hand bat behind Adolis. It just gives us coverage there. Not that Josh wasn't giving us that, but he's a guy that is swinging the bat so well. It just breaks up those left-handers. And once you get late in a ball game, you're going to have a tough lefty trying to go through those two guys. Not that they can't hit them, but it does put a little bit more pressure on the opposing manager on who he'll bring in.
Boach, I found a crazy stat that just contradicted a lot of what I thought about baseball because, in a big league clubhouse, you'll hear hitting coaches and people talk about, hey, get 5+ pitch at bats are really good at bats. It makes that pitcher work. You get a better gauge on their fastball, on their breaking ball. And so I pulled what batters are hitting in the major leagues this year when they have 5 or more pitches in an at bat. And the batting average is 192. That shocked me. I just thought as a former big league pitcher that when I had to throw 5 or more pitches to a batter at times that they would gauge what I had better. So can you explain why batters have such a low batting average when they see 5 or more pitches in an at bat?
Yeah, you know what? It's kind of a tough deal to explain. I think because to your point, when the hitter sees a lot of pitches, now he's got a reference on what you have. Now, what I will say is, if you're going to be patient up there and maybe take a first pitch, it could be your best pitch to hit. Well, that makes hitting tougher. Especially when you look at the stuff that a lot of these guys have and their put-away pitches, especially if it's a nasty split or let's say a slider. Once they get ahead, which is the game plan on almost every pitcher is to throw strike one, and that's why you'll see a Seager or even Marcus. I mean, how they attack that pitch. That could be the best pitch you get. So. It's the old Ted Williams thing. Get a good pitch to hit. Now, he did believe in the first time around, take the first pitch, just so you do get a reference. But after that, you're looking to hit the first best pitch you see and do damage on it. And so I think that's the biggest reason why you're seeing those averages go down is because of the stuff and the different pitches that these guys have once they get ahead of you. And, now you're fighting for your life up there and you're having a battle, a guy with a 4-pitch mix where guys that swing early at the, first best pitch they get, that average is usually pretty high.
You got to play early in Tony Gwynn's career with him on the Padres. What was his, I don't know what his approach was early in counts or first pitch.
First pitch, he was swinging. Tony was not a taker. Tony did not walk a lot, mainly because when he swung, he usually put it in play. Mm-hmm. But he was not up there to take a pitch. That was his philosophy. Probably because Ted Williams would come to San Diego a lot, before he passed, and he and Tony had a lot of conversations. But and they would talk about that. That first pitch is there. It's where your you're looking for. It's in your sweet zone. Let it go. But in today's time, you know, the walk is talked about so much, the on base percentage, and so that's why I think you're seeing a lot of guys take that first pitch or second pitch which may be the best pitch to hit. You know, trying to work the pitcher and draw a walk.
Do you believe a guy will ever bat 400 in a full season?
I don't, but you know, obviously we got somebody knocking on the door. It's incredible what he's doing.
Rise,
especially when you look. Yeah. I mean, it just amazes me. You know, this guy, he starts to drop down and he goes 5 for 5. It's not like he's hitting rockets either. His velo off the bat's not all that good, but he just reminds me of Tony Gwynn. He just got an unbelievable ability to get the bat on the ball, and he just seems to find a hole. It used to frustrate me. I'd tell Tony, I played with him. I go, how come your ground balls go through? Mine don't. I never could figure that out. But then you look at it, well, they consistently hit hard ground balls where, you know, the rest of us didn't.
Boach, you've traveled a lot in your years as a manager. Do you have like places as a creature of habit that you're like, I'm going to go to this place when I get to Chicago? Or you're like, you know what, I'm going to go find another best deep dish pizza out here somewhere?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I'm not a big deep dish guy. But
awesome.
I will say, but in New York, I will have one. But we had it last night after the game, and so you know, a lot of guys were excited. I've just never been a huge fan. I mean, it's good. I'll have one. Yeah, you know what? Chicago Steakhouse here. It's always been a place. Joe's Stone Crab House here in Chicago. But we have 3 night games. I'll be honest, I haven't left the hotel. You know, I'll go to the ballpark here in a few minutes. We have a late workout today, so the guys can have a recovery. So I'm leaving a little bit later myself. But after the game, we just come right back. Now, in New York, we do have a day off. I will plan a staff meeting. Don't know where I'm going. You have to remember, I've been out for 3 years, so I need a little help on you know, what's newest and latest there in New York City to take the staff out to.
On the days when you just go back to the hotel on the road, is there like something you do to unwind? Do you throw on Netflix? Like, what's your routine to wind down for
Watch
the day?
pitch sequences.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny you said Netflix. Yeah, well, I got Bobby Bandolo. He loads me up with the Netflix thing. I'm watching The Darkest Hour now with Winston Churchill, and then I'll come back and watch that a little bit to kind of unwind. You know, sometimes I'll just, you know, go through, you know, some emails and stuff I got to catch up with. That's kind of my time to do that. But, yeah, I've never been a big Netflix guy, but they got me into it, got my headphones, and, you know, I may, you know, if I'm not doing something, you know, for the next series, I'll watch something on Netflix.
Do you let emails stay in your inbox, or do you delete them all? Because Kevin has to have his email inbox cleaned every day, and I'm like, nah, I got 3,000 in there, I'm good. Yeah,
I'm like you. I think I may hit 3,000. I'm not bad about it. You know why? Because I keep saying I'll get back to them. I get so many, and so they pile up, and then. But I need to clean it up. It does make life easier. I think if you clean it up, and it gets to be a little too much.
Well, we appreciate the time as always, and let's keep that winning streak
just keep
rolling.
managing and doing his thing. I think we'll let him do that.
Don't worry about
Kevin.
that for now. Just keep managing. You're doing great.
All right, guys. Good talking with you.
There you go. Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan. Josh Young will be third again tonight and currently watching The Darkest Hour. Some of the things that we picked up.
It sounds like Young's going to be third for a while. He's earned that spot, and he likes kind of, you know, having the lefty to go behind Adolis is what he likes.
It made sense last night, as in you had a lefty starting pitcher who wasn't going to start very long because they had a bullpen day, and you just thought, oh, okay, this could be a thing. Like when lefties pitch, you're going to have Young batting third and Nate Lowe batting fifth. That makes a lot of sense. And maybe they'd flip-flop back when you'd get a righty starting pitcher. But tonight, Dylan Cease, who has really good strikeout stuff, right-handed pitcher, and you're going to keep Josh Young batting third. So interesting, and it really worked. Obviously, Josh Young had a great day yesterday, and and Nate Lowe had a good day yesterday too.
You ready for some Mike Likes
Hold
It?
on, before we get to Mike Likes It.
Oh.
On the 469, I have 47,000 unread emails, and from the 214, I have 51,955 unread emails.
Yeah.
But how and why?
Because you get spam.
Yeah.
So you don't just delete that?
Nope.
It's eventually going to get deleted whenever
the cloud takes it out.
Yeah,
Or something.
the cloud will fix it.
How that works?
Somebody loads up that Netflix thing and it goes away.
That was
Who did you hear the name? I'm sorry. Okay, somebody on the staff knows how to get him Netflix.
A younger person.
that Netflix thing. I love it. Mike likes it.
All right, so today is a big anniversary in Rangers history, and I can really remember this.
My anniversary too.
I was really with which wife?
Congratulations.
I've only had one wife with Jess.
Yeah.
Just because I had a kid with somebody else doesn't mean we were married.
The first one didn't go
Really?
through. It didn't happen.
I know.
All right.
It was not.
All right, so in this day in Rangers history,
congratulations,
Pudge Rodriguez got called up to the major leagues. Now, I looked on that Netflix thing. They had nothing on it. I looked on that YouTube thing, and they did have something on it. I was hoping to see, like, the game. Kevin Brown was the starting pitcher for the Rangers. Jack McDowell, the starting pitcher for the Chicago White Sox. I find it interesting that, hey, here we are playing the White Sox on the day of Pudge's anniversary. Well, here is a cut from This Week in Baseball and what Pudge Rodriguez's debut day / night looked like.
Now to a June wedding that was supposed to take place at home plate in Tulsa, Oklahoma. But when the Rangers called, the groom had to get married on his way to the major leagues.
Ivan Rodriguez. He just got married this morning.
Yes, he did. That's a great story about him. He's got his honeymoon night tonight as well as his major league debut.
Tour takes off. There's the throw by Rodriguez. Oh, wow.
There's the runner going, and he is a dead duck. Whoa. This Rodriguez can some kind of throw.
So that is This Week in Baseball of the kind of week of June 20th, his debut game. He goes 1 for 4. He gets the game-winning RBIs in that game. The White Sox tried to steal 2 bases. And the second stolen base, if you get to watch it on YouTube, he throws the guy out by maybe 25 feet. Julio Franco catches the ball, and he has to wait like 2 seconds for the guy to eventually slide into second base to tag him out. And I believe Pudge, was he 19 or did he already turn 20?
I thought it was 19, but you could hear on that second one, they were like, wow.
Yeah, like this is something we don't see. And they had, at the time he was older, but they had the other Pudge. They had Pudge Fisk, Carlton Fisk as their catcher. So 2 Hall of Famers in that game. Here's what I remember about that. I was mad that they called Pudge Rodriguez up to the major leagues.
Why?
I am at the time, I believe, 12 years old. I might have been 13. I have a baseball tournament in Tulsa, Oklahoma. We had our whole team bought tickets.
Oh, no.
We weren't playing that night, so we had tickets to the Tulsa Drillers baseball game, and we get to see the phenom Pudge Rodriguez, who we hear might get called up to the major leagues pretty soon. And so we were all excited to go see Pudge Rodriguez in Tulsa, and he got called up a day or 2 before. We still went to a Tulsa Drillers game. I actually bought a set of cards there that had like Sammy Sosa in it.
Oh, yeah.
And Juan Gonzalez when they were both on the Tulsa Drillers at the same time.
Wow.
And I think maybe Dean Palmer was in that set too. But anyways, I can remember Pudge getting called. I did not remember at all that he got married the morning of his major league debut game on June 20th, 1991.
Good day to get married. That is wild, though. That is the busiest day a human can have, right?
Yes. No, getting married
and
then,
having your major league debut in the same day.
I remember getting married and I could barely talk to people because I had so much stuff to do. But I remember my dad being excited about that, and he was like, "Corey, we gotta watch the game tonight and make sure you're here by this time." and because he had read in the paper about, that this guy was on the way and he was excited about it and everything, and it didn't disappoint. Like this is a moment where we're like, oh my God, like we're going to be able to watch something special for a long time.
Tonight on Bally's, we are going to have a special on Pudge Rodriguez's debut game, because how would it ever work out that in Chicago against the White Sox, the Rangers would be playing the same day of the debut of Pudge Rodriguez? So it works out really well, just playing the Chicago White Sox. This day in history, Pudge makes his debut against the Chicago White Sox, so there'll be highlights there. Boo was the third baseman that day, so he can talk about that moment, because I said, hey, I remember as a kid how big this was. And I was asking Boo about it. He goes, oh, it was a big deal. It was a big deal for the Rangers. It was a big deal media-wise. At the time, John Radigan was working at NBC5, and he said, yes, we can remember how big of it that was. It was a big deal when Pudge got called up to the major leagues. And I believe it was his second game to catch was Nolan Ryan. Kevin Brown started his debut game, and then Nolan Ryan had a no-hitter through 7 innings in Pudge Rodriguez's second game to ever catch. And after the game, they asked what happened, how was the communication, everything, and Pudge was great, but he shook me off on the base hit that broke up the no-hitter. So 19-year-old Pudge is doing an interview, and he's like, yeah, this Nolan guy shook me off. So
it could have been a no-hitter.
Yeah, I think I remember that story now. I don't think we're getting into that tonight, but you can see the highlights on Bally Sports on Pudge's first ever game.
And he lived up to all the hype and more.
Yeah. In fact, I watched today. It brought me back to this. I don't remember this, but I got that tingly feeling when I watched Pudge Rodriguez come back to the Texas Rangers. Do you guys remember when he came back to the Texas Rangers? And I believe 2008 or 2009. I'm sorry, I'm struggling with the year, because it pulled up when I put Pudge Rodriguez debut, different things pulled up, because you have his debut with the Yankees, debut with the Marlins, debut with all these teams. And then it got back to him playing for the Texas Rangers. And I mean, it sounded like the Rangers had just won Game 7 of the World Series when Pudge Rodriguez came back up to bat. So when Chuck Morgan announced, now batting for the Texas Rangers, Pudge Rodriguez. I know I'm doing a bad job of being Chuck Morgan, but it was awesome. He couldn't get back in the batter's box. He tried to get in the batter's box twice, but the standing ovation of approximately 25,000 people when Pudge was back on the Texas Rangers late in his career was pretty awesome.
He's the best player in Rangers history.
I think so. Yeah.
That makes sense to me.
All right. So I only have a few minutes here. I'm going to go back to the Texas Rangers game last night. The White Sox brought in a couple of relievers. Kendall Graveman and our guy Joe Kelly, right? He's our guy from the Super Bowl. I actually have his number. I was thinking about texting him this morning. I forgot and just was like, hey, man, great job. I know you're on the White Sox, but I hope you're on the Rangers here pretty soon. Joe Kelly hit 101 against Corey Seager. So if you're not watching, and he's an older guy, he's able to still touch 100 and 101, had a nasty breaking ball. His changeup wasn't very good yesterday. He gave up a hit on a changeup to Leody Taveras and threw another changeup that wasn't very good. That was, I believe, a warning track fly ball. But his fastball breaking ball combination was still pretty sick from Joe Kelly. And then Kendall Graveman came in after him, and he's 32 years old, and he looked really good. I talked to Jared Sandler, and he said, here's the deal about the Chicago White Sox right now. They don't want to give up on the season yet. They know they're not a good team. They know they're not playing well, but the division is so horrible. They're like, look, if you win, let's say in a 30-game stretch, you go 20-10, you might be winning this division. So they are not sellers yet. They understand that they're leaning towards sellers, but they want to see how this division plays out past the All-Star break. So if you're going to get a White Sox, you're either going to have to blow their socks off.
Yeah.
Or you're going to have to wait till you get closer to the deadline when they're like, look, we're 15 games under 500. So it is important that the Rangers won yesterday. It is important that they really win this series and maybe give the White Sox, because I do think you can pluck some really good pitchers off of there. Dylan Cease, I don't know if you can get him. He's pitching tonight. He's their best starting pitcher, at least with the most potential. And then tomorrow night is Luis Giolito, who is another guy that they probably will trade. So he will be available. So this White Sox series is kind of fun to watch from a who could you pluck off of their team and let's beat them up so they want to trade players.
I'm at a point again still, Kevin, where we're not trading. We're actually going to trade away some bullpen. We're so good at bullpen now over the last 4 games. We don't need to go acquire players. So I appreciate the Joe Kelly thought here. But we're so good with our bullpen right now that we're okay.
Go to the C block. We're not discussing that.
Coming up next.
We're a good team.
We just had Boach and Pudge. Gosh. And then Corey ruins it by saying, let's trade our good bullpen
Trade
pieces.
all the good bullpen pieces.
Who you calling up?
Hey, anybody we call up is going to turn into magic with Boach.
What's on the block today?
Oh, my gosh. Get ready for Mike to crap all over it.
You ready for me?
Man.
I might cupcake you and you won't even know it.
You'll never do that. The LA Country Club and why it's
I'm cupcaking you
why
now.
it's important.
I can't do it today, but I will do it.
Next on The Fan.
Get the top story. and studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter, like how are you afraid to die?
Oh, gosh, I don't want to.
877-881-1053 if you want to text that in. We'll also want to hear from the Twillos and the YouTubers.
Brain freeze.
But now...
Did you just say brain freeze?
That's right.
Why didn't we ask Boach a Ted Williams question?
Okay.
Did we drop?
Hold on.
Was he would have gotten in on that, Mike?
This is y'all two's fault.
Hold on.
You two's
You could
fault.
have asked the question
no,
too.
No, I could have. But you both wanted, we'll get to the C block in a second. You both had follow-up questions. And when he brought up Ted Williams, I looked at you and I was like, I get it. Why we didn't. But I'm going to put that on you
We
guys.
had a blast. I thought we might get in a little bit of trouble if we started asking about Ted Williams' head.
Okay. All right.
I think Boach might have been turned off a little bit. And then we might have heard like, hey, guys, I know you're having fun. The interviews are going great. Boachie's enjoying these questions, but let's not talk about Ted Williams' head.
Here's what we'll do, all right? Because Boach did say that, around birthday time, people find out you like bourbon. So what I'm going to do, try and have a bourbon with him, and I'll ask him if that's okay in the future.
How do you know at what point of the spine you saw off, and then the body you get later down the road is going to, the spine will connect to that spine, and you'll have control of your limbs?
What's the connector? Is it like USB-C? Like what's happening?
And another question is how, like, in the future, if the robots do take over, is he going to be okay that he's connected to a robot body now instead of a human body?
Oh, yeah, because he would have lived in a very different time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like titanium or something.
And the robots are just like, look, we didn't have the technology to put you on a human body until, it was too late. But here you are now. Do you want to still be here or not?
He's like the liquid Terminator.
Yeah. So we'll have to dig deep on these questions and theories, maybe for a podcast. All right, so I did see John Blake tweeted this out 47 minutes ago. No.
John. How much would you regret not asking that question if John Blake would have texted you afterwards and be like, Ted Williams' head is frozen.
Information is surfacing.
Yeah.
I'm going to Google Ted Williams' head while you do this.
I've already done it. It's fascinating.
I got you, Corey.
2 days remain in round one of the 2023 All-Star voting. This was 47 minutes ago, Kevin. Simeon leads at second base. Seager at shortstop and Josh Young at third are second.
Okay.
Jonah Heim is 2,179 votes out of second, and Adolis is 35,873 votes out of the last outfield spot. So got to get to work, everybody.
And that's the key if you want to advance to the final round, get a shot to start. That doesn't eliminate you from all the all-star pool. Now, for Josh Young, this is courtesy of Jared Sandler. This is his rank among all AL third basemen. Batting average, second. On base percentage, fourth. Slugging, first. On OPS, second. Home run, second. RBI, third. That damn sure sounds like an all-star to me.
I agree. And I think it should be. But, he's right behind who? Chapman?
Yeah.
And Toronto's voting like crazy right now. All right. I also wanted to get to this real quick.
Why are people texting me the answer to that question? Good Lord, Mike. Mike is off looking at Ted Williams' head stuff. Joey, who I thought moved on from the world, he said his fear of dying is taking a tour of the Titanic in a submarine.
Have you not heard
have you not been on this?
No.
Oh,
what the hell does that mean?
Do you have the update on it?
What do you mean update? Is there an update?
There was this morning. There was just more information on it.
What the hell is this?
Okay, so just to lay out for those who aren't informed, because I realize me and Corey are going further on. There is a submersible.
Okay.
That is not like regulated, mind you, like a private entity built this submersible. That supposedly takes people on tours down to the wreckage of the Titanic, 3,800 meters below sea. And that vessel was carrying some very wealthy people. I think one of them was a billionaire, and I think it was a $250,000 trip.
Yep.
And they lost connection or whatever with the vessel on at sea level that they were connected to or whatever. And so there's been a pretty big search for them folks in that submersible down there in the ocean.
I think they have about 41 hours of oxygen left on the vessel. They had 96 hours of oxygen.
What are we doing to help?
and I don't know exactly where this thing is. They searched an entire area like the size of Connecticut or Massachusetts, one or two. I don't know, same thing.
Sure.
Not really, but
they,
okay.
I don't know. All right,
Kinda.
find out the square footage of both states.
Easily.
And they were like, that we haven't found them here, so we got to keep going. And my question is, does this thing keep? I guess maybe power went out, and then they just kind of were like, oh crap. Or water started coming aboard, and they were like, oh, otherwise, just go straight up, right? Isn't that if I just go up, I'll eventually get to the water top.
That is how I think about directions. And we've learned I'm terrible at directions. Is I'm like, well, if I just go that way, like to the right, I'll make it there. But in the case of the ocean, that feels like that makes sense to me.
Yeah, so that's what Joey is referencing
How do you
there.
know what's up though?
Dude, I'm sure one of your monitors.
Kevin,
has,
you just hit up on the analog stick because this submersible was being controlled by a Logitech controller.
Like your mouse?
No, like a game controller, like a PlayStation controller.
Oh yeah, you just push up.
Ugh.
Maybe even just check and do a spin.
There's so much about this story that I will tell you about later, Kevin.
I am
Corey,
intrigued.
You asked.
Thanks a lot, Joey.
The area
Get
of
to Chippewa
Connecticut
Falls already.
That's right. The area of Connecticut is roughly 5,000 square miles. The area of Massachusetts is roughly 10,500
Okay,
square
so
miles.
just double. All right, so yeah, it was Connecticut.
In your face, Yukon.
So about 5,000 square miles. They searched, haven't found anything yet.
That's why they call it UMass.
Yep.
Yukon.
I just want to thank everyone who listens to this show. I appreciate it, and there are a lot of you.
Ted Williams' body is cryogenically frozen too.
This is Corey's time.
There is a report.
He wants to know.
There is a report, Mike, that Utah is exploring using picks 16 and 28
to move up,
and I don't know how
they should move to 10
and taking on
Sweet, you'll like this.
and taking on an expiring contract such as Davis Bertans. And now Lindsey, the dude from Utah, just came over here, right? And can you totally see him saying, "Hey, we can work a deal with these guys. Let me get them on the phone."
Danny Ainge is great at screwing over every organization and getting the best of every trade. So how's he screwing us over again?
I have no clue how he's doing this. Like, he would take Bertans' contract.
Okay.
I don't know what we're getting in return, but
you're going to have to give up a young player to make this all make sense.
We get
right?
16 and 28, as in the Mavericks.
They might be dealing them individually.
This is what I don't understand. This
Okay.
is per ESPN. The Jazz are exploring using picks 16 and 28 and taking on an expiring contract, such as Bertans. So I guess my question here is, they're going to draft with both of them and take that on, or they're going to use them to move somewhere and they would be willing, like, we'll use 16 and 28 to get your 10, and we'll take Bertans away from you as well, and we'll move on about our business. I don't know.
That
how
sounds like a home run for the Texas Rangers, because they hit home runs for the Dallas Mavericks. I would say if Utah were to take 16 and 28, like at some point we just saw Oklahoma City just get rid of picks to Denver. Like Denver made a hell of a trade during the NBA Finals, by the way, where Oklahoma City now, they don't have any more roster spots. Like they have very few roster spots. They've done such a great job of drafting that they're to the point now that all these picks don't make sense anymore. They don't have the roster spots available to keep these picks. So they offloaded quite a few picks to Denver just to kind of move up a little bit. Because like we don't need these anymore.
It gave Denver more draft capital to do something.
Now, Utah's not in that space yet, but I could see where Utah would want to take 16 and 28 to move up into the draft. 10 seems like not enough. Like that seems like if you take 16 and 28, you'd want to move like to 7. But that would have to be Indiana wanting to dance with you. But if you're the Dallas Mavericks, your lack of talent to just move down 6 spots, and if they like the Lively kid, he's going to be there at 16. Like if the Mavericks do draft.
I don't know if I think that's the case anymore. I'm not saying I would take him there. I've just seen a lot of mocks that seem to think he's moved into that 12 range.
I hate when people stink at basketball and they work out. And they're like, hey, man, that workout was good. Well, how come it never worked out against other college basketball players? Like, isn't that the weirdest thing? Like, hey, man, he can shoot when there's no pressure and nobody's trying to guard you. Well, when does that happen in the NBA? So anyways, let's dance with Utah.
For everybody that's saying stuff about the cupcake situation, you're going to be sorry for all the things you said. Just don't. I'm keeping receipts.
Is that a threat?
Yeah. Also, Kevin,
I'm cupcaking you.
No, you're not. I found this information just fascinating.
Okay.
Kevin, as it turns out, Los Angeles Country Club. Have you ever heard of that before?
That's where they just did the U.S. Open, right?
They just did it.
Yeah. Do you know how much the land is worth?
Oh my gosh, it's on Sunset. I would say $3 billion.
Okay.
$3 billion?
Okay, Kevin?
Let's say $100 million.
100 million? The land alone, which also is in the middle of Beverly Hills.
I watch that show, the
Selling Sunset?
Yeah. Not that one's
It's a 320 acre piece of land in the middle of Beverly Hills, between the famous roads of Sunset Boulevard and Santa Monica Boulevard.
Those are $25 to $200 million homes.
Whoa.
It is worth.
I might be low.
The land alone.
I'm low on
this.
$3
Isn't
billion.
even the houses that are on it.
It might be like $8 billion.
$8 billion.
Whoa!
Which, Kevin, I don't know if you've heard or not.
$8 billion?
I'm only interested in information involving billions now.
That's a good point. That's why I guessed poorly. By $100 million, you'd be like, next. Man.
There is a $250,000 initiation fee to become an exclusive member. No celebrities or social media posts. All right. They use a 45-year-old tax loophole to save $80 million a year. And it's one of the nicest country clubs there, and strictest, by the way. They don't allow celebrities to join, and every new member is handed a 1,000-plus page rule book.
Oh my God.
There aren't any shorts
They just
allowed.
give that to their attorneys, right? What's that?
No shorts allowed. Tailored pants only. So do you love that?
You hate pants.
I do.
You like
Sport coats
sweats.
in the clubhouse after 6 p.m. You have to wear a sport coat. No changing shoes in the parking lot. No headphones or earbuds or athletic clothes. And no photos or videos of the club on social media. Members can also only make phone calls from their parked car or a phone booth in the locker room. That's the only place you can make phone calls from. I don't know if you actually have to use the phone in the phone booth or if they're like, no, you can take your cell phone in there. The club is so exclusive that many of the world's best players are seeing it for the first time. By the way, this is Joe Pompliano. Appreciate him for putting this out there. Rory McIlroy, for instance, hasn't paid for a round of golf in 20 years. He had never played this course, and he would have to pay to play the course beforehand. So he watched YouTube videos of the course to kind of get an idea of how to play it this week.
Kind of sounds like a cheapskate there, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess if it's the $250,000 initiation fee, he's like, I just got screwed out of $620 billion recently. I'm not paying to go play for you guys. I'll just try and wing it at the same time.
Is Rory ever going to win another major?
I don't know.
I mean, most likely no.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so tough to do, but I would lean towards no, but he does finish top 10 a lot, which just means, making a putt here or there, having a guy mess up and take a double bogey late in a tournament could get him there. So I think he has the ability to, but odds are that, Jordan Spieth, Rory McIlroy, like guys that have won multiples, most likely it's going to be really tough and probably unlikely that they do win another.
Now, Kevin, if you have a piece of property that's worth $8 billion,
right,
taxes on that are going to be pretty steep. All right.
God, think about how much I hate
hundreds of
property
millions
taxes.
of dollars alone, right? Like, yes, exactly. We're still fighting about our fence. You know, you're constantly like, hey, this fence is really bad. Los Angeles Country Club only pays $220,000 in annual taxes.
What?
That's because of two rules, Kevin. It's owned by its members and registered as a nonprofit. So they benefited when California voters passed a ballot in 1960 that lowered the value at which officials were allowed to assess nonprofit golf courses.
That Fancy Pants Country Club's a nonprofit.
So does Bel Air Country Club, Brentwood, and Wilshire Country Club. They all benefit from this. And in 1978, voters passed Proposition 13. Prop 13 is what they called it, I'm betting.
That makes sense.
It was a new law that rolled back the assessed land value to its 1975 level and more or less froze that value in time. So even if the market value of the land triples in value, property's assessed value can only grow by 2% a year, or the rate of inflation, which is lower. And so that they also capped it at 1%. They capped it at 1% of the assessed value at the time. So in simple terms, the LA Country Club would be paying about $80 million in annual property taxes because it's worth $8 million, but they're only paying about $220,000 because the land is currently assessed at $22 million.
Somebody did ask a good question. How's there a YouTube video of the course when the members can't social media or take pictures?
Man, I don't know the answer to that question. I don't have the answer.
Do you think that's why Rory lost?
Maybe so.
Probably cost
He just
because it was a different course.
never made any big putts.
Yeah, I would say this is it's probably a different course.
Okay. Fascinating.
And one time he hit the ball into the land, and they were like, just take it out. Put it here.
Did see that. You showed me that one. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
From the 972, forget Yellowstone. We need a new series about protecting the Los Angeles Country Club.
Yeah, I bet there's some cutthroat stuff happening there, too.
They took Ted Williams to Arizona to sever his head off. I don't get why they have to sever your head off, but then they cryogenically freeze your body.
Hold on, Kevin. Good question here. If they put it, whenever they do take it out, do they have to install it in a very cold room too?
No. I'm going to stop you right there.
Why did you talk over that?
Here's the deal I want to make. I will cede crosstalk to Ted Williams' frozen decapitation discussion.
I don't want to talk about it then. I want to talk about it now.
If we can just go to break right now. Coming up next, and not talk about this in the next segment. The biggest.
You never stated that.
The biggest strengths.
Oral's up to bat right now.
For each MLB team and how the Rangers answer is the key to their offense. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
line drive out into left center field. That falls for the base hit. It gets by Benintendi and goes all the way to the wall. Young sees that, hits the bag hard at third. He's being waved home. He'll score without a throw. Adolis is at second with an RBI double, and the Rangers lead 1-0.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. The biggest strengths for each MLB team and how the Rangers answer is the key to their offense. Also, Twolo's YouTubers, or any of the fan texters, if you want to speculate about what Mike spent the entire crosstalk talking about.
Wire to wire.
It's not as simplistic as cryogenics. It evolved into something totally different.
I think
it was super weird.
It involved smurfing, using mules, and opening shell corporations.
Oh my gosh.
What's that movie, Being John Malkovich?
Yes, that is that movie.
They should make a movie about my brain.
That's a horror film.
I would watch that movie.
So you want Jordan Peele to do that then?
I really would.
Actually, yes.
I do too.
So
he would find the way.
The famous soccer player.
Is that Pele? Is that what you're saying? Because it's Jordan Peele?
He's inside my brain.
I hate how much I understand how Mike's brain works.
Kevin's the director.
So we talked about this a little bit yesterday, is the Rangers' strength has been hitting with runners in scoring position. And we can go across any particular team if you want to know what ESPN's basis of their biggest strength was this year. And you just heard Bochy earlier saying that they were never going to be able to keep up the pace they were at with runners in scoring position.
Such a negative guy.
I feel like whenever you say it, Mike,
like that.
whenever you say it's going to be tough to keep that up, that people are like, why do you
why do they get mad at me?
Be positive, Mike.
Why do they get mad at Boch? They get mad at me when I say something like that. Golly, I don't know if you should be doing Rangers on television if you're going to act like that. Boch just said they couldn't keep it up. You send him a Facebook message and fart on him. There's a lady who farted on me. It was weird. She's like, well, not physically, just on Facebook.
Do you know we're on the air right now? What the hell is happening?
That's basically what the break sounded like.
Instead of poking somebody, you can hit fart on them.
Listen to this. She said that I'm too negative about the Rangers and that I should not represent the Rangers with my negativity. And I'm like, have you not heard me speak how negative I am on a whole bunch of things? I have not been negative about these Texas Rangers.
What a weird counterpoint. Instead of like,
oh, you haven't even seen negative.
Yeah.
I'll show you negative.
Have you not listened to me talk about Mark Cuban or Jerry Jones? I'm pretty dang positive about these Texas Rangers.
So as of 2 days ago, is where we were going. The Texas Rangers were hitting .315 with runners in scoring position. To put that in perspective, that's happened one time for a season in the divisional era. The 2013 Cardinals. That is the only time any team has ever hit that well with runners in scoring position.
And they didn't win it all.
So the Rangers were destined to cool off. The good thing that you saw is they went through the 0-for-21 slump, which was part of their losing streak. And then on Sunday, they fire back 5 of 12 with runners in scoring position. And that has been part of now what is a 3-game winning streak. And so that's been the biggest strength of this team this year. And to put that in perspective, Corey Seager, again, I'm sorry, this was 2 days ago, was hitting .486 with runners in scoring position. Heim, .421. Simeon, .420. Jankowski, .344. Adolis Garcia, .338. Incredible.
Did you see the note from the Rangers on run differential too, Kevin?
Oh, no, I didn't.
I saw, and I don't
say they can't keep it up.
Well, no, they didn't say that. But I just saw this from Jared yesterday, and you always love these kinds of things. All right, the Rangers have outscored their opponents 434 to 286. That was going into last night's game. That was a plus 148. Okay, good for the highest run differential in Major League Baseball. Second, 143 for Tampa Bay. Also the highest run difference by any MLB club over its first 71 games since the 2016 Chicago Cubs.
They won it all.
Per stat head, 13 of the 15 teams in the modern era, beginning in 1901, to post a run differential as high as the Rangers, a plus 148 mark in their first 71 games. went on to reach the World Series that year, with 9 of those 13 going on to win the title.
And that's why, like, first of all, it's easy to get excited about the Rangers because they're a fun team to watch and they've won a lot of games. But when you hear notes like that, it's impossible not to, like, catch the fever because I'm just going to pile on
Fever
to that. That's a stat that's impossible to beat. I'll pile on with it. Is the Rangers are averaging more than 6 runs a game. That's only happened 4 times in the divisional era, which is incredible. And all of those teams had a winning record, with the 1999 Cleveland team winning 97 games, the 96 Mariners winning 85 games, the 2000 White Sox winning 95 games, and the 1994 Cleveland team, that was the strike shortened season. They were 67-46. They were on pace to win 96 games. So again, you see that, like, the Rangers are in the company you brought up is World Series company. This company is, we were going to win 90 games or more.
I love it.
I do too.
Aren't we a little below 6 right now?
Did we just drop below 6? We were above 6.
Because we've played 72 games and scored 439 runs.
Okay.
That's good.
No, that puts us at 6.1.
Ooh, Mike's math. What do you think?
Guess so. I don't know.
Here's the one thing that I do I am
it does.
concerned about myself doing. Maybe I'm just thinking about myself here. I don't want to get too far ahead to where I'm like, this is a dynasty.
See how pumped up he is that he embarrassed me. Right there?
What?
Well, because
I just answered your
we
question.
did earlier. Whenever he said the Yankees only had 96 hits,
I did get
Aaron
clowned
Judge.
by the
was
USA
just,
Today.
He was just waiting.
He was holding. He was like,
at some point that Bassick guy is going to mess up again, just like he did his first 2 appearances in the big leagues, and I'm going to stomp on his grave.
wow. You've always said stuff about his first 2 years in the big leagues.
None of that
Every
is
time.
accurate.
You're always
I'm a
like,
big
yeah.
supporter of you, Mike.
Anytime you get the chance, you bring up the Bonds home run.
No, what?
Yeah.
Just for the record, I wanted to throw this out real quick. Is even since the Rangers have been, like, by their standards, slumping, they still lead the majors in batting average, on base percentage, slugging, and OPS with runners in scoring position. So if you want to look at any specifics, and Mike brought this up, maybe it was yesterday, maybe it was at the end of last week, how Toronto has a lot of similar overall offensive numbers, but it's a shocking discrepancy in terms of runs scored, is because the Rangers are the best timely hitting team in baseball by almost every conceivable metric.
So I know that, and I'm being serious here, I understand Bruce Bochy, and, like, it probably won't keep up the runners in scoring position, batting average, but I will say this as a former player, not so much a former hitter, but you start building confidence throughout a season. You will see this in all sports where you're like, gosh, I just didn't think they were going to be this good. There's going to be some team in football this year in the NFL that ends up going 13-4. You're like, I can't believe they did that. Now, there's a lot fewer games, but they start building confidence. Those first 4 or 5 games start giving you an identity. They start building confidence that we can do this. Now, that's football. Now, you get through 70 games like the Rangers have. Do you think Josh Young is going to think he's going to fail when he goes up to the plate?
No.
He thinks he's going to succeed because he's had success throughout this season in those situations. So he's like, I can do this. I have done this. It's a little bit different when you go through a season, and I'll just go to the team you're playing, the Chicago White Sox. They probably don't feel that confident that they're going to come through and win the game, that I am going to have a good at bat here. Well, what makes you think you're going to have a good at bat? You're like 3 for 26 in this situation, right? And as much as you're fighting that negative feeling is there. That negative thought is there. Why? Because of the results that you've had throughout the season. So I do think the Rangers are going to have success with runners in scoring position, maybe not at this rate, but they've built up such confidence individually and as a team that I think it's going to keep carrying through.
And I also wonder how much of their hitting philosophy, your five pitch thing is very interesting to me, because are more of them for, early in the count swingers. And that's something that when we're getting fastballs here, so we're swinging early in the count. Does it change if they're getting off-speed pitches? And teams are like, they like to go early, so we're going to go off speed early, fastball later.
I need to talk to Kevin Minch about this stat because I think Kevin Minch likes telling little league guys, and what I mean by that is younger guys now, early teens, hey, I want you to take the first pitch so you kind of can time them. That's a bad idea. Now, I know I'm going off of major league stats rather than 13 and 14-year-old stats of that age, but it sounds like a bad idea. If you I get that little league guys can't dot pitches like major league pitchers can in working corners and stuff like that, and their breaking ball's different. But hell, you throw a 14-year-old or a 13-year-old a breaking ball, it's usually going to go bad for the hitter if you can throw it for a strike. They're just not used to hitting breaking balls, even if they're crappy ones, very well. So I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, I would tell kids, like, based off of these stats,
get comfortable swinging early.
If you like the first pitch, take a rip. It is a bad idea, it looks like, statistically, to just take the first pitch. If they throw a fastball down the middle, swing. You might not get as good a pitch because if you take that for a ball, the next pitch, they throw a breaking ball, and you're like, crap, it's 0-1 now. I kind of have to swing, and now you're 0-2, and now you're in a bad situation. Just looking at a 2-2 count in the major leagues, you have a 174 batting average.
Would you still like ascribe to the if a guy just walked a guy in 4 pitches, you're taking the first pitch?
No, I don't think so.
Because now this guy has.
He might have to just now. You shorten up your zone. Like you're looking for fastball down the middle. He throws it inside corner. He throws it away. But I mean, like, dude, he might have to. When you start missing, even as a major league pitcher, this goes to sometimes, let's say, Jonathan Hernandez for the Texas Rangers and why he's in the minor leagues working on his stuff. When you miss 4 out of 5 pitches, your aim now has to become more middle. You can't aim for corners because if you're missing corners by 6 inches, now I have to throw the heart of the plate. Well, what if I execute throwing the heart of the plate? I just threw a pitch right down the middle because now I'm having to go, gosh, if I miss, maybe it'll run to a corner. But I have to now throw middle because throwing for the corners is not getting me strikes. So I think as a hitter, it's not that you're super aggressive. You're like, dude, if he throws one down the middle, he might be aiming down the middle now.
Now, quick side note, unrelated to baseball, but definitely relevant in the world of sports, is Inter Miami's managing owner, Jorge Mas, told a group of reporters from the Miami Herald that Lionel Messi is aiming to make his debut July 21st against Cruz Azul in the League's Cup. And here's another interesting note about that. Inter Miami is working on adding 3,000 seats to its stadium before that date.
Not enough.
So in the next month, they're looking to add 3,000 seats to their stadium.
It's easy to do that. I mean, we saw when Russia.
Just play at the Orange Bowl.
Wasn't there a lot of problems with that?
But
though?
like, I still
that
think
is actually.
I don't think 3,000 seats is enough at all, dude.
July 21st is the presumptive date as of right now.
Is it Ted Williams' time?
Coming up next, I promise we'll see if it really happens. Are we going to have a crosstalk with G-Bag Nation consisting of Ted Williams' Frozen Head talk?
And me getting into NFTs?
Maybe next right here on The Fan. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Quick fun draft note for you. If you want to win $10 on Wemby being the number one pick, you have to bet $2,000. $2,000 to win $10 on Wemby being the number one pick.
Okay, I thought
You'll
maybe
win. You will.
That's what I saw the odds yesterday. They came out. It's like Wembanyama. That is the surest thing. If you're somebody who's got bukus of all the monies, couldn't you just put it all on there? You know you're going to win.
I think casinos will tap you out. They'll be like, you can only bet $1 million max, and you'll still just win it because they're like, we're not allowing I don't know, Jeff Bezos to come in here with $20 billion and be like, here's $20 billion on this because I know it's an automatic.
If you bet $1 million, I think you'd get $5,000. So on the one hand, it's $5,000 of seemingly free money. Yeah. I can't fathom any scenario in which this did not happen.
Is this the biggest lock since the McGregor-Mayweather fight?
Ooh,
like
that's
you
a
were
good
like,
question.
there's no way McGregor's winning this fight.
Yeah.
I have to bet on it, even if the odds are ridiculous.
I bet the odds were very similar to Trevor Lawrence.
I could see that.
Ooh, I need to go look back at that.
Now, I wanted to shout that out, and I wanted to shout out D&M Leasing and ask how you gentlemen are, because otherwise I've ceded the rest of my time to Mike Bassick and his weird questions. So how are you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing excellent. Happy anniversary, Jess. All right, Mike.
We were
take it
talking
away.
about the last person to bat 400, Ted Williams in 1941, Luis Ariz. He's batting 400. I don't think he'll even come close to batting 400 by the end of the year, but it's a fun story right now in baseball. And then it brought us back to Ted Williams dying in 2002 and his head and body getting cryogenically frozen, but they have to sever the head to cryogenically freeze both parts. Why are we cryogenically freezing his body? It was worthless. It couldn't work anymore. It couldn't walk. It couldn't function as a human being. The head a little bit, because I get that you're saving the brain, even though good luck ever figuring out how to get that thing to work again.
Just the tip.
Why are we cryogenically freezing an 80-something-year-old body that physically had no function anymore? It couldn't walk. It couldn't do anything.
I would guess, just in case you want to clone him in the future.
Use his DNA?
Yeah, bring him back.
But doesn't his
Ted too
neck have DNA, or his head have
Yeah,
DNA?
you probably could just save the DNA. I don't get the freezing
Save a finger.
part. Yeah.
Like a finger has DNA.
What did Walt Disney do? Is he
because his head's frozen too.
I think Walt Disney.
Well, we can keep his
That's
shape.
actually not true.
Yeah.
I read
It's not true.
I read that.
That guy was
I
a
was
very pro
surprised.
Hitler dude.
Yeah.
Oh, so is his head frozen or is it not
I
frozen?
was surprised that I read that it's not even real. Like he's gone. Yeah.
Oh, so
like,
Walt Disney's no longer with us.
Ted Williams is the one, and then his son.
There's a fight over the Ted Williams head,
His
right?
kids signed a pact, and they all are going to do the same thing so that they can all be together in the future. Whenever they signed like a napkin so that they would all be together in the future whenever they're brought back to life or whatever. So that's maybe Mike the head. Maybe that's because that's where the memories are stored, and he wanted to keep his memories of the family. So if it's DNA and you just clone somebody, it's like a completely new person.
Next crazy cryogenically frozen head question. Can you move that head around? Like when you have Ted Williams Day at Fenway Park, can you seal it well enough that I assume the heat and everything, you want to keep it out of the sun as much as possible?
We're going to need something better than that.
Can you quickly take it out, make sure that it's sealed well enough that
Got a Yeti?
You put it on you put it on a nice convertible and you roll it around, not roll
Ladies
it, but
and
you
gentlemen.
Ted
Williams.
Here's Ted Williams' head, just so you can see it one more time. And, like
that's what we've all wanted.
And how ugly does it look? Like, is the skin blue? Like, what color is the skin?
I'd like a wax version myself, maybe early in the spring so the heat doesn't melt it. Maybe if it was a younger, more handsome version of Ted.
Yeah.
I think this would be a good idea, actually, Mike. But
I know we brought up Walt Disney, but Ted Williams ain't making it through this current culture either.
Probably not. Yeah.
Walt Disney's definitely not making it. He'd be like, what?
No, if you've seen the innuendos and you do a little history on him, he's not making it. He's getting canceled for sure. But maybe there's a time where they can re-wake all of the body parts that aren't working.
It's
with
not
Ted Williams.
going to happen, but let's just say you put Ted Williams on a beautiful 25-year-old athletic body, his head. He's like, guess what? I can't see. I'm 80-something. My head's 80-something years old. I can't hear. I can't see. I need my ears and my eyes if you want me to Ted Williams this thing out of the ballpark.
You're saying that by this point we can take his frozen head and connect it to a body, but we don't have the technology to make him not blind. Like, it feels like we should be able to have that technology.
But I put him on a 25-year-old body. Don't I need 25-year-old eyes and 25-year-old
You don't think we
ears?
can get that done? We reanimated this head, connected it to a new body. You don't think we can find new eyes?
Maybe all he needed was LASIK.
We've hit a snag.
It's Ted Frankenstein.
Yeah,
He's alive.
I don't know. It's a good point. But then is it Ted Williams if I'm replacing all of these things?
It's just his feel that we need, right? It's not necessarily the tangibles of his physical being. It's his baseball spirit within him.
Are there still people getting fooled today about this cryogenically frozen crap that they're cryogenically freezing humans still?
I mean, it costs about $80,000, 25 to 80 grand to do your head.
$136,000 for old Teddy.
There's people going down in submarines that are built in the backyard, you know, like billionaire guys. So
you bring up a good question, though.
They are.
Isn't it the old boat theory question? Like, if you break down the boat and then completely rebuild it, is it the same boat? And you're asking, if you add these new elements, is it really Ted Williams anymore? That's not a bad philosophical question.
What was the question?
He said, if you're added all these new things to Ted Williams, is it really even Ted Williams, or is it just some other thing now?
This all freezing the bodies and stuff has been pretty educational for me personally. I didn't realize we were doing much of this, but it makes sense if we're allowing people to choose to be set on fire and cremated, then why not allow them the opportunity to be, iced forever?
But those people are not coming back. They're not saying,
they
and then
believe
take my pile of ash in
Ted
100
Williams'
years
family
and
believes Ted Williams is coming back to life through technology. At some point, we will have the technology.
Maybe I get his autograph again. I think I did it 26, 7 times. I've lost every one of them since.
To Dawson's point, you just need the DNA. His head isn't going to be valuable. It's an old head. His body is worthless. It's a super old, worthless body that couldn't work anymore. It didn't function at the end. So I need a part of his finger that has the DNA. I don't need the whole body.
What finger would you choose?
I don't know. I would think they'd want the memories of Ted Williams. They need the actual brain matter because that's where the memories are stored. If you just clone Ted Williams, he wouldn't remember you or have any memories of his career.
I'm a little bit with you on that, even though this is
a little bit
crazy.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
But I'm just not with the whole body. What are we doing with the body?
I'm not sure what to do. And then who knows where the hell the soul go? Is the soul just going to be pulled back in there? Is it going to be a new soul?
Man, that's
what happens when you wake up the brain?
Are souls even real?
I'm with you, Mike.
Did you see the Pixar movie?
It's fascinating.
They're real.
From the 2 and 4, I will be praying for Dr. Bassick tonight. I think when she gets home, you're going to be like, hey, has anyone in your field or anyone you know of ever talked to you about cryogenics
Roll on
and
that,
freezing
please.
people?
Honey, can we?
Have you seen my wallet?
Yeah. Roll on that. Just ask her.
I can't find the
Mike
iron
was dealing
again.
with the ice trays last night. That's
she
what this
hid the
all
iron again. I don't know how she did it. I found the iron and now it's gone.
That should be tough to hide. It doesn't fit in a lot of drawers.
I know.
Did you put the iron where you can find it again?
Yes. It's not there.
Have you told your wife where it is?
It's probably in the garage.
No, I don't. She put it somewhere where I can't find it.
Doesn't it always go on the shelf above the washer and dryer in the laundry room?
I kind of
Pretty
felt,
much.
yeah.
But you haven't asked her because she'll yell at you.
And I can't find anything, or I didn't put it anywhere.
And then she'll know that you need her to find the iron. Yeah.
I think your sons are playing bits on you now.
Mike, would you like us to cryogenic you if possible?
No, I'm dead. It's not. There will never.
dead.
There will never be technology. I'm going to put this out
here.
here.
We can put your old head back on somebody.
There will never be in the history of mankind technology to bring people back to life.
200 years ago, I would have told the people, I'm going to make a rocket and fly it up to the moon. Wouldn't you be like, that ain't never going to happen?
I don't know, Matt. Capricorn 1. We've seen the movie.
So you're saying that you believe...
I know. I'm not going to see it. I believe we can get to a point where we can figure this out.
Yeah, he's saying
so why do you want to be cryogenically frozen?
Hell no, I don't want to be frozen.
But then you're saying that you know that we're going to be able to bring people back to life.
I also believe in heaven, so I want to go do that.
What says you can't?
You're far from there.
No, it says you can't if your head. If your head.
Yeah, you're out of luck on that one.
You might as well go for the cryogenics.
Kidding.
Look at those people's window.
What are you guys got coming up?
He still
on
loves you,
program
Haiti.
Rangers pitcher Grant Anderson 320. The Rangers player show and the latest on the Mavs right here out of the gates in about 5 minutes.
It's a good show, you think?
Pure gold as always. Thanks for asking.
Do you know the Rangers love Stranglehold the song?
Yeah, I've heard it quite often out there. Yeah,
they're like, dude, where did Will Smith get this song? Like, the
players love it.
The players, because they're
That's
kids,
awesome.
and they're like, I have no clue where this song came from. Never heard it. It's
really?
the most awesome song. So the Rangers players like, this is an awesome song. I've never heard it before, but Will Smith, man, he picked an awesome song. Where did he find this thing?
I love it. It's a rite of passage for every man to find classic rock.
You could ask Grant Anderson when Will Smith comes out of the bullpen and for home games, had you ever heard that song before, and how awesome is it?
Guys, how torched do you get when Will Smith comes out of the dugout?
And then ask him if he wants to cryogenically freeze his head.
Mike, we got to get them back for their show.
jerseys that they're wearing today?
We got to get you guys back for your show. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation.
Overtime.
We have been KNC.
Overtime.
Come back
Overtime.
tomorrow,
Overtime.
10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say cryo, Kevin.
Cryo.
Yellow submarine.
The more you listen, the harder we From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan on a Tuesday. Hope you're having a great day. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy Scout and NFL executive. Lucius Alexander was in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. You do have Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. I'm Gavin Dawson, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Boy, it's hot out there. Abby had a workout this morning. She's telling me how she feels tired and exhausted and her body's heavy. I mean, it whooped her this morning. It got her bad.
Outdoor?
Yeah, little outdoor workout for just an hour and 15 minutes. And she's flipping 11 years old, maybe a little dehydrated, something like that. But I know this kind of heat is dangerous, and everywhere you turn on the news, they're talking about it. So I hope everybody's being safe out there. I know some of these complete warriors and savages of the outdoors and Texas natives, they can hang no problem, and they're special, but they're rare. So don't think you could hold yourself to that same standard of lack of hydration. You got to be chugging water.
Drink the water.
I got to practice tonight. It's not till 7 o'clock. I've been getting ready since the moment I woke up.
There you go.
I don't play around with the heat.
You're right. I need to probably go and get myself a bottle after this segment. Went out and walked this morning, and I was like, damn,
yeah, I did too.
It's bad.
Yeah, it was a little warm. What time did you get out?
9 o'clock.
Oh, I was an hour later on that. It's starting to warm up a little bit, but yeah, the biggest problem I have now is the sweat getting down in the eyes.
Yeah.
Because I'm not wearing glasses and all that, and you're walking in there's cars kind of going around you, and you get sweat in your eyes. You feel like you're going to walk right out in the middle of the street.
Yeah.
Because you're not seeing all that well. But
and a lot of the new dry fit shirts, they don't rub the sweat away as good as the old school cotton.
Don't get it at all, and that's the thing about it is. But I will say this though, if there's a lot of satisfaction being able to complete a 45-minute walk.
It felt good afterwards.
Your shirt's completely drenched, but you're kind of like,
you put that work in.
Okay, I won today.
Yes.
I might lose tomorrow, but I won today.
I'm sweating out the toxins and the alcohol from the weekend. This is what I needed.
Yeah, you're gonna need a couple more of those.
Well, not everybody's like that.
I know. I'm a degenerate.
Well, we're going to open up here with the latest on the Mavs. I feel like it's so out there right now with everything churning, and they're taking a lot of calls. They're making a lot of calls, and the Mavs are really good at keeping things quiet. So something could come out of left field that totally shocks us. But in the meantime, we have another round of very interesting reports. Mark Stein says there's a feeling around the league that DeAndre Ayton could be traded for just matching salaries with no picks. So it just goes to show you how rare it is to find a team willing to deal picks. There might not be any, and the Suns might decide their best opportunity is just to take back players. I don't know if the Mavs can make that work, but if they could, that would definitely be an exciting thing to pair together Luka, Kyrie Irving, and then add DeAndre Ayton on top of that. That would have a lot of potential. So that's one of them, and we've talked a lot about DeAndre Ayton. He has been a heavily rumored player for multiple seasons now. The Jazz are exploring using picks 16 and 28 and taking on expiring contracts such as Davis Bertans.
Be amazing.
Reports ESPN. And then there was a report the Suns reached out about a potential sign and trade for Kyrie in the offseason. The Mavs were not interested in what the Suns offered. If the Mavs were blown away by the offer, logic says that Irving would be a Sun today, per Ian Begley. So that's the very latest that I've seen. I think the opportunity to deal away expiring contracts like Bertans or bad contracts like Bertans or Tim Hardaway Jr. or acquiring DeAndre Ayton is exciting. But there's another 5 or 6 players that they are reportedly interested in. This could go a multitude of ways here in the next 48 plus hours. And then we'll have free agency kicking off shortly thereafter. So we can't wait to see what this Mavs team looks like here in just a short order.
It's exciting that they're recognizing their biggest problem and Stein saying that they're looking to completely go ahead and rearrange their entire array of centers. So who knows what happens with Dwight Powell? Can they get rid of JaVale McGee? I don't know, but it goes back to what we were discussing yesterday with all the options they have. Clint Capella, John Collins, Jared Allen with Cleveland. There's a lot of names out there if they want to get involved in this. And I really wonder what it was the Suns offered. You think it was maybe just Ayton? And the Mavs are like, nah, we're not going to do that. We'd rather just keep Kyrie, and maybe we'll find another way to get Ayton.
Yeah, I mean, I would have had a hard time turning that down considering Irving's age and his injury history. It's clear the Mavs really like Kyrie Irving, and it's exciting to imagine what they're going to be capable of doing. Watching Kyrie Irving last year in those 25 games or whatever he played was the most entertaining basketball we've seen from the Mavericks in a very long time.
Yeah, it was electric.
Different. Yeah,
it was a lot of fun watching them, and it makes sense. Nico, that relationship, Jason Kidd, all that was their plan from the jump, and the Suns kind of half-heartedly making a. I mean, I bet it looked similar to. I mean, with Chris Paul or something like they got for Bradley Beal, like that's probably what it was. It probably wasn't even DeAndre Ayton. If they were looking at doing sign and trade stuff
like
with Kyrie, just like doing some of that kind of stuff. So in hopes that maybe Kyrie would strong arm and say, well, I'm going to Phoenix no matter what, so you might as well do some level of sign and trade Mavs to get something for me kind of deal, and then Kyrie would be able to get his money. But I mean, getting DeAndre Ayton would be cool. I think there will be some other teams, Orlando, Indiana, as you mentioned yesterday.
Maybe they just swap Miles Turner.
They'll probably be involved there. But I also saw Stein saying that it's more possible now than maybe we thought it was that they would actually make a pick at 10 instead of trading out of it. So that I find that to be interesting as well, because I thought that was going to be something kind of a foregone conclusion that they were going to be trading number 10.
Well, it seems like there's options for them to make trades without having to throw the 10th pick in, which I don't think we believed was even an option before.
This is such a weird sports dynamic that we're in now with, and I only talk about too with the NFL, how trades and guys move on from quarterbacks. And remember, this was an era where you never traded your quarterback. You never cut your quarterback. You never moved on. And now we're in basketball where you're these star players. And, last year we saw them, teams give up massive amounts, but it's kind of like these general managers have now drawn the line. They're like, listen, we can't, people aren't going to deal with us anymore if they ask for, 4 first-round picks and players and all that stuff like that. I do know this about the Mavs. They're making and fielding a lot of calls from what I'm hearing right now. They're trying to kind of formulate a plan that way. But if you're kind of looking at them, they're looking at probably a young guy at that spot if they make that pick, who would probably take a little time and would have a lot of the talent that they're looking for. But they also know usually further back in the draft, you could take like an upperclassman who would be more ready to play, but not necessarily have the high-end talent. So they're looking right at a guy right now that might be a guy that might not be able to fit in the rotation right now, but maybe the high end. So, if they move back, maybe it's a guy that's more ready to play right now. If they stay where they are, maybe the guy's got more talent, but they're going to have to develop them a little bit.
I love the idea of moving back if you could get multiple picks, because so few teams have them right now. Future picks. I want to get my hands on as many picks as possible. It might be too late for that kind of a strategy because the teams that were getting after them last 2-3 years have accumulated a lot. And now, if you have just a couple of first round picks, they're worth their weight in gold times 10. This is like the old NFL where first-round picks were worth their weight in gold because so few teams have them. And, teams wanting to get off players are desperate to find a team willing to give them one. So a lot of options. I mean, for crying out loud, JaVale McGee might have a little bit of trade value out there. That's insane.
Yes.
Like, who would take him?
It's bizarre what's happening. I saw another report, with John Collins, like the contract's so bad the Hawks just might want to say bye-bye. They might be willing to trade Bertans and Reggie Bullock and 15. So they give you back Collins and pick 15. So you get 10 and 15, and you're just giving them Bullock and Bertans because they want to get rid of him.
My dear God, dude.
What is going on?
Just buyer's remorse like you've never seen before across the sport. And now you're seeing with the way the CBA is changing on them, teams are understanding, my gosh,
it actually does cost me a lot now to be paying somebody $25 million to suck the high heaven.
Right. Let me get out of this deal.
Yeah.
Let me get out of here. And the Gobert, I think the Gobert trade was one that was a turning point as well, where it was like these teams kind of were like, okay.
Danny, Ainge, bro.
I do.
Yeah.
I clearly think that, like I say, we're in an era now where I don't think you're going to see those types of trades anymore.
We need to get like a front office insider on, because what we're watching is just a resetting of the NBA economy, where teams aren't going to be able to stack superstars anymore. Teams are going to keep their superstar. The fan base is going to have a 12 to 15 year appreciation for their superstar, and they're going to try to put role players around it because they're making it so difficult. And your second and third layer stars that have been getting paid like superstars, that's going away. You're going to have to much more reasonably and responsibly divide how you give up that pie, to use a Stephen Jones term. So instead of 3 guys getting all of it and the rest fighting for scraps, you'll spread it out over a lot more other players. I think it should be good for the Players Association overall. Maybe not quite as good for the guys like John Collins, who are used to getting super overpaid as teams try to stack together 3 high-end scores. I believe that is going away. That is what we're watching, and they're realizing that the only way to really do that and make it work is if you have the game's absolute best players. It worked with LeBron and Kyrie. It worked with LeBron and AD. It worked with LeBron and D-Wade. It worked with Kobe and Shaq. But other than that, these stacking up players, I think you're ending up setting your team backwards, and now they're trying to unravel it before the full impact of all these luxury tax penalties come to fruition. TCU is in action in the College World Series. It's 2-0, top of the 4th. Horned Frogs, baby. They're beating Oral Roberts.
Let's go TCU.
I know it's a tough spot for you right now, Brian. You're down in the dirt a little bit, aren't you?
Well, now that was, man, I'll tell you what, we got beat by the best team in the country last night in Wake Forest. It's just the pitching. It was a tough one. It really, really was tough. And LSU, they've been hitting well all year long. But man, that's the whole thing. We talk about playoff baseball. Whether it's the pros or collegiately. If you run across really good pitching, it can make your hitting look pretty weak.
White Sox ran against pretty good pitching last night as, it was Andrew Heaney who was good. His ERA is now under 4. And
Josh Spores was good, too.
Yeah. Spores has been on a run here. Heaney, first time, though, he hasn't walked anybody all year.
They were in a situation last night. This is amazing how the Rangers are able to get out of these bases-loaded jams.
Mm-hmm.
And Spores just, he got after
Will Smith did it, too, in the 9th. They got a little bit testy there. 2 on, no outs.
Yeah.
Hey, Will Smith got it done.
Yep.
Duran had 2 more hits. And this White Sox team is brutal. And the more you beat them, the more you might be loosening them up for some trade possibilities.
Yes.
So there's extra benefit in kicking their butt if you can pull it off a few more times. Lance Lynn, Leon Hendricks, Giolito. There's
Raven.
more. It's like they got like 3 starters and 3 relievers that you'd want to go ahead and trade for.
Well, keep an eye on Dylan Cease tonight.
Yeah.
It was a bullpen game for them last night where they went through 6 relievers last night in that game. But the problem is, though, they're like 12 games under 500 now, but they're like 4 games back in the division.
Yeah, the divisions.
So are you, if you're the front office there, do you say, well, we're really a team that's 12 games below 500, or are we close to maybe being able to be competitive? I would hope that they think that they're the team that's 12 games under 500.
Hey, you sweep them, you just keep giving them those L's, man, and then trade for all their goodies.
No, I would love to see that come around here, G-Bag Nation. Looks like we do have time for about 16 seconds on soccer, if you don't mind. A couple of MLS notes. It has been announced Messi is going to debut for Inter Miami on July 21. And FC Dallas versus Austin, originally scheduled for 7:30 tomorrow night in Austin, is now going to start at 8:30 as people are dealing with the heat. UPS driver says it's 135 degrees in the back of their trucks right now.
Yeah.
And they need some prayers.
Yeah.
So we'll send those over for you.
Absolutely. Be safe out there, guys and gals.
Yeah, be very safe. Okay, a little hodgepodge coming up next, Chief. What do you say?
Oh yeah, I'm totally in on that. We got some MLB stats of the day. We got Russell Wilson. SMU is involved with one of the best names. An all-time name list candidate has just arrived on the SMU campus. That's next.
All right, let me tell you about my friend.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. We got lots to get to here. We got some baseball stat of the days. You guys remember our season-long NFL stat of the day last year, right? We all remember what that was as a class, right? Can we recite what last year's NFL season-long stat of the day was until the final waning moments of the season?
It was the Russell Wilson. Has he thrown more touchdowns than he has bathrooms in his own home?
Ding, ding, ding. Nice work, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Ross, you were aware of that, though, weren't you?
Yeah, I know you brought it up quite a bit when we were doing Around the NFL stuff.
It was a thing, man. It was a thing. Well, it looks like the Royals have given us one as well. And this one hits close to home for us as Rangers fans. Jordan Lyles.
Yes, former Ranger.
Former Ranger, current Royal, and current Royal pain in the ass for anyone that's had to bet on him and expect him to win over the last 15 tries.
Well, the Royals haven't done a lot of that.
The Royals have lost each of Jordan Lyles' 15 starts this season. That is the longest losing streak when a pitcher starts to begin a season in AL/NL history. So congratulations to Jordan Lyles making history, and each and every loss he will continue to add to the history. So I'd like to think he's going to be passionate about this. He's going to take pride in it, and we'll see how long we can keep this thing going. But we got a lot of life out of the Russell Wilson season-long stat of the day. I'd like to think, unless he gets sent down, even though the Royals are in such a jam with their roster, I don't know that they can afford to send him anywhere other than right back on the mound in 5 days so he could take that 16th L and continue to add to history. So congratulations, Jordan Lyles. There is your stat of the day. Now,
did he have a really bad streak with the Rangers?
Yes.
Did he have one of those things where he couldn't win? Like he had a number of losses in a row.
Yeah. I mean, the team was bad, and he did. But it wasn't anywhere as bad as this.
It's not like he's anti-winning. He's just a magnet for losses, and he can't really help himself that way. Now, congratulations to SMU football. They have received a commitment, and it is a pretty legendary commitment, I would imagine. Class of 2024. It is a 6'4", 295-pound offensive lineman who, of course, goes by the name of King David Large.
His last name's Large?
First name King, last name Large, middle name David.
It's a great name.
King Large. And his photo shoot was pretty cool as he went and visited SMU, and they rolled out the red carpet for him. It's a king. Right? I mean, they're going to give him all the good treatment.
Sure.
And he had, king crowns on him. It's probably the most legendary photo op I've seen from a recruit throwing on the uniform and getting recruited in a major way from a college program.
That is such a pain in the ass for those programs.
To do those?
To set up all the...
The problem is when you have a big-time recruit, it takes forever for those shoots because they want to get these... they want to get these pictures. The kids want the pictures because they want to do it for their own site.
For social media.
For their own social media. It's not so much for the team. It's for the kids. And the editing and all that they have to go through for each one of those pictures, the time consumed for doing this is crazy long.
And they might not even commit.
And they might not even commit.
Ugh.
It's the most nightmarish things a program does, and just the time spent doing those pictures.
I believe it
is crazy.
The whole idea of recruiting kids to want to
your livelihood
sounds like a miserable.
Your livelihood
existence.
depends on it, and it is. You will sell your soul to keep your job doing that.
Do what you got to do. We have some legendary names right now in college football, though. We know about Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Yeah.
DeColdis Crawford.
Yeah.
We've also got a freshman that's coming in. His name's DeRealist Clark.
Yes.
DeRealist.
DeRealist Clark.
DeRealist Clark.
That is really good.
Badass, man.
There's a quarterback for Ohio State. His first name is Air, I believe.
Oh, wow.
Actually, if you want to fact check that for me, that'd be pretty good. But King David Large is going to be manning one position on the offensive line for SMU football for years to come. And I think we can all be excited about that. There's also a 4-star quarterback. His name's Austin Simmons. He's skipping his junior and senior years of high school thanks to his 5.34 GPA.
What? I didn't know you could get above a 4.
Yeah, I didn't either. And he's going to be
Is
joining.
this one of these made-up schools?
Or maybe a 5. I don't know.
Are we dealing with a football-only school kind of a thing? Where we kind of what we like a
what was that
MIG?
fake school that they made up that was
they
coming
did
around
a
and playing
30 for
high
30
schools?
on that, right? Sycamore.
Sycamore, that's right.
Sycamore High. But to me, this seems
Yeah.
like one of those made up
Bishop Sycamore, whatever that was.
Yeah, there was this place in West Virginia that had like a made up school, for their athletes so they could play football all the time.
Yeah, so they could get on TV. They'd play like the top
Oh, yeah.
schools out of Miami and LA.
Yeah.
And they'd get like $150,000 a game.
Yeah, we'll play Bishop Gorman, pay us. And you're right, it's Air Noland. He's 6'3", 195. He was in the Elite 11 quarterbacks camp, and he's committed to Ohio State. Air Noland.
His name's Air Noland. He's
It's
a quarterback.
amazing.
I don't know. I mean, can you imagine? I got an offensive
15
lineman.
years old?
I got King Large on my offensive line, and I got Air Noland who's spinning it. No, this kid's the 4-star quarterback, Austin Simmons.
Oh, Austin Simmons.
And he's
yeah.
able to skip his junior and senior years of high school. He's got college credits. He must be just about as brilliant as it gets. And he was supposed to be a 2025 class quarterback, but he's reclassified. And so now he is going to join the Ole Miss football team at 17 years old.
Good for him.
So
He's 17.
He's 17.
Okay. Does that mean if he's missing 2 years, did mom and dad hold him back?
There might be a
Because
case of that.
Could be a summer birthday deal.
Could be a summer birthday deal. Walchuk knows all about that. Summer B-Day guy.
I did kindergarten twice.
I figured
That had
he'd be a
nothing to do with
lot.
the summer birthday,
I
by the
figured
way.
he'd be a
Don't
lot
tell
younger
people
than
that.
that if he was missing his junior and senior year, right? Would you graduate when you're 18?
Yeah. I think he was probably one of those a little bit. He was a little bit juiced up.
Okay, we're getting a bunch of texts saying he was homeschooled.
Here we go.
And that would make some sense.
Okay.
That would make
Well,
sense.
so when you're homeschooled, you get to kind of move quicker if you want to.
How do you test out of that if you're
I just want
homeschooled?
to I would like to go on record that every time that Green Hill Bennett's teams ever played a homeschool team, they got their ass kicked. Seriously,
Really?
Those kids are built different, dude.
Homeschool team guys and gals, they have a lot of time to practice their sport.
Kudos to them,
They
bro.
do have a lot of time to
They're
practice
freaking
the
lunch
sport,
pail
sure.
guys.
No, they do. Every time it's
They bring their hard hat to practice every day.
Yeah, we're playing the Wednesday game against the homeschool. I guarantee you it was already going to be a 12-2 loss. Every single
those
time.
academics from 8:30 to 9 a.m. are dominant, and then the rest of the day
there's
it's
a
out
lot
on the
of there's a
field.
lot of PE going on in homeschool.
They might not be that socially well adjusted, but dang it, they'll kick your ass.
I tell you what, there's some of the best athletes I've ever seen.
Time now for the G bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius.
What did you say that kid's name was? King David?
Yeah.
King David, the anointed one.
King David
Large. King
Large.
David, yeah, what is that? The giant slayer. King David. Third king of Israel.
Sir.
Man, my mom was a bishop, so I know a whole lot of Bible stories, bro.
Dude, his life was a roller coaster, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, come on, man. Lost his kids and everything in war. It's wild. Shout out to Mr. William Campbell at Travelmation for sponsoring G-Bag of the Day. And our winner is a local weatherman with a weather report here for Texas. And I could feel it downstairs in my condo. I could feel every degree that sun is putting out.
Texas is getting pounded with heat right now. Just bam, 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 bam. If you look at Houston, you are absolutely roasting right now. And all along the coast is just scorching. It's just terrible. And then you go up to San Angelo, it's real hot up there. 104 right now. Austin is going to be in the high 90s, lower 100s around there. And guess what? All this heat, folks, is just not going to end for at least another week. It could go 2 weeks. I don't see any end in sight right now. And this, it's just scorching, just woo, buddy. And then even in El Paso, way over there, it's going to be hot.
El Paso.
But really, the bone zone for the heat is going to be San Angelo around here. It's just Abilene. Oh my goodness. Don't expect any rain for a while. We have marginal risk of severe weather in Texas right now, especially in central, southern, and up into northern Texas. But folks, don't count on it. Air around here is super unstable, so if any convection happens, you might have some isolated, just little pipsqueak storms just popping on you. But don't expect a wide-scale storm outbreak with rain and all that stuff to help you out, because it's just not gonna happen today.
Man, this guy's great. Where do I catch this guy's show? Does he do a regular one?
TikTok and
guy?
Instagram. Man. Yeah, I follow him on Instagram.
I got the best content.
Yeah. All right, let's see what I got here for you boys. I got to clean this folder out. It's getting a little disarray, a little muddled, a little jumbled, if you will. So I'm going to throw a lot at you today, okay?
Right. Come on.
All right, let's go right down this list here. Police officers mistake, they thought this man was screaming for help in the woods, but they found out it wasn't a man.
Yes.
Goat.
So I don't know if it's an animal or a person, but sure enough, we were walking over here. I'm like, that's a person.
Yeah, from a long distance, sounds like help.
Yeah. Fell out of his deer blind or something.
He's stuck upside down in the beer, deer blinder.
Hanging by his boot.
Yeah. We've got your shirt. Just hold on. Just hold on.
The fact that they're laughing at the guy is even better.
It's a damn billy goat.
Let's see. How about this one? You guys heard of the Glizzy Gobbler? Glizzy Gobbler.
It's Ari Temkin.
Pause.
Is that Mr. 4th of July hot dog eating contest?
Joey Chestnut?
Needs to be, because this dude can just inhale a hot dog. He doesn't chew it or anything. Just
wow.
Yeah, he's a talented young man.
Bite-free consumption?
Yeah.
People are envious, you're saying, Lucius? Of this guy?
I mean, you know.
This guy could take down
You need
Chestnut.
to put that mouth on a back. You know what? Listen to this guy.
From the side, no sleight of hand.
Yeah, what's up, guys? It's your boy Glizzy Gobbler. I'm back at it again, flipping hot dogs on my parents' driveway. Up to no good on a Sunday.
Right there, he just ate
No
one.
sleight of hand. Tell them haters, get out of here. No sleeves, no shirt, no problem. 3 Glizzies. Oh no!
Right there, another one.
No way.
3.
Where'd they go? Tell me.
Bro, you got to hear him. Listen to.
3 Glizzies.
Oh no!
That's him eating the glizzy, fam.
Tell me I'm hiding.
They're in your lungs, right? That's what everyone thinks.
Yeah. Oh no. No, I swallowed them boys.
I swallowed them.
Oh my gosh, bro.
3 glizzies in a row swallowed, just inhaled. No teeth.
He's weird.
No teeth. This man's got talent.
Dang.
And it's just the hot dog wiener portion, not the actual bun.
Yeah, not the bun, just the wiener.
Still,
3
amazing.
wieners to the jawbone, bro.
Savage.
Dang, Glizzy Gobbler. That's impressive.
It really
It is, dude.
That's like the beer gobbler to the next level.
Yeah.
I told you about my buddy Jason Peterson back in Portland. He almost died one day. They had to cut his throat open. He accidentally glizzy gobbled. He was eating like a jumbo Frank. Took too big of a bite, tried to swallow it whole, got stuck in his neck.
Oh, it's a nightmare.
Yeah. Buddy's giving him the Heimlich, won't come out. They call 911 to the ambulance, to the hospital, right to the OR, cut his throat open, took the hot dog out.
Tracheotomy there.
Yeah, almost died.
He survived for a long time, though, like barely breathing.
He did, yes. He survived for like 30 minutes, like.
I'm taking a chance here. I'm taking a chance.
Scary,
have you ever gone to the drive-up part of the bank? I know it's back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
It
Shut those containers up.
Yes.
Yes.
When I heard that sound, when I heard that sound, I'm thinking, man, I've heard this before. It's that when you put your money in that thing and it goes, it just shoots it straight out. There we go. Yeah, there we go.
Shoot, man. Shaq went on a date with what girl? You know what? I'm not even going to do this right now.
Griner girl.
Brittany Griner. There's a girl that looks just like Brittany Griner on the social media.
WNBA?
No, there's a girl that looks
I
just
said
like
Brittany Griner. It's Griners or no, it's Brittany.
It's Brittany something.
It's not Griner.
It's
Brittany.
yes, she's always out there trying to find herself a baby dad.
Yeah.
Brittany Jenner, Brittany Renner.
Brittany Renner.
Yeah.
She's a sniper, bro. Watch out now out here. Dion had her go speak to the team because she was like, just let you know that there's snipers out here. So this is what they look like, and here's how they do their thing.
Did she write a book about it?
She did. Yeah, she did.
She did.
Yeah. Glizzy Gobbler. Let's see. How about this little situation right here in the drive-thru in Detroit?
I'm sorry your parents are brother and sister, and you're a fat sack of inbred. Now move, idiot.
Oh my!
Why would you say that?
Oh my God!
Who gives a move, idiot?
Yeah, so the girl saying, why would you say that? Was a car ahead of him.
Yeah.
And she was trolling back.
Oh, she was trolling back?
Why would you say that? Being funny.
Sounds like a pretty good routine they had
they're going
there.
back and forth with each other. How about this kid stabbed his tires on his dad's car, which I've done before, and I stabbed the tires, but I have locked my dad's keys in the car because I didn't want him to leave. Oh. This kid didn't want to go to football practice.
Welcome back, guys. Today I'm going to show you how to get out of football practice by stabbing your dad's tire.
Oh no.
It's awful.
If you really want to get out of football practice,
like 2:30
for the weekend, stab both tires.
Oh.
This side.
like $300 now.
Oh.
Yeah, or more if it's the good tires,
Yeah.
the big tires on it. Yeah, maybe find a different sport for that kid.
That kid's getting spanking.
Track. Run, boy.
We'll see how fast he is.
What do you say, Lucius? You
Yeah,
want to continue unloading or voting?
If you want to, yeah.
Okay. Is it the local weather guy? Is it Goat in the Woods? Is it the Glizzy Gobbler? Drive-through in Detroit? Or kid stabs tires on dad's vehicle to avoid football practice? I got to vote for the Goat, Chief. How about you?
Yeah, doubling down.
It's 2 for the Goat, Lucius.
The local weather report. How about this road rager right here? I think he met a friend because he got hit with some common sense real quick. What's
wrong with you? Get in your car, dude. Get in your car. I'm in my car.
That's fair. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. That's my vote right there.
One for the Rager, Woolchuck?
Yeah, I like the Road Ragers.
Broadus.
I'm going to go with Weatherman.
It's tied at 2. It's tied at 2. Our champ facing a challenger, the Weatherman versus the Goat in the Woods. Okay, when we come back, G-Back Nation, it's time for Krusty's Corner. Where are we going with that, sir?
Yes. Where does your head coach rank on this list? We'll talk about that next.
Give me a sec to get that pull up at G-Back.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Looks like this weather guy's going to win it. Little vote-off happening right now at G-Bag Nation. A couple of minutes to go, but weather guy is he's comfortably in the lead. Speaking of comfortably in the lead, TCU fought off a challenge from Oral Roberts there in the fourth, and they still lead 2-0 and threatening for more here in the top of 5 now. There's little blue pit. Is a guy going to get in? Is
yes, 3-0 there. Yeah,
3-0 TCU now.
Yeah, this is an elimination game right here, and then tonight later you have LSU and Tennessee in another elimination game. So
right on.
You and RJ going to get together and watch?
No.
Just MF each other the whole time?
No, I mean it's man.
Minus the M.
I'll tell you, Tennessee did a great job coming back in their game yesterday. They were down 4-0 to Stanford, and so good for them.
Well, it is time now for Krusty's Corner. Here he is, the king of the Krusties, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you. Appreciate that, General. General, I hope everything's at home is going good. I know you're dealing with a little heat exhaustion maybe there.
I'm sorry. You know, at the breaks, I mean, Abby had this workout this morning, and now it's just
tough.
She's not drinking water. She doesn't know how serious it is. So she came home. She hasn't drank any water. She had heat exhaustion when she got home. I keep saying, drink water, drink water, drink water, drink. Nope, not going to do that, Dad. So now she's throwing up and has a headache. And I'm like, okay, well, now it's time to go to the doctor.
I've been there.
Yeah, have fun.
The old "I told you so" situation. Yeah. You had that opportunity, but maybe you didn't. Maybe you didn't jump on it.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you what. I lost about 15 pounds one time at a practice at LSU. And then I also ran the first marathon I ever ran was in June 8th. It was in South Bend, Indiana. We finished at the on the 50-yard line at Notre Dame Stadium.
That's badass.
But literally I walked across the line. I mean, literally walked into the stadium and kind of half jogging, half moving, just trying to finish. And I got in when the medical tent was right to my left. And I remember walking, finishing at the 50-yard line, hooked a left, and the lady was like, "Whoa, hey, what's wrong?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm dehydrated. I know what's going on here. I'm just dehydrated. I need a bag of IV." And she goes, "Well, let's try and drink. Let's see if we could drink enough." I go, "Ma'am, I'm a professional football scout. I've seen dehydration. I know what it looks like. I'm dehydrated."
You hit her with the bona fides.
I did. I'd had enough. I didn't need any. I go, 2 bags later, I walked out of there.
Wow.
2 full IV bags.
Oh, you were a full on 2-bagger that day.
Yeah, that was as close to, I mean, I've had brushes with
double bag special.
I've had brushes with I feel like death, but that was probably the closest.
That's crazy.
But 2 bags, and when it was second one was done, she looked at me and she goes, "You knew exactly." And I go, "Ma'am, seriously, I've seen this. I've seen what bad dehydration looks like." And I was to that point. But I wasn't not going to finish.
Dude, it's miserable. Being dehydrated is truly miserable.
Terrible.
I was at an outdoor basketball tournament one year, and I didn't drink any water. You're like 28, and it's the first time in your life where you should start thinking about a better hydration. Mm-hmm. And I played for like hours, and then all of a sudden I got this horrible headache. I went to the tent there, the first aid tent. They made me get in this ice bath.
Yeah, they'll do that too. Yeah,
and drink like 8 bottles of water, and I felt weird for like 48 hours.
Yeah.
It just it zaps you in a way that's insane.
It is. It's crazy. This heat, guys and gals, no joke out there, and you know it. And we've talked about the folks that are driving around and working out in this. Please be careful. You got our thoughts with you for you guys. All right, this is from the Yard Barker, and I was kind of always funny because this is one of the different rankings of like where NFL head coaches are, and they ranked all 32 NFL coaches. But they put them in different categories, which I kind of thought were funny names for categories. So, well, of course, the first category would be the rookie head coaches, and these are the coaches that are heading into their first year of the NFL. That's 32 is Jonathan Gannon with the Arizona Cardinals.
31 one and done, man.
He's 32 only because there's not 33 jobs.
DeMeco Ryans at 31 with the Texans, and Shane Steichen with the Indianapolis Colts. He's number 30, and they only put Steichen at 30 because he has the advantage of Anthony Richardson, is what they're saying there.
So they're not giving DeMeco Ryans any advantage for C.J. Stroud.
Not at all.
I love it.
Not at all. So, all right, this next category is titled "Experienced, Just Not Very Good."
Ooh, who would be in that category?
There's 3 coaches And
Josh McDaniels.
Josh McDaniels is actually number 29 on this list. So you have to figure out 28 and 27.
Yeah, I would like to play this game with you. Let me think for a second. Been around.
NFC South.
Not very good. Okay.
I don't
Todd
think
Bowles?
it's Vrabel.
Todd Bowles is number 27. Another
Dennis Allen.
Those are the two.
Yeah, Dennis Allen's not very good.
Yeah, experience just not very good. Josh McDaniels at 29. Dennis Allen at 28. Todd Bowles at 27.
What about like Kevin Stefanski with the Browns?
Okay, here
I do love that Todd Bowles is one of the few people whose name is a sentence.
Todd Bowles. That is good. That's good. I like that.
Dean Pease.
Dean Pease.
Dean Pease is a legend.
Legend. All right, this is the too early to tell category.
Raleigh Fingers.
I was trying to point out Raleigh Fingers. I thought he was going to be at training camp that time, or spring training.
Yeah,
I thought he was signing autographs.
Yeah,
he always
did.
does. I was like, oh man, we could get Raleigh Fingers. You look at me. Who the hell is Raleigh Fingers? TCU's blowing this thing open, by the way, right now.
Let's get it.
5-0 here. 6-0 actually. All right, too early to tell. Number 26, 25, and 24. Too early to tell. NFC North with a 3-14 record in his first year.
NFC North, you said?
Yes.
Matt Eberflus.
Eberflus. The next guy at 25 is a record of 11-23. He's from the AFC East.
He's Robert Saleh. Bring him down, ladies and gentlemen.
Number 24 is this gentleman coaches in the NFC South as well.
Man Campbell.
NFC
No,
South.
that's the AFC. That's the NFC North.
I'm sorry.
South.
Oh, then it has to be Frank Reich. Is there any other ones in there? Oh,
No,
Arthur Smith.
Arthur Smith.
Oh yeah, Arthur
is
Smith
number-
with
Arthur
the Falcons.
Yeah. These cats, the next ones are just middle of the pack coaches. Just middle of the pack
Did they
guys.
throw McCarthy in here?
Well, let's find out. I'll just read these through. Dan Campbell at number 23, middle of the pack.
Got a chance to get
These are the guys. These guys are the next group of coaches that have at least a few years of experience, have shown at least some promise. However, there's no guarantee they'll stick around in their positions the long run, 4 to 5 years.
Who's more likely to be doing push-ups literally right now, Robert Saleh or Man Campbell?
Oh, Man Campbell.
Man Campbell is all over.
See, I disagree. I think he's back squatting.
No.
Man Campbell at
That's a
23,
solid thing.
Kevin Stefanski at 22, Zach Taylor from the Cincinnati
Dude,
Bengals.
he's one of the most interesting ones where it's like nobody wants to give him credit, including me, but
he's got a damn good team.
He's getting it figured out. They got a nice roster, sure, and Joe Burrow is that guy. Joe Burrow is the one getting all the credit for the success, and rightfully so, for sure. But Zach Taylor is one of those where it's like, I still don't know if he's how good he actually is, but
I think he's like Matt LaFleur, right? Like
Well,
good offensive coach, but
here
probably
we
a
go.
very mid head coach.
Here we go. Frank Reich is at number 20. Matt LaFleur is at 19. Here's the not great, not terrible group.
Here's McCarthy.
Not great, not terrible.
Yeah. Ron Rivera.
Okay.
Mike McCarthy.
There you go.
Mike Vrabel. This group is the coaches is very experienced, including a lot of playoff games. However, McCarthy and Ron Rivera were boosted by having Aaron Rodgers and Cam Newton in their prime. Vrabel is capable, but his window to reach the Super Bowl may now be closed.
These are the three coaches that, like, if your whole goal is to just go out there and get 9 wins, these guys are just gonna.
These are the 9-win guys.
Yeah, they're gonna belch out 9 wins on you every time.
Promising but not proven. Kevin O'Connell is 15.
Mm-hmm.
Brian Daboll is 14.
Wow, disrespect, huh?
It's just been a year, so I get him in that category.
Mike McDaniel is in this category at 13.
Sure.
The aggressive risers. Brandon Staley from the Chargers
he
at
needs
12.
to be like,
Wait, they got Staley ahead of Dable and McDaniel?
yeah, Staley needs to be buried down this
Yep.
list.
Yep.
And our guy McCarthy.
Yep. Sean McDermott is 11. Doug Peterson is 10. Here's the Pete, Sean, and Sean group of Pete Carroll at 9, Sean Payton at 8, Sean McVay at 7. These are the heavyweights. Nick Sirianni is in this group.
Oh my goodness.
This is a bad list now.
He's like the 6th. Kyle Shanahan at 5.
Wow.
Okay.
The Evergreen
Probably should have flipped him and McVay.
The Evergreen Success Group. Number 4 is John Harbaugh. Number 3, Mike Tomlin. Number 2, Bill Belichick. And number one, The Kool-Aid man himself, Andy Reid.
Yes, getting the credit he deserves, finally. A great run in Philadelphia. Couldn't get the job done.
I can't believe they fired him in Philadelphia, man.
Yeah.
They got to be remorseful about that.
I'm happy they did.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that list.
No
There's
way
some
they
names
would
that,
win a Super Bowl without Andy Reid and filthy.
The disrespect for Mike McCarthy, all those playoff years, the Super Bowl, back-to-back 12-win seasons with the Cowboys, making the playoffs in back-to-back years. It's like, no, we like Kevin O'Connell better.
We're big Braden Staley guys.
But is it not great but not terrible? Is that how would you describe it?
No, I think not great but not terrible is fair.
Yes, I would say quite accomplished.
Quite accomplished.
But he is quite. I mean, he's got a Super Bowl,
There you
and
go.
I don't think many other coaches on that list have one.
NFL News of the Day is coming up next. Wooly Bully, where are we going with that?
Let's talk top 5 running backs. Would this be an epic tandem? And we got some signings to share with you. That's next on The Fan.
and studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a nice little Tuesday. We have Rangers baseball coming up tonight, once again at 6:30, with the first pitch at 7:10 as they're in Chicago, looking to extend the White Sox misery a little bit further. Time now here for Zach Wolchuk and your NFL news of the day. Oh, quick reminder, Grant Anderson, Rangers reliever, coming up in 20 minutes, Wooly Bully.
Hell yes, can't wait to talk with Grant as that Rangers bullpen is dealing right now. Of course, we're leading into Rangers White Sox. They try and sweep this series. Game 1 victory last night. And it's a good matchup. Nathan Eovaldi on the bump, Dylan Cease. Stephon Diggs, we were talking about him last week. It was that weird situation where he was at the facility, then he left before the practice, and Sean McDermott was saying he was concerned. Well, we're starting to get reports as to why he might be frustrated. The Boston Globe reported that his frustration is due to his role in the offense and his voice in the team's play calling. I also saw another report, somebody that was talking close with Diggs, and he actually took it wasn't necessarily a salary cut. It was one of those where they moved some stuff around, right, to lower the cap hit. He's like, okay, I'll do this. That's fine. I'll help the team. But I want you to use that money to maybe go get a DeAndre Hopkins. He's going to limit me getting double teamed all the time. Like, let's go ahead and help this offense out. They have not done that. And that's also affecting him. And, like, if I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to move some stuff around, take some less money, whatever it might be, I want to ensure that you guys are doing something with that. And that's something we've always talked about when it comes back to Dak, right? You know, Dak, fans want him to take less money. Well, how do you know the Cowboys are going to go ahead and actually spend that money and do something with it? Diggs is starting to get a little bit frustrated with the way that the team's building around him, but also when it comes to his voice and the team's play calling and his role within the offense.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that stuff would be predictable, I think. You know, I want a bigger role. I'm of more importance. Consider what I'm saying. And, you know, I think these are normal things that teams go through. It doesn't, the fact that it reached this level of distraction is a very significant red flag, and there's nothing they can say that'll make it go away.
Well, he's back there now. We'll see if this boils over into the season.
It absolutely will.
And if it will, man, I would probably buy
and
a
it's
little
toxic enough that an entire offseason couldn't make it go away.
Right.
You know, this is not going away. For the Bills, you need to get it back to a place that's stable and then trade his ass. That's what you do right now. Man. You got to have Plan Stephon, which involves throw him the ball, get him happy. What does this guy need to hear? Oh, Stephon, what plays do you want us to run? We got a big game with the Jets. Do that for 6 weeks, then trade his ass.
Well, the targets have been there for him, that's for sure. But
yeah,
I can
can't make him happy.
understand if he's saying, hey, I'm going to take less, and then I want you guys to go and get a DeAndre Hopkins, you don't even visit with him, and then he goes and visits with your division rival in New England.
Totally normal.
Well, see, this is where you need communication in with your stars. This is, we've seen this with what's going on with Aaron Rodgers and, now with Diggs. If you're Brandon Beane, you kind of walk in there and you bring him into your office and you show him your personnel board and you say, listen, man, we really appreciate you doing what you did. And, but these are the guys that we kind of have in mind. I mean, I think this is one of those things that could be handled with communication if you're able to step out there and talk to your star
Could
players.
be a reflection on Brandon being their GM. I mean, he's out there doing all these podcasts. Maybe he's not having a good job of communicating in-house.
Well, I absolutely. That's where I think the problem is. To me, your communication with your star players is you have to absolutely let them know what you're doing or what you're thinking. And that way they don't get blindsided, because if in fact that he gave him a deal, he said, listen, I'm only doing this because I believe that you guys would go out and get somebody. But, I would look at Brandon Beane in the face after I'd say, are you really going to do this? Or am I going to, because I'm not going to give you guys a break if in fact that you're not, there's no intention.
Well, I mean, you give him a $4 million break and then you want a $20 million player. Yeah. If I'm Brandon Beane, I'm like, what the hell is going on here?
But that's what I would explain. That's what I would explain. I'm like, listen, you're going to give me a break.
You're going to get an inside linebacker that probably nobody's heard of for the discount that
or
you gave.
Maybe we're going to be able to re-sign 2 or 3 of our guys that we currently have on the team.
Yeah.
And if you don't want to give us a break, that's your right. But this is where we're at. I just think, I just don't think I think these young GMs don't communicate well enough.
Very well
with their
could
players.
be the case.
I think that they should let Stefan do let him do the first 15 scripted plays.
Well,
let him dial those up.
This is where I think the Cowboys, and I'll say this: Jerry Jones is the general manager. Stephen Jones essentially is the general manager now, but Will McClay always has interaction. You see him during practices always interacting with the players. That ability to go up and walk up to somebody and talk about it, or that they're I think as a front office you have to have that, because if you don't, then if the players are always wondering where they stand or what the next move is going to be. I mean, you don't have to tell them everything you're doing, but you at least have to keep them in the loop on what's going on. Like, hey, listen, I'm thinking about going and getting this guy. What do you think? Oh, terrible idea. This guy would be terrible for, chemistry of the team. Nobody likes this type of guy. I've heard nothing but bad things. Or, hey, man, that would be a guy that could kind of help us a lot.
It's got to help the Bills a lot.
These players know who they can work with and who they can't work
Absolutely.
with. Yeah.
Well, speaking of Hopkins, Dalvin Cook was on the Adam Schefter podcast, and it seems like these two might want to play together and sign together somewhere. They might wait this out, see if that's a possibility. Cook said if we end up on the same roster, that would be something epic for the NFL. Said he's hung out with DeAndre Hopkins a few times. They've been around each other. He sees the type of person he is. He wants to win. That's what his mindset is. Maybe this ends up being a package deal. I don't know. Do you think Cook and Hopkins signing with the team would be an epic tandem?
Well, the thing about it is, talking to Gang of Seven about Hopkins, it's the injuries, and then it's he doesn't want to practice. We went through that here with Amari Cooper. And all of a sudden you get in games and you're like, oh, wait a minute, they're like in that they're trying to score, they're down in the red zone and they don't even have Amari Cooper on the field. Well, why is Amari Cooper not on the field? Because they probably didn't practice any red zone stuff that week. They don't want to throw him out. I mean, it is Amari Cooper, I get it, but
I remember that. Yeah, that was frustrating.
Yeah, Amari Cooper then had to ask they asked the question after the game, well, Amari, why weren't you on the field? And he's like, I don't know. It was a coach's decision. Well, the coaches were probably thinking, well, Amari, you don't practice. And so we tried to call a play that you haven't practiced.
And you're trying to hold some kind of standard with the players that they know they have to practice in order to play.
Yeah.
Even though, maybe your best look is with that guy on the field right now. It's a tough balancing act for sure.
Yeah.
All right,
I think that'd be a hell of an addition, though, if you could get both those guys and you're already a playoff team.
If you're New England and they love to add a bunch of running backs and have a running back rotation.
Matt Judon is they were talking about him. He was tweeting out or some cryptic Instagram messages that they were going to get Hopkins.
Yeah.
That's surprising to me that they would and they need help in New England.
Oh, they do.
Let's be honest.
Juju and DeAndre Hopkins, you got two decent receivers.
Is huge. I mean, not Parcells.
Belichick on practicing.
Is big on practicing.
Right. Now, that'd be interesting. All right, let's go to the It Needed to Be Said podcast. This is Tyreek Hill, and he had Bijan Robinson on, and this made big news yesterday. These are the two of them going back and forth. Bijan gives his top 5 running backs of all time. Tyreek Hill then gives his. Here's Tyreek, and we'll see who do you think had the better top 5, and did they leave anybody noticeable out? Here's Tyreek and Bijan.
Adrian Peterson. All right. I'm going to say Derrick Henry.
You're putting Derrick. Okay, I respect Derrick.
Respect
Derrick Henry.
Gale Sayers.
No way.
Gale Sayers and Eric Dickerson. Come on, man. How you want it? you know Eric Dickerson was different. I need number powerhouse backs. I got Barry in there.
You're not putting LaDainian Thomas in your top 5.
Just because he had like what 29 touchdowns in one season.
No, it was just how he ran the football, and then he can catch out the backfield. Like that dude was a game changer.
He can, but have you ever seen Derrick Henry before? Like it's like 11 dudes in the box. It's like punt pro whenever they try to stop him.
Yeah, but that's because Arthur Smith, who's my head coach, set him up to do that, which is great.
So what you're saying is he gonna set you up to be great like that?
Hey, God willing, he has a plan. So that's all I'm saying. But I don't know, man. Shoot. I don't know.
He doesn't know? That's his top 5?
So
wow. I don't know, man.
Bijan gave his top 5 before that. Bijan's is Barry Sanders, LaDainian Tomlinson, Marshall Faulk, Adrian Peterson, Walter Payton. He's saying he doesn't know that Derrick Henry should be in the top 5, and he's 100% right. He shouldn't be in a top 5 conversation. Tyreek Hill's got Adrian Peterson, Derrick Henry, Barry Sanders, Gale Sayers, Eric Dickerson. There's no Walter Payton for either of them, right? There's no Jim Brown for either of them. There's no Emmitt Smith for either of them. I don't know what we're doing here, boys.
Well, you know, to me, I've learned this about people and lists. You know, I've learned this you could be.
I guess Bijan had a Walter at 5.
Well, you could be critical of somebody's list, but that's what they believe. You know, that's the whole idea with lists. I mean, I
love lists.
I've gone to the point now where I'm not going to fight people on their list.
Oh man, that's you. I like calling people out for their bad lists.
I'll go after
debate. I really
the list
don't.
debate is a.
No,
I really don't, because I mean, like I say, obviously, you know, I mean, Gale Sayers had a very, very short career.
Yeah,
very short career. His knee problems. He was electric though with the ball in his hands. So to me, like somebody that throws a Gale Sayers or Jim Brown out there, or one of those types, or an Eric Dickerson. I mean, to me, I'm like, cool. I'm okay with that. I think people, if you have a list, it's fine. You know, that's your list. You know, that's. I mean, I'm not going to fault you for not having Emmitt Smith on that list.
Wolchuk will.
I am.
Oh yeah, Wolchuk will go after you for that.
Is Emmitt Smith your number 1 player on the running back list?
Absolutely.
He's his number 1 player on his quarterback list too.
Yeah, greatest player of all time.
100%.
Is he your greatest player of all time?
I'm taking him 1.
No, you're not taking him 1.
Give me Emmitt.
No, you're not. That's. I will tell you this though. Bijan has the better list.
Yeah, Bijan's got the better list between the two of them. I mean, if you're having Derrick Henry at 2, your list is null and void.
But Bijan is a running back lifer.
So I'm on this island by myself about being critical of people's lists.
No, I think
I think you should present your list and then in a way of like.
And then you have to respect everybody else's?
Well, just try and keep an open mind about it.
Well, no, you can. I will respect somebody's list and then just disagree with it. It's fine. That's what they believe, and it's their list for that reason. But I still will have a debate with them and argue my point as to why they're a schmuck for not having Emmitt Smith on the list.
Yeah, there's too much, respectful disagreement.
To me, I just think when everybody sees these players differently, and I've learned that in scouting.
Absolutely.
There's players I've been wrong about, players have been right that others have been right about, vice versa and all that. So if you see a player a certain way, then to me, that's kind of like, okay, cool. I respect that. But I think people in this day and age are too quick to try and hammer somebody's list.
I think what it is you really don't give a crap about people's lists. That's why you're not arguing with them.
No, I do care.
It's pretty intense during that top 10.
I find it's interesting when people talk about, especially young players, talk about players they might not have ever seen. That's when you know that maybe somebody went on YouTube and figured out that Gale Sayers was a damn good player.
And I buy that.
The day I was born, Gale Sayers scored 7 touchdowns in the game against the 49ers.
Absolutely.
Dang.
So those are the kinds.
You were born to be a football guy.
Well, but I'm just saying though, I'll respect. I think you have to keep an open mind about people's lists. That's all.
I agree. I keep an open mind. It doesn't mean we always have to agree, and it's their list. But I do think the debate of the list is warranted.
Just okay. That you feel like you have to always win.
No.
So you're hating their list because they don't
play to lose, bro.
I'm not hating the list, but I do.
You hate the list because they don't have Emmitt
Putting
Smith on
Derrick Henry on. Well, I think not having Jim Brown in the top 5 is pretty asinine as well.
Did you ever see him play?
Yeah, I've gone back and watched him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But I wasn't alive when he was.
That's
doing
what I'm saying.
thing.
Though I respect.
I've done the homework.
Yeah, go back and if you watch these guys play. That's what I'm saying. There's sometimes people just throw names on there and they're like, I don't know what the hell they're talking about.
I agree with you. And for Tyreek, maybe he didn't, and that's why he doesn't. And that's why I'm not going to fault him for his top 5. But I do think, especially for what we do, debating it is fun.
It is. It's a lot of fun.
That's what we do.
Does it count if you play with him in the video game? I got a pretty good appreciation for some.
Jim Brown
classics.
is awesome in that, bro.
Can you play with Jim Brown in these video games?
Yeah, you can now.
Certain ones.
Can you play with like Eric Dickerson?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Walter Payton.
Yeah, they have the throwback players in there.
Payton was unstoppable in the original Tecmo Bowl.
Oh, in the original.
I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah,
thank you for the
254. No, I never played Tecmo Bowl.
Wow.
I seriously, I lived a
you
life.
You played Tecmo Bowl?
No, we played outside baseball. And we drank out of a hose when it was 108.
Taking shots over here.
Hey,
but Tecmo Bowl was on fire like when you were in college.
No, hell no, never played Tecmo Bowl.
Wow.
Never did.
You missed
Earl
out,
Campbell,
buddy.
also
It
not
was
being
simple
allowed,
enough that Gen Xers could
What's the game?
master it.
The game where like it was on a little handheld
Game
device,
Boy?
where you can move the guy, you can move him, and then run, and then
Yeah, that electronic football, that was fun. Little
Yeah.
handheld.
Yeah, the handheld
Yeah,
football.
we played that a lot pre-Nintendo. That was like very early 80s. Back of the minivan on your way to church. We'll Google this up.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to.
We got to get
'Cause
one.
I'm thinking about the Game Boy, maybe the Game Boy Advance.
I don't know,
LCD.
this was
Yeah,
like-
that thing was sick.
somebody-
You were just a little red dash.
Yeah, just text,
Yeah.
text in what that thing was called if you're like a veteran like me.
I love it.
Yeah, it was a game where it was a handheld thing, and you were just a dash. You weren't even a player. You were just trying to avoid like the other dashes coming after you.
I do want to close with saying shout
Mattel
out to
Classic. There it is.
Oh, is
right
that
there.
what it is?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Our guy
Brilliant
Sean
game.
McVay, he's going to be a dad. His wife Veronica posted on social media and said just in time for football season, we're going to have our new baby.
Congratulations.
He's always been a daddy.
Thrills of fatherhood.
Sean McSax.
All right, when we come back, G-Bag Nation, Rangers pitcher Grant Anderson. It is time now for the Rangers Player Show, and we'll talk with Grant here, get to know him a little bit, introduce you to him next in the G-Bag Nation. I want to talk about D&M Leasing, though. My friends at D&M. Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, we're going to push back the Rangers player show. Pitcher Grant Anderson is going to join us here coming up in about 15 or 20 minutes. Eric Chiafalo is going to attempt a segment called Around the Hot Dog. I wasn't sure what to think when I saw it on the show sheet, but I said, what the hell, man? Looks promising. And, I bet he'll pull it off. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel, and Frankel consultations always free. Truckwreck.com. Here's the Chief.
I have sort of a menu of hot dog related items, and as a democracy, I'd like for you guys to pick. Which one. I believe you guys are going to end up getting all of these on the hot dog menu, but we have Leody Taveras on the menu. We have Lord Stanley. We have the 3-gauge glizzy and potentially the greatest idea of all time.
Wow!
Any of those jumping out to you that you'd most like first to be brought out?
I can't get enough Leody Taveras right now.
Yeah,
I just want more and more of this story.
Just want more Leody.
Okay, so Sean Sharif actually posted this photo last night from the Bally broadcast where Leody Taveras is being asked a couple of questions, and it shows his favorite dancing music, merengue. His favorite city, believe it or not, Chicago. He's there right now. I imagine he's having a great time. And the third one is hot dog toppings, and Leody Taveras is going with mayo and lettuce.
Oh, wow. That was a surprise.
That's a surprise. Now, the mayo is less of a surprise for me now because my wife is a big mayo girl.
Yeah, I'll put mayo on my joint too.
Okay.
With some ketchup or some mustard, mix it in there.
There you
A little
go.
pink sauce.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, but none of that lettuce stuff.
The mayo has become a thing, and our buddy Joseph Hoyt, who works for the Dallas Morning News.
It's trendy now.
He was absolutely roasted for doing this in the press box of the Rangers game, and I was like, you know what, Joe, I'm not going to knock it till I try it. I tried it. It's not terrible.
Mayo only?
Yes, I did it with just mayo.
Oof.
Just to give a true, honest taste test. It honestly wasn't terrible.
Wasn't terrible. That sounds like a ringing endorsement.
I would prefer it with other stuff added to it. But
Yeah.
I'm not going to crap on people that put mustard on hot dogs. The lettuce, though, is interesting.
No, the mayo on the hot dog. The mustard is the standard. The mayo on the hot dog is
The
where
mayo.
it gets a little bit wonky.
I'll
on
put
ya.
all three: mayo, mustard, ketchup, relish, grilled onion. I'll rock it.
All three.
What's the worst thing you can put mayonnaise on? I feel like a bologna sandwich would just be
I feel like that's kind
the
of normal.
worst. Like a bologna sandwich with some of that overprocessed cheese.
The worst thing you could put mayo on would be like spaghetti and meatballs.
Oh, okay. If you're just
That's-
going like something that where it really doesn't
That is
belong.
grotesque.
I would say even worse than that. Put it on one of my desserts.
Ruin it.
Are you kidding me? Throw some mayo
Like on a piece of cake?
On a piece of cake.
Be gross.
Yeah, it'd be terrible.
And you're not a mayo guy, are you?
No,
A little mayo?
I am a mayo guy,
Okay.
but not in globs. It's got to be like a thin sort of layer.
Yeah,
I'm
like
cool
a
with it on
glazing.
a burger. Yeah.
Okay, I like it.
Cool. I mean, it's always mixed up in the tuna. That's
Absolutely.
a thing.
It's
Mayo
his
and
base.
tuna. Yeah, it's the
That's
base.
the base for all of those salads. Potato salad, tuna salad,
That's
pasta
why I
salad.
don't like it.
That's why you don't like it.
Okay.
So
Mayo is amazing, man.
People
mayo-
love it.
Very versatile.
Duke's mayonnaise, man.
I'm missing out,
Duke's
dude.
is,
Gotta get that Duke's.
Duke's is absolutely
Jealous.
right. Yep.
I think I've been rocking with that Hellman's for a long time.
Hellman's good. Duke's is better.
Yeah.
Blue plate's in there too.
There's been a long argument in my household with my parents. My mom insists that my dad ruined mayonnaise for me and my brother by talking about how horrible it was growing up. We insist that we just have the same taste buds and hate mayo.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know which one it is, though.
Do you eat much fish?
Not anymore. No,
Okay.
I did growing up.
Because like tartar sauce, stuff like that.
I don't mind tartar sauce. Is that mayonnaise?
Tartar
too?
sauce and catfish, bro.
Yeah, there you go.
What?
Yeah, a little with
Yeah.
diced pickle.
Yeah, but it's got that kick to it.
There you go.
Yeah, that's the overpowering flavor. I do like a little tartar sauce.
There you go.
I might give it a whirl. I haven't tried the mayo on the hot dog yet, but it would need to be accompanied by, it'd be a light mayo. It would need the mustard.
Yeah, mix the mustard with it. And you get that little sauce.
Yeah.
It's
Just
fine.
Fire.
And the lettuce on there, I mean, I don't really understand it. I don't have a problem with it. It's just sort of
It's
sort of
almo-
useless unless you need some level of crunch, maybe.
He's almost like his favorite city is Chicago.
Yes.
It's almost like he's ordering a Chicago dog. When you go with the
They go mayo and lettuce.
Well,
and
they
stuff
go
on
with
that?
the lettuce. They go with more vegetables on the actual Chicago.
Yeah, we were
dog.
talking about that. The pickle, the
the
tomato.
lettuce, the tomato.
Yeah, I'd be cool with that for
yeah.
a fun. Hey, it's a Chicago dog, when in Rome sort of deal.
Yeah.
but it's not a staple.
Well, some people go with the sauerkraut instead. It's all about the crunch.
little crunch, a little freshness to it.
I'm just not one that hates people for their food takes, you know. I just be accepting of
Except
them.
for Dawson's, bro. They're awful.
No, Gavin really does have bad food, bro.
That's we can.
I love that. That's his palate.
I will fight you on food takes. I won't fight you on lists of players.
But the list, you're gonna be passive on the list. I'll be passive on the food takes.
Yeah.
All right, Leody Taveras is now off the menu. You have Lord Stanley still available. You have potentially the greatest idea of all time, and of course, don't forget the 3-gauge Glizzy.
Bring me the cup.
Idea.
Okay, Walchuk, you're the tiebreaker. Idea or Lord?
I gotta go with the idea.
Okay, so I saw this online, and I believe it to be potentially the greatest idea of all time, and it is a corn dog. This dude took corn dogs, he pulled the stick out of them, he cut them right down the middle, so now it looks like your more traditional hot dog with the bun, but now the wiener has also been cut in this scenario. Then he puts chili and cheese and puts it in the oven, and it melts that cheese, and now you have a corn dog, chili dog bonanza.
We're having this for lunch tomorrow. I'm doing these tonight. Well, I'm doing them actually tomorrow before lunch, but I'm getting all the ingredients tonight.
Wait.
We're doing these corn dogs.
You're gonna dial it up.
I'm gonna dial it up. My homemade chili. I know it's like 9,000 degrees outside.
It is,
but I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna make this for us for lunch tomorrow because we're on the road on Thursday.
That's right, D&M.
And then I usually bring lunch to the guys on Friday, and then I'm off fishing. You guys are by yourselves. Working.
Oh, okay. A lot of time off these days, Brian.
Well, you know, I figured out since I was working July 4th when you guys are off. Yeah, I figured I'd kind of sneak one in there,
Do
Jizzle.
it, baby.
Nice job.
They roped you into a July 4th.
Me and Bobby Belt.
Wow,
8 to noon.
Get
on
that
a 4th of
work-life
July.
balance.
Yeah, there you go. But yeah, we're doing these. We're doing the corn dogs, chili dogs tomorrow, and I'm going to make some regular chili dogs because I'll have chili left over. So I'm going to make a bunch of stuff tomorrow.
Somebody's calling me out, and Walchuk is certainly not defending his teammate, and he
No, I
gets
learned that
super
from you.
upset when that gets happening. 682 says Leody said mayo, lettuce, and beef, not just mayo and lettuce. Well, the graphic
You
says
sprinkles a little
otherwise.
ground beef on top of the dog?
That's, I mean, I'm looking at the graphic now where it says hot dog toppings, mayo, and lettuce. It
Maybe
doesn't
they said it during
say
the
anything
actual
about beef.
broadcast. I don't know. I saw the same picture you did, but I do expect you to just make things up now.
That would be kind of a little bit of form of what we're about to do tomorrow with the chili, no lettuce.
Doesn't that sound amazing, though?
No, it sounds delicious.
Like, Lucius, are you fired up for the corn dog chili dog tomorrow?
Absolutely, 100%. Yeah, I almost hugged him yesterday when he said he was going to do it.
Dude, yes. I'm like, this is a great idea. I'm actually a little bit ashamed
I think
of
my
myself.
chili's pretty
and-
good. You guys have had my chili.
Oh, yeah,
before.
chili's
chili's
delicious.
dominant.
Yeah, absolutely.
And there's no mayonnaise involved, right?
I won't put any mayonnaise.
Yeah, no cream cheese.
Well, I've got to
Little
learn.
sour cream,
I'll
maybe.
tell you what. I am going to make some item that has cream cheese in it and just not tell you and see if you even notice.
Please do.
Well, I think you'll be surprised how accurately I can pick it out.
I don't think your taste buds are that much.
I'll be like, man, I can't quite put my finger on it, but I'm sorry, I don't like it very much, Brian.
He's off.
He's heaving like his daughter.
Yeah. I tore into some banana pudding a couple of weeks ago, like, yes. And I was like, oh, crap, it's got cream cheese in it.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, no, dude.
Undetectable for almost everybody else in the room.
Yeah, but you were able to get into
Just
it.
destroying it. And I was looking forward to that, too.
Dude, banana pudding. Shout out to Cousins for their banana pudding. Oh, my God.
It looked amazing.
I haven't seen a person not just house that Cousins pudding, that banana pudding.
You see how I struggle, not being able to enjoy this stuff along with you. I don't like it,
you don't want to be that guy.
Yeah, I don't want to not like mayonnaise. I'd like all foods, preferably. Little tomatoes.
white things,
horrible.
right?
Mushrooms, horrible.
Oh,
Yeah.
mushrooms you hate?
Mushrooms are terrible. Yeah. Tastes like dirt.
How about cooked?
What are people doing?
Cooked? No. Oh,
No.
come on, man.
No.
And no one's ever mentioned this as like a superpower they'd like to have, but just like having your taste buds enjoy everything that it that it comes
That'd be
across.
nice.
The
you know?
guys that post these videos where they can just eat all the hot stuff, like we're talking the hot
Dude.
Takis, the hottest stuff in the world, the one chip challenge, no big deal, no reaction at all. They just eat it, and it's like they don't have the burn buds or whatever the hell.
I like spicy food. I like it a lot, but those guys blow my mind.
Unreal.
Like my brother-in-law the other day brought over some Nashville hot chicken. I was like, okay, cool. Way too hot for me.
Yeah.
And he was like, what are you talking about? This is normal hot. And I'm like, no, this is hella hot. Give me the mild at the Nashville spot.
Yeah,
for
the
sure.
Shout out to
Nashville.
Palmer,
I like the-
right?
yeah.
Palmer's chicken, great
Yeah.
stuff, but I got to go mild there.
Palmer,
Like Nate Palmer.
yeah, Palmer shows up when it's almost maroon color. When it's maroon, I don't even know.
Like hell.
No, I'm not even.
Yeah, he called me one day. He's like, "Hey, you
Delicious.
like spicy food?" And I'm like, "Yeah, heck yeah, who doesn't?" And he brought me the spicy. I couldn't handle it.
Hell no.
No way, bro. Sometimes, have you seen somebody do a video where they choke down the little nitro gummy bear and act like it didn't hurt them?
I've seen people. They're doing stuff with all the Scovilles. So yes, I can show you the guy.
I want to see somebody put that little gummy bear in their mouth and not make a face. I will.
There is
garner
a
so
guy
much
on
respect for
TikTok that would
person.
100% have zero reaction to that.
Okay, we got to get a hold of this guy. We got to get him on the show too.
I'll send a DM, see if he
The
replies.
most uncomfortable bet payoff ever. Chia following the Lil Nitro. YouTube banned the video. They were like, "No, that's self harm. Take this down."
It was literally like just taking a lit match and then just consuming it. 3-time Stanley Cup champion Phil Kessel. I believe this dude was just born to do two things:
play hockey,
win Stanley Cups, more specifically, and then just hammer home the pork missiles. Because he's the guy that every single time he's now won his third one. His favorite thing to do is just to eat hot dogs out of Lord Stanley. And so he's now photographed on the golf course, of course, just choking down a bunch of hot dogs right there with Lord Stanley. He's got like 6 or 7 hot dogs and it's hanging out, and that's what he likes to do. That's his thing. He gets the 24 hours with the cup, and his whole idea is just, let's get the hot dogs and let's have ourselves a day on the course.
Well,
so shout out to you, man. for
Elite
that.
athletes need elite fuel,
No question.
Did you guys just-
He's not a Stanley Cup
butts,
champion
tails.
3 times over by accident.
We've talked about this though. Just eating hot dogs straight.
Mm-hmm.
I
Out of the
can't-
package?
I can't.
Like
do
not
it.
warmed up or boiled or
Yeah, I
nothing?
can't do
Yeah,
that.
no.
I can't
And don't put them in the microwave either.
Yeah.
Boil them joints or put them on the grill or
Yeah,
don't eat it at all.
I'm grilling ours.
Yeah.
I'm the ones, the chili dogs I'm making, I'm grilling them tomorrow. But the thing about it is, I have to have a hot dog. I could eat like the brats without a bun, but for a hot dog, I have to have the bread with the hot dog.
It's got to be super charred. I hear you. I hear you.
I
But
can't just go for the hot dog if it's cooked. I can't do that.
I can. As long as I got mustard, I can. I don't need the bread.
I
We
have to
know,
have
we
the
know.
bread.
I did that whole. I tried to see how many hot dogs I could eat for July 4th like 3 or 4 years ago.
In 10 minutes, right?
In 10 minutes.
How many
I did
dogs?
9.5.
9.5.
And at the end, I tried to do the thing where they're like dunking the bun, and it's weird, man. I don't know how they do that.
Oh, was that rock bottom for you?
Yeah, it was rock bottom, and that's when I realized, God, I need soda in my life.
Yeah, dude. That was a bad time. Everybody check your DMs right now, by the way, because I want to show you what the 3-gauge glizzy is.
That is
apparently
awesome.
people are doing this now where instead of just having one wiener per bun, they're doubling, tripling. I've even seen 4-gaugers where they're putting, 3 or 4 wieners in a bun, and then they load it up with all the condiments and they consume it that way.
You got to have a big wide back to get that down.
No question, dude.
Big wide backs.
That just seems like
No necks.
It seems
that's
like
insane right there.
A lot to do.
Yeah.
I think this is picture only. I don't think anybody can get that in.
I could get 2 in.
You don't think that you get
Like
that third
Tiana
one?
Trump. Glizzy
The third
Gobbler.
one, I don't know. We might be playing some Chubby Bunny.
I think you can do all 3, Walchuk. I believe in you, man.
Well, you know what? I fit a baseball in my mouth.
That's intimidating.
Good point.
All righty, thank you, Chia Follow. There it is, little around the hot dog for you. It is glizzy season, and hot dog and sports go hand in hand. So Chia Follow thought you'd appreciate it, and as I suspected, he pulled it off quite well, didn't he? Didn't he, Broadus?
No, he did a great job.
It was a great segment.
Great job.
Okay, Rangers pitcher Grant Anderson. It's time for the Rangers Player Show here next on 105.3 The Fan. Got to chat.
segment of The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we got the Cowboys news of the evening, the C-Note here for you, coming up at 4 o'clock. Time now for the Rangers Player Show. It's brought to you by the Junior Rangers and by Oatly Oak Milk. Yeah, 3 weeks ago, Rangers called up our next guest, struck out the first 4 batters he faced, and he's off and running out there in the Rangers bullpen, the 25-year-old out of Port Arthur, Texas. It's Grant Anderson here in the G-Bag Nation. And a good afternoon to you, sir. How you doing?
Good. How are you guys doing?
We are doing great. How you feeling in the show, though? Are you used to this yet? What's your immediate reaction to being in the big leagues?
It's starting to feel a little more normal, I guess, if that's the word you want to use. But it feels good, man. You know, I played with a lot of these guys in the minors, and it just felt pretty natural since the first day.
What's it like when you come up and your stuff just instantly works? What's that reaction like when you're out there in your debut and everything's going perfect? What's that experience like?
It's pretty good, you know. I mean, it gives you a lot of confidence moving forward. I'm not gonna say I expected that to happen because I didn't, but you know, it was a really fun day. It was and since then it's been really nice. You know, I got some of the best catchers in the world back there and one of the best defenses in the world behind me. So I just kind of, you know, try to throw it to the glove and trust that it's gonna work out for me. And so far it has.
Well, Grant, I mean, it was amazing watching you that night because you're right. You were in some intense situations, and you looked like you'd been there before. I mean, you looked calm and absolutely in command. But what was going through your mind? I mean, I would have been freaked out if I were you.
You know, the first couple pitches, I was a little nervous, but after I threw the first strike, I guess locked in a little more and. It didn't really seem to bother me at the time. I was just trying to, you know, I knew if I could get that guy out of there, the inning would be over, and we could give the guys a chance to hit. We got one of the best offenses in the MLB, so you know, I was really focused on getting that first guy out, and then after that, I kind of settled down, and it felt better. And then we ended up scoring, I think, 3 or 4 more runs, so that made it a little easier after that.
Grant, you know, your career being very, you know, young and young pitcher and all, but you lost a year of baseball because of the pandemic. Did that was when you were going through that time? How did you deal with that? Did you feel like, oh, why do I'm missing a year here? Did it affect you in any way, or did it set you back in any way as you make this journey?
I don't really want to say it set me back because it gave me a year to work on everything that, you know, everything about my game, you know, my delivery, my pitches, my, you know, getting stronger, faster, you know, all that. So I don't want to say it sent me back, but it was weird, you know, when you play baseball every year of your life from, you know, 8 years old till, you know, in 2020, you don't play any baseball. It was definitely a weird year, but I enjoyed it. You know, I didn't get to spend a lot of time with my family that I don't normally get to do. In this job, obviously, you guys know we're gone from home majority of the year, so that was one positive about it.
Did you get any other sports in while you were hanging? Video games? What'd you do?
No, actually, me and my family, me and my brothers and my dad, we like to hunt and fish a lot, so I did that quite a bit.
All right, on. It is Rangers pitcher Grant Anderson with you here in the G-Bag Nation. I wanted to follow up a few years before that, McNeese State. I need some details here, brother, because a 13.8 ERA as a freshman, sophomore year 8-0 with a 2.3, 56 Ks and 62 innings. What happened in those 6 months between the freshman and sophomore year that allowed you to be so much better?
Well, I went in as a catcher, and they were going to try to have me pitch a little bit, and then ended up having, you know, like I think like a couple seniors and juniors in front of me, so they ended up moving me. I, you know, made the decision just to be a PO. And then, I couldn't throw an off-speed pitch over the top. I threw a 4-seam, a 2-seam, and a split finger. And if I didn't have a split finger that day, I was, you know, getting a lot of runs.
Yeah.
And then one day, you know, I think we had an off day, and me and my twin brother were playing catch, and the coach just kind of approached me and was like, hey, he kept it real with me, which I'm glad he did. But he just told me, hey, we got like 16 pitchers on this team, and you're like the 16th one. So if you want to play, think about dropping the down sidearm. And then I talked to my dad, and he kept it real with me too. And he told me, like, you need to look in the mirror. You're not doing good, so maybe this is what you need to do to get to where you want to go. And so every day I've worked on throwing sidearm for the next year, and then I came back and it worked out for me.
So was there a moment where it clicked and you're like, holy crap, I'm going to be really good at this? What was the process like of unlocking that and then realizing you really had something on your hands?
I think it was actually my freshman year, the last series before our conference tournament. We went to Washington State, and also I got to give a lot of credit to my teammate at the time. He's in the minors with the Mariners. His name's Colin Cover. He's also sidearmer. He's the one who really taught me how to throw.
Huh.
And we got to that last series, and he was like, "Just let it eat, man, and see what happens." And I think I was like 89 to 91, which at the time to me was like throwing 100.
Huh.
So at that time, I was like, I think I could get pretty good at it.
Grant, you mentioned you liked the hunt and the fish and stuff like that. I went to school down in Louisiana too at LSU. Did Lake Charles, did any of your buddies ever take you out on like airboats and stuff like that? Are we gator hunting, stuff like that? Or are we just more staying out of the swamps?
No, I mean, in Beaumont, there's gator country, which
Sure.
There you go.
Everybody, I actually need to prove this up because my mom is getting at me. I'm actually not from Port Arthur. I'm from Beaumont, Texas, which is the next town over.
Okay.
But I was born in Port Arthur.
Okay.
But anyways, in Beaumont, there's gator country, and we hunt in the swamps and fish in the swamp all the time in Beaumont already. So it was pretty. I had some friends from like Central Louisiana. We would go duck hunting out there.
Sure.
And we would go fishing like waist deep in there, actually, in some spots back in there in South Louisiana.
Right.
So yeah, we went out there pretty often, actually.
So, like, did you ever make any trips out there at night? Where did you ever do any of that?
Yeah, we go frog gigging out there.
That's intense, right? I mean, you just don't know what's going to maybe
The swamp at night?
crawl up into that boat with you, right?
No, you don't, but it's fun though. I mean, that's part of why you like it.
So are you waist deep in gator water?
Not at night. Well,
Okay.
excuse me.
Not at
Yeah,
night.
when we hunt. Sorry, actually, I lied about that. When we hunt at night, like when me and my brothers hunt at night, we wear hip waders.
Wow.
And you're in there, but yeah.
So you can see the
it's never-
gators coming and sort of shoo them away?
Well, I mean, if you see one, you obviously you want to go the opposite direction, but
Wow.
but it's not like it's not as I don't know. I guess they're not hunting you down like people would probably assume they are. I think they're just as scared as you with the lights and everything. When you start walking, they tend to swim the opposite direction. So
your twin brother Aiden's also in the organization. Between the two of you, who's more successful when it comes to this gator hunting?
Oh, we're not hunting gators. We're like frog gigging and stuff like that.
Okay,
But,
all right. I'm picturing you just rolling around wrestling these suckers in the mud, man.
Chuck has you being the crocodile hunter.
No. He probably takes it a little more serious than I do, to be honest with you. We hunt raccoons with hound dogs and stuff, so we're super into that. And dude, he's traveled all over for that, so I get that to him.
What's your favorite thing to eat out of the swamp?
Ooh. I like rabbit.
Really?
To be honest with you,
Sauce pecan. Yeah.
Yeah.
Grant Anderson here, Rangers pitcher with you in the G-Bag Nation. Did you play a winter ball in Puerto Rico? What was that like?
I did, yeah. I went there this past offseason. It was fun, man. It was a lot of fun. It was a different experience. Baseball's played a little differently in the Caribbean than it is here in the States, and it was just a fun environment, man. People over there, they're diehard fans for their teams. There's short season, so every game is really important, and it was a lot of fun.
Would you like to import maybe some of that Caribbean style to the big leagues? Would that be fun?
I think it's already here, honestly, a little bit. You got so many guys from the Dominican, Cuba, Puerto Rico, Venezuela. I mean, they bring a lot of energy to the game, man. I personally love it.
When you're when you're eating the rabbit, how are you preparing that thing?
There's a couple different ways, but we usually you cut it up into pieces and fry it usually.
Yeah. Okay, a little
I'm from,
fried rabbit.
Southeast Texas, a lot of the cuisine is fried.
There you go. Everything's good fried,
There
no
you
doubt.
go. Yeah, you're right about that.
So since you're getting your first taste of the big leagues, I've heard some just terrible things about what it's like to be in the minors. What's been the biggest difference and that you enjoy the most between being in the minors and now being up and enjoying the major league club?
Whew, where do you start, honestly? I mean, everything, man. I mean, the food is great. You got way better food than I ever ate in the minors. The travel, obviously. But AAA, we fly, but it's not the same as in the major leagues, obviously. And then, honestly, to me, too, the stadiums have been pretty. I mean, our home field is incredible. I've never, that was walking in there for the first time was amazing.
What was the what was the traditional minor league meal?
Well, depends on pre-2021 or 22, I guess, when we had the change.
Yeah.
McDonald's probably, like whatever the cheapest thing closest to the field was.
Fair enough.
In
Man.
2022, what'd they do? They kicked up your per diem, or did they start making you a spread?
No, they changed like the per diem a little bit. I think they gave us like $15 extra per day or something like that.
There you go. Yeah.
And then I think they had I don't know if it was a requirement or not, but the spreads did get better after that. I don't know if that was written in there or not, but they ended up getting a little better. But it was mainly they would get us like in 2022 they would start getting us more healthier options, really, stuff that wasn't like fried and all that stuff like that. But it got a little bit better, but it's still not comparable to the food we get here,
Yeah. Well, Grant, congrats on all your success. You made it up here. It's been a lot of fun to watch you play already, and it's been great getting to know you a little bit and sharing your story with our audience here on your home of the Rangers. So give them hell out there. We'll be pulling for you.
Yes, sir, I will.
Yes, sir. All right, there he goes. Rangers pitcher Grant Anderson, Brian.
Yeah, and Grant likes that fried food, so we're going to give him a $100 gift certificate to Pluckers. They got 8 of those locations in the DFW, so $100, and he can go get him some wings and some good fried food, and we appreciate him being on with us, and we appreciate Pluckers as well.
Yes, sir. It's time now for the C-Note. The Cowboys news of the evening is next on The Fan.
But I do want to tell you about the
fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. 214 wants to know, are you on remote tomorrow? No, we're not. Or Thursday. Yes, we are. We are on remote on Thursday. We're going to be at D&M Leasing, though, and I do not believe that is a retail location that you can come hang out in. But we will be in Fort Worth, in Tarrant County on Thursday afternoon. We look forward to it. Okay, we have time now for the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. Top stories about America's team. We got coming up in 20 minutes, the Wooly Bullies Top 10. And then at 4:40, the most anticipated segment of the day, Submarine Update. We just had a conversation with Grant Anderson. Sounds like quite an adventurer on the waters. Knows his way around a pair of waders and how to deal with gators. I don't think anybody in their right mind will want anything to do with this submarine, though.
Sign me out.
Oh, my goodness.
I wouldn't have done this anyway. I kind of think that stuff's eerie. That shipwreck stuff, man, freaks me out.
I would really enjoy going down there if it was a submarine that had been on like thousands of adventures.
Like Hunt for Red October submarine?
Yes, like a real sub. Anyway, Chief's got more details on this
Not
coming up.
something you made in your backyard?
About 35, 40 minutes. No.
Something you made in.
I can't believe they got people to pay them money to do that.
With a PlayStation remote.
Yeah.
Oh,
got you with the controller, yo.
This is how we control
Damn, I think
it.
the batteries went out, son.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, where's the extras? Don't have any.
This is how we get to control it here. By the way, we're going to bolt us in here. 17 bolts.
Yeah,
on
what do you mean
top.
you want to get out of this
Yeah.
thing? There's no chance.
Jeez.
That's the worst part.
Floating coffin.
Yeah, and I understand at some points my claustrophobia is irrational and illogical, and I will create scenarios in my head about how things could go wrong. They needed somebody like me. They needed somebody
To
like
talk
me.
them all out of it?
Or in the engineering process. Like somebody should have said, guys, can we hire a real engineer to give us a way out from the inside?
Yeah.
Not, oh, well, this will work, won't it? I feel horrible for the families of those involved. Okay, it's time for the C-Note. Troy on being a GM. We're still holding out hope that he could, wrestle control away from the Jones boys and put a steady guiding hand over this organization like he did the huddle, the offensive huddle for so many years with the Cowboys. He went on 13-10 and did a nice job of reflecting on a lot of things and letting you into his mindset as his, career as a broadcaster progresses. Says, I probably give it more thought than I should. I've always been mindful of our time being limited, so I pose the question to myself a lot that, if you've got X number of years left, what exactly do you want to do with that time? He's got options, and money, so it's good to be in that kind of situation where you just get to kind of choose.
Yeah, and taking the inconsequential consultant, I'll help you out, but they don't really I'm not really in the line of fire. I think that's the Dan Marino route. I think Dan Marino has some level of office in Miami, but he doesn't have any real responsibility.
They show him
he'll
in the
throw
booth.
out some advice from time to time.
Gives you a good wave.
Yeah, he's with Stephen Ross, and he's getting mad in the background when Tua's laying on the ground.
Put me in. I'm ready. I can still sling it.
I don't get the feeling Troy would want a job like that with the Joneses because it would just annoy him.
Hell no.
He'd be like, will you people let me do my damn job? I think
Go run your beer company, bro.
Troy would only do it if he could really, really do it. Says, I go a step further. Does that include broadcasting? Does that include living in Texas? He was getting philosophical on your ass here.
Oh, jeez.
You don't enjoy that, do you?
Well, it reminds me so much of Aaron Rodgers.
I don't pontificating on your life's decisions.
You know what? I don't know if I'm going to do mushrooms today. I'm thinking about having that butter burger there at Kroll's. Man, it would be good, but man, I don't know if my health can handle it.
I need to have another darkness retreat tomorrow.
Bro, you got more money than you know what to do with. Go out and enjoy yourself. My
Troy
God.
continues, but yet I'm still broadcasting and I'm still living in Dallas, and I very much love the state of Texas, and I love living in Dallas. But I don't know how much longer I'll do it. California's calling him, or maybe a different location.
Yeah.
Some people want to get out of America for one reason or another. It's a popular refrain on social media. Maybe he's thinking along that, but you're right. He's probably thinking Santa Barbara.
That's where he has a place. He's there quite a bit.
He says, I've got a pretty good idea, not to suggest that I'm retiring anytime in the near future, but I've got an idea as to when I believe that I'll retire, hinting towards retirement. Yeah. I'd like to live up in the mountains with like a real narrow creek behind me that I can fish, like it collects in a little pool. You know, when
River runs through it.
Yeah, River runs through it type of situation. That's what I'd want.
Great flick.
That's actually a movie I saw.
Troy continues. There's still a part of me, I think, that down the road, the talk has always come up about whether or not I want to be a GM. And I think that's past. But there may come a time that I'd be interested in just helping out with the club, with an organization, and not necessarily in an official capacity. I think that would be enjoyable. Yeah, it would have to be the perfect situation.
Yeah.
He says,
He would get mad at everybody.
Oh, he would. Yes.
He'd get totally mad that they're doing stuff the wrong way.
Yeah.
You know, and like, why are we doing it this way? Well, because why? Why are we doing it?
Oh, that NFL Films mic'd up sound is legendary.
Yes. In like 98 or 99 when he's just
legendary.
He's ticked off.
We can't
Why
do
do I
this.
got to be the bad guy?
Yeah.
Oh, he was.
I think it was
Our
99.
head coach won't get on their ass. I got to get on their ass.
Was that the Chan Gailey years?
Oh, that's
It was
Chan
Chan for
Gailey.
sure,
Yeah. I
And
think he
then-
was getting on Jack Riley, the quarterback coach at the time.
And then he said, I feel like I've given back a lot to the community, but I feel like I can give back to our youth and maybe help out in some way. And when I say youth, that may very well entail professional athletes as well. By that time, they'll be considerably younger than I am, so I'll be calling them youngsters then as well. They're already youngsters to you, Troy. Newsflash, they're about 30 years younger than old Troy Aikman at this point. But no, best of luck to whatever he decides to do. And I do believe he's got an it quality about him. If it's football, he's going to be successful with it. Okay, even with those bloodshot eyes.
Whew. He's got an issue with that.
Very
huh?
impressive, aren't they? Yeah, the allergies, you know.
Is that an allergy problem?
I don't know.
Have they talked about that? Has anybody gone on record and asked him about that? What
About
the problem is with his eyes?
About
Did they
his
say he
football
was?
season allergies.
Wasn't him and Joe doing tequila shots before a game one time?
I can see that happening.
Or like during
Yeah.
the.
Is that why Joe be staring at him like that? Just gazing in those
I
eyes.
think I'm right about this. I think that they were like talking about doing a tequila shot before they went on, kind of a thing. That's kind of their tradition or something.
Oh, that was like Marshawn Lynch with the pregame like Hennessy shot, I believe.
Yeah.
You know, that's how beast mode got going.
I do know for a fact Troy would call me an idiot if I asked him about those bloodshot eyes on the radio, right?
He'd probably go on for days if you asked him about his 8-pack, though.
But I think, you know, the only time I think we've talked to him is Wolchuk and Chiafalo's like second or first show. We were over there at the bar where he came through.
It hadn't even been official,
Yeah.
actually. It was the
draft.
second day of the draft, and
Yeah.
Broadus had to bail, so we came in and pinched hit for him for the final few innings of the show.
Is that what that was? Yeah,
got
well, we
an
interviewed Troy
opportunity.
Aikman that
Yeah,
day.
Bar Louie,
It was
that's
awesome.
what it
Bar
was.
Louie, he's pushing his beer.
Yep.
You can't go high and tight with a question like that in that situation, though. I mean,
Sure you
he's
can.
in person and he's pitching his beer.
Yeah, Troy. Hey, have you been drinking a lot of your beer on the way? We've noticed your eyes are pretty red.
Okay.
They were actually
Brian.
pretty clear that day. It's usually just on TV where they cut
Could you
across for
ask him?
halftime. It's like, good Lord, do you have a vape pen in the bathroom? Or are you ripping the edibles during the first half?
Yeah, dude. If anybody has the ability to edible that bad boy and then go on live television and call a game,
It's that man.
big ups.
He's got the fortitude. I mean, he shook off like 20 concussions in his career.
Oh,
Just
it's
kept right on
terrible.
ticking at a high level.
Amazing competitor. Though. God damn.
So it's medicinal for him.
There you go.
It's medicinal.
Maybe that's exactly what we got
That's why he
going
lives in
on.
California. And I bring it here to Dallas with me sometimes.
Friday.
I'm not saying
plane.
I want to move out of Texas. I mean, it's a little bit easier now that Oklahoma's gone medicinal at least, but I'm eyeballing California. I think that's what Troy was thinking during that interview.
Santa Monica is calling.
Okay, Inside the Star has a piece up. Does Trayvon Diggs deserve more credit for the job that he does against elite receivers? He shut down Jamar Chase. He had more catches than Terry McLaurin in Week 4.
Yeah.
He held Justin Jefferson to his
Justin
worst
Jefferson.
game of the season,
Yeah.
2 catches, 19 yards. What do you attribute this to? The Cowboys don't play a lot of too deep. He's been handling up on some top receivers.
Got a feel for how to play these guys. You know, Chase is pretty quick, pretty fast. Not quick, fast. Jefferson, kind of depending on how McLaurin. These are guys. I mean, these are guys that can't run away from him. You know, these are guys that are kind of good route runners.
Yeah.
And he's really good at reading routes, so he's able to stay in position. You know, that feel for where you have to have if they're going to break it on you. Or he does a good job of kind of staying where he needs to be. I remember the Cincinnati game a couple of times on the third down. They were trying to drag some stuff on him. He can carry an insider out.
And he came up and made some big time tackles.
Yeah.
Which was like, what is going on here?
Yeah, third down and fourth down.
You
yeah.
were the conversation of week 1 against the Bucks. They started running to you, and you want to know part of it. All right, you circled back the next week.
Yeah.
You took some initiative. You played physical. So that's why it's maddening when he does decide, I don't want the contact, because we know you can do it. We know you can if you need to.
He's got a feel for how to play those routes, though.
He does.
He does.
He
And
does.
I think that's important to know. Chief, what do you have? Do you have any shade to throw at Trayvon? Any sort of a rebuttal to this?
Yeah, no, I think all
Anything
that
about
stuff
his
is
eyes?
all that stuff is pretty impressive. No, maybe his eyes fooled him whenever he was going to for sure lay the wood on George Kittle in the biggest moment of the season, and his eyes just fooled him. Or he decided to go ahead and whiff on purpose. I can't get past that. That's the problem. I can't get past the idea that when it matters most, you aren't willing to step up in a huge moment. And that's frustrating. And it's even more frustrating because he is a premium position and there is so much to like about him.
Yeah.
But I'm expected to pay him $25 million. I'm expected to pay him $25 million.
The more egregious play for me in that game is when the ball hits him right in the hands. And that's what he is known for. Is intercepting the football, and he can't make that play.
Yeah, they probably said he got blocked vision. Didn't it come through a couple of guys?
It got deflected.
Yeah,
but either
weird.
way, it's like, dude, you had 11 interceptions 2 years ago. You're a former wide receiver. That's your calling card. We needed you to. And that was after the Kittle play happened.
Cole Beasley.
You're absolved if you make that play.
Final note here in the C note, Cole Beasley on Dak's leadership, by far the best leader I've played with. Huddle presence is something that can't be taught. And that says a lot about Dak. I think Bills fans did not appreciate this part. They thought he was throwing shade on Josh Allen. But it's just the facts.
They tried to rally back, though. Didn't he say that Josh Allen, though, is more talented?
I did not see that part of the quote.
I think he was talking about the talent level of Josh Allen.
When you were putting together your list of importance when it comes to quarterback, where was huddle presence on the list? When you were thinking about drafting a guy, huddle presence.
You know what? I don't ever remember talking about huddle presence.
And we should. I think that this is a big thing we should add into the conversation.
It's huge. It was the presence that Dak had in the huddle on that final drive in San Francisco that allowed them to just completely poop the bed and do nothing with that final minute or so to go out and try and win that game. That huddle presence is what really put them over the top.
Yeah, I see your point, Chief, and I think it's very relevant. It doesn't matter at all if you don't have the skills.
100%.
And if it's the number one thing that people keep talking about when your name comes up, you're probably not the top of the food chain quarterback.
Gus Frerotte had one hell of a huddle presence.
But
no, he had a bad one.
He is doing a hell of a job in his leadership, and I think he's got enough talent.
One of the best leaders. Seriously, when you watch where he came from and all that, and you talk to people, coaches, guys that have been with him, that the leadership part will never, ever be a question with this guy.
And, I think you do have to wonder, like, how does this level of quarterback continuously finish top 3, top 5 in offensive stats, even as receivers have been unreliable and his offensive line is decaying? I think it does elevate the performance of those around you a little bit.
Well, the thing about it, too, is like his leadership is great, though his trust in his teammates, though, it might be too much. Like we talked about this ability to continue to push and trust that, hey, I'm going to keep throwing the ball to Noah Brown, even though I know Noah Brown's probably going to spit the bid on me today.
I hope now that he has younger teammates, all of the players he came in with are sort of transitioning out. As you play, hopefully he can be on their ass a little bit more instead of being their best friend.
Oh, I think this is a year where we'll see Dak is tired. I think we've already seen it about the same page stuff. He's not going to stand up there and answer all of Clarence Hill's questions and Todd Archer's questions about after a victory of like, why did you throw 2 interceptions today?
No, you should have Bobby go to the podium for him and answer all the questions. That's what he should do.
Hey, number one Dak apologist. He'd get the job done. He get that point across.
You're trolling him? What, is something going on between you?
He's trolling me. Bobby and I are going back and forth in the Twitch right now, and I love you, Bobby, but I hate you right now.
I like this a lot. It's good development here on the Fan. Bobby versus Zach. Hey, what's the top 10 looking like today, brother?
We are going top 10 milkshakes. It's National Milkshake Day. I've got the top 10 shakes, but also
the machine's broke.
Talking about the morning show. The morning show producer Peyton Russell admitted this. Are we going true or fart? That's next on the Fan.
Okay, I want to talk about the number one leasing company in the U.S. It's D&M Leasing. They have been recognized once again by Dealer Rater 2023.
Expert trainers, you'll be on your way to a healthier lifestyle in no time. Don't wait. Visit your local YMCA today or ymcadallas.org/join and become a better you.
All right, welcome back. Wooly Bully's Top 10 is brought to you by the Almated procedure, only available at EliteSkinCenter.com. Segment is presented by the Frankels. There is a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. You need Frankel consultations, always free at truckwreck.com. Here he is, Zach with an H. The Wooly Bully.
It is National Milkshake Day. We'll get to the milkshakes here in just a moment. But this morning, a conversation happened on the morning show, and Peyton Russell had this thing to admit. And, you know, Peyton does this. I think Peyton might be, in my opinion, the funniest person at the station. And he does it because he's not trying to be funny. He just says things, and it's his honest opinion and honest what he's experienced in life, and it ends up being what did you just say, Peyton? So he completely mind bleeps RJ, Sean, even Bobby. Lucius and myself, we watch a lot of television shows as well. I don't believe this. Here's what Peyton Russell said this morning.
Pepe, you in on Yellowstone?
No, haven't seen 1 second of it. Don't think I will.
Why?
I just
you hear that
I'm behind. I'm behind in it already, so like I feel like
you got time to catch up. Trust me. Oh, that's right. All right, 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. You're only like 40 episodes behind.
Yeah, that's too many. That's like 38 too many.
What is the latest thing that you've binged or that you're glued to right now?
Lost. I saw Lost about 12 years ago. Binged that. Me and the family.
Wait a sec. So you don't want to catch up on Yellowstone, but you're watching Lost.
Well, no. I watched it 12 years ago. Like
that was the last show you watched?
Yeah, unless Squid Games counts.
Oh my god.
What's going on? I'm lost. So you have not gotten into a show in 12 years?
No. I mean,
you're a liar.
The Office, I watched. Friends, but like that was like off and on. That wasn't like just watch it all the way through.
Name some of the biggest shows in the past 5 years.
In the last 5 years, Game of Thrones.
Game of Thrones. You never watched Game of Thrones?
No, never got into it.
Never. No Breaking Bad.
Last of Us.
Ted Lasso?
No.
Mandalorian.
Ooh, good one.
Blacklist. Nothing.
No.
None of those.
Orange is the New Black? No.
Nothing? How? Stranger Things. I don't know if I've ever heard someone say I haven't Stranger got... Things. Ozarks. Nothing.
Nothing, man.
How is it that someone hasn't got... Wait a second.
What do you watch?
Sports. Is that
Yeah,
all
I'm
you
a
do?
sports guy.
The last all you watch?
I've gotten into the ESPN 30 for 30s. You know, I told you all about that.
Anytime that you are sitting down with a friend group or anyone, it's like, hey, what shows are you watching? And I've never heard someone say I haven't watched one in 12 years.
That's
I haven't gotten into
unbelievable.
anything either.
I literally have never met anyone like Peyton.
I know.
Period.
Me too. And we thought you were.
I don't know that it's good, Peyton.
We thought you were off the reserve.
Man, I did not imagine I would hear anybody that watches less TV than I do.
Unreal, man.
Yeah, I mean, the last show I got into was Game of Thrones, but I did binge about a season and a half of Ted Lasso a couple of years ago. I admire Peyton Russell. That's outstanding. Just a complete rejection of all this, crap that's spoon-fed to us on television. A lot of this stuff is boring and predictable after the first 6 episodes. Or Chief, we've been over this.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I think he's buried in TikTok and stuff like that, though. So it's not like he's not
Korean barbecue.
Things. Yeah, 100%. It's not like he's picking up these different hobbies and he's like, you know what, I'm choosing not to watch television because I'm bettering myself. I'm going to be productive in this time.
He's not reading a book.
No, he's not reading a book. He's swimming in TikTok and he's going to the casino with his buddies. From what I hear as of late, that's kind of his new deal. He's just going and trying to do some blackjack.
It's not even with his buddies; it's with his family.
It's with
he doesn't admit his
brother
family.
and his brother's wife, I believe.
Do you guys think will we get to a point ever where this is normal?
No.
You think TV shows and movies stand up?
Yes.
Because it seems like the younger people are just getting their content like 1 to 3 minutes at a time.
Yeah.
I mean, the younger people with Wednesday now and the success it's had, it's now become the most viewed series ever on Netflix. I think it's geared more towards the youth. I don't think entertainment like that is ever going anywhere. I had debates during the pandemic. Oh, movie theaters are dead. Go bleep yourself, movie theaters are dead. People are always going to want to go to the movie. It's a fun thing to do. I don't think this stuff's ever going away.
It is pretty cool art, but they've run out of ideas for movies.
Yes, they have. We are doing that.
No. Again, they have not run out of ideas to movies. They just won't do those new ideas because tech bros and those type of fools.
Oh, that's right.
Run the movie theaters now, not old
like a
school
venture
movie
capital
guys.
investment.
Yeah, venture capitalists. They
It's not
would.
art.
Well, let's do another RoboCop because you can make some money.
All right, Pirates of the Caribbean 10.
Slap Marvel on a billboard and let's go.
That's what they're doing.
Yep, it's just remakes and sequels.
Okay.
It's sad. All right, let's slide into our top 10. National Milkshake Day. It's also National Root Beer Float Day as well. So we've got delicious.
AEW.
Now, root beer float is not a milkshake?
No, not a milkshake. Do you have a preference? Do you prefer one over the other?
Oh, milkshake, yeah.
Okay, absolutely.
Blizzard to be, precise.
Cookies and cream.
Cookies and cream's to go to?
Yeah.
So I've got the top 10 fast food milkshakes. Do you have a place that you think does the best?
No, I don't.
Well, did the machine
Steak and Shake?
Yeah, steak and
Steak
shake.
and Shake.
Yeah, do the
Gets a lot of
machines
love.
actually work? I think every time I've tried to order a milkshake at a fast food place, they're either cleaning the machine or it's broke.
You don't know how many times I wanted to do that working at Chick-fil-A.
Break it, just
It's ice cream night. We've got to clean down the entire machine. You got to break it all down.
That's what I'm
And
saying.
People rolled through all the time. We close at 10. It's like 9:55. Can I get
That's
4
why
milkshakes?
Sonic kills everybody.
Like, oh, bleep you. No, you can't. But of course, we are Chick-fil-A. We do that. But yes, McDonald's is the one that you run into this problem.
Jack in the Box had that.
Does the
problem,
Blizzard
too.
count as a milkshake? You eat it with a spoon, not a straw. I don't think it would. I think it's more of a bowl of ice cream in a cup.
It probably doesn't count. They do delicious shakes though at Dairy
Yeah.
Queen, so you can still get a shake.
I'd
probably
say Sonic
doesn't.
has the best then.
Yeah, Sonic.
Sonic does have good
Brahms.
shakes.
Oh, Brahms.
Brahms throws it at you pretty
Okay,
good.
Brahms is not going to be in this top 10 because it's more local. It's only
Should I not argue then about this list then?
I'd love you to argue because you'll then be a hypocrite about what you were saying.
I'm not
going to
argue about your list. Yeah.
But I agree with you. Brahms is a top 3 milkshake.
Lucius is right. Steak and Shake's not terrible either.
Steak and Shake is up there 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, if you put it in the name, you better stand on it.
Amen,
Right.
dude.
Like
Amen.
Shake Shack.
Yeah.
Shake Shack better be in the top 10 or else what are we doing?
Maybe one of the most expensive places I've ever been there.
I've only gone twice.
God dang, you need a 7th job just to.
It's bad.
Yeah.
And it's not big enough to, make up for it.
Oh my gosh, 817. Do you guys remember Purple Cow?
Oh yeah, did they went out of business?
They did. They went out of business. It used to be where Kenny's Burger Joint is
Oh no,
now,
absolutely.
right off Preston Road.
Preston Road down there.
Yes.
Yeah, I've taken Bennett down there before.
Absolutely.
It's out of business.
It's out of business.
Wow.
That used to be a glizzy place too. You get some hot dogs, like old school diner type thing. Get yourself some milkshakes. Purple Cow is awesome.
Not familiar with the Purple Cow. That's a bummer.
Number 10 best fast food or fast casual milkshakes is Five Guys. Can't say I've ever had one of their shakes.
I've never had one of their shakes either. I guess I'm too busy just like swimming in all the French fries they give me that I don't even have time to pull my head up from the French fries to acknowledge the shake.
Is that the place you eat the peanuts and throw them on the ground and everything?
Yes.
I do it just to do it, man.
Yeah.
Went to Five Guys once, never went back.
Damn.
What was your problem with it? The taste?
Yeah, I just didn't think it was a good burger, and I think it might be the worst fries in fast casual.
Wow. That's a hot take. It's a bad take.
Don't
and
sugarcoat
I
it,
think we should just
Dawson.
move
Tell
on
us what you
seamlessly
really
from it.
think.
I told you last hour I'll come upside your head with a food take.
I know you will.
Is the Blizzard a shake? Because if it is, then Dairy Queen is.
We just had this conversation.
Wow.
What are you doing?
I've been arguing about Dak and McCarthy with a texture. I'm sorry.
Oh, was it Bobby?
No, it was the 803.
2 weeks in a row.
Bobby's over here trying to pretend that
Did I get
Dairy
it again?
Classic is better than Emmett
I'm
Smith.
glad to see it happens with other people, not just me. I'm like,
it's
damn,
not.
it must be me. No,
Well,
it happens all
between
the
this
time.
new Zendaya movie I keep seeing trailers for, and then
Zendaya.
this Dak and McCarthy 803 texture, I'm in the weeds here, boys. I apologize.
Number 9 is McDonald's.
McDonald's when it
Lindbergh,
works, it's a
Lance,
good
and
shake.
Pears.
It's a good shake.
Arby's is a good shake.
Number 8 is Arby's.
Are we talking McFlurry or regular shake?
I think their regular shake is a good
It would
shake.
be a regular shake.
So
Now,
what was the ruling on the Blizzard?
I think it's just ice cream in a cup.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Because I was going to say, if that's a shake, then the McFlurry can count. But I'm with you guys on that. I don't think it counts.
McFlurries and Blizzards are more so in the same category. Now, the Frosty, I think, would be in a shake category.
Now, the Frosty, I think it would be the 1 seed for me.
Okay, so Wendy's comes in at number 7 with the Frosty.
But isn't Frosty an ice cream in the cup? You eat with a spoon.
But it's a soft. Well,
you can slurp it down with a straw. It's not quite as thick as
I don't know if you. That's actually a good distinction.
Yeah.
Like, do I need the spoon to consume it? Can I do it through a straw?
Because the Frosty very quickly, more so than you would a McFlurry or a Blizzard, is going to melt. The consistency is not as thick. It's more so like a malt.
It's in a no man's land. It might be a category of its own, but I can respect them putting them in this list. And at 7,
Because the Frosty's delicious.
Yeah.
Oh, it's phenomenal.
Amazing.
Not the vanilla one, though. I don't want to hear about this vanilla one. Pulled up to Wendy's. How our vanilla one's the only one working. Okay, I guess I'll do it. Then I tried it, and I'm like, okay, I got to go somewhere else now to actually get the shake.
You really didn't like it?
No, the vanilla it wasn't for me.
I mean, I agree the chocolate's superior, but we're getting some love from Mr. Frosty's. Absolutely 214. It was my favorite burger place in
Casey, the
Denton.
Sunshine Band.
I've been told it's been closed down, and my heart is broken. But Mr. Frosty's, when it comes to their homemade root beer and their delicious shakes, and the Black Cow there was the root beer and a vanilla shake mixed together, blended together. It was
We're getting
heavenly.
that hit a lot
It was
about
heavenly.
Mr. Frosty's right now.
Oh, my gosh, those
the
people know what they're
A&W
doing.
places, they shared a building with Long John Silver's, right?
Yeah.
Yes, I've never seen
That's a
an A&W
weird-
that wasn't connected to a Long John Silver.
That is
LA's
a
in the
weird-
bag, baby.
Is there any A&W place standing alone, or is it always partnered with
Like
either
a
a
Long-
Taco
It's
Bell
a
or a Long
fantastic
John
question.
Silver?
I'm going to say no. They're always combined.
I've never seen one by
We're
itself.
thruppling with A&W. Number 6 is Shake Shack. 5 is Burger Fi. Never had it.
Ooh, I have had Burger Fi. I think it's out of business now, but it was on like Western Center and Beach Street or whatever.
They put their little
a
logo
pretty-
on the bun. Is that what they do there?
I believe so. They had a nice chicken sandwich. I don't know that I tried the shake though. Sorry.
Number 4 is Burger King. And I was told 972 Mr. Frosty's was closed. Okay, now 816 is saying it's still open. I need people to fact check this. I haven't been out to Denton in a while. Number 3, Sonic.
Yeah, there should be one.
Number 2, Dairy Queen. Number 1.
I don't know that I've actually had the Dairy Queen shake. It's just Blizzard every time.
I got an
It's-
Oreo
it's
one once, and it was good.
It's one of the few places I think has reliably real ice cream.
Yes, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah.
But it is
a lot
the
of these
Blizzard.
shakes are just like powder mix.
The
Frozen.
dilly bar.
I will say best ice cream dessert period, though, is the Andes Concretes. Go to
Andy's has it going on, but that's a custard.
It is. It doesn't
It is a
fit for
custard.
this, but that's still
Yeah.
the best frozen
I
treat.
think tried and true ice cream, bang for your buck. It's Brahms every time.
I'm with you. Number 1, though, best fast food shake.
Baskin Robbins.
And I've made plenty of these. I can vouch for them. It's Chick-fil-A.
Number 1?
Number 1.
And you said you always cleaning out your gear.
We do have to clean it out, but we wait till close, unlike other establishments, and then clean it.
They do some wonderful things over there at Chick-fil-A. They really do. Well, Chuck, and we appreciate your
And the
years
Peach
of
Shake
service.
is back.
Okay, we got a submarine update, Chief. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, we're looking at one of the most interesting stories that I can remember in all of America and even the world. What's going on with the submarine that's lost at sea? We'll find out next.
Oh, well, talking submarines, I got to talk to you right now. Elite Health Center. I love them over there. They've done wonders for my hair, and they're doing wonders for Tolo's as well. It's not the most comfortable topic to talk about. I get it. More than 50% of men
$14.50 an hour, plus great benefits and competitive pay for more roles. Visit careers.heb.com. Here, everything's better.
Get the top stories, exclusive podcasts, video content, and much more 24/7 at 1053thefan.com.
This segmentation of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet.
Thank you, Lucius. Time now for a submarine update. We got some Cowboys content coming up in 13 minutes. Here's the Chief.
All right, so the missing Titanic submarine story has been around for the last day or two, and it continues to just get more and more worrisome as the details come out of this thing. And you have like 5 or 6 people right now somewhere stranded in the bottom of the middle of nowhere ocean.
Hopefully,
yes, or worse. And they got, like, now it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 to 35 hours of, like, this little tiny submarine was only good for 96 hours of people to be able to breathe inside of it. So it's supposed to be within 4 days, you go, you check out the Titanic at the depths of the ocean, and then you get yourself back within 4 days before this thing is no longer livable. And now we're approaching under 30 hours of this thing being, technically livable. We don't even know if this thing's still floating around. We don't know the status of it. They can't find it. And they had a Titanic expedition leader guy, Michael Harris, was on Fox News, and he was saying that more people have been to outer space than the depth of the ocean that the missing Titanic tour submarine is. And he says there's nothing the Navy can do right now, and things are not looking very good.
Yeah, it's amazing we can't get down there more. It's just fascinating what could be going on down there.
Yes.
With these guys, I think you have 3 theories that are fairly realistic. Number one's orcas. That's well documented. Orcas, might have taken this as a threat, took matters into their own hands. You do have aliens, which I discussed briefly yesterday. But I think the most realistic is power failure, and it sunk to the bottom where it lost pressure and collapsed, and we can only hope those humans didn't suffer.
Yes, that's for sure. As you mentioned, off the air, like the idea of them just waiting around if they're still floating around somewhere and they're just waiting as the clock ticks on what they know to be the livable time that they have in that thing, and just watching the clock tick on that would be miserable. But this is a very, very small confined area. Doesn't look like there's much of seating or bedding. Like you're kind of just either standing up or laying on the floor of this deal. There's 5 or 6 people in it, and they're all pretty wealthy because they paid $250,000 to see this. Now, I don't understand why you would even care so much to go see the Titanic out of a little like 12 by 12 inch circular window of a submarine. But clearly these people were interested in it, and there was an adrenaline rush or something that they were excited about. It's
a fun flex, I think, to like go on social and be like, hey, look what we did on this submarine. And, it's a life experience. Those people that are that wealthy, they've experienced a lot of stuff. And, this is one of those like high end type of premium excursions. It just seems so ridiculous that they would agree to this based on, they're bolted in. If you do get stranded, there's no way to survive.
Exactly.
They're going to run out of air.
It got lost once before.
Did it?
It got lost once before. They found it. Like, yo. And then you're going to show me some PlayStation remote? Like, this is how we're going to move around here.
Yes.
And bring a sandwich and some water. You're going to have fun.
Now, that is a nice remote. They'll last 3 or 4 years for you. I at least want to know there's backups, in case that loses a stick or power or something.
How much would they have to pay you for you to go, for you guys? $250K or more? For you to
a lot more than that. A lot more than that. Probably $20 million. For me to do this.
Don't get me wrong. Hindsight's 20/20. If you asked me during my Sunday fun day the other day, Lucius, I would have said, hey, a couple $100,000 will get the job done. Now, no thank you.
A couple $100,000.
Hey, I'm going to armchair quarterback this thing and say these guys are dumbasses.
You throw me $1 million, I'm probably going down there.
So contact with the small sub was lost about an hour and 45 minutes into the dive. So, it was pretty quick before they were like, oh my gosh, U.S. Coast Guard's going, we don't know what's going on with this thing. And so it's a tour firm. They're called Ocean Gate. And they're obviously saying, hey, all options are being explored right now. We're trying to rescue these people. We have no idea what's going on.
It's like a 1% chance.
How does it not have a GPS beacon that's letting everybody know where it is?
They lost power on that, right? Did they lose complete power where that thing with the beacon doesn't show up?
Got to have triple backup.
Yeah, they're the hope was the thing was floating because it's orange and it's white, and they could at least see it on the ocean. But the fact there's a lot of folks who believe this thing's at the bottom of the ocean.
There's like a French diver, famous French diver, said if something did go bad, by the time they realized it was over with it for them.
It was way over.
I'm talking about crush, you're liquid.
Okay.
Ouch.
Jacques
I think
Cousteau.
that would be preferable than waiting it out.
Yeah, no doubt.
That would it would get insane in there
6,000
with people losing it.
6,000 pounds per square inch on that thing. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, apparently it's controlled by what they describe as a reinforced PlayStation controller, which is pretty ridiculous.
Pretty proud about that, weren't they? Showing
surely were.
They're like, oh, look what we got to control this thing.
And we've got 3 or 4 back here just in case it goes down.
What are we doing?
I'm reading it and it's saying that it doesn't have a GPS system. It's actually guided by text messages sent by a team above the water.
No.
So it's like you have an aerial view of this thing outside of it, and they're the ones controlling it.
They have a ship above that's on top of them.
Okay, so there should be. It's too late now, but there should be some type of rope or something to this thing, just in case you do lose it. You can bring it back in.
It's
cable?
like a crab pod when Deadliest Catch. Bring it back up.
Yes. Well, I mean, it does have to go down 10,000 feet or something like that. 13,000 feet.
Yeah.
It's very, very far. And as you mentioned, they're sealed inside the vessel by bolts applied from the outside, so there's no way to escape.
Yeah.
Even if they rose to the surface,
they can't breathe.
They wouldn't be able to get out without a crew opening it up.
The only people that should be going down there are like scientists that have like tens and tens of millions of dollars in an endowment to do this kind of stuff, or the military who are risking their lives to try to get like an operational advantage under the sea. It's the only people that should be down there. We have no idea what's going on.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I being that we've been to outer space in a way that is more impressive than how much we've discovered the depths of the ocean. We know more about outer space than we do the ocean.
Yeah.
I mean, that is wild.
Hey, didn't one of the guys that's lost in that situation been to orbit before?
He has.
Yeah.
He has.
Oh man, this guy.
Oh, one of the guys on this submarine was on the Bezos rocket.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So this guy's just super into that kind of stuff, and one of the people that is on it, a billionaire guy, his stepson, is going viral for posting from the Blink-182 concert. So imagine your stepdad is one of the people on this submarine. You have no idea what's going on, and this stepson is posting pictures of himself at the Blink-182 concert, just saying like, "Hey, this might be a little bit distasteful, but I think my family would have wanted me to still go to the Blink-182 concert."
Maybe they have a bad relationship.
There's a father-son team down there. There's a
so sad.
On the Father's Day trip.
It is incredibly sad.
Yeah, there's like a father and his son are down there both. Can't believe that whole thing.
Yeah.
I think
So if
they're
they
from
do-
India.
If they do find them, like billionaires, right?
Yeah.
That family you're talking about?
Yeah.
So if they do find them right now, there's like 40 hours worth of air, something like that, they figured is left.
Yeah, hours ago there was. Now it's less than that. Now
Is it less? Because hold on, I got this little clip for you, bro. Hold on. Here we go. Let's see. This has happened around 1 o'clock our time.
How many hours of oxygen are left that you know of, or that you can estimate right now on the submersible? And does it have to be approved or regulated?
Sure. So first of all, it's an estimate, right? Because we know from the data we were using as a starting point was 96 hours. We know at this point we're approximately about 41 hours.
41 hours left.
Yes.
So if you find them, now you have to get them out of there.
Yeah. They don't.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
They're
And you got to get your wrench. Got to get your bolts and everything.
The problem is they're so far out in the ocean that they can't get any type of rescue equipment, and there's very few pieces of equipment that can dive that deep.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And so they were talking about, well, could they go down there and hook something and bring them up and all that? But it's just a matter of how fast can you get equipment into that area.
It's crazy that there's things that live down there, but we can't build something that would even survive.
Oh, no.
For a second.
The pressure.
Yeah.
The pressure.
And a 2022 report from CBS News revealed that the release waiver that attendees who must pay $250,000 in order to partake in the expedition must sign says, quote, "This experimental vessel has not been approved or certified by any regulatory body and could result in physical injury, emotional trauma, or death.
Dude, do you want to hear the CEO say it himself before he signs the paper? Listen to this, dog. It's freaky.
An experimental submersible vessel that has not been approved or certified by any regulatory body and could result in physical injury, disability, emotional trauma, or death. Where do I sign?
Where do I sign?
Yeah, that's eerie.
Like, these are people that have so much money. Regular life is just boring to them. They don't think anything's going to happen to them, and they're just down. Yeah, sign me up. I'm down to do whatever.
I mean, there are a lot of people out there that think all this regulation and worry is like people living scared, and I'm going to be brave and bold, and I don't want to listen to anybody because you're just paranoid lawyers. Get out of my way. Stop my freedom. I'm here to have fun. And this is going to be a cautionary tale for a very long time. I would be stunned at this point if there is a good end to the story. Thank you so much for the update, Chief. Yes, sir. Cowboys fan survey. How would you answer these massive questions about where the Cowboys are and where they go from here? It's next to the G-Bag Nation. But you do know life is unpredictable, and you never know when you or a loved one may be injured in a car or truck wreck accident due to somebody's negligence. They're not signing a waiver for it. Someone was negligent out there on the highway.
studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Yes, sir. Hour 4 G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We got Rangers baseball coming up at 6:30 as they take on the Chi Sox. How about we do this for you? A Cowboys fan survey, season's expectations, and who Dallas needs to sign now. We go to John Machota. You can vote on this stuff inside The Athletic. I thought we'd kick it around. We'll get you guys' thoughts on it. Okay, and
Diet Coke's kicking your ass right now, you think?
Yeah, we'll see how many we can get through. I just cracked a new one. Got a little bit overzealous. I'm well hydrated, though. I'll tell you what, I'm ready for the soccer practice tonight.
Oh, yes, you
tapping
are.
out. Yeah. And I heard from Abby, she's feeling better now.
Good.
She got her first introduction into just how bad heat exhaustion can be.
Scary.
In the last couple, 2-3 practices and games and stuff, she's like, Dad, I feel a little lightheaded. Dad, I don't feel right. And that's common when it starts to get hotter, especially early in the summer. I've been warning her every night, every morning, drink more water, drink more water, drink more water. It's going to get bad. I almost had an incident last weekend or 2 weekends ago where I was coaching. I was like, holy crap, I need some shade and a breeze right now. And luckily, both those things were available for me. But if they hadn't been, I might have turned to the other coach and said, bro, you got it from here. I got to go. So I know a lot of people are dealing with the heat right now, and it's scary because of how horrible it makes you feel and the medical emergency that it can put you in. You know, once you're feeling it to that point, you're not that far away from having a very serious medical issue on your hands. So it was quite an anxious first hour of the broadcast for me, but I believe we're all clear now.
Glad to hear that, man.
Doctor gave the thumbs up. No IV needed.
Awesome.
The
No
problem
IV needed.
I was hoping she would need an IV just to hammer the point home.
Yes.
Because, she's scared of needles, as most kids are.
Well, the problem you run into is once you succumb to heat exhaustion, it could happen again.
Makes it easier.
Yeah, it's just that that's an issue I had. Like I say, when I was at LSU and lost all that weight and had to have IVs and things like that, I also did it. It happened to me in that marathon. The more that that first time it happens to you, it's such a traumatic experience to the body that you're susceptible to it more often. If you get, there's times when I've been cooking crawfish and stuff like that.
Start seeing colors a little bit.
Yeah, you have to sit down, and you're moving the pots around and stuff like that. But
I feel like it makes me more aware because I just don't want it to happen again.
Well, when you get lightheaded and you'll just black out.
Yeah.
And so, but yeah, that experience I had at LSU is today makes me where every time I feel like it's about to hit me.
Well, best of luck to everybody out there. Do not take it lightly. Get extra hydrated.
Really don't.
I saw a great chart the other day. As a coach, I follow all these places of, how to deal with this, that, and the other thing. And it was a color chart of your urine. And it's like super light yellow is ideal. If it's white, dark yellow, just don't even try to play sports or go outside.
Mine's clear about this time.
Yeah.
Trying to drink that gallon every day.
There you
if
go.
I don't have clear pee, I go to this gallon.
Boom. Yeah, and if you haven't gone to the restroom and you have a sporting thing coming up or a hike or something like that, it's like wait until you go again, and then your report card's right there. Bam.
Yeah.
Am I ready or not?
If it's like damn near gold, you're in bad shape.
Probably should drink a little bit of water.
Yeah, you're in
give it a
bad
couple,
shape.
2-3 hours and a couple
It's
liters.
like a Saturday afternoon. It's usually gold.
Yeah,
it's striking gold.
Oops. Fan survey 2023. Let's see how many we can get through. What grade would you give the Cowboys for their offseason? Coaching staff changes, free agency, draft, etc. What grade do you give them, Wolchuk?
I'd go with a B. I think that they made a couple of really good trades with Gilmore and then Brandon Cooks, of course. The coaching staff ones are the ones we'll wait and see. With Mike Solari, how does that end up working out? I was totally okay with moving on from Kellen Moore. I think that they had a solid draft. There's players that I like, but there were some players maybe I would have personally taken over the ones that they did end up selecting. So I'd go a B. I think they did a solid job this year.
Chief?
Yeah, I think C+ to a B for sure. The trades are definitely one that puts it over the top. The decision to move on from Kellen Moore, I think, was the right one. We'll see, as you mentioned, Wolchuk, like who they replaced him with. We'll see if that all pans out. Not really sure until the season really gets going on that one. But the Tony Pollard franchise tag, to me, I think was a mistake. And, keeping Tyron Smith around in a capacity that you're really trying to, you have to depend on him, I think is a mistake as well. But gosh, those trades for Gilmore and Cooks were just huge.
Pro department had an A, college scouting department had a B, and the coaching is a C+. There's just too much turnover going on the offensive side of the ball. I think you have to give them some marks, high marks though, for keeping Dan Quinn and that kind of together. But I would put I broke it down into 3 categories. Like I say, pro department with the trades and what they're able to do. The college we'll see on the draft is a B. Mozzie Smith is a big part of that. Schoonmaker's a big part of that. We'll see. But the coaching, I just think, again, that's the one area I'm not really trusting what they're doing with all the turnover on the offensive side of the ball.
They need that to be a hit bad.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
And I hope it is.
I'd probably give them a B+ right now. I think they did a lot of good, but there was just a couple of things that prevent me from giving them the A. How far will the Cowboys go this season? Miss the playoffs, wild card, division, title game, Super Bowl? What are they going to do, Wolchuk?
I think history tells you it's probably a divisional round playoff loss until proven otherwise, right? It seems like that's just a door that they can't crack open.
The only other option in my mind is losing the wild card round. How about you, Brian?
Kind of feel like it's an 11-6 team, and that's going to put you on the road in the first round. I think that's going to be the difficult aspect of where you're going to go there. I'll say they'll win the wild card game and lose in the divisional round.
Okay.
Yeah, wild card or divisional round makes the most sense.
Who will win the NFC East?
Eagles.
Philadelphia.
The Giants.
Wow. No. Are you going to stick with that all summer?
I don't know. But today, right now, I'm not
I like
picking
what
the
you
damn
did there.
Eagles.
I knew you wanted to change. It's going to be the Cowboys.
It's not going to be the Eagles. No repeat champions happen in this division. And I don't think they're going to end up doing it. I think we're going to get a surprise.
I'm surprised Brian didn't pick his favorite team, Washington.
The Commanders. That is my favorite team.
Well, if Sam Howell does it, watch out for them. Because if he's any good, they've got a good roster.
They got a good roster, though. To me, I think that the Commanders will finish. They potentially
maybe they finish better than the Giants. I don't know.
I think they're going to be the 3rd team in the division.
This division's going to be good.
How do you feel about the current state of the team? Heading in the right direction? Heading in the wrong direction? I have no idea.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I would say I have no idea, and then heading in the right direction more so than heading in the wrong one.
Yeah.
They're not, they're not like tail spinning and, oh my gosh, the decisions they keep making, it looks like they're just shooting themselves in the foot.
I mean, they could win it. I feel like they put themselves close enough. They're going to make the playoffs.
Yeah, there's a lot of good.
If I had to choose one of those, but there is some sort of confusion in here, though. That's why I might go, I have no idea on this, because you're really dependent on the rest of the league falling apart. We need Mahomes and Burrow and Allen to not be in the Super Bowl. And, you need a really down NFC year, which we've had, but they still haven't been able to get through that, Brian. So I would say they're going to be a pretty dang good team, but not good enough to win it all. And it's tough to say what the rest of the league's going to do around them.
I have really no idea because of what I talked about with the coaching staff on the offensive side. We don't know with Mike McCarthy as the primary play caller. We'll see. Is Dak Prescott going to be continually upset that he no longer has his quarterback coach here? Doug Nussmeier. Can Scott Tolzien pull things together? Can he help Dak like nobody else has helped Dak? I think there's just a lot of unknown there right now.
I think this year, I'm optimistic that there's a chance you get like less impressive stats, but more consistent and more reliable game plans. Will the Cowboys reach the Super Bowl in the next 5 years? I would vote resoundingly no on that.
Will they reach the Super Bowl in the next 5 years? No, I don't know how you could predict that they will.
No, the answer is no.
Other than just very, very good fortune.
I'd love to say yes. I can't do it.
I'm going to say yes because I do. We're going to learn a lot about what happens with Mike McCarthy this time around. Either this is going to work out, whether the offense, everything comes around, it's comfortable for Dak. They start to put things together. Defensively, we know they're pretty good. I kind of feel if they figure this offensive thing out with Dak and how to make it work and be successful at it, it might not be this year as far as, but, this offense, it might not be this year. It might be the second year or the third year. But if they kind of get it figured out the right way, I think that they're going to be able to sign their guys like the Diggs, the Lambs, Parsons, guys like that, and they'll continue to draft and add players. So, yeah, I say the next 5 years they make the Super Bowl.
I mean, we've been having these kind of topics for 20 years, it seems like. It's been so long. Can they do it now? Can they do it now? Will they get back now?
This conference is for the taking now.
The conference is down 100%, but I don't know. If they can't do it this year, I don't know that it's going to happen.
Yeah, I don't know. Teams fall apart, and maybe the Niners will, maybe the Eagles will, and after that, I don't know anybody else that really scares me inside the conference. So maybe they're just a couple of injuries away from being back in there.
They win the division, they've got a shot to win the Super Bowl this year.
Who will the Cowboys head
or
coach
be in the Super Bowl? Excuse me. Yeah.
Cowboys head coach next year: McCarthy, Quinn, Jerry Jones, or other. This is an offseason survey inside the Athletic. We're kind of filling it out as we go. I'm going to say Mike McCarthy there, guys. How about you?
I'm going Dan Quinn.
I'm going Dan Quinn as well.
A lot of questions on the offensive staff. It'd be easy to say Dan Quinn. I think McCarthy stays.
That's right. You want to do a show bet against them? Bet payoff?
Oh, I'd be happy to.
Yeah.
You'd be happy to do that?
I'd be happy to take Mike McCarthy.
No, I'm just being honest about it. There's so many questions on the offense, but if they do figure this thing out.
Oh, if they figure it out, then yeah, McCarthy will be around. But if they end up not making the Super Bowl, losing in the divisional round, I think you got to make a change. And I think that
You weren't here when I asked this question on the Sports Mix about, do you feel like that the hot seat is a media-driven thing, or does the front office really believe he's on the hot seat?
I think where we stand right now, it's media driven. I don't think he is on the hot seat with that front office at all, but that changes if you crash and burn and fail again in the postseason for the third consecutive year in a row and don't get to a conference championship. I think the pressure will be too much, and the Joneses will have to make a move.
All righty, this one is open-ended for you guys. It is a fill-in-the-blank. Who is the Cowboys' most overrated player?
Overrated?
It's probably, I mean, in my mind, I guess it would be Trayvon Diggs.
That's a good one. Boomer bust type of corner. Is Leighton Vander Esch in that?
I think Leighton Vander Esch is just hurt too much.
Yeah.
And he was really, really good when he played last year.
Yeah.
So
Terrence Steele in there?
You know what? Overrated right now, and I love him to death, but it's Tyron.
Oh, Tyron Smith. Yeah, well,
I don't know. I think we need to see this. Like, is Tyron still, even if he's playing on the left side, is he as good on the left side as he once was? I think there's questions about that play diminishing.
Overrated, Brian?
I think it's Tyron Smith. Yeah.
Which of these players would you like to see the Cowboys get a new contract done with first? Dak, CD, Trayvon Diggs, Tony Pollard, Terrence Steele.
CD.
Yeah, it would be CD Lamb.
That's the only one to answer, isn't it? I mean, obviously, if you get a long-term deal done with Dak, something like what Patrick Mahomes did, where it gives a flexibility to the team, that might be better overall.
I don't think the agent is going to allow that. I'm going to say Diggs because I think Diggs is going to be the hardest one to do.
Which rookie will make the biggest impact this season? Mozzie, Scooney, DeMarvion Overshone, the linebacker, Fehoko, the defensive lineman, or Deuce Vaughn, or other?
Schoonmaker, in my opinion.
I'll say Mozzie Smith and then Deuce Vaughn, actually.
Yeah, I'd go that same order. I'd go Mozzie, Deuce, Overshone.
Man, I hope it's Schoonmaker if they get that kind of player. But, yeah, I think Mozzie Smith is the easy one. I mean, it just seems like that kind of strength is going to be fairly plug and play. Or is there more to learn in there, Brian? I mean,
I like what you guys are doing there. I just feel like, though, that with Schoonmaker, they're going to need him to be big.
They do.
Which veteran addition will make the biggest impact? Ronald Jones, Chuma Edoga, Stephon Gilmore, Brandon Cooks. It's got to be Gilmore. I think he might be the most overrated player on this team right now because of his age, and people are talking about him like he's an elite corner. But he has the ability to have a massive impact if he can't hang on for one more year at that level.
Oh, Stephon Gilmore?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Stephon Gilmore is going to be – I think he's going to be good. I trust him with Dan Quinn, that pass rush that he's going to get to play behind. I think he'll be I think he's going to be super solid.
I'm going Brandon Cooks, though, for more of a bigger impact because I think they desperately needed a legit number 2 option that's consistent behind CD. I do think Michael Gallup bounces back, but I think Brandon Cooks is a better player.
Cooks.
Okay, which player's departure will be the toughest to replace? Zeke, Schultz, Connor McGovern, Noah Brown.
Connor McGovern.
Oh, they didn't lose anybody.
Yeah, probably.
Out of those 4, I'd go McGovern.
Probably McGovern. I mean, I do wonder when you need a late game back-breaking dropped ball that results in an interception for a game-losing touchdown. I wonder who's going to replace Noah Brown from that standpoint.
Wow, there were a lot of them, too. Which tight end's going to have the best season, Brian? Ferguson, Scooney, Hendershot, McEwen.
I'm going to go again with Schoonmaker there.
Big believer in Schoonmaker.
I am. I think Michigan's scheme didn't help him as far as I think he's a good receiver of the football.
I agree with you, Brian. I think Scooney's a good player, but I think Jake Ferguson's going to have the best year.
Yeah, I think they're just different. Schoonmaker is going to be the guy that I think the scouts appreciate. Yeah. Ferguson's going to be the guy who's making people miss and is more highlight friendly. And I don't know. It's going to be tough to say for sure how Schoonmaker could have a better season than Ferguson, because I think Ferguson's going to light things up. And, in the end, it's production and catches and moving the chains that matters most. Although Schoonmaker's a hell of an old school tight end, I just think they overdrafted him in the second round. It makes me nervous.
I mean, you keep bringing up Hendershot, and I love Hendershot.
They really do love Hendershot over there.
But there's something about Jake Ferguson to me. I think people sleep on him a little bit.
I'm with you on that, Walchuk.
We got to run, Nation. It's time to hit the expressway. With the NBA draft now just 2 days away, we're going to do a Rim Session edition of the Expressway. Chiafalo, what kind of association content do we have cooking?
Man, a lot of opportunities for the Mavericks. What are they going to do at 10? Maybe not trading it after all. Dame and what's going on with him in Portland. What's going on with the Wizards now? Zion, Woj, Draymond, and LeBron in France together. Woo! All that Rim Session next right here on The Fan.
But it is a Taco Tuesday, and they got your tacos for you.